Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. A behavioral tendency known as overprotectiveness occurs when parents or other adult relatives take on an excessive amount of control over a person's life, always protecting them from the outside world. Another important characteristic is the total abdication of personal accountability, which spares the person from having to deal with the fallout from any mistakes or inappropriate actions. The main risk associated with this dynamic is the breakdown of sound personal boundaries. People who are continuously micromanaged in one or more areas of their lives eventually start to think that all of their issues will be resolved. This creates the delusion of immunity from repercussions and an attitude of entitlement. The peaceful and tight-knit hamlet of Mountain City, Tennessee, was rocked by a vicious double crime involving two young parents in 2012. In the end, 4 persons were found guilty of this heinous conduct, but 3 of them were later shown to have been duped by someone with a very specific goal in mind. The Janelle Potter case serves as a chilling illustration of what can occur when unbridled control and compulsive protection go too far and have disastrous results. On January 17, 1982, Janelle Potter was born in a Philadelphia, Pennsylvania suburb. She was the youngest of Marvin and Barbara Potter's 2 daughters. Marvin was a former Marine, and Barbara was a secretary for a small retail business. Janelle grew up with her older sister, Christina, who was 6 years her senior. However, because of the way their parents handled things, the 2 sisters' relationship was difficult and hostile from the beginning. Janelle was delicate and frequently sick from birth due to her early birth. Her parents were very cautious and careful with her, always keeping her safe. As their youngest and most beloved daughter, she was free to do as she pleased and was forgiven for everything as long as she continued to be joyful and smile. The older daughter, Christina, was supposed to assist in taking care of her sibling. She was expected to take care of Janelle's every need at their parents' insistence, making her more of a caregiver than a sibling. Christina started to object to this unjust arrangement as she grew older. She was reprimanded and chastised for pushing back when she demanded her own time and space. Janelle was the focal point of the Potter household. She was treated like a princess, showered with praise, and made to feel that she was genuinely unique. From an early age, her parents closely monitored every aspect of her life, taking every precaution to shield her from any potential danger or error. Janelle was consequently raised in a sort of emotional vacuum, deprived of the opportunity to gain knowledge from experience or deal with the inevitable fallout from her deeds. Marvin and Barbara started to pay more and more attention to Janelle as she grew older, eventually ignoring Christina. Christina disappeared into the distance. She struggled to get even a small portion of her parents' attention and was left on her own. Her achievements were disregarded or underappreciated, despite the fact that she put a lot of effort into her studies, achieved high marks, continued to participate in sports and dance, and succeeded in many other ways. It didn't seem to matter what she did. However, Janelle was fully aware that she was the favorite. She began testing boundaries even as a child, only to discover that there were none for her. No one ever disciplined her for the frequent lies she told. Her parents blindly believed her when she blamed her sister for anything that was damaged or ruined, even though Christina hadn't done anything wrong. She was the one who received reprimands or grounding. When Janelle was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at the age of 10, her parents' level of supervision and control over her only increased. They got completely overly protective. Barbara, in particular, was mostly responsible for this, and Marvin generally followed her instructions. Janelle was not permitted to go outside with other kids her own age. She couldn't go anyplace by herself. She was always watched over. Janelle struggled academically as soon as she started school. She was deemed disinterested, inattentive, and unwilling to work hard by her teachers. But her parents didn't agree. They said the teachers were out to get her, or blamed her health issues. They consistently reassured her that homework didn't really matter, and never reprimanded her for receiving low grades. At school, Janelle never quite fit in. She always blamed someone else for her arguments with pupils, made up stories, tipped off professors, and engaged in small-scale antics. Almost every day, Barbara and Marvin would show up at the school and confront the teachers and other pupils, asking that their daughter be treated like a queen and given every luxury. Janelle appeared extremely demanding and spoiled to most of those around her due to her frequent tantrums and altercations. Teachers even advocated for her suspension or her expulsion from the school. Her parents, however, never noticed any issues. To them, it was always the fault of others. There was nothing their darling Janelle could do wrong. They believed that she was perfect and could not make a mistake. Christina's parents never took joy in her achievements, despite the fact that she graduated with honors and was admitted into a reputable university. They no longer even acknowledged her existence. Their younger daughter was the center of their life, so Christina decided to take matters into her own hands. She moved out, obtained a job while she was still in school, and became financially independent. She progressively separated from the family because she was tired of being the scapegoat. Janelle grew more dramatic, conceited, and challenging to be around as she grew older. She was always complaining, making demands, and starting arguments. Her mother, who was always quick to protect her in any circumstance and wasn't scared to debate with anyone who dared challenge her daughter, was rarely seen without her. The calm, suburban community didn't exactly embrace the Potters. Most people thought they were strange, and some even felt sorry for Janelle since they thought her emotional health had been severely harmed by her mother's overbearing control. Nevertheless, in order to prevent any drama or dispute, the majority of neighbors decided to keep their distance. College wasn't even an option for Janelle because she had a below-average GPA when she finished from high school. But Barbara didn't seem to mind. She assured Janelle that she didn't have to work or study. Janelle was absolutely content with the fact that they could take care of her completely. She spent her days on the computer and watching TV, and no one ever set time limits for her. Her parents tightly regulated every aspect of her life, even when she was in her 20s. She was not permitted to drive, go on dates, or even socialize out with her classmates. Janelle lacked fundamental social skills, never made her own decisions, and had no friends. She didn't understand personal accountability or repercussion. Citing Janelle's precarious condition, Barbara and Marvin justified their actions as an act of love and protection. Janelle made no protests. She was released from all blame and obligation. No matter what, her parents always gave her praise and shielded her. The Potter family made the decision to move to Mountain City, a quiet, little Tennessee community of just over 3,000 people, in 2006. It was the type of community where almost everyone knew one another, and there was very little crime. At first glance, it appeared to be the ideal location for a peaceful, stress-free existence. They purchased a small but cozy house in a quiet neighborhood. The locals took notice of the visitors right away. The neighbors showed genuine interest in getting to know the new family in town, stopped by to introduce themselves and offered assistance. Everything went well at first. The neighbors even became friends with Barbara, but soon everyone started noting strange behavior from everyone in the house. The adult daughter first came across as courteous and accessible, but Janelle would react with dramatic outbursts or emotional meltdowns if anyone disagreed with her or provided even the smallest criticism. Her mother would then leap in to protect her, without even asking what had happened. Marvin established himself as a fixture at neighborhood hangouts, where he was frequently spotted having a drink and telling extravagant stories about his valiant military past. People in the town soon realized that most of these stories were either fabricated or greatly exaggerated. Nevertheless, they were sympathetic to him and called him the village storyteller in jest. Though she didn't appear to know how, Janelle also made an effort to make friends. She eventually discovered a tactic that helped her get the attention she so desperately sought. She started telling people she was very ill, claiming to have a variety of crippling and incurable illnesses. She even revealed to others that she had been given a terminal diagnosis and had not long to live. People took her seriously and felt a great deal of sympathy for someone they believed to be nearing the end of her life. Who would lie about such an event after all? However, as time went on, and she continued to make irrelevant diagnoses, people began to suspect her. Before long, a lot of people realized that her stories were not consistent. Social media has really taken off by the late 2000s. It developed into a location where people could meet new people, reconnect with old acquaintances, and perhaps find love. Still largely confined to her house, Janelle spent endless hours every day on the internet, creating accounts on various platforms. The internet became into a sort of window to the outside world, and it was actually the only one she had. She appeared to have a social life because of it, She stuffed her pages with made-up information about herself, bragging about made-up hobbies, phony achievements, and an exciting lifestyle. To her credit, she managed to pull it off with remarkable inventiveness. Janelle downloaded images from the internet, including concert and party photos, and picked out images where the faces were hidden by shadows or bright lights. After that, she added words and applied filters to each photo to give the impression that she had been there. She occasionally even went so far as to post in-depth accounts of entire events she said she had been to, replete with names, locations, and lengthy narratives. Everything appeared remarkably realistic. Janelle became well known on social media very fast. The story she was selling, one that was full of parties, travel, and thrilling adventures, was easily embraced by people who didn't actually know her. Her profile soon gained thousands of followers after she sent out hundreds of friend requests every day. She got dozens of likes and positive comments on every picture and post she uploaded, which gave her the boost she needed. She had created a whole dream world in which she was successful, well-liked, and surrounded by supportive people all the time, but eventually something started to seem lacking. She became aware that one essential component was missing from her well-constructed online persona: a romantic plot. Janelle immediately made a phony profile, pretending to be a man this time. She used the same process, searching the internet for eye-catching images, editing and applying filters, and then sharing them as though they were her own. That account also became popular, eventually gaining more than 1,000 followers. In order to create the appearance that the two were going to events together, she began sharing party photos from both pages that were exactly the same and tagged the same locations. Janelle used this fake account to post poems, emotional remarks, and praises to herself beneath her images, all of which were staged for her followers to view. Some even commented on how fortunate she was to have such a considerate love partner, expressing envy. Janelle had also joined a local online forum at about the same time. It resembled a message board or town-wide forum where inhabitants of Mountain City exchanged updates, discussed events, and posted local news. Although some users used their real identities, the platform provided anonymity, and many users used aliases. Janelle rarely posted on the forum, although she would occasionally browse it. She mainly just perused conversations. She wasn't as drawn to the platform because she couldn't shine or fake fame there. The members of this group did, after all, know her and were aware of her reputation, which many people thought was strange. When Janelle eventually made her first true friend, she was getting close to 30. She was born and reared in Mountain City and went by Tracy Grimo. Tracy was a well-read, intelligent, and approachable employee at a nearby pharmacy. Janelle started to gradually venture out into the world with Tracy. They would spend every day talking on the phone, hanging out in cafes, taking walks in the park, and shopping at the neighborhood mall. Janelle's parents welcomed Tracy into their home and, for the first time, didn't object to her making friends. Janelle flourished in this new laid-back environment. She was heard. She no longer had to manipulate or exaggerate in order to command attention. The fact that someone actually cared about her was utterly novel and reassuring. After a while, Tracy introduced Janelle to her wider network of relatives and friends, and before long, the two of them were spending time with a large group of people, rather than just one. Billy Payne, Tracy's stepbrother, was one of those pals. He was young, intelligent, attractive, and quick with a joke. Billy was the type of person who, wherever he went, inherently became the focus of attention. Janelle was enthralled at once. She felt genuine romantic feelings for the first time in her life, but they weren't reciprocal. Janelle had no idea how to casually express affection or flirt. Rather, she yelled for attention and grew obviously agitated when it wasn't given back. Billy was pushed away by her strong and unpredictable behavior. She immediately caught his attention as strange, and he began to avoid her. Janelle started acting in an obsessive preoccupation as her emotions grew stronger. She started showing up wherever Billy happened to be and sending him loving notes on social media, but Billy continued to distance himself. After roughly 6 weeks, he came clean about his relationship with Billie Jean. He declared her to be his girlfriend in front of the entire bunch of friends. Billy gave his new relationship his whole attention after that and ceased spending any time with the group. Janelle, meantime, was falling apart. She was emotional, unpredictable, and demanding, like someone who had lost their favorite item. Her entreaty to Tracy to intervene between her brother and Billie Jean only served to exacerbate tensions between the two friends. The town began to hear rumors that Billie and Billie Jean were engaged at about the same time. The pair was praised by others who described them as a perfect combination. Even on the town's local chat site, their romance became a big issue. Except for Janelle, everyone appeared sincere in their happiness. She didn't think she had just lost a crush. The love of her life had been stolen. That feeling of loss eventually gave way to resentment, which in turn gave way to retaliation. After a while, Janelle made amends with Tracy, her lone friend, and sought assistance in finding a new partner. In agreement, Tracy presented her to Jamie Curd, her cousin. Jamie, an IT specialist at a nearby company, was 7 years Janelle's senior. He had never been very successful in relationships, in part because he was perceived as a little aloof and awkward. He and Janelle might have been a good match on paper, but she had other plans. Janelle devised a strategy because she was afraid her parents would disapprove of her dating someone much older. Under the guise of needing assistance with her computer, installing software, troubleshooting, or setting it up, she invited Jamie around. Every time she lavished him with praise in front of her parents, highlighting the importance of his abilities. Jamie became a welcome regular at Barbara and Marvin's house when they invited him to stay for supper one evening. A month or so later, Janelle told her mother in private that she was attracted to Jamie. She lost little time in moving forward at full speed with her mother's approval. Janelle and Jamie announced their relationship a few days later and started going everywhere together. In actuality, though, Janelle had no genuine feelings for Jamie. She was trying to make Billie envious by using the relationship as a ruse. It was unsuccessful. Billie didn't mind at all. Janelle was able to gain an invitation to Tracy's house for a family dinner while she was still attempting to attract his attention. Clearly wanting to make a statement, she arrived clutching Jamie's hand, but she was in for a nasty surprise of her own. Billie made the shocking announcement that he and Billie Jean were getting married at dinner. He also disclosed that they didn't want to wait long to get married because they were expecting a child. The news was like a lightning strike to Janelle. Her hopes vanished in an instant, and a much darker scheme took their place. A few days after the meal, some unsavory stories started to circulate on the local chat forum in Mountain City. In anonymous posts, Billie Jean was accused of leading a careless life, having dated numerous men in the neighborhood and having previously received treatment for a serious illness. According to the posts, she was now tricking Billie by claiming that he was the father of her child, even though he wasn't. None of it was real, but people love to talk, and rumor spreads quickly in small towns. It was obvious that someone was stoking the flames by making fresh charges to keep the debate going. Billie Jean soon found herself the target of vicious online assaults and outright abuse. Billie supported her in spite of the deluge of criticism and public condemnation. He refused to go since he didn't believe any of it. Together they attempted to protect Billie Jean's reputation, but it soon became apparent that retaliating on social media was futile, so they reported the abuse to the police. They didn't know who was actually responsible at that point. Despite the forum's anonymity feature, local detectives quickly identified the slander campaign's origin. The pair demanded that Janelle stay away and stop all communication as soon as the truth was revealed, and they filed for a restraining order against her. However, the struggle that ensued was just the start of something much more profound. Now surrounded, Janelle made several phony social media profiles. She started sending herself threatening messages, claims of bodily harm, based on those profiles. After showing her parents these texts, she told them she was afraid for her life and believed Billie and Billie Jean were going to hurt her. Marvin and Barbara have complete faith in their daughter. When the family returned to the police, the officers discovered that Janelle was the one who had sent the texts. Nevertheless, the evidence was rejected by her parents. Their belief that their daughter was the victim persisted. Janelle and the couple's tension turned into what could only be called a protracted conflict. Billie and Billie Jean almost always ended up in a furious altercation with a member of the Potter family in town, complete with yelling, accusations, insults, and even threats. Each party requested restraining orders against the others in several police reports. This back and forth continued for almost a full year. After then, things appeared to settle down. Neighbors began to think that the dispute had finally subsided when it ceased to garner headlines in the town forum. Actually, Janelle had just changed her approach. Rather than more yelling and public altercations, she was getting ready to act. At this point, Barbara started getting emails from a man posing as Chris, a CIA agent. He alerted her to the fact that there was solid evidence that Billy and Billie Jean were planning to hurt Janelle. The threat was genuine, he added, but there wasn't enough hard proof to make arrests. Insisting that Janelle was in grave danger, Chris also started writing to Marvin and Jamie. He underlined the necessity of taking action before the pair could carry out their purported plan. Surprisingly, this enigmatic agent was able to win over Janelle's parents and boyfriend in a matter of weeks. Before long, the four of them were exchanging messages and continuously formulating what they thought was a plan to keep Janelle safe. About a month later, Chris alerted them to the fact that Billy and Billie Jean were actively seeking a person to execute their purported scheme. He supplied a thorough step-by-step breakdown of what needed to be done and warned that time was running short. Following the agent's directions, Jamie and Marvin drove to the residence where Billie Jean, and their 8-month-old baby, Tyler, were sleeping early on January 31, 2012. The family was unaware of what was going to occur. Through a window on the first floor, Jamie and Marvin went into the couple's bedroom. Marvin had a revolver with him that he had stolen from home. He approached the bed in silence and shot Billy in the face, instantly taking his life. Billie Jean was startled by the sound and scurried out of bed in fright and bewilderment. In an attempt to save her son, she hurried to the nursery, but the guys followed her. Before she could even make it to the door, she was shot twice in the back as she was picking up her infant. Little Tyler somehow made it through the trauma. He was traumatized, but not gravely hurt. The two males left the scene of the heinous act. The sound of gunfire startled the neighbors, who promptly called emergency personnel. Within minutes, officers were on the scene. Authorities discovered a terrible scene inside the residence. The body of a young man who had been shot in the head was in one room. In another, a small toddler sat beside his mother's dead body in a pool of blood. The Potter family, who had been embroiled in a savage conflict with the victims for years, was almost instantly identified by police authorities as the source of all the evidence. Marvin and Barbara initially disputed everything, but as the pressure increased, they gave in. They exposed everything, including Jamie's direct role in the incident, the purported conspiracy to harm their daughter, and the so-called CIA agent. Investigators swiftly verified that the emails came from within the Potters' own house after tracking down the IP address associated with Agent Chris's emails. It was revealed that the enigmatic agent was actually Janelle. They had all been duped by her. All four of the people involved were arrested after her frantic attempts to defend herself failed. Jamie promptly consented to cooperate in return for a reduced sentence. He gave a thorough account of what transpired on the morning of the attack. He maintained that he had no idea who Chris was, and that he genuinely thought he was rescue the lady he loved. Jamie received a 25-year prison sentence. The perpetrator of the deadly killings, Marvin Potter, was given 2 life sentences without the chance of release. Barbara, his wife, was found guilty of aiding and abetting the scheme and was sentenced to life in prison. The mastermind, Janelle, entered this with the idea that she could control everyone and get away with it, but her complex plan backfired. She received a life sentence after being found guilty of planning a violent act. Ultimately, she had made her closest friends and family become pawns in a scheme that killed 2 innocent individuals, all while pretending that she was the one in peril. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. In January 2024, a terrifying discovery was made in northern Chile, a vast, dead desert that stretches for hundreds of miles. Human remains were found beneath the sand. The site was close to the city of Calama, a remote, hostile area where the severe weather may prolong a body's life. Partially exposed bones were discovered by chance by a team of scientists examining the region's geological characteristics. The location was disturbing because there was no clothing or personal things that would have instantly identified the deceased, and the grave was shallow. They informed law enforcement of the discovery right away. The scene was visited by a rapid reaction team that included crime scene detectives and forensic experts. Upon further inspection, it became evident that the remains had been purposefully hidden. Someone had made the effort to dig a shallow grave despite the difficult-to-dig ground in this area. Authorities quickly concluded that a lady was the owner of the remains. A violent conclusion was suggested by preliminary forensic analysis. The fact that several of the bones were damaged indicated that the incident that resulted in her death had not happened suddenly. The media swiftly learned of the disturbing revelation. Local news outlets broadcast an urgent report the same evening. Reporters described the remains' discovery and speculated that they might be connected to a long-running missing persons case. On social media, the tale quickly gained traction and sparked heated debate. Many remembered a well-known disappearance that rocked the nation in 2022. Chile is where Javiera Jimenez was born and reared. She was raised in a loving and encouraging familial setting. She grew up with a great sense of duty because she was the oldest daughter. Her parents instilled qualities of drive and independence in their children from a young age by working hard to provide them a nice existence. Javiera soon discovered that she would need to rely on her own tenacity if she were to succeed. She has a reputation for being vivacious and motivated from an early age. She demonstrated a keen interest in academics throughout school, especially physics and math, but she found working with people to be the most fascinating. She was always willing to provide a hand and form connections because she had a natural ability to connect with others. She decided to pursue a career in dentistry as a teenager. Following high school, Javiera went to college to pursue a degree in dentistry. Her goal was to develop into a proficient practitioner and eventually start her own business. She put forth a lot of effort to juggle her academics with a part-time job because she was driven to succeed. She secured a job as a hostess at a pub, where she welcomed patrons and contributed to the friendly ambiance. In addition to giving her a paycheck, this work helped her improve her communication abilities. Javiera was actively expanding her social media following as well. She began by posting brief updates on her everyday activities, but soon a larger audience started to see her work. She worked with regional firms to market apparel, cosmetics, and other goods. Her ability to engage others and her personality helped her blog become well known very quickly. Javiera didn't confine herself to her academics and job. She was committed to being financially independent and spent a lot of time on personal growth. She left her family's house at the age of 18, paying for all of her living expenses on her own. Her early independence and capacity to overcome any obstacle made her loved ones happy. Javiera always found time for her family, even with her hectic schedule. She shared her future aspirations and frequently visited her mother and brothers, with whom she was close. She had no intention of living a life of stagnation. She was constantly trying to get better. She had enormous ambitions before she vanished. She was wanting to advance her social media profession and further her schooling while getting ready to move to a new location. In 2022, Javiera Jimenez met Andres Sutars. A group of common friends introduced them. She often spent time with Sutars. Andres Sutars initially expressed no worries. He came across as affable, self-assured, and adept at building relationships. He had a good first impression. He seemed genuinely interested in her life and was considerate and attentive. Their discussions quickly turned into a loving partnership. Everything appeared to be ideal at first. He expressed admiration for her independence, supported her, and promoted her goals. But as time passed, alarming symptoms began to appear. Javiera started observing Andres Sutars overtly. He was suspicious of her work at the bar, monitored her contacts, and often demanded answers on her movements. His actions grew increasingly invasive over time. Even when she told him she was busy, he would still show up without warning. He combed through her phone, asking questions about each new number. His jealousy became more and more irrational. Andres Sutars didn't like Javiera hanging out with friends, particularly when there were guys around. Other troubling information later came to light. Regarding his personal actions, Andres Sutars was frequently evasive. Despite not having a reliable work, he always appeared to have money. He evaded providing precise answers whenever she inquired about his work. Javier eventually discovered that André Sutar's name had been brought up in some circles associated with illicit activity among a select few friends. There were rumors that he may have been involved in illegal activities. Rumor had it that he might have been involved in copper theft and illegal trafficking. Javiera was cautioned to exercise caution by some acquaintances, but initially she ignored their advice. When Javiera became certain that Andrés Sutars was leading a second life, their relationship took a drastic turn. She didn't want anything to do with illegal activity, and she didn't want to be near people who could endanger her. She eventually decided to break up with him, stating that she didn't see their relationship going forward. Andrés Sutars, however, didn't agree with her choice. He persisted in following her, calling frequently, unexpectedly showing up, and attempting to persuade her to return. Her rejection was not taken seriously by him. He had faith that she would reconsider. Andrés Sutars grew more adamant when Javiera began to avoid him, telling her that he was aware of every detail about her and would not allow her to leave. Javiera was unaware that there would be permanent repercussions from her breakup. For Javiera, August 26, 2022 began as a typical day. Before her impending transfer, she had a get-together with her mother, Gladys Gallegos. They discussed the upcoming changes in Javiera's life while eating lunch in a shopping center. Since her parents were preparing to move, she had been anticipating this new chapter. In order to have more freedom and space, she planned to remain in the family house. Javiera expressed her ideas regarding the future during their talk. She discussed finishing her education, advancing her work, and boosting her salary on social media. She was vivacious and ambitious. Gladys was pleased to see how happy her daughter appeared. When they got home from their excursion, Javiera assisted her mother with housework. She was prepared to start this new chapter in her life and had already packed her things for the move. Javiera informed her mother she would be spending the night at a friend's house later that night, right before she left. It was not out of the ordinary. She frequently spent time with friends. She and her mother kept texting when she got to her friend's house. As usual, they exchanged ideas and talked about their plans to move. Everything appeared to be typical. However, as midnight drew near, a message arrived that altered everything. Javier was overjoyed when Andrés Sutars texted her, saying, "I found your dog." She had been looking everywhere for her dog Lucky, who had vanished a few days prior. On social media, she had shared the story and promised a reward to anyone who could assist return him home. She had been devastated by the loss of Lucky. Thus, there was a prompt reaction to Andrés Sutars' letter. She never replied after sending her mother a text to inform her that she had reached her friend's house. All phone calls to her were not returned a few hours later. Javiera was expected to come home the following day, but she never did. No one knew where she was, so her family started phoning her friends. She vanished without warning. Her loved ones' last chat with her and the note that would later be a crucial component of the investigation were the only hints they had. Family and friends were extremely concerned about Javiera Jimenez's disappearance, but Andrés Sutars was the only one who didn't seem to care. He responded distantly and without concern when Gladys Gallegos eventually reached him. With composure, he said he had no idea where her daughter was. He then started outlining his account of what had happened. He claimed that he had met up with Javier that evening in order to assist her in finding her missing dog. Despite driving to multiple areas, they were unable to find anything. He proposed that they visit Calama, the city where he was raised, to help her forget about her problem. Javiera concurred with his version of events. She may have intended to spend the night at his house because she was packing to relocate the following day and had a suitcase with her. His story became more and more erratic from that point on. They got into an argument during their trip, he said. He claimed that Javiera became acutely aware that her suitcase was missing. It was said to have dropped from the trunk. She was upset and demanded that they go back and find it. According to Andrés Sutar, he stopped and volunteered to assist in looking for her possessions. Javiera, however, would not return to the vehicle. She simply declared she didn't want to continue the journey and got out. "I left her there because that's what she wanted. I figured she'd find a way to get home," he said. This account of what happened didn't make sense. He didn't try to persuade her to get back in the car after Javiera allegedly found herself stranded on a highway in the middle of the night, far from the city, without a way to call for assistance or transportation. He never even looked to see if she was okay. Gladys knew from once that his tale was strange. Andres Soutaris began contradicting himself as she prodded him for specifics. He first stated that he had dropped her off close to Calama, and then he stated that it was somewhere before returning to Antofagasta. The fact that he was unable to identify the precise spot where this had occurred only increased suspicion. Andres Soutaris hesitated before answering Gladys's question about why he hadn't called her or any of Javiera's friends to inform them that he had left her alone at night. "I thought she was just upset and would get home on her own," he answered. But it didn't sound credible. He rewrote his story a few hours later. This time, he stated that he had been in a car accident after departing Javiera. He said he had gone to the hospital to be looked out after his automobile was struck from behind by another motorist. He claimed that this was the reason he never returned to find her. Gladys Gallegos, Javier's mother, received an unexpected message late on Saturday night, over 24 hours after her daughter vanished. It was an odd-sounding call from an unidentified number. "Mom, it's me. I left. There was an accident. I need some time. Don't worry about me. I'll come back once everything is settled. Love you. Take care of Grandma and my brother." Gladys read it repeatedly. There was a strange feeling. The language sounded impersonal and remote. But it was the errors that worried her the most. Her daughter never abbreviated words, never made spelling mistakes, and always wrote with care. Typographical errors and language that didn't sound like her were present in this message. Calling the number that had sent the message was her first inclination. The call was unsuccessful. The telephone had already been switched off. Her concern grew. She contacted Javiera's pals right away and shared the text with them. They all responded in unison. This is something Javiera would never have written. They were familiar with her messaging style, tone, and typical facial expressions. This message didn't feel like her. It was robotic and frigid. Additionally, the content seemed oddly ambiguous. In what location was she? What sort of mishap had occurred? Why hadn't she explained the situation? Instead of calling, why send a brief, mysterious SMS from an unknown number? Gladys immediately rushed to the police. The message was recorded as a probable attempt to deflect suspicion away from a possible crime and mislead the inquiry. The case was promptly given to a task group. Initially, investigators were able to identify the SIM card from which the communication originated. The phone provider attested to the fact that the number had been linked to a fraudulent identity, which is a typical practice when buying anonymous prepaid cards. Law enforcement then made an effort to locate the phone. Although the device had been turned off soon after sending the message, they anticipated being able to locate a broad area. It was located close to Calama, where Andres Soutaris had reported last seeing Javiera, according to the last known signal. Subsequent investigations showed that this was the only time the phone had been used for this message. This implied that the text had probably been prepared in advance to deceive her family and give the impression that she had departed on her own volition. Experts also looked at the message's actual substance. It was written by someone who was not familiar with Javiera's usual writing style, according to linguistic analysis. The errors and odd wording were obvious. Her voice wasn't this. This finding turned as the main defense of the message's falsification. Law enforcement was reassured that Javier had not chosen to go missing. Andres Soutaris became the main suspect as detectives began treating the situation as a potential crime. There was no question that foul play was engaged once the police concluded that the communication sent under Javiera's name was fraudulent, but the probe proceeded slowly in the absence of hard proof. Andres Soutaris could do as he wanted, because he was merely a suspect in the eyes of the law. Javier's relatives and friends began their own inquiry after realizing that each day that passed without answers diminished their chances of discovering the truth. They investigated Andres Soutaris' past, talked to those who knew him, and looked for any indications that he had engaged in illegal activity. They soon discovered evidence that connected him to illicit activities. They discovered individuals who said Andres Soutaris had participated in rail copper theft through mutual relationships. He allegedly belonged to a gang that engaged in illegal metal extraction and sales. Reports of his hostile behavior also arose. His short fuse was described by those who knew him. He had been in physical altercations, got into arguments often, and couldn't stand being contradicted. The family's anxieties were only increased by these facts. He was more than capable of committing a significant crime if he had a history of hostility, particularly when he was furious. Javier's friends remembered that she had told them about Andres Sutar's growing obsession and control. They discovered past texts in which she had complained that he was following her, contacting her several times a day, and requesting to know her whereabouts. The police performed a forensic analysis of Andres Sutar's vehicle while her family members persisted in their investigation. His car might contain important evidence because he was the last person to see Javiera alive. Investigators discovered blood traces. Stains on the passenger seat and the inside of the door were discovered at initial inspection. Additionally, they found fibers that seemed to be identical to what Javiera had been wearing. DNA analysis was performed on the blood samples. The greatest worries were confirmed by the results a few days later. It was Javiera Jimenez's blood. Andres Sutar's claim that he had just dropped her off on the highway was totally demolished by this discovery. Why was her blood in his car if she had voluntarily gotten out? Why hadn't he reported her injuries, assuming any had occurred? His car also provided GPS data to the police. According to the analysis, Andres Sutarez had in fact been traveling toward Calama the night before Javier vanished, but he had chosen a secondary road that led into the desert rather than the main one. His vehicle stayed in that isolated location for a long time before moving on. The case changed course as a result of this information. Investigators now thought that this place might have been the scene of a crime or a hiding place for evidence. Andres Sutarez knew he was going to be arrested as soon as he heard the police had obtained the forensic results. His attitude shifted. He no longer communicated with anyone he had previously trusted. He abruptly packed a bag and fled his flat the day before he was supposed to be questioned by the police. He was seen carrying a little rucksack as he left his building and got into a car on surveillance footage. Later, neighbors attested to the fact that he had departed in haste and never came back. A warrant for his arrest was promptly issued by the authorities, but he had already left. Upon more examination, it was discovered that Andres Sutarez had crossed the border using forged documents. He was now considered a fugitive. Although his name was added to a global criminal database, he had escaped detection. All that was left for Jaguar's family was to wait and continue to seek for justice. One thing they knew for sure was that he would eventually make a mistake, and the law would then catch up with him. The initial efforts by law enforcement to capture Andres Sutarez failed. He was not there when his automobile was discovered abandoned on the outskirts of Antofagasta. It was obvious that he had meticulously prepared his escape route beforehand. His phone records were examined, and it was discovered that he had called a number of people who were already being investigated by the police for possible criminal activity in the hours prior to his disappearance. This supported the idea that he had vanished by using his contacts. Investigators soon verified that Andres Sutarez had escaped Chile by illegally entering Bolivia. He had used less well-known smuggling routes, which are frequently used by traffickers, to get via official checkpoints. He took on a new identity after arriving in a foreign nation. Even though he knew that authorities were constantly looking for him, he was able to remain hidden for months. Javier's loved ones persisted in their investigation despite its difficulties. Gladys Gallegos made sure Andres Sutarez stayed on worldwide wanted lists by persistently working to keep the case in the public glare. The family produced brochures using his picture, raised awareness on social media, and contacted the media. Somewhere, they hoped, someone will recognize him and call the police. However, their announcement of a reward for information leading to his capture proved to be the most successful move. Anyone with reliable information regarding his whereabouts would receive a sizable payment from the family. This strategy was successful. Soon after, in late 2023, the first leads appeared. Andres Sutarez was said to have been seen in a city in Bolivia. He was leading a solitary life, avoiding notice and interacting with locals only seldom. The Bolivian officials used information obtained from informants to start following his whereabouts. They learned that he had been working odd jobs, living under a false identity, and avoiding the use of official documents that would reveal who he really was. However, he had failed to fully vanish. Motivated by the incentive, a local citizen gave police his precise location in January 2024. In order to apprehend him, authorities launched a focused operation right away. The building where Andres Soutars had been hiding was encircled by police on January 5, 2024, in a city in Bolivia. It was a quick operation. Without resistance, he was immediately placed under arrest. He didn't act aggressively or in terror when he was arrested. He seemed at ease, as though he had already come to terms with his lot. However, there was no way out this time. Officially in jail, Andres Soutars would soon be brought to court in Chile. Bolivian officials started the extradition process after his capture was confirmed. Andres Soutars was returned to Chile in a matter of days so that he might finally face justice. At last, Javier's family was able to witness justice being served to the individual who killed their daughter. For them, however, this was just the start of a protracted battle. They were committed to making sure he was given the harshest punishment possible. Andres Soutars was put in a prison center right away after being extradited to Chile. With the main suspect now in jail, the inquiry moved into a new stage. For almost a year and a half, authorities had a genuine chance to obtain the answers they were looking for. He initially remained silent. He consistently insisted that he had nothing to do with Javier's disappearance, avoiding direct queries. Investigators, however, were ready. His involvement was evident from the evidence they had collected. The pressure increased. He eventually gave up trying to hide the obvious. He added in a chilly, emotionless voice, "I killed her." His confession sounded emotionless, as though it were a factual statement. He made no effort to defend his behavior, and there was no regret. He didn't apologize. He didn't try to play the victim. He continued to speak in an unsettlingly composed tone, as though he were narrating a routine incident. His earlier claims were totally at odds with the information he supplied. He acknowledged that he had not originally wanted to hurt Javiera, but he made a decision he never intended to change after she refused to make amends and ended their relationship permanently. He enticed her in by claiming to have located her misplaced puppy. She agreed to meet because she trusted him and didn't know what was in store for her. He said the crime happened on an empty highway late at night. Under the guise of looking for a missing luggage that had allegedly fallen from the trunk, he stopped. He struck Javiera fatally as soon as she got out of the automobile. In the belief that the severe weather would destroy any traces, he then drove farther into the desert, excavated a shallow grave, and buried her bones. Investigators started looking for the burial place the day after he confessed. Andres Soutars gave them the coordinates, and they used them to search the region. Human remains were found by officials in mid-January 2024. The location, a shallow grave covered with sand, was closely inspected. The identification process was started by forensic experts, although Javiera's family members were already aware of the facts. Forensic analysis a few days later validated their fears. Javiera Jimenez was the owner of the remains. The pursuit of justice was not yet ended, but the search was. Her family called for the perpetrator who did it to have the worst punishment possible. The case was turned over to the court after his confession. The question of his culpability had been resolved. There was no reason to reject his own statements, the proof, or the finding of Javier's body. The court now had to decide how to punish him. The maximum punishment, life in jail without the chance of release, was what Javier's family sought. They were positive that he was a threat to the community. There was no other meaning of justice for her mother, Gladys Gallegos. She was convinced that Andres Soutars would conduct another crime if he were ever freed. The court was provided with all of the evidence by the prosecution. The premeditation of the crime was proven by experts. The choice to take her to an abandoned place, the false invitation, and the total lack of any effort to assist her all suggested a well-thought-out deed. Any assertion that this had been an accident was refuted by forensic experts who recorded injuries. Nonetheless, the defense made an effort to advocate for a lighter sentence. From a legal perspective, the lawyer contended that his client's voluntary confession and assistance in finding the remains may be regarded as collaboration with the investigation. On the basis of this technicality, they asked for leniency. Javiera's family was infuriated by this dispute. Andres Sutar's confession was clearly not an act of regret, in their opinion. Only after being forced into a corner had he come clean. He wasn't guilty. He was just attempting to shorten his phrase. Several weeks passed throughout the experiment. Gladys watched the process take place at each session. Her unrelenting determination was evident in her eyes, but she never allowed her emotions to control her. The judge allowed her a chance to speak at the last hearing. There was silence in the courtroom. She raised her voice and said, "This man took my daughter from me. He ended her life, buried her in the desert, and then ran away, hoping no one would ever find him. He has not regretted it for a single second. He feels no remorse. If he is ever released, he will do this again. I ask this court to impose the only sentence he deserves: life in prison. I'm not asking for revenge. I am demanding justice." Before the court adjourned to render a decision, her remarks served as the last argument. The judge came back a few hours later and read the ruling. Andres Sutar was convicted of Javier Jimenez's premeditated crime. The court condemned him to life in jail without the possibility of parole in light of the seriousness of the deed and his attempt to elude punishment. Silent applause erupted in the courtroom as she embraced her loved ones. Gladys Gallegos started crying. This marked the conclusion of a protracted battle, but her suffering continued. At least justice had been done, even though her daughter would never come back. Andres Sutar would now be in prison for the remainder of his life, which is precisely where he should be. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. These were the terrifying last moments of a 16-year-old girl who was killed by the guy she used to call her father. She was the third of 4 victims killed. The Calher family was prosperous, attractive, and seemingly ideal. The quintessential American dream. Strangers wanted a life like theirs, friends envied them, and neighbors looked up to them. However, beneath that well-maintained exterior was a raging maelstrom of secrets, deceit, and anger. Their idyllic life began to show fractures that were too obvious to conceal, and when they eventually fell apart, it was more than simply a family disintegrating. It was a catastrophe that no one could have predicted. The patriarch, James Craig Calher, seemed to have it all: a steady career and a 6-figure salary. He provided a life of dreams. From straight-A report cards to local sports glory, his wife Karen was the epitome of the ideal housewife and supermom, running the household and providing for their 3 children, Emily, Lauren, and Sean. Under their parents' tutelage, the Calher children appeared to flourish. They seemed to be the epitome of what a family should be. Let's go back in time and see how this ideal family came to be, through silent battles, concessions, and sacrifices. To begin with, Karen sacrificed her engineering degree in order to wed Craig and help him achieve his goals. After getting married in December 1985, the couple relocated to Colorado, where Craig had secured a promising career. Karen couldn't handle the thought of a long-distance relationship at the time, even though she was still in her 2nd year of college and had a few more years to finish her degree. Thus, Karen took a decision that would change her life. She dropped out of school to concentrate on Craig's profession and her marriage. She fully accepted the sacrifice because she was committed to making their life together wonderful. On April 8, 1991, Karen gave birth to their firstborn daughter, Emily, marking their first significant life milestone. Life appeared to be picture perfect. Karen assumed the role of a stay-at-home mother as Craig's career flourished. But even after delivering a baby, Karen's mother, Pat, saw that her daughter was constantly prioritizing Craig's demands over her own. It was strange, as if Karen no longer lived for herself. Another shift in Craig's career came in 1992, when he was offered a high-paying position in Greenville, Texas. After moving, the family welcomed Lauren, their 2nd daughter, in May 1993. The Callers seemed to have it all: 2 intelligent, successful children, Karen's commitment to her family, and Craig's career success. The eldest child, Emily, was intelligent and a people-pleaser. Like her mother, she aspired to be intelligent and creative. Lauren played bass and sang, while Emily played drums and sang. However, conflicts were simmering beneath the surface. A dispute over having more children was the source of one of those difficulties. With 2 children, Karen thought their family was perfect, but Craig desired a third. In a somewhat unconventional step, the couple drafted a written contract. Karen agreed to have one more kid in exchange for the opportunity to have a treatment that would stop her from getting pregnant in the future. Craig complied, and their son Sean was born in March 1999 as a result. Later, Craig had a vasectomy to make sure their expanding family wouldn't experience any more surprises. Life seems to have stabilized by this time. Craig's career continued to grow once he was hired for a new position in Weatherford, Texas, a quiet town close to Dallas. Karen adjusted once more and became fully involved in her new community. She developed a solid network of friends and resources by joining a local moms organization and rising to the position of president. She also ensured that her children were engaged and active. Emily was a talented student and musician. Sean became a budding baseball star, and Lauren flourished in band and sports. Although it appeared to be the ideal life from the outside, Craig's infatuation with perfection left little room for anything that wasn't perfect. He had very high expectations of everyone, even his own family. He started criticizing his daughter Lauren since she had attention deficit/hyperactivity disorder and didn't receive straight A's like Emily. Craig didn't hesitate to make fun of Lauren since he thought she wasn't good enough. Furthermore, Craig's need for control extended beyond his family. He started to come across as stiff, impolite, and even haughty. He was challenging to collaborate with because of his fixation on appearances. He even told others that women in leadership positions weren't worthy of them, demonstrating his lack of regard for them. He also developed a reputation for being frugal, asking coworkers to buy him dances, going to strip clubs with them, and borrowing tools for house improvements rather than purchasing them. Craig maintained strict control over the family's money, even though he made a respectable $180,000 0 cents annually. Every time Karen went shopping, she had to keep the receipts, and she had a strict weekly allowance. When Craig arrived home, he would examine each one carefully and become furious if he felt something was superfluous or overly costly. However, money wasn't the only factor. Craig had complete control over their lives, including their sexual lives. Karen had to go to bed at 8:30 p.m. every night as part of their regimen. She would apologize in a whisper to her friends if she answered a phone after 8 p.m. and explain that she had to leave because Craig needed her in the bedroom at a certain time. He would pay for it if she didn't comply with his request that she go to bed at 9. Their children even learned not to bother them after 8:30 because it had become such a ritual. Karen was required to follow Craig's instructions even when she was ill. Turning him away was risky. Karen was aware that it was simpler to simply give in when his rage frequently turned violent. Now, this was not always the case. Karen's life was less regimented when they initially started dating, but Craig's expectations became increasingly severe over time. To observe Karen and her together, he even proposed introducing a third party, a woman in particular, into their relationship. Karen found it hard to say no, even though she was completely uncomfortable with this. Karen discreetly joined a gym because she was desperate for some privacy and a place of her own. Exercise had always been enjoyable to her, and it gave her a sense of control over her life again. Karen had to perform odd jobs like baking cakes to pay for the membership herself, since Craig, who was always bossy, wouldn't pay. She scraped up enough money to join Powerhouse Gym by January 2006, and she soon established herself as a regular. She eventually even started working as a personal trainer on a part-time basis. Although Craig was surprisingly cool with her working at the gym, he did have one requirement. She had to be home by the time the kids got home from school, and Karen was excellent at all she did as usual. She made pals at the gym right away, and she soon found herself griping about Craig at work. She would talk about how they were always fighting, how she never seemed to be good enough, and how angry he was all the time. Sometimes one of the children had to step in to break up their fights because they were so fierce. Things would get physical on bad days, and Karen would have bruises to show for it. Craig's dominance over her was oppressive, even though everyone at the gym knew how unhappy she was and how much she wanted to end the relationship. She was on the verge of losing it, and meeting Sonny, a personal trainer, only appeared to make matters worse. Sunny helped Karen open up about the most painful aspects of her relationship, things she was unable to discuss with anyone else. Because she was composed and understanding, Sunny and Karen developed into more than just friends over time. The two developed a close romantic and sexual relationship. How this occurred is the subject of some conjecture. Others say Karen and Sunny had already had an affair before Craig even knew about it, while others think Craig encouraged it because he had previously requested Karen to add a third person to their relationship. Whatever the origin of their relationship, it developed into a threesome. Craig even bought flowers for both women, texted Sunny in a flirtatious manner, and urged them to go on weekend trips. Later on, though, he denied pressuring the two to get together. Craig's narrative was different from Karen and Sunny's, who were upfront about their connection. The main problem, according to him, was that his meticulously constructed picture of the ideal family was disintegrating, and Karen was destroying their marriage. Craig saw a chance to take back control in 2008. A higher-paid job in Columbia, Missouri was given to him, but it would require him to leave Sunny and Karen. He took the job offer right away, but Karen was heartbroken. She had roots in Weatherford, but she didn't want to leave Sunny. Her children participated in school activities. Sean played baseball, the girls were in a band, and Karen had strong connections to neighborhood volunteer organization. But as usual, Craig's wishes won out. Karen had to finish things at home because he relocated to Columbia a few months before her. Craig was unaware of Karen and Sunny's decision to remain together over the long term at this period. He believed that it was only a brief liaison and that Karen would become the submissive wife he wanted her to be after they parted ways. Craig thought things had returned to normal when Karen and the children eventually moved to Columbia. He even permitted her to continue working as a fitness instructor while pursuing a health science degree at the University of Missouri. But Karen had gotten a taste of independence following her time with Sunny. Simply being permitted to work or attend school wasn't enough for her. She didn't want to live a life in which Craig felt entitled to dictate everything she did. Craig started to tighten his hold on his wife, Karen, after realizing he was losing control. His compulsive tracking of her every action, including who she spoke to, what she wrote in her emails, and where she went, soon devolved into a full-scale breach of her privacy. At an old friend's New Year's Eve party in Weatherford in December 2008, this toxic fixation reached a breaking point. Sunny, the last person Craig had ever wanted to see, was there when they entered the party. Even though neither Craig nor Karen had anticipated seeing her, the situation was exacerbated by Karen's overt flirtation with Sunny. In front of everyone, they were cuddling, laughing, hugging, and sipping from the same glass using 2 straws. By this time, Craig was angry. His anger and jealousy overcame him, especially because Karen and Sunny's connection was now widely known. Craig felt that the disrespect was intolerable and that it was a total slap in the face. At the party, the rage erupted, with Craig yelling at Karen and Karen yelling back. It was a spectacle rather than merely a private dispute. Craig became so enraged and humiliated by their heated argument that he told everyone that Karen was having an affair. Karen retaliated by kissing Sunny in front of everyone. They were asked to leave by the host, who was obviously uneasy. The drama didn't stop there either. Outside on the front lawn, the altercation continued and quickly became physical. Karen was pushed by Craig, who was so furious that she fell and struck her head on the floor. They were both reeling from the ramifications by dawn. Despite the confusion, Karen started to reconsider how she was pushing Craig. Sunny refused to listen to her when she suggested that they take a vacation from their relationship. She informed Karen that Craig was the issue, not her. After seeing his violent outbursts, Sunny was extremely worried about Karen's safety. Karen bravely decided to file for divorce in late January 2009. She began sleeping in a different room, but she didn't leave the house right away. She and Sunny also kept up their long-distance friendship. Craig continued to monitor Karen's correspondence and even searched through her belongings, because he was still excessively controlling. He discovered several of Sunny's greeting cards and used them to follow her everywhere. Craig would follow Karen whenever she planned to see Sunny in an attempt to ruin their time together. He was unrestrained in his jealousy. Craig became more and more unstable at work. He would show off his photo album to his colleagues, asking them questions like, "Isn't this a happy family? Why doesn't Karen want to be a happy family?" Everybody felt uncomfortable around him, but Craig didn't seem to notice or care. His need to dominate Karen's life devoured him too much. Following Craig's comments during a municipal council meeting in March 2009, the atmosphere escalated. Karen, who was present to encourage him, got drawn into yet another contentious dispute. Craig's rage became physical this time. Karen phoned the police when he assaulted her. Craig was taken into custody on charges of third-degree domestic violence. Karen told the police that Craig had become more violent and domineering over time, and that he had physically obstructed her leave, putting her against a cabinet. Craig denied the assault, saying he was merely attempting to embrace Karen, but the marks on her body revealed otherwise. Craig was taken into custody and charged. Taking the children with her, Karen left their house and leased a flat across Columbia. Additionally, she took $50,000, 0 cents, out of their joint bank account, indicating that she was at last escaping Craig's harmful and poisonous influence. Now, Craig's arrest was absolutely terrible. His acts as a city official made headlines, and his strange and disturbing behavior at work only got worse when it was revealed. The city eventually released a public statement, claiming that Craig's resignation was caused by challenging family matters, but the reality was much more nuanced. His already brittle ego took a hit when he was fired, not voluntarily. The fact that his previously flawless reputation was now in ruins, no family, no career, and no control over anything, was too much for him to bear. Craig packed all his belongings and left his home to return to his parents' Kansas farm. He thought that working hard on the farm would help him decompress, but the distance didn't help. On the contrary, it made him more obsessed with his ex-wife Karen. Craig was baffled as to why Karen had abandoned him. He had imagined himself to be the ideal husband. She left, even though he had given her everything. He wouldn't acknowledge that his domineering actions might have driven her to the edge. He continued to stalk her at this time, reading her emails, texts, and even her cards. He blamed Sonny for everything and was unable to let go. Craig was furious when Sonny texted him to tell him that Karen didn't love him as much as he believed. Even though he had been cool with Karen and Sonny's connection, as long as he could see and participate in some perverse way, he began referring to them by name and using homophobic epithets. His daughter's rejection of him, however, was what ultimately drove him over the edge. They wanted to make their own decisions since they were sick of his domineering behavior. His eldest daughter, Emily, was the first to go. She demonstrated that she would no longer follow his instructions by choosing a college that he disapproved of. This felt like a slap in the face to Craig. He placed even more blame on Karen, accusing her of brainwashing the girls to rebel against him. When one of his daughters came out as bisexual on Facebook, things only got worse. Craig took this as justification to snap at her rather than offering her support. He was certain that their mother had also had an impact on this. Curiously, he began assembling a substantial case against Karen, gathering more than 3,500 pages of purported proof for his divorce lawyer. This had details about each time Karen visited Sonny, as well as screenshots of their private correspondence. He never provided any evidence to support his claims that the two ladies had sex in front of the children. Craig's actions become increasingly strange and unsettling. No one took him seriously when he told his buddies that he wanted to kill Sonny. Ignoring the warning signs until it's too late is a recurring theme in these situations. Not to mention that Craig was having affairs with several women in spite of his anger at Sonny and Karen. His actions were inconsistent. However, things appeared to be a little different with regard to his son, Sean. Craig said that the only person who hadn't entirely abandoned him was Sean. Craig tried to stay active in his son's life by spending time with him and taking him fishing and hunting. By all accounts, he was still making an effort to be a good father to Sean, even if he was a horrible husband to Karen and a domineering, aloof parent to his girls. It seemed as though Sean was Craig's one remaining chance, the one relationship that hadn't been ruined. Let's fast forward to Thanksgiving 2009. Karen continued to make an effort to maintain her family's closeness while Sean was with Craig. She wanted her girlfriend Sonny and all of her kids to spend the holiday with her grandmother Dorothy. Karen went to collect Sean from Craig's place and bring him to Dorothy's the day after Thanksgiving. At the age of 89, Dorothy resided in a peaceful farmhouse in the little Kansas town of Burlingame. which had fewer than 1,000 residents. However, a deputy was finishing up some paperwork on Saturday, November 29, 2009, when a call regarding a strange car in Burlingame was received. It was a little after 6 o'clock, following a neighbor's allegation of a little truck rushing through the neighborhood. They saw the driver arrive, exit the vehicle, and begin to stroll down the street. The man returned a short while later with a big object they were unable to recognize. The neighbors thought it might be a robbery, so they got a flashlight and went outside to confront him. However, before they could approach, the man put the thing in the back seat of the truck, got inside, and drove away. The deputies went to investigate after the neighbors promptly alerted the sheriff's office. Minutes later, however, a second call was received, one that would result in a far more sinister revelation. Nothing could have prepared the deputies for what they would see upon arrival, but they realized right once that this was a serious situation. The first person they encountered when they arrived at Dorothy's house was Dorothy. She had been shot multiple times and lay profusely bleeding on the kitchen floor. She was scarcely alive anymore. Karen was discovered in the dining area as they hurried to the next room. She was already dead, having been shot twice. They found Emily, 18, resting behind the couch in the living room. She had been shot twice as well. She was probably instantly immobilized by the second bullet and had already passed away. Then, from upstairs, the deputy heard a faint voice requesting assistance. Lauren was the one. Lauren, 16, was still alive but severely injured, having been shot several times and barely surviving, just like Dorothy. Lauren muttered the name Craig as she was being carried away. Her feeble response to the question of who that was, "My dad," and it was not long before Lauren passed away from her wounds as well. Soon after came Dorothy, who had been struggling for her life with all her might. That left Sean, the family's lone survivor, a reluctant observer of this needless killing. He claims that when the nightmare started, he and Karen were sitting together polishing some old coins. Craig suddenly stormed in the back door, rifle in hand, and started shooting at Karen. Sean was frantic to get away and ran for his life in the confusion. More gunshots rang out through the home before he could reach Karen's phone to ask for assistance. Terrified, he realized he had to leave, so he ran away, heading for the next-door neighbor. Naturally, Craig's search order was issued right away, and the investigators quickly found his car, abandoned in the middle of nowhere, oddly out of place. As if he had been getting ready for something, the officers discovered a disturbing scene inside. A rucksack filled with necessities like soap, toilet paper, and tinned food, as well as a hoard of extra ammunition and unopened bottles of anxiety medication, but there was no sign of Craig himself. However, a few hours later he was seen appearing disoriented and unkempt while meandering down an empty road. He didn't try to flee when he noticed the officers coming. "I'm the guy you're looking for," he murmured instead, and was taken into custody without a fight. Craig's defense team contended that he was driven to the edge by his mental health problems, which included despair and numerous personality disorders. They said he lost control of his temper and snapped. The prosecution, however, presented a far more sinister image of a guy whose acts were terrifyingly premeditated. They provided a key piece of evidence to support their arguments. Craig had depression, according to his expert psychiatrist's testimony, yet he was still obviously capable of organizing the killings. One important aspect that showed his actions were deliberate rather than spontaneous was that he spared Sean's life. The last trial started 2 years after the killings. Sean, who was now 12 years old, shown incredible fortitude by taking the stand and vividly narrating the horrific events. He talked about the commotion that ensued after he saw his father shoot his mother. His evidence made it clear that Craig's actions were the result of months of simmering wrath and deliberate intent, rather than an impulsive moment of poor judgment. In her testimony, Sunny also revealed Karen and Craig's toxic relationship. She described how she tried to shield Karen from Craig's erratic behavior, and how at first he seemed unconcerned when she and Karen started dating. But his attitude changed dramatically, only turning nasty once Karen made the decision to leave him. Sunny acknowledged, though, that she had no tangible proof to support her testimony, which was based only on her recollection and what she had heard from Karen. The jury returned a unanimous decision after only 2 hours of discussion. Craig committed capital homicide. After his claim of insanity was denied, he was sentenced to the death penalty or life in prison without the possibility of parole. When Kayla received his fate today, he remained emotionless. The execution sentence is a form of retaliation for the 4 family members who were shot dead. The defendant is currently being sentenced to death by the court on the capital murder charge. In order to avoid hearing the victim impact statements, James Craig Kaler chose not to speak on his own behalf and even requested permission to leave the room. He was ordered to remain by Chief Judge Philip Fromm. While many people in the courtroom felt that justice had been done, Sean was not at all relieved by the verdict. 12-year-old Sean had already experienced unfathomable loss. Standing in court, he stated, "I do not want my dad to receive the death penalty because it would be hard on my grandparents. I do not want my whole family gone." His voice was steady but full of emotion. Many were in disbelief when a toddler who had seen so much suffering said these remarks. Sean still considered Craig to be a father, a man who had shown him love and kindness in spite of Craig's horrifying behavior. In contrast, Craig displayed no remorse for the lives he had taken. He started writing letters to the primary prosecutor and other individuals after being sentenced. They weren't excuses. Rather, Craig asserted that he was relieved to have liberated Sean from what he described as a poisonous atmosphere. An appeal was promptly submitted to the Kansas Supreme Court by Craig's legal team. The court rejected their claims that his mental health problems weren't adequately taken into account throughout the trial, and that the jury was biased. One court noted that Craig's mental health had been taken into account during sentence, while another said that Kansas law does not exonerate someone just because they have a mental illness. It just did not justify his actions. Craig's appeal was ultimately turned down. He was left to deal with the fallout from his decisions as his options for additional legal action became limited. He is currently still on death row, which serves as a sobering reminder of the horrible atrocities he did. Although justice may have been done, it's difficult to determine whether it really makes up for the lives lost. We can only hope that he pays for the destruction he wrought and lives out the rest of his days tormented by his deeds. Regarding Sean, his tale is one of remarkable fortitude. He was able to overcome all of the hardships and pain he had experienced. He is a live example of fortitude and tenacity in the face of unspeakable sorrow. He completed high school and is currently employed in Kansas. His story gives hope by demonstrating that there is hope even in the most dire circumstances. However, what about this instance? It remains with you. Do you believe that the proper assistance or action could have avoided this tragedy? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Some people never woke up from the nightmare that was Los Angeles, even though it was the city of dreams. Black women disappeared in South Central's forgotten areas, only to be discovered abandoned like rubbish in alleyways. The news hardly hit the front page. The killer was slow, strategic, moving undetected and in plain sight while the cops paused. Then, suddenly, the murders ceased. The streets fell silent once more. For more than 10 years. No more headlines, no more bodies. The predator seemed to have just vanished. Monsters, however, don't simply quit, do they? Because he returned years after everyone had given up searching. In South Los Angeles, the bodies continued coming up, stabbed, strangled, and dumped like yesterday's garbage. As headlines focused on the rich victims of Richard Ramirez, commonly known as the Night Stalker, who had haunted California for nearly a year, the authorities ignored the fact that something was amiss, that someone was out there targeting women. South Central women were forgotten. No task force was organized overnight, and there was no citywide fear. These were low-income black women who were either drug addicts or sex workers. Their fate had already been determined by society. The killings persisted. Despite demonstrations calling for action outside LAPD headquarters, there were too many victims and too many killers, and the case had become confused by 1986. The investigations soon faded into silence as the so-called Southside Slayer Task Force started to dwindle. The city went on. For years, a nameless predator that the city hardly acknowledged was held responsible for the killings in South Los Angeles. However, detectives started to grasp the unthinkable as they tried to make sense of the dead that were accumulating. One individual did not do this alone. Too many victims, too many patterns. It was terrible. The story of the Southside Slayer was a convenient way to describe an issue that no one wanted to deal with. In actuality, however, there were other murderers who preyed on the same forgotten women while hiding in the same hunting areas. Some vanished into the background, while others were captured. A sea of indifference drowned out their deeds. And one of them was hiding right in front of everyone. He was a father, a husband, and a former city worker. He helped fix automobiles on his block, joked around at backyard barbecues, and shared beers with his neighbors. He was just Lonnie to those who knew him. However, underneath the exterior was a man who concealed his horror behind a facade of normalcy. And you know what those who are consumed by an insatiable desire for power do? They prey on the weak and the most vulnerable members of society. He had always been dark. For decades it had been present. When Franklin and two other service members were stationed in Stuttgart, West Germany in 1974, they deceived a 17-year-old girl into getting into their vehicle. She believed she was doing them a favor. Rather, they transported her to a far-off place and made her endure a terrible experience that she would never forget. She was attacked by them for hours, but Franklin erred in judgment. Thinking fast, the girl asked for his phone number while seeming as though she was interested in him. Overconfident and haughty, Franklin handed it to her. His arrest resulted from that one mistake. He served time for the offense and was dishonorably discharged from the U.S. Army in 1975, but he continued where he left off, back in South Central Los Angeles. Arrests for theft, assault, and battery ensued. He was incarcerated, but not long enough. Each time, he reintegrated into society as if nothing had occurred. Furthermore, Lonnie Franklin Jr. had opportunity outside of a jail cell, which was even more perilous than freedom. Los Angeles was rife with crime, addiction, and citizen neglect by the 1,980 SCAs. Many women were left vulnerable, particularly those who were already dealing with poverty or substance abuse, and entire communities were suffering. A few vanished. Later, some were discovered dumped in vacant areas and alleys. Many, however, were just never seen again. Authorities paid little attention even then. There were no pressing alerts or unrelenting inquiries. For them, these were merely regrettable figures in a city already rife with bloodshed. However, Franklin took note, and he made the most of it under the shadow of a chaotic city. He lived a normal life during the day and gave in to his deepest desires at night, continuing to be the monster he was for years. He was an amiable neighbor, a mechanic, a husband, and a father. Nobody had any suspicions. However, the world would finally learn the truth about Lonnie Franklin Jr., and they would be appalled. Fear had descended like a dense, oppressive fog over South Central Los Angeles by the mid-1000s. Black women, underprivileged women, and women who seemed to be uncared for were all going extinct. Later, their lives were forgotten without even making the news, and their bodies were discovered in abandoned lots, alleys, and dumpsters. The streets were filled with whispers. One of them was a murderer. A faceless predator known to the authorities as the Southside Slayer is thought to have committed at least 13 murders between 1983 and 1985. Women who had fallen between the cracks of society were the victims. Many were struggling with addiction, and many were compelled to engage in sex work in order to make ends meet. The crimes were referred to in the newspapers as the Strawberry Murders, after the colloquial phrase for women who traded drugs for sex. However, until September 1985, the LAPD strategy lacked urgency, citywide warnings, and a focused task force. The LAPD eventually acknowledged what the community had known for years, that someone was chasing women in South Central. During a press conference at that point, they begged for assistance. They said they will look into it. However, it was too little too late for many. Margaret Prescott was the most irate person. Week after week, she and other activists gathered outside police headquarters to call for action. They criticized the department for not alerting the public sooner. They drew attention to the blatantly unfair distinction between this case and the one involving Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, that was widely reported. Everything was involved in that investigation: manhunts, news conferences, and an abundance of resources. The police went to great lengths to find Ramirez, who was terrorizing affluent white areas. However, the victims in South Central were not wealthy, they weren't Caucasian. And it meant they didn't matter, based on what Prescott said, and rightly so, about the authorities. By January 1986, there were 15 bodies. Pressure mounted on the LAPD. The case was given to more detectives. The agency established what they named the South Side Slayer Task Force, presently collaborating with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Agency, LASD. It sounded good. It sounded grave. However, no arrests were made, and no significant progress was made. As a result, Prescott and her team decided to take action. The Black Coalition Fighting Back Serial Murders was the new name they adopted to formally represent their work. They compelled the Los Angeles City Council to double the reward for information from $10,000, 0 cents, to $25,000, 0 cents in March 1986. They didn't let up. They had no intention of forgetting these women. Then, however, something altered. There was conflicting evidence. It took more than one individual to come up with the designs and techniques. One serial killer had been pursued by the police for years. They now understood how much awful the truth was. In South Central, there were multiple predators. 4, possibly even more. Suddenly, the LAPD faced a more serious issue. All of a sudden, a network of serial killers overlapped, using the same hunting grounds and preying on the same vulnerable people. The South Side Slayer Task Force began to disintegrate by the end of 1986. Millions were being spent by the city on an investigation that had no conclusive results. Additionally, the task force was reduced by the next year. The stream of hints had slowed. Leads were not moving. One of the task force commanders, Lieutenant John Zorn, acknowledged it. At this stage, the flow of clues is virtually non-existent. In other words, the cops were given up. The murderers were still at large. And he was watching Lonnie Franklin Jr., the worst of all. He waited. And that monstrosity was only beginning. The killings in South Central had been ignored for years. There were no answers, no cold cases, and no victims. The quiet of law enforcement was deafening, even when the streets of Los Angeles were still screaming with rage. But a breakthrough broke the hush in May 2007. A few years later, Janisha Peters, a 25-year-old woman, was discovered dead. A startling revelation was found by detectives after running the DNA evidence. At least 11 additional unsolved homicides from 1985 shared a DNA profile with her perpetrator. This was a single man, but the Southside Slayer was a group of people. A covert task force known as the 800 Task Force was established by the LAPD in the same year. The robbery homicide unit's 6 investigators worked in quiet. Not only were they looking into a serial killer, but they were also looking into a ghost, someone who was invisible but whose evil was still plaguing the people of Los Angeles. Because this predator had remained undiscovered for more than 20 years, they believed that he was no longer killing. The murderer had disappeared, only to resurface 22 years later. 4 months later, the secret was revealed. The story was exposed by LA Weekly investigative writer Christine Pellicek. She revealed the existence of the task force, the link between the new murder and the old one found in the DNA, and, most damning of all, the silence. Police Chief William Braden and Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa had remained silent. There was no public warning, no news announcement, and no admission that a serial killer had been prowling their neighborhoods for more than 20 years. Additionally, some families learned the facts for the first time from the LA Weekly piece. Their daughters had not simply vanished. Years earlier, they had been brutally slain. The pressure was increasing by September 2008. At last, representatives from Los Angeles came forward with a $500,000 0 cents reward for information on the murderer. The public still didn't know much, though. There was mystery in the case. The case was then highlighted on America's Most Wanted on November 1, 2008. Now there were more eyes on the case, increased pressure, more inquiries. At last, Chief Bratton gave a press conference in February 2009. He named the murderer the Grim Sleeper, a moniker LA Weekly came up with. Why? Because the majority of serial killers don't do what this murderer did. At least it appeared that he had stopped. Between 1988 and 2002, there were no known homicides, no bodies connected to his DNA, and no hints. He was gone. Then he struck once more in 2002. That wasn't all, though. A 911 call from the 1980s was also made public by Bratton. Police had been contacted by a witness who said he had saw a man disposing of a body. He described everything in great detail, including the van's license plate number, which was associated with the now-closed Cosmopolitan Church. The Grim Sleeper was still at large despite the proof being there for decades. Pellicek then managed to interview the sole survivor. In March 2009, Inetra Washington was her name. She characterized him as a nice, tidy, somewhat geeky black man in his early 30s. He was dressed in khaki pants and a black polo shirt. He did not appear to be a monster. She had seen his face, though. She had survived the ordeal of being in his vehicle. The LAPD was finally getting close after decades of silence. At last, the Grim Sleeper's history was coming up with him, and he would not vanish this time. The fact that the police already knew his name was the scariest aspect. They simply were unaware of it. Franklin was convicted of a felony in 2003 and given a 3-year supervised probationary period, which would have been an ideal time to get his DNA, but it never happened. A year later, California approved Proposition 69, which significantly expanded the state's database by mandating DNA samples from all criminals and those arrested for specific felonies. Franklin's was not one of the thousands of samples that were gathered. Probation staff neglected to get DNA samples from individuals on unsupervised probation between November 2004 and August 2005. They were overburdened with both labor and resources. And the Grim Sleeper remained buried in that small gap. The LAPD had DNA from several crime locations by 2010. Their killer's genetic fingerprint was known to them. However, there was no match when they ran it through the system. However, they later experimented with family DNA analysis. They sought for relatives, someone in the database who shared enough genetic markers to be closely linked to the murderer, rather than a perfect match. They discovered Christopher Franklin at that point. In 2008, Christopher, the son of Lonnie Franklin, was found guilty of a felony firearms offense. The DNA was near enough to identify his father, even though he was too young to be the murderer. They now required evidence. Franklin was dining at a restaurant when an undercover policeman was dispatched there. His task was to obtain the DNA of the murderer. He pretended to be a server and surreptitiously gathered up everything Franklin came into contact with, including plates, cutlery, and a pizza crust. They conducted the tests back at the lab, and this time there was no question. It was him. The murderer was Lonnie Franklin. Lonnie Franklin Jr. was taken into custody on July 7, 2010. He was accused of 10 murders, 1 attempted murder, and a special circumstance allegation for numerous homicides by the Office of the Los Angeles County District Attorney. However, the misery didn't end there, since investigators discovered something much worse than they had anticipated when they searched his house. Police discovered 180 pictures of women in Franklin's home, some of them smiling, some of them terrified, and some of them unconscious. And that was only the start. There were hundreds of hours of video and more than 1,000 photos of women of all ages, including teenagers, middle-aged women, and even older ladies. Many of them were naked, poised, and vulnerable, and the majority were black. A few of them vanished from view. Whether they were survivors or victims was unknown to the LAPD. Chief Charlie Beck then said something horrifying. "We know this, but we don't even know if they are victims. There were nearly a dozen verified murder victims during Lonnie Franklin's more than 2-decade reign of evil. We must conduct additional research." Desperate to identify the women before it was too late, the authorities made the photos public. Then, in November 2011, there was yet another shocking discovery. After going over hundreds of old case files, detectives came to a sobering conclusion. They thought Franklin was behind at least 6 more killings. In 2005, the bodies of 2 missing ladies had never been located. 2 more had been killed during that enigmatic 14-year period between 1988 and 2002, when everyone believed the grim sleeper had gone dormant. And 2 more had been found, in the 1,980. He'd never stopped, though, so there was no question now. He had recently improved his concealment skills. On February 16, 2016, Lonnie Franklin Jr.'s trial finally got underway after years of postponements. The families of the victims would now finally hear the facts presented in court, after a protracted quest for justice. The prosecution made their case for about 3 months. The concluding arguments then started on May 2. The jury began deliberating 2 days later. They didn't take long. They were found guilty on all counts on May 5, which was only a day and a half later. Prosecutors made yet another shocking revelation during the sentencing hearing a week later. They thought there were 4 more women, even more victims. Franklin was now suspected of killing Rolina Morris, Georgia Mae Thomas, Inez Warren, and Sharon Alicia Dismuke. On January 15, 1984, Sharon Alicia Dismuke was discovered dead in South Park, Los Angeles, at the age of just 21. Nobody at the time connected the grim sleeper to her murder. Investigators didn't notice the strange parallels until decades after Franklin's arrest. The manner in which she was murdered and the manner in which her body was abandoned. Everything was in line with his signature. Inez Elizabeth Warren came next. On August 15, 1988, she was shot while she was 28 years old. When first responders discovered her in an alley in Gramercy Park, Los Angeles, she was still alive, but it was already too late when she got to the hospital. She was first not seen as a grim sleeper victim, just like Sharon. After Franklin was apprehended, investigators took another look, which changed everything. Alicia Monique Alexander was only 18 years old. Her entire life was still to come. However, that future was taken on September 11, 1988. Another young life was brutally taken when her body was discovered discarded in an alley close to 43rd Avenue and Western Avenue in Vermont Square, Los Angeles. Georgia Mae Thomas was unique. Years later, when the grim sleeper was purportedly asleep and inactive, she was murdered. She was shot and left for dead in South Park, Los Angeles, on December 28, 2000. And until Franklin's trial compelled investigators to re-examine her death, her case remained unresolved, just like the others. There was Rolinea Adele Morris after that. On September 10, 2005, Jane disappeared at the age of 31. Her last sighting was close to the 9000 block of Southwestern Avenue in Los Angeles. Franklin possessed her Nevada driver's license, but she was never located. Even more unsettling are 2 sexual pictures of her that are hidden in his garage, among hundreds of other pictures. It was the last piece of proof linking his decades-long reign of terror to her disappearance. These women were more than a collection of names. They were friends, sisters, and daughters. Additionally, their cases were disregarded for much too long. Too many years passed before their killer was apprehended. However, there was no more hiding after the truth. Only after his arrest had investigators pieced together their ties to him, but their cases were not presented during the trial. Prosecutors were concerned that including them would make the proceedings take even longer. The jury's verdict was rendered on June 6, 2016. Lonnie Franklin Jr. received a death sentence. On August 10, 2 months later, the judge formally announced his conviction by reading out the names of all the victims he had been found guilty of killing. Franklin suddenly met an untimely end just as it appeared that justice had been done. He was discovered dead in his cell on March 28, 2020, with no visible injuries. The public was not given an official reason of death. The grim sleeper vanished in an instant, carrying with him whatever secrets he had kept in his bosom while he awaited his demise. It's difficult to pinpoint Lonnie Franklin Jr.'s exact murderous beginnings. According to the prosecution, Sharon Alicia Dismuke was his first victim in January 1984. However, Deborah Jackson's murder in August 1985 was the first murder they could verify, Like she never existed, she was shot and left to lie on the streets. After that, nothing existed for years. No dead, no reports, no trace. It was as though the murderer had disappeared. Was he simply becoming more adept at concealing his crimes, or did he actually stop? For decades, investigators would be plagued by that question. In actuality, though, he never slept at all. Simply put, they hadn't yet located everyone. 2007 saw the death of his final known victim. By that time, a horrifying trend had become apparent. Nearly all of them were black women, many of whom worked as prostitutes. They were easy pickings, women who were already disregarded by society. Franklin was aware of that. Additionally, he exploited it. In the vicinity of downtown Los Angeles, the bodies were consistently discovered outdoors, discarded in alleys, and allowed to decay. And the same weapon, a .25 caliber handgun, was used each and every time. What was the actual number of women killed by the grim sleeper? We might never be able to adequately answer that question. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Like many of the stories we've told, this family appeared to be a living example of the American dream, but appearances can be misleading. On the surface, it all started out as a typical night in a peaceful house with a mother putting her daughter to bed. However, by dawn, the same house would be transformed into a crime scene, with the lady and her 7-year-old daughter discovered brutally killed. By brutally, we mean that this wasn't an attempted robbery. This was anger and malice. There was only blood and silence, no shouts in the night, no evidence of forceful entrance. Palmerston North, a little secure city where doors are left unlocked, was rocked to its foundation. Why attack an innocent family, and who may have done this? Suspicions quickly began to surface due to a late-night trip, an oddly stained clothing, and a computer that was shut off at a certain moment. Suddenly, the story that everyone believed to be true began to change. Because the monster may have been closer than anyone thought in this instance. You will remember the Lundy murders narrative for a long time. They lived in Palmerston North and were a close-knit family consisting of Mark, Christine, and their daughter Amber before everything fell apart. Amber was the only child of Mark and Christine, who had been married for 17 years. She was intelligent, vivacious, and adored by her parents. Together, they operated a kitchen sink sales company. It wasn't particularly glamorous, but it usually covered the expenses. However, behind the scenes, things weren't quite as stable. The business was always in debt, frequently owing its supplier about $100,000, 0 cents. And in 1999, Mark took a risk and went overboard rather than retreating. Dreaming of a vineyard and possibly a new beginning, he purchased 2 pieces of land near Hawke's Bay to cultivate grapes. But such aspirations are not inexpensive. Mark skipped several dates for settlement, according to the landowner's later testimony. Interest rates rose as high as 14% and penalties began to mount. The Lundys were deeply in debt by August 2000, with penalty interest alone amounting to about $140,000, 0 cents. Additionally, the last day to make the payment was August 30th, which was also the day when Christine and Amber were discovered dead. The couple had signed documents to raise their life insurance from $200,000, 0 cents to $500,000, 0 cents just 5 days before to the killings. The page still bears Christine's signature, but the new policy hasn't been processed yet. Bruce Parson, the insurance representative, made it apparent that the increase was not in effect. Christine passed away prior to the paperwork being processed. Tower Insurance did pay $75,000, 0 cents of the Lundy mortgage after the murders, but there was no large payoff or $500,000 check, just sadness and suspicion. Although it appeared to be a family pursuing lofty goals, there were already fissures showing beneath the surface. Let's go back to Tuesday, August 29, 2000, before we go into those cracks. Palmerston North had a cold, unremarkable day, the sort that most people would forget, But by the following morning, the sleepy little town would be completely changed. Mark Lundy got into his car and drove off for Wellington that morning. For him, it was simply another business trip. He made a living selling kitchen sinks and fixtures, so these business trips were nothing out of the ordinary. He might occasionally be gone all day or simply for the night. There were no concerns about that Tuesday. Mark arrived at the Foreshore Motor Lodge in Petone, a quiet lower Hutt neighborhood, at about 5 o'clock in the evening. The receptionist noticed nothing out of the ordinary. From the outside, everything appeared to be normal after he received his room key and settled in. He seemed to have no motive to return home, and he had an alibi. At 5:30, only half an hour later, his cell phone called. Either his wife, Christine, or their daughter, Amber, was calling from home. They spent almost 8 minutes talking. One of them said they were going to McDonald's for dinner. Mark subsequently informed the police. That particular detail was verified. A McDonald's receipt, time-stamped at 5:45 that evening, was later discovered by police in the Lundy residence. An everyday scene captured on grease-stained paper was unequivocal evidence that Christine and Amber were still alive at the time. However, things started to change gradually. Christine took a friend's phone call at about 7 o'clock. She didn't sound panicked or odd, and there was no indication that something wasn't right. Whatever terror lay ahead in that house had not yet materialized. Mark, meantime, continued his evening activities back in Petone. He contacted a business associate at 828 to discuss investing in a Hawke's Bay vineyard project. However, a dark force was infiltrating Palmerston North. At 10:52 that evening, the family computer was manually turned off by someone, not disconnected or crashed, marking the end of life in the Lundy residence. Alarms were aroused by that innocuous behavior. Some thought it signaled that the murderer had completed their mission. At 11:30 that evening, Mark called again, but this time he was calling a Petone escort service rather than a business associate. Around 1 in the morning, a woman was allegedly sent to his motel and left. He would later use this detail as a key component of his alibi. How could a man host a guest in his motel room and be complicit in a vicious double murder in a different city? However, the escort's presence wasn't what would completely change the course of this tale. That was Wednesday, August 30, the next day. Glenn Wary, Christine's brother, stopped by the house sometime in the middle of the morning. When he knocked on the front door, no one responded, but he needed to talk to her about a business situation. The ranch slider door was unlocked when he walked around the back. When he entered, he discovered Christine's blood-covered, lifeless body on the bed. She had been hit in the head several times, so badly that pieces of brain and bone had sprayed the bedroom doorway and walls. Amber was discovered on the floor, still wearing her nightgown, face down. She hadn't gotten very far because, like her mother, she had been brutally attacked. The murderer was merciless. This was anger, not simply murder. As soon as the police arrived on the scene, they realized something was wrong. There was blood on the frame of a back window that appeared to have been tampered with, possibly to simulate a break-in. The window belonged to Christine. Only after the murders were completed did it seem as though the murderer had attempted to create the impression that someone had broken in. The scene was deliberate and ruthless. It appeared to be a robbery at first. Investigators wondered if someone had broken in for valuables because a little jewelry box was stolen, but nothing else of value was found. Why merely take a trinket box and abandon everything else? This action wasn't impulsive. It was intimate. Detectives thought the weapon was similar to a tomahawk because of the severity of the injuries. It was small, sharp, easy to swing, and equally easy to dispose of. That raised the most important question of all. Who would carry out this action? Who had the time, the chance, and the reason? At that point, Mark Lundy came into focus. The police thought he was to blame. The surprise is that they couldn't even agree on the alleged date of the incident, depending on which version of the story you follow. According to one account, Mark killed his wife and children after leaving his motel after the business calls, drove more than 150 kilometers back to Palmerston North, and then hurried back to Petone so no one would notice. Another theory made me shiver even more. That version states that the killings did not take place at night. Rather, they asserted that Mark Lundy left his motel covertly after midnight, precisely within the minuscule time frame between calling an escort service and the woman showing up at his room. He had less than an hour to drive back to Palmerston North, kill his wife and daughter in a horrible manner, get clean, and then go back to the motel as if nothing had occurred. Imagine traveling more than 300 kilometers in less than 60 minutes, carrying out a brutal double homicide, and returning with no signs of guilt, blood, or evidence. Police somehow thought he had driven that distance twice in one night, even though no one saw him on the road, no traffic cameras saw his car, no gas receipts, no roadside witnesses, and no motel employees saw him go. A disappearance that would have made for a work of fiction, but was being handled as fact. Then, not in the courtroom but at the gravesite, came the moment that would split a country. Grief is said to affect people differently. Some people cry out to the heavens, some collapse, and some shut down. However, Mark Lundy's sadness didn't just pour out. It burst in front of the cameras when he buried his wife and his only daughter. And it wasn't subdued or silent. Only a few days after Christine and Amber were discovered dead in their house, it was shown. There was a funeral. There were so many mourners in the church. The town as a whole felt shattered. There were still no arrests, despite the fact that 2 innocent lives had been taken in the most brutal manner possible. People came to find serenity, to remember, and to grieve. Then, staggered between pals, came Mark Lundy. He was scarcely able to stand. As he sobbed hysterically, cameras rolled. His face twisted in pain, his screams reverberated. People around him had to hold him up when he fell to the ground and shook uncontrollably. For those who saw, it was too much, but it was the kind of suffering that most people pray they will never go through. There was something wrong with it, and something harmful started to develop gradually. That expression of sorrow turned into a public vote on guilt when it ought to have been a private time of mourning. Did he weep excessively? Was it authentic? Or was there a darker side to the performance? Even the Court of Appeal recognized the scene's influence in 2018, years after. They thought that throughout Mark's trial, jurors were probably subjected to numerous broadcasts of his funeral breakdown. Perhaps during lunch breaks, when the news was blaring in the background, or perhaps on a neighboring screen in the courtroom. In any case, the picture stuck. Mark's own defense attorney, Jonathan Eaton, QC, wasn't sugarcoating it. He claimed that Lundy appeared pitiful and somewhat humorous in the video. At his family's burial, the man who was seen screaming and flailing had evolved into more than simply a distraught spouse. He was now a suspect caught in the public's suspicions. Whether on purpose or not, the day's public spectacle sowed mistrust in the air. And that seed might have developed into something lethal in a case already beset by hazy chronologies and evasive evidence. Because grief that appears excessively large may occasionally seem like a deception in the court of public opinion. As soon as investigators entered the Lundy residence, it became evident that this was not a straightforward break-in gone awry. Downstairs, there was silence, no evidence of a battle. Then there was an eruption of violence upstairs. Bone fragments, blood all over the place. A child's body collapsed in a doorway, and a woman who had been bludgeoned so severely that her skull was broken. Police looked for a motive, a suspect, a weapon, or anything else that would explain what had transpired that night for weeks. Then there was a breakthrough, or at least that's how it appeared. Police discovered a polo shirt hidden inside a zipped-up tool bag inside Mark Lundy's vehicle. It was stained, just enough to raise suspicions but not enough to be seen at a look. The garment was dispatched for examination. Nothing definitive was first discovered, but everything changed when the second set of testing was conducted. After examining the clothing, a laboratory in Texas, yes, Texas, came up with a startling conclusion. According to the Crown, the stains comprised tissue from the central nervous system, specifically from Christine's brain or spinal cord. Somehow, her husband's clothing had come into contact with her brain tissue. It was the type of information that goes beyond implying guilt. It shouts it out. After all, who unintentionally gets their spouse's brain tissue on their clothes? Sharpening like a blade was the prosecution's story. Late that night, they claimed, Lundy had driven all the way from Petone to Palmerston North entered the house without a sound, and fatally struck his wife and daughter. In order to strengthen his alibi, he then phoned for an escort, washed up, and drove back. They said he later stuffed the clothing, which was soiled with the very evidence that would turn on him, in the car. This is where things go wrong, though. The testing science, known as mRNA analysis, was state-of-the-art, contentious, and in some cases untrustworthy. It had never before been utilized in a criminal trial, not even in New Zealand. In court, experts clashed. The brain tissue, according to one side, was obvious and damning. According to the other, the findings were flawed, prone to contamination, and ought never to have been accepted as proof. The timeline wasn't perfect either. Lundy was first accused by the prosecution of carrying out the killings at approximately 7:00 p.m. The evidence, however, didn't match up. The call to the escort, the McDonald's ticket, and the phone records all pointed to the fact that he was not in the vicinity of Palmerston North at the time. Thus, they modified the theory. They now asserted that the killings took place closer to midnight, within a window of time that was hardly large enough for what he allegedly accomplished. He allegedly drove the 3 hours in disguise at a high speed while it was dark. All of this was done in order to return to his motel before dawn, without any physical weapon ever being found, no witnesses, and no blood in his car. It was ripped apart by the defense. They claimed that the science was unproven, the evidence dubious, and the timeline ridiculous. However, the picture of a man wearing his wife's brain on his shirt had already been planted by that point. A husband, a dad, or a monster. The prosecution's version of events was altered during the retrial. They had earlier claimed that the murders couldn't have occurred, but now they had to occur after 10:52 p.m. It seems desperate. The defense blasted the contradiction, referring to it as trial by timeline gymnastics, because everything else fell apart if Lundy couldn't have made that trip or be in 2 locations at once. Nevertheless, the Crown maintained that science prevailed over time. There was brain tissue on the shirt. The reason was debt. Anger was the tool. The timeline was described as tight but not impossible. That wasn't a leap, though, for many who were following the case's development. It was a leap into a canyon. Because it was more than just, could he do it? The question shifted to, is it even possible? Almost 15 years after his first conviction, Mark Lundy was facing a second trial in 2015. With new legal arguments, expert testimony, and a thorough rethinking of the time frame that had once deceived him, a revised case was constructed. He had been sentenced to life in prison in the first trial, but the case was reviewed in 2013 after the Court of Appeal declared that his conviction was dangerous because of a mix of contentious science, a shaky timetable, and media influence. Lundy so found himself back in the dock, but this time he had fresh questions, fresh evidence, and a fresh opportunity to prove his innocence. Was it a new beginning, though? The 3 main pieces of evidence were the same: the strange time frame, the financial motivation, and the brain tissue found on Lundy's shirt. The defense would continue to challenge the forensic evidence's validity. They had to. But what about the motivation? The chronology? Could they present a compelling enough case to overcome the years of rumors, media hysteria, and courtroom drama? The prosecution maintained the brain tissue argument, claiming that Christine's head was the only possible source. However, the defense refused to accept it. They referred to the mRNA analysis as experimental science and discredited the reliability of the forensic results. They questioned if the study, especially when it came from a tainted sample, actually demonstrated anything about the tissue. The timeline followed. The premise of the prosecution's case remained that Lundy could have driven from Petone to Palmerston North, murdered his wife and daughter, and then driven back to Petone in the middle of the night in a manner that defied common sense. This time, however, the defense said that it wasn't only a stretch. There was no way. All of the prosecution's presumptions were questioned by them. What about the motivation, though? Why Lundy would murder his wife and daughter a few days after raising their life insurance payout was a question the defense sought to answer. It didn't add up, even though the prosecution claimed it was all about the debt. When there are simpler alternatives, why kill your family? Given that the insurance coverage had not yet taken effect, why would the indebted businessman go to such lengths? Not to mention the circus of the media. The public had become familiar with Mark Lundy's visage by the time of the retrial. The viewer had already seen enough of the funeral footage to make them sick, and the jurors was still troubled by the idea that he was a grieving father who might be pretending. They said that his dramatic reaction at the funeral was too much grief and had been the subject of lengthy analysis. Was it all an act, or was it real? It seemed to be a fight between perception and truth, as the defense portrayed Lundy as a victim of circumstance. Even if the scientific evidence was questionable, the prosecution held on to it. The defense, on the other hand, attempted to cast doubt on every single premise, including the timeline, the motive, and the forensic evidence, all while presenting a picture of a guy who had been falsely accused. The jury's verdict would ultimately depend on one point, though. Following all the arguments, expert testimony, and scientific disputes, was Mark Lundy indeed responsible for two heinous murders, or had the system failed him? Mark Lundy would be found guilty of killing his wife Christine and daughter Amber at the end of the retrial. This time, he was not saved by the disparities in the timing, the dubious forensic science, or the damaged public image. But the fight for the truth was far from ended. Although an appeal was promised by Lundy's attorneys, the final decision would not be made for years. Paul Peterson, Christine's brother, was the first person to reach the crime site in the hours after the horrific killings of Christine and Amber Lundy. This individual wasn't an investigator or a police officer, and everything about his presence looked out of balance in the icy calm of that moment, as if fate had put him in the middle of a storm that would rock his family's entire universe. Although it began as a typical day in Palmerston North, a peaceful town, Paul would remember that day for reasons that would follow him throughout his life. It started, oddly enough, with his sister calling. Despite Christine's assurance that they would talk about a family issue, Paul felt uneasy when he showed up at the Lundy residence to meet with her. A feeling of dread swept over him as he entered through the open front door. Then he discovered that Christine and Amber Lundy had been brutally robbed of their lives. Paul saw the finding as a moment that would never be able to be undone. There was no turning back once he stepped into that crime scene. He had entered a nightmare that would tear apart his family's fundamental existence. What was most noticeable, though, was the uncanny quiet that seemed to envelop him. Paul Peterson phoned the police right away after discovering the bodies, as anyone would. However, as detectives started piecing together the chronology, something didn't fit. In addition to being the first person to reach the residence, Paul had also found the bodies. The question was raised: was Paul complicit in the killings? Was he a guy gripped by the horror of what he had just discovered? Or was his calm manner in the aftermath an indication of guilt? The emergence of a disturbing pattern was immediately noticed by the police. In addition to being the first to find the dead, Paul's deeds and testimony played a crucial role in determining how the crime was told, but the way he described his discovery was a little unsettling. A cloud of suspicion hovered over Paul every time the pictures of him entering the house quietly, talking to the police, and then testifying at trial were shown back. Paul Peterson came under more scrutiny as the investigation went on. Paul Peterson was the quiet witness to all of this, remaining in the background while Mark Lundy was taken into custody and charged with killing his wife and daughter. However, many were unaware that Paul was starting to draw his own questions as a result of his own anguish. Had Paul remained too composed after the incident? His calm response to discovering the victims and his icy description of the crime scene were later questioned by some, who questioned whether this was the response of the murderers. Was it anything more sinister? Or was his cool-headedness a protection mechanism? Perhaps Paul Peterson knew more about his sister's and niece's deaths than he disclosed? The suspicion around Paul never really went away, even though he was never officially accused or connected to the crime. People in the neighborhood couldn't help but worry whether he had been too close to the crime, and some started to wonder if there was something crucial that the investigators had overlooked, like a detail in Paul's testimony or something he did before phoning the police. Ultimately, despite persistent suspicions, Paul Peterson was never prosecuted with his sister's and niece's deaths. Paul went back to being on the sidelines of the case, while the investigation shifted to heavily focus on Mark Lundy. Mark Lundy was acquitted in 2019, following years of court proceedings, when the Court of Appeal determined that the case against him had been essentially faulty. The brain tissue evidence, which had been one of the most important components of the prosecution's case, was declared untrustworthy by the court, which also decided that there was not enough evidence to warrant his conviction. It was also determined that the trial's timetable was riddled with errors and omissions that called into question the first conviction. The Court of Appeal determined that the conviction was unsafe after the retrial revealed serious flaws in the case and fresh evidence that pointed to reasonable doubt. Lundy was consequently exonerated of all accusations. One thing is certain: even if the case has reached its legal conclusion, the truth is still elusive and just out of grasp. Is the murderer still among us, lurking in plain sight? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Imagine dropping off your child at school only to have their body delivered the following day. And when the truth is out, everyone tries to shield the person responsible. From his body being found in a gym mat to the startling finding of his missing organs during his exhumation, this was the reality for Kendrick Johnson's family. Every detail of this case seems to raise more questions than it does answers, and it is already horrifying. Kendrick Johnson, the youngest of his siblings, was born in October 1995 to Kenneth and Jacqueline Johnson. He was his family's center and the source of light in their house. He was a youngster with a natural charm and an easy smile, according to his mother, who called him the joy of their lives. He was incredibly athletic and a budding basketball and football star. He had a knack for numbers and was naturally good at math and science. He also kept track of allowances in his head with ease. Above all, though, Kendrick had aspirations, big, overpowering aspirations, to become a professional football player. However, those ambitions were permanently silenced on January 11, 2013. Kendrick, 17, was found in a way that no one could have predicted. Inside a rolled-up wrestling mat in the gymnasium at Lowndes High School, or LHS, in Valdosta, Georgia, his lifeless body twisted in an odd way. He appeared to have been completely engulfed by the mat, with his head buried deep within the coil and his feet protruding from the top. It was a horrible, perplexing scene. The authorities quickly provided an explanation. Kendrick fell inside the mat while grabbing for a pair of footwear, according to the Lowndes County Sheriff's Office, which declared his death to be an accident. After conducting an autopsy, the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, or GBI, determined that positional asphyxia was the cause of his death. He was trapped upside down, suffocating. However, his parents, Kenneth and Jackie Johnson, were more aware there was a problem, and then the terrifying details came to light. The first day of classes following the Christmas holiday was January 9, 2013. The LHS pupils became accustomed to their routine. There were two gymnasiums at the school, a larger modern one and an older one. A number of enormous wrestling mats were placed upright and firmly rolled in the dark, dusty corner of the former gym. Kendrick was among the pupils who kept personal items inside the mats in order to avoid paying for lockers. However, the layout had changed since more mats had been added during the interval. Because LHS had a block schedule, classes were held on various days. At precisely 1:30 p.m. on Thursday, January 10, Kendrick was seen entering the former gym on distorted security film, but he was never spotted going anywhere. He never showed up for his next weightlifting class. The school day came to a close, the corridors were deserted, and hours went by. After a freshman basketball game that night, he was meant to return home, but he never did. His phone rang incessantly, but there was no answer. It was midnight. His mother, Jackie Johnson, saw the terrible situation in her bones. She thus filed a missing persons report, like any mother would. Jackie Johnson's heart thumping with fear, she came at the school the following morning, January 11. She begged the officials who issued flyers for missing persons. There wasn't enough time. Then, at around 10:30 a.m., a group of female students were sitting on top of the wrestling mats in the old gym, completing surveys. They were chatting absently when they noticed a pair of socks that were just barely visible through one of the rolled-up carpets. Thinking it was a joke, one female laughed, but her curiosity overcame her. The sight of a body sent chills down her spine as she scaled the bleachers and peered down into the mat. The air thickened and the laughter ceased. The silence in the gym was broken by her scream. A guy student hurried up and attempted to remove Kendrick with shaking hands. He flinched in horror as soon as he touched the body because the smell of decay hit him like a wave. Something horrible had obviously occurred here. Together, a teacher ran forward. The mat was knocked over. Kendrick's body sagged forward, his eyes frozen, in a scream that never left his lips, his face unrecognizable, grotesquely bloated. Chaos broke out in the school. A lockdown was issued by administrators. Away from the horror that was taking place in the old gym, students were led into the new one. Jackie Johnson's world was falling apart somewhere in the midst of the mayhem. The words that would permanently alter her life were said by a voice. His body had been located. For 21 hours, Kendrick had been by himself, suffocating in the darkness. When their son's body was dug up for a second autopsy, Jackie and Kenneth Johnson's sadness gave way to dread because, as it turned out, all of his organs were gone: the heart, lungs, liver, and brain. A terrible farce of justice. His body had been crammed with newspaper in their place. The official diagnosis of asphyxia was directly contradicted by the second autopsy, which found blunt force injury. Later on in the video, this will be clarified. Kendrick had been heard, and it had been covered up by someone. Nevertheless, there are still unresolved doubts about his death. Was there a terrible accident that claimed Kendrick Johnson's life? Or had he been killed, silenced, buried, or forgotten? The truth is still hidden 10 years later. However, there is no doubt that someone knows the truth about what actually transpired. Authorities from Lowndes County acted swiftly, interrogating each student present in the gym when Kendrick was discovered. Their tales coincided: the eerie silence of the gym, the blood accumulating beneath Kendrick's head, and the two pairs of shoes, one next to his feet and the other underneath him, were all captured on camera. However, something didn't feel right. There was no blood on the school book or yellow folder that Kendrick had been carrying, nor was there any blood outside the mat. The shoes he had been wearing had none. Tests revealed that the old blood found on a neighboring column wasn't Kendrick's. Bloody tissues discovered in the girls' restroom trash can were identified as belonging to a female student who had experienced a nosebleed. Kendrick's socks, however, were only half removed, his body contorted in a manner that was impossible to describe. The Johnson family rejected the accidental death verdict. They turned to civil rights organizations for assistance. The NAACP and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, or SCLC, stepped in. There were protests. Outside the courthouse, Kendrick's parents were also taken into custody for civil disobedience. They were fighting what they thought was a cover-up, and the case was getting out of hand. The Department of Justice intervened in response to growing criticism and began its own inquiry, but even that ended in failure. Two brothers, Brian and Brandon Bell, whose father was an FBI agent, were the subject of allegations. They were publicly accused by the Johnsons, which stoked more controversy. However, one of the boys was out of state when Kendrick vanished due to a strong alibi. The case became more ambiguous. Once among Kendrick's strongest supporters, the SCLC and NAACP walked away after their own investigations revealed that his death was indeed an accident. However, that response was rejected by his parents. Was there a terrible accident that claimed Kendrick Johnson's life? Or was his death staged to keep someone safe? There are two sides to a coin, each giving a different tale, and this case is still a mystery. The old gym at Lowndes High School was familiar to Kendrick Johnson. He avoided paying for a locker by concealing his shared pair of footwear inside the rolled-up wrestling mats, which he utilized as makeshift storage like many other students do. He had done it innumerable times before. It was a habit. On January 10, 2013, Kendrick was seen entering the gym by himself on security camera. He was not followed. Nobody witnessed what transpired next. However, detectives think Kendrick's last minutes were a tragic series of ill-advised maneuvers based on the physical evidence. Kendrick, who was 5 feet 10 inches tall, grabbed for the mat that held his shoes, only to discover that it had been moved over the holiday break and was now trapped under a number of others. The gap was barely accessible. He did what he had probably done before. Instead of tipping the mat over, which would have been a noisy move that would have attracted unwanted attention, grasping the side of the mat with his right hand, he climbed in. With his left hand extended to grasp the shoe inside, he dropped himself head first. However, the cramped area made it impossible for him to flex his elbow and raise himself back up as he went further. His muscles ached. Panic struck. He eventually slipped farther down after losing his hold on the edge of the mat. His shoulders were stuck against the mat's walls, trapping him since his body was now completely inverted. Gravity was against him more and more as he struggled, making it harder for him to move. He may have even tried to kick himself free in an attempt to shift his weight. In the process, he knocked his shoes off their soles, and they fell close to his feet. His head was flooded with blood. His surroundings became more gloomy. As his lungs squished beneath his own weight, oxygen levels fell. He suffocated in quiet, trapped and defenseless, alone in a packed student gym, just out of reach of rescue. Kendrick stayed inside the mat, undiscovered, for about 21 hours. Before his mother filed a missing persons report, Kendrick's absence was unquestioned. However, it was already too late. Rigor mortis had already set in by the time his body was ultimately found the next morning. The official decision was accidental positional asphyxia, a poor choice that quickly became fatal. The silent and sneaky murderer is positional asphyxia. It happens when a person's body gets stuck in a way that makes it difficult for them to breathe, which stops their oxygen flow until they suffocate. Positional asphyxia is a prolonged, painful death, in contrast to the spectacular struggle frequently associated with suffocating, in which the victim may not even be aware that they are in danger until it is too late. This condition usually occurs when a person's body is twisted in a way that compresses the chest or stops the lungs from expanding fully, such as when they are trapped in a car, wedged between pieces of furniture, or, as was the case with Kendrick Johnson, discovered upside down inside a rolled-up gym mat. The oxygen levels fall with each short breath, and finally, unconsciousness takes over. Death is certain if assistance is not received in a timely manner. Similar patterns can be seen in medical results from other cases of positional asphyxia. Suffocation symptoms including darkened or discolored skin, fluid buildup in the lungs, and blood leaking from the lips and nostrils are frequently found in victims in abnormal positions. However, the fact that these fatalities can be misconstrued for something else is what makes them so unsettling. However, there was more to the coin. In a rolled-up gym mat, Kendrick Johnson was discovered dead upside down. That much is true. Nothing else in the official story, however, makes sense to his family. The Johnsons have maintained that Kendrick didn't get into the mat by himself ever since his body was found. He stayed upright. He didn't accidentally suffocate. He died. The ensuing cover-up was so calculated and complex that the truth is still hidden years later. From the beginning, it didn't make sense. The way the case was handled was the most obvious red flag. It is blatantly against Georgia law that the coroner, whose responsibility it was to supervise the body and crime scene, was not called for almost 6 hours. Whatever evidence had been present had already been compromised by the time he got there, and the gym was no longer secured. Authorities in Lowndes County made the decision to declare Kendrick's death an accident remarkably quickly. The medical examiner for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation ruled out foul play and approved positional asphyxia as the cause of death. The matter was resolved. The Johnsons, however, weren't persuaded, because something much more sinister than an accident occurred inside that gym. There were also concerns about Kendrick's body position. One arm was twisted at his side, the other stretched above his head in an uncomfortable position. Both arms ought to have been lowered if he had been grabbing for his shoes. It was almost impossible for him to have fallen in by accident because of the way the gym mats were stacked. And how did his shoes get up neatly on top of his legs instead of under him, assuming he had gotten inside? Additionally, there was enough blood to raise suspicions. There was a pool of blood beneath his head and a line of blood on a nearby wall. However, officials never put it to the test because they thought it was outdated and irrelevant to the case. There were, of course, his organs, as we already know. Desperate for answers they believed had been denied, Kendrick's parents painfully decided to exhume his body for an independent autopsy months later. The results of the examination of the body were terrible. Newspaper had been used in place of his internal organs. The family's worries were heightened when officials later stated that this was normal practice because of decomposition. The results of the independent autopsy were much more concerning. This fresh autopsy revealed a far more brutal conclusion to Kendrick's life, even though the Georgia Bureau of Investigation had declared his death an accident caused by positional asphyxiation. It showed obvious indications of blunt force damage to the neck, indicating that Kendrick had been hit with enough force to kill him rather than suffocate. Two distinct autopsies, two entirely different findings. Which was the truthful one? His body was delivered that way, the funeral home insisted. Any involvement was denied by the coroner's office. Nobody would or could explain it. The length of time it took for officials to inform the Johnsons of their son's passing was possibly the most horrifying. It was not until long later that Kendrick's family was notified that his body had been found in the morning. They begged for answers, but the police were unresponsive and only provided evasive responses. The parents of Kendrick thought they knew who was to blame. The Johnsons did not consider the death of their son to be an accident. They were certain that he had been killed, and they thought they knew who did it. Two brothers, Brian and Brandon Bell, who also went to Lowndes High School, were named in their case. They said that their father, an FBI agent, had ordered one of the brothers to entice Kendrick to the gym, where he was viciously assaulted. The lawsuit claimed that a fight over a girl was the motivation. However, the Bell family denied any involvement. According to school records, one of the brothers was apparently in another area of the school on the day Kendrick was last seen alive, while the other was out of town. This served as evidence by the authorities that the brothers had strong alibis. The Johnsons, however, were not persuaded and maintained that the evidence had been falsified to shield the family. They may have had the answers. The motionless, unblinking eyes of the security cameras installed inside the former gym at Lowndes High School, the very location where Kendrick Johnson was discovered dead, may have caught them. However, those responses are absent. Grant Fredericks, a forensic video analyst, discovered something quite disturbing when he looked over the school's camera tape. It was more important to consider what the cameras hadn't recorded than what they had. Two cameras inside the gym missed a whole hour and 5 minutes, which included Kendrick's last moments. A total of 2 hours and 10 minutes of footage had been lost from two additional cameras. The video then cuts back to exactly 1:09 p.m., just in time to see Kendrick walking inside the gym. However, what took place prior to that? Who had entered already? The most important piece of evidence in the whole case, the footage, is just gone, so we don't know. The fact that the camera's timestamps didn't match raised even more red flags. There was a broken timeline that was easy to manipulate because the cameras inside the gym seemed to be operating 10 minutes ahead of the ones outside. In the 1 hour of footage that was missing, a camera outside the gym did catch something significant. A large number of pupils entered the facility. Did they notice anything? Did they answer questions, or were they involved in anything that needed to be kept secret? Fredericks's findings were increasingly troubling as he went deeper into the video recordings. Some of the recordings couldn't be played since they were corrupted. Others had suffered severe image loss due to improper processing. "I can't say why they were done that way," he said, "but they were not done correctly, and they were not done thoroughly. Where the truth ought to have been, there was a digital void, empty spaces, instead of a clear, unquestionable account of Kendrick's last moments. The chain of custody, or rather, its total breakdown, was what made it worse. The video system was not immediately taken over by law police. Rather, they had deferred to the IT department of the school to determine which footage to release. Fredericks issued a warning, saying that you don't want someone who might be accountable to decide what they provide the police. But that's precisely what took place. The video had been taken out by a school staff, not an investigator. 5 days after Kendrick's body was discovered, it was then turned over to the authorities. Anything might have been changed, removed, or changed by then. In those missing minutes, in those corrupted files, in those altered timestamps. somewhere in the digital abyss, lies the truth about what happened to Kendrick Johnson. Frederick's conclusion was chilling. Until I have the digital video system in my hand, and I can say everything is intact, and this is what was recorded, I would still be highly suspicious of this. But someone made sure. We would never see the truth if it was caught on camera. Why were there so many unexplored leads? Why did the Bells appear to be exempt from scrutiny? The Johnsons thought their father's strong connections were the reason. Law enforcement held fast to their position while the Johnsons demanded answers. The death of Kendrick was an accident. Officials rejected the family's claims that the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and the sheriff's office handled the matter improperly as unfounded. Nevertheless, unsettling information kept coming to light. The body was moved before authorities arrived, according to a coroner's report, which also characterized the case's management as extremely subpar. Someone had messed with a sealed body bag. Determined to find the truth, authorities refused to comply completely. The Bell brothers were named in a lawsuit brought by the Johnsons in 2015, along with more than 30 other defendants, including police enforcement, school administrators, and medical examiners. The Lowndes County Sheriff's Office was accused of fabricating the incident by putting Kendrick's body underneath the mat to give the impression that it was an accident. But without any confessions, concrete proof, or eyewitnesses, their case collapsed. Still, there were unanswered questions. But investigators refused to back down. Citing a regional crime lab assessment that revealed no serious injuries on Kendrick's body, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation rejected homicide charges. The independent autopsy followed. The Johnsons employed forensic pathologist Dr. William Anderson, who determined that Kendrick's death was due to blunt force injuries to the neck rather than suffocation. He declared it a murder. 2 contradicting reasons of death, 2 autopsies. Which was the real one? The Johnsons have been searching for answers for more than 10 years. They protested, filed lawsuits, and exposed what they see as widespread corruption in Valdosta, Georgia. Kenneth Johnson, Kendrick's father, has stated, "We live here. We know how this town is. We know how they will lie. We know how they will cover up for one another." Desperate for fresh proof, they dug up Kendrick's body twice. The parents' efforts to reveal the truth have cost them thousands of dollars. However, each time they approach, the case becomes more obscure. A federal inquiry was started by the Justice Department, but its results were never made public. The courts ruled that there was insufficient evidence and dismissed important lawsuits. The press went on. The town went on. Kendrick's parents, however, will never, because they think they are aware that their son was killed and that the truth is being concealed by someone, somewhere. The battle for justice is far from ended, yet the truth is still hidden. What then was it? A murder that was well hidden, or a tragic accident? There are still no conclusive answers, neither for Kendrick Johnson's family, nor for those who have followed this case. Years have gone by, yet the truth is still elusive due to missing video, contradicting reports, and rumors of a cover-up. The quiet surrounding Kendrick's killing is louder than ever, and justice is still elusive. Will the family of Kendrick Johnson ever receive the justice they are due, or will the truth always remain hidden? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A worrying call was made to Spanish police in May 2023 from a peaceful Malaga suburb. They found a young woman's body with several stab wounds in one of the units. Hours after leaving the area, the suspect was caught at a nearby cafe. But this catastrophe was just the start of a chain of events that brought detectives to an unresolved case from 9 years earlier. Even the most seasoned forensic specialists were taken aback by what they discovered beyond the wall of another flat. Sibora Gagani and her lover Marco resided in Spain's Laurel area, close to Torremolinos beaches, in 2011. Their existence appeared stable on the surface. Marco was a chef and Sibora was a waitress at a nearby restaurant. Sibora frequently called her mother Elisabetta to reassure her that everything was good at their tiny rental home. But beneath this seeming consistency were significant issues that were more apparent every month. Elisabetta felt the strained atmosphere in the home right away when she traveled to Spain to see her daughter. Even in her presence, Sibora and Marco began to argue. Elisabetta witnessed her daughter's attempt to rationalize Marco's outbursts of anxiety and jealousy by attributing them to transient problems. But Elisabetta was certain that the issues extended well beyond daily hardships. It was difficult to accept that Sibora had been someone entirely different just 2 years prior. Born in Tirana, Albania, on September 14, 1991, she has a reputation for being vivacious and upbeat from an early age. Following the split of her parents, Elisabetta, her mother, relocated to Italy with her kids, establishing a new life in Rome. People around Sibora took to her right away. Because of her enthusiasm and amiability, her classmates dubbed her Sibi. Sibora wanted to help her family even though she was struggling financially. She began working as a waitress in a nearby cafe at an early age, yet she never lost up on her goals. Her slender build, inherent beauty, and victory in a local beauty pageant gave her access to modeling prospects. Despite this, Sibora's greatest ambition was to become a teacher because she truly enjoyed working with kids. When Sibora turned 18, things started to shift. She met 31-year-old Marco at a cafe, and she was immediately drawn to his confidence and charm. She didn't know anything about him at the time. He had a sister, was divorced, and appeared to be looking to move on with his life. But there was a tangled past hidden behind this facade. Marco had already drawn the notice of the authorities on several times due to his aggressive demeanor and issues with controlled narcotics. Captivated by his charm, Sibora decided to ignore these red flags. After a year of dating, Marco proposed that Sibora and he go to Spain, saying that the country offered better employment prospects than Italy. Sibora persisted that she thought this relocation would usher in a new era when she and Marco could create a happy life together, despite Elisabetta's attempts to encourage her daughter to stop questioning Marco's motives. Spain initially appeared to be a promising country. Marco secured a job as a pizza cook, while Sibora soon secured employment as a waitress. Sibora seemed upbeat as she told her mother about her plans after they rented a comfortable house. Their stability did not last long, though. Marco blamed his bosses for his failures and started losing jobs one after another. He became increasingly irritable and jealous, and his violent outbursts turned from small altercations into major confrontations. Elisabetta was taken aback by what she discovered when she went to Spain to check on her daughter. Once vivacious and self-assured, Sibora now seems reserved and quiet. Marco made no effort to conceal his annoyance in Elisabetta's presence. Their confrontations became more heated, but Sibora persisted in standing up for Marco, telling her mother that things will get better. Those close to Sibora were perplexed as to why she chose to ignore these warning signs. Maybe she looked to Marco for the stability and support she had not experienced during her formative years. After relocating from Albania to Italy, her family had experienced hardship. Elisabetta put in a lot of effort to give her kids a better life, but Sibora had to take on responsibilities at a young age. She may have tried to fill that gap with her connection with Marco, but it just made things worse. For Sibora, life in Spain was getting more and more difficult. Her childhood dreams slowly turned into far-off recollections. Sibora Gargiani abruptly vanished in July 2014, leaving her family in distress. Her last known communication was a July 7 text message to her ex-partner Marco. Her social media accounts became silent, and she shut off her phone. This was not how she usually behaved. Before that, Sibora had told her mother that she felt free, had finally moved into a new apartment, and had broken up with Marco. According to her, it felt like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. But everyone was startled by her abrupt quiet. The situation became even more bizarre when Marco showed up to Elisabetta's house in Italy out of the blue. He made an effort to come across as a man who was deeply troubled by what had transpired and remorseful. He told Elisabetta over coffee that he didn't know where Sibora might have gone. Marco claims that just before she disappeared, they had a disagreement and she left all of her possessions behind. Marco later claimed that Sibora had been spotted leaving with 2 luggage by a security guard at their apartment building. Concerns and suspicions were only increased by these contradictory remarks. Elisabetta remembered that Sibora had announced her intention to permanently break up with him only a month before. She had left Marco's apartment and was reconstructing her life after 3 years of attempting to save it. She made an effort to keep her distance from him throughout that time, but it didn't appear to have much of an impact on his interest in her life. Marco kept getting involved, displaying a disturbing tenacity. He abruptly called Elisabetta at the beginning of July to inquire as to whether Sibora had returned to Italy. Elisabetta found the question strange, especially considering how recently they had broken up. In 2013, Sibora had tried several times to break off contact with Marco. She even went back to her mother's house in Italy, intending to abandon everything. She acknowledged at the time that she didn't see their relationship going forward, but Marco wouldn't let it go. Presenting himself at their Italian home, he begged Sibora to change. He even asked her to marry him. Sibora fell into his promises because she was exhausted from the never-ending battle, but the cycle quickly started up again. Her sense of calm was once more destroyed by aggressive conduct, jealousy, and control. She once told her mother that she might have to entirely vanish if she ever made the decision to leave Marco permanently, because she thought he wouldn't leave her alone. Sibora visited Italy often in the months that followed, most likely due to the expiration of her Spanish residency permit. According to some stories, she traveled with a fake Italian ID. Elisabetta saw that her daughter was becoming more and more afraid. Although Sibora seldom ever talked about it, she merely stated that she was trying to find a way out of her challenging circumstance. Sibora attempted to start over by moving into a new apartment by June 2014. She informed her mother that she had no plans to visit Marco again. She briefly appeared to be free again, but worries about her safety persisted after Marco said she had departed and left all of her possessions behind. Her family saw right away that something was amiss. Sibora would never have cut off communication with her mother, and brothers in particular. The family could only wait and hope that Sibora had really chosen to go into hiding in order to avoid Marco's control, but her contradictory statements and total lack of communication only made matters worse. Despite the efforts of Sibora Gagani's family and law enforcement, the inquiry into her abduction had not advanced much by 2015. Her mother, Elisabetta, had been the impetus behind formally reporting the incident to the police. Since Marco Zaboris was the last person to have seen her before she disappeared, she continued to believe that he was somehow connected to the incident. His actions during the probe, however, only served to heighten suspicions. Marco repeated his version of events while being questioned. After an altercation, he said, Sibora had fled their house with only a few items. It was odd, though, since a lot of her personal belongings, such as clothes and identification papers, were still in the flat. Marco never called the police to report her missing, despite his claims. Rather, he claimed to have printed and distributed leaflets across their area in an attempt to find Sibora on his own. Additionally, he presented contradictory speculations regarding her location, at one time speculating that she may have visited Argentina or that she had been spotted with an unidentified male with whom she allegedly had an altercation. These claims lacked coherence and empirical backing. Because she didn't trust Marco, Elisabetta started looking for her daughter on her own. She contacted the media as well as a specialized group that assists in raising awareness of missing person instances. News outlets in Spain and Italy started to publish images of Sibora and appeals for help. No fresh leads were found, in spite of these attempts. Marco seemed to have a fairly normal life while Sibora's family persisted in their quest for answers. In an apparent attempt to avoid drawing attention to himself, he modified his look by shaving his head and growing a beard. He started 2 new relationships during this period, but both terminated with the ladies complaining about his violent conduct. Nevertheless, Marco continued to live in Spain, regularly going to the gym and joining a shooting club, which worried many who knew about his past. The family of Sibora persisted. Elisabetta begged the police to step up their inquiry on several occasions. Law enforcement started going through the case files in the interim, looking for any information that might have been missed. They examined Marco's allegations, which had seemed contradictory from the start. He claimed that Sibora had walked out with nothing, but he also claimed that she had departed with suitcases. There were also inquiries as to why he had not called the police right away after she vanished. The public's interest in Sibora's case gradually waned. Despite the tenacious efforts of her family still residing in Spain, Marco managed to adapt to life after her disappearance. To his neighbors, he seemed like a gregarious person who was interested in socializing and staying active. His reputation was still questioned, nevertheless, given his previous relationship with Sabora and the grievances from new partners. The investigation came to a halt as Sabora's family held out hope for any updates. With the help of worldwide missing persons databases, authorities increased their efforts, but to no avail. The uncertainty surrounding Sabora's fate continued to be an intolerable agony for those closest to her. Marco seemed to have changed his ways by 2023. On the surface, he was living with Paula, his new girlfriend, and the two of them had a child. But beyond the surface of this ostensibly new beginning were the same problems that had beset Marco for years. His and Paula's relationship was everything but steady. She told her closest friends and co-workers that Marco had physically abused her. Marco, however, found it difficult to maintain a reliable employment, which made their financial difficulties even worse. Marco and Paula were offered positions by Victor Molina, the restaurant owner, whom Marco had met while working at a pizzeria. In an effort to alleviate the couple's financial strain, Victor also rented them a modest flat. Paula gained respect and trust at work more rapidly than Marco did. In addition to being Paula's employers, Victor and his sister Victoria, who also worked at the restaurant, also provided her with emotional support. Victoria became more aware of Paula and Marco's relationship problems over time. Following a specific event, she started advising Paula to call the police. Victoria claims that Marco was unhelpful at home in addition to being combative at work. Victoria reached a breaking point after an incident at the restaurant. It was discovered that the staff restroom door was smashed. Paula informed Victoria that Marco had broken it, claiming that she had used the area to meet with colleagues. Victor then moved Marco to a new location while maintaining strict monitoring over him. Paula tried hard to keep her life looking regular, but she was unable to conceal the difficulties she was facing. She opened out more as her confidence in Victoria grew. Paula disclosed that the only reason she was remaining with Marco was to reclaim custody of her children, who had been taken away from her when police found illegal drugs in their home. Marco owned the drugs, but the whole family had to deal with the fallout. Paula's main objective was to save enough money to leave Marco and fight for custody back, because this was a very personal tragedy for her. Marco's circumstances, however, kept becoming worse. He often grumbled to Victor about his financial difficulties, saying he worked just to support his family. However, his demeanor and actions conveyed a different message. Victor questioned if it was worth the trouble to retain him on staff because of his aggressive behavior and lack of interpersonal skills. Victoria, who was aware of how serious Paula's circumstances were, persisted in urging her to stop putting up with the abuse. Paula, however, refrained from engaging in any combative behavior out of concern for her safety. She acknowledged to Victoria that she had once been kicked and hit 4 times by Marco, but she played down the severity of the incident for Victor and Victoria. This was unmistakable proof that Paula's condition needed immediate attention. Paula spent her day off on Tuesday, May 16, 2023, feeling upbeat and eager to relax. She told her co-workers that she planned to have a productive and restful evening. Victoria, Paula's co-worker and close friend, was curious about her evening on May 17, the next day. However, at roughly 11:30 a.m. that morning, the day took a gloomy and unexpected turn. Although Paula and Marco frequently argued, the shouting that came from their apartment this time sounded much more furious. Paula's voice was clearly calling for assistance. Victor, Paula's employer and landlord, who happened to be nearby, could hear the disturbance so loudly that they were obviously worried. He and another restaurant staff hurried toward the residence. The 2 men arrived at the door and started yelling and knocking in an attempt to figure out what was going on. They heard mild sobbing coming from inside, but it quickly stopped. Marco opened the door a few moments later, his calm manner reassuring them that everything was well and that Paula had just gone to bed to sleep. But Victor felt really uneasy because Paula's voice was no longer audible. Recent occurrences added to the situation's alarming nature. Victor had dismissed Marco from the restaurant a few days prior after a string of concerning events, including the mysterious disappearance of a kitchen knife. Victor wanted to prevent more issues because he had become more and more suspicious of Marco. Marco was now at the epicenter of another worrying incident. While the other employee phoned the police, Victor went to get an extra key to the apartment. Marco acted unexpectedly and without explanation, but he seemed to be aware that the situation was getting worse. He walked out of the building and out of the flat. The flat was locked when the police got there. The mystery grew by the fact that everything inside looked as if the occupants had just departed. Victor, meanwhile, came back with the extra key and went inside the flat. They found Paula's body lying on the floor with several stab wounds. To ascertain what had transpired inside one of the apartments, it was clear that she had died a few hours before, and her clothing was covered with blood. Marco had already left when the police guarded the area, called in forensic experts to gather evidence, and began searching for him. While detectives searched for the culprit, Paula's body was sent for an autopsy to determine the precise cause of death. A few hours later, Marco was found in a nearby cafe, sitting peacefully at a table. During his arrest, he acted as if nothing had happened and did not resist. Marco showed up in court on May 20, 2023, 3 days after Paula's untimely death. He was accused of engaging in gender-based hostility as a felony with aggravating circumstances. A mental assessment and controlled substance testing were also mandated by the court. Marco was held during the hearing after being refused bail. Marco merely spoke in response to his lawyer's questioning, exercising his right to silence. Sibora Gagani, whose disappearance he had earlier hinted to, was not mentioned. But on May 17, the day of Paula's passing, Sibora's name returned to the public front a few days following his detention. During his interrogation at the station, Marco revealed something surprising. He said he killed Sibora Gagani during a 2014 argument and hid her body in the apartment they shared. Marco even volunteered to show investigators where her remains were found. Despite his admission, authorities decided to put Paula's death investigation first and postponed for a while checking Marco's claims regarding Sibora. Elisabetta, Sibora's mother, was devastated to learn of Marco's imprisonment and his revelation about her daughter. She had been fighting to restart the case for 9 years because she thought Marco was connected to Sibora's disappearance. After Marco's confession, Sibora Gagani's case was formally reopened and investigators set out to confirm his allegations. By early June 2023, they had inspected the flat where the pair had resided in 2014. The layout of the building where Sibora and Marco had previously lived was thoroughly examined by Spanish investigators working on her case. An extensive examination of the apartment turned up nothing noteworthy. Nevertheless, differences between the apartment's designs and actual layout were discovered. After making this discovery, the investigators turned their focus to a nearby apartment on the same level that had a nearly comparable design. One specific detail caught my attention. In the apartment under inquiry, there was a sizable area that, according on the design drawings, should have been a bedroom but wasn't there. On June 6, investigators gained authorization to enter the adjacent flat and breached the wall behind it. They found a big wooden box with lime in it. Police discovered the first piece of evidence, a plastic bag with personal belongings thought to be Sibora's, and a knife smeared with dried blood inside the box. One among the things was a bunch of withered flowers resting on top of a few garbage bags. A camping sleeping bag containing human remains was found inside one of the bags. To ascertain the identity and cause of death, the remains were sent for forensic examination. Investigators found tattoos on the body that matched descriptions in Sibora Gagani's missing persons complaint. But Spanish authorities asked Sibora's relatives in Italy for DNA samples to definitively confirm the identity. To get a sample of Sibora's mother, Elisabetta's saliva, cops showed up at her house on June 10. The remains were identified as belonging to Sibora Gagani by the DNA results. New information regarding Marco's behavior surfaced during interrogations in Spain in the week after the discovery. He claimed to have tried to dispose of the body by using acid, but this claim was not supported by evidence. The reopening of Sibora's case was triggered by Marco's confessions after his arrest for Paula's death, and investigators observed that he constantly changed his testimonies. Authorities kept looking into the circumstances surrounding her death in the interim. The news that Sibora's remains had been confirmed was a crushing blow to Elisabetta. She had lost hope after 9 years of uncertainty, but she had never given up on finding out what had happened to her daughter. Her life had drastically changed over the years. Sibora's father never found out the truth about his daughter and had died of illness. The birth of her grandchild had been Elisabetta's only source of comfort. Elisabetta thought back on her years of campaigning, pleading with the police to reopen her daughter's case after the remains were formally identified. Although she had at last received answers as a result of her efforts, she also felt a feeling of bittersweet closure. The evidence retrieved from the location where Sabora's bones were discovered was still being examined by forensic specialists. Forensic testing was done on the knife found in the plastic bag in order to find any biological evidence that could connect it to Marco. In the meantime, Spanish detectives worked with their Italian counterparts to add to the Sabora missing case information. Despite the evidence in Marco's own admission of his role in Sabora's killing, including disclosing the location of her remains, the inquiry into Paula's death was still underway, and Marco was already the main suspect. Marco eventually withdrew his confession. Marco's lawyer contended that his remarks should not be used in court because they were made under duress. Nonetheless, investigators insisted that there were solid grounds for additional charges based on the evidence, which included Sabora's personal things that was discovered in the hidden box. Sabora Gagani's family was able to finally bury her in January 2024, a few months after her bones were found. Her remains were given back to her loved ones for burial once all forensic analyses were finished. Friends and family came together to say their final goodbyes at the service, which was held in Italy. In remembrance, balloons bearing sincere words that represented hope and goodbye were released into the sky. The continuous judicial processes against Marco, who was charged with Paula's death, received the majority of attention at the time. In a 17-page handwritten letter that he submitted during a hearing on January 30, 2024, Marco acknowledged his guilt for her death but made several disclaimers. According to him, the dispute started because of a series of discussions over his adultery and a debt of €50. Marco claims that the catastrophe occurred because he defended himself too fiercely during the confrontation, but when investigators saw that Paula's injuries were on her back, they seriously questioned his claim of self-defense. Marco acknowledged his guilt over Paula, but he would not elaborate on Sabora's situation. He did attest to the fact that he had covered her body with flowers, wrapped it in plastic, and put it in a wooden box, sealed it within a wall after layering it with lime. He tried to defend his actions by claiming that they were a response to his anxiety of the situation, but he denied any responsibility for her death. Marco presented a completely different story of Sabora's death during the trial, changing it abruptly. He said her death was caused by the Albanian mafia, with which he claimed to have been associated because of debts. Marco claims that he was unable to pay back the €25,000 he borrowed to start a brothel because the money was stolen. He claimed that 4 men showed up at his house, and one of them killed Sabora during a fight. Marco said that in order to prevent more repercussions, he was then compelled to dispose of her body while facing danger to his own life. Given that Marco had previously altered his claims several times during the investigation, this account of events caused serious skepticism among investigators. Marco's arrest in May 2023 following Paula's death was the first indication that he had lied to authorities. During the investigation, no proof was found to corroborate his allegations of mafia involvement. An examination revealed that Sabora had suffered many knife wounds, which, even in light of the state of her remains, amply demonstrated a violent crime. Years after Sabora was reported missing, her family was eventually able to get confirmation of her whereabouts. Although Sabora's father had died without ever finding out the truth, her mother Elisabetta disclosed that she had spent the previous 9 years holding out hope for answers. The trial for Paula's case was still going on by May 2024. In order to handle the counts of homicide and domestic violence, the court opted to hold a jury trial. Even though it had been reopened, Sabora Gagani's case had not yet gone to trial. More court proceedings were expected as investigators proceeded to examine Marco's assertions, particularly his suspicions of mafia participation. As seen by the experiences of Sabora Gagani and Paula, aggressive and manipulative relationships can have disastrous outcomes. The same individual betrayed Paula, who was trying to take back control of her life, and Sabora, who had hoped for a bright future. Their tragic outcomes serve as a sobering reminder of how critical it is to spot abusive conduct early and take action to stop future catastrophes. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. an unexplained disappearance. Globally, one person goes missing every 3 minutes, according to depressing data. People are frequently discovered, occasionally dead. On the other hand, they are also never reported. The majority of disappearances are connected to accidents or criminal activity, regardless of the hoax. On June 6, 2006, we traveled to Namyangju City, South Korea, for another enigmatic tale. Lee Yoon-hee, a 29-year-old student, vanished into thin air. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. Individuals frequently vanish. The public is still thinking about this case nevertheless. Even now, a lot of people still dispute and have their own theories on what transpired during the disappearance. On June 7, her friends and classmates raised the alarm for the first time about the girl's disappearance. It was quite unusual of Lee to miss the last classes at the university. She had never missed a class before and was a responsible and effective learner. Min, Lee's friend, went to her house to see how she was doing after studying, but when I rang the doorbell, nobody answered it. Then she departed without bothering. The girl later acknowledged in an interview that she had taken a day off after deciding Yoon-hee wanted to be by herself. As it occurred, her acquaintance had recently been plagued by a string of problems, so she might have needed some time to escape. On June 8, nevertheless, she failed to appear once more. This time, Min went to the missing person's house with 2 other males and Kim Lee's friend. She could not be reached in any other way. Coincidentally, the main character's purse was taken a week prior to the events mentioned, along with her cell phone, Idaho card, and purse. The dog responded to the disturbance from inside the house when young people knocked. The owner did not respond to the dog's loud barking. The digital lock on Yoon-hee's door meant that only a person with the code could unlock it, and nobody there had that knowledge. Min then contacted the sought woman's older sister, but regrettably she had not received a response from her sister and was unaware of the door code. The excitement was only increased by all of this. It was ultimately decided to call the police. The apartment's owner was phoned by law enforcement and invited to come unlock the door. Everyone noticed the bad scent as soon as they walked into the student's house. Life story. Lee Yoon-hee was a vibrant and attractive young woman. She first attended a women's institution in Seoul to study statistics and visual arts. But after graduating, she came to the realization that she had made a mistake since she was a young child. Along with her passion for art, the main character adored animals and, even as an adult, took good care of her 2 dogs. She enjoyed going to zoos, farms, and animal shelters, as well as watching films on the natural world. After earning a diploma, the girl opted to pursue a career in veterinary medicine at the age of 25, since she was not scared to start from scratch. Parents didn't help their daughter right away. At this age, the traditional family thought it was time for her to marry and have a family. But Lee wanted to start a profession because she was a sophisticated girl. She thus enrolled in the Higher School of Veterinary Medicine in 2003. The student was well liked by the new specialization, which was also delivered with ease. She started working part-time to gain independence. The girl has been tutoring younger pupils and teachers' kids lately. Lee was getting ready for final exams in 2006 as the studies was drawing to a close. It makes sense that she was exhausted from juggling work and school, but the situation, a robbery, demanded it. Lee was on his way home from a private class on June 2. She was lost in her thoughts and moving slowly. Abruptly, 2 men riding motorcycles rushed by her at high speed. The student discovered that her pocketbook had been taken by the invaders as she was getting over her fear. A number of onlookers attempted to assist and pursued them. For a while, their van was able to follow the motorcyclist, but when the robbers turned, the chase had to be abandoned along a tiny alley. Yoon-hee was left without her valuable possessions, and the offenders went free. She then informed everyone she knew that she would be disconnected for some time. The girl was so distraught that she said to her buddy, "It's unbelievable how awful the world can be." But she had no idea at the time what she was going to go through under the circumstances at Lee's flat. There was nobody in Lee's flat. What stood out was the mess the dogs had created. Without food or water, 2 puppies were sprawled on the ground. They weren't drinking enough water. It seemed that the creatures were looking for food. As a result, there were pieces of clothing and paper scattered around. The pets had obviously not been walked in a number of days, thus the strong smell that pervaded the space. Since it held the necessities, Min saw her friend's ostentatious backpack standing silently in the room's corner. Without it, Yoon-hee never went anywhere. This suggested that she had left the apartment quickly or briefly. At first examination, the police did not find anything strange about the state of the house. There were no indications of forced entry, and nothing was gone. Therefore, the police left, figuring that the desired girl had left willingly and would return shortly. But her buddies weren't satisfied with such reasoning. To begin with, Lee would never in a million years wouldn't have allowed the animals to go hungry. Second, she had to inform someone about her disappearance. Thus, the business got in touch with Lee's relatives. The family acknowledged that it had been days since they had heard from her. Min and her buddy headed to the station because they were unhappy with the police officer's findings. However, Korean law enforcement organizations have been constantly criticized for their actions owing to the investigation's delay and bad management, so the young people made the decision to formally report their friend's missing evidence on their own. Two of Lee's other pals were staying at the residence at this time. They wanted to talk about everything as they waited for her parents. In order to avoid embarrassing the missing person's family, the men made the decision to tidy the apartment. In general, they removed all the evidence that had occurred by cleaning the floors, throwing out the trash, and even washing the filthy laundry. The cigarette butt discovered on the veranda was also subsequently discovered to have been thrown away by Lee's sister upon arrival. She didn't want to make her sister look bad in front of her parents, who would be furious to learn that their daughter smokes. The problem is that, according to Yoon, every one of his acquaintances said they had never seen it. It's possible that this led to the subsequent destruction of another reliable piece of evidence in the case. The lads expressed their regret that their desire to perform better had made matters worse. The youths clarified that the police had not yet begun the investigation or issued a warning to them not to touch anything. Lee's parents checked out the apartment when they got there in the evening. The girl's father, Dong, reported that his daughter was missing along with a number of other items. A hammer was the first object he named. "I personally insisted that such a necessary item be in the house," the man explained. Lee Yoon-hee had kept it in full view and frequently laughed about it. An antique coffee table was the other piece that was absent. It was especially beloved by the student, who frequently used it as a bedside table and to dine. The location of the girl's disappearance and the disappearance of two unrelated objects were unknown to anyone. At that day's concluding gathering, the unknown painted a terrifying image. Lee's pals filed a police report, but the worried parents of the missing girl also chose not to postpone filing a report. Enough time had elapsed since the purported disappearance, as was obviously clear. On June 5, she was last observed. Yoon-hee and her classmates concluded their final practice of the semester at that point. The important occasion was to be celebrated by the youth. They even invited the teachers for this reason. Not everyone agreed, of course, but some chose to stay with a group of 40 pupils. The main character was angry because she had experienced yet another setback as a result of an operation on an animal that, in her judgment, had failed. She didn't want to attend the party because of this. Some even said that she hid herself in the bathroom and sobbed, possibly prior to graduating. The industrious student reportedly lost her nerve, which is why she was so critical of herself and had a negative outlook on the world. However, the girl was calmed down by her pals, who convinced her to attend the karaoke bar party. Lee's disposition had significantly improved by 10 o'clock in the evening. In the pub, everyone gathered. They danced, sang songs, ate, drank, and recalled their time at university and in daily life. The heroine of the novel stood by them. She left the celebration and the restroom at roughly 2:30 in the evening, as seen on CCTV. The girl was clearly frustrated about something. However, a 27-year-old man called Kim spotted her quick departure and pursued her. Since the young people had been close since school, the man claims that he inquired what had transpired. When Lee realized that someone was observing her in the restroom, she told her buddy about it. She did not, however, provide any information. Kim worried about his pal. He offered to carry her backpack and guide her home because he understood that the recent attack on the street had already made her feel afraid. Lee's rental flat was a 15 to 20-minute walk away. Later, Kim admitted to investigators that he couldn't walk his friend to the door. In one of the dim alleys, she said him farewell. The young man nevertheless made the decision to hold off until her home's windows were illuminated. He turned around and left for his home after confirming that the girl was not in danger. The man, incidentally, lived close by. The nation observed Memorial Day as a national holiday, on June 6. Consequently, nobody found it odd that she had not provided any news. However, the investigation didn't start until after the party, when nobody saw Yoon-hee. Curious facts were discovered during the investigation. One of the students visited Lee in the morning of June 5, about 4 o'clock on the day before the disappearance. He claimed to be repairing a loose coffee table leg. Lee requested him to fix it because she didn't want to throw it away, he told the investigators. He claimed to have spent roughly 30 minutes in the apartment. The couple proceeded to the university following the brief repair. He never saw Lee again and did not attend the party. There is no hard proof that the young people were in a romantic connection despite what some people say. The missing woman's family also carried out their own search in parallel. Dong, Lee's father, once looked around the area where his daughter lived in an attempt to find any hints. The man suddenly spotted a familiar table between 2 trash cans, but the unscrewed metal legs were lying apart from the tabletop. The family members believed it had been harmed during the incidents that occurred in the residence. The discovery was sent for analysis. Lee may have been the victim of a vicious attack on that fateful night. Her father was concerned that the hammer he had given her might have killed her. After disposing of the table, the criminal might have hidden the tool or taken it with him. Stalker theory. The police chose to look for eyewitnesses because, amazingly, they were unable to locate any fingerprints, DNA, blood, or other evidence during the examination of Lee Yoon's house, because Lee's friends had cleaned the apartment so completely. There was no doubt that someone could hear something because the apartment building's walls were so thin. None of the girls' neighbors, though, mentioned anything out of the ordinary. Many of the residents would not even talk to one another. Meanwhile, an older woman reported that she had been harassed a few days prior to Lee's disappearance. A man, most likely, followed her to her front door before stopping. The woman turned abruptly and confronted the stalker after deciding that unlocking the door might invite an attack. It was hard to see his face through the hood, she said. But the unidentified man was horrified by her acts. Then he turned and walked away. It should be mentioned that pushing has become commonplace in South Korea. This phrase refers to someone or a group of individuals giving someone unwanted, invasive attention. Women who report recurring incidents are frequently noted by law enforcement. Frequently, a stalker will wait at the door before coming inside. This exacerbates feelings of fear and worry. Stalking is sometimes the catalyst for sexual assaults. Consequently, a law that made stalking a felony went into effect on October 20, 2022. The article's sanction stipulates a maximum sentence of 3 years in prison. In the past, it was considered a misdemeanor and carried a $70.00 punishment. Some people think that our heroine might have experienced a similar circumstance, but her case might have ended tragically in the future. Version. Confirmed in the house across the street, Lee's windows are clearly visible from an apartment there. During the investigation, whomever resided there could freely watch her behavior. It found out that the place had been vacant for a while, but upon closer examination, a number of used tissues and empty cigarette packs were found. Although the collected DNA was unsuitable for analysis, it did show that someone had occasionally stopped by the flat and stood at the window. The inquiry is still under progress. Every member of the party was interviewed by detectives, with the possible exception of Kim, who took her companion to the alley and waited until she left for home. None of them were aware of the girl's whereabouts during the party, let alone after it. A lie detector was used to assess 21 people's genuineness. Every subject passed. However, it is important to remember that this approach is not always dependable. Nonetheless, the polygraph is reliable and has been in use in the nation since 1950. The entire city and the surrounding mountains were also combed by task groups equipped with search dogs. Tens of thousands of flyers were posted by volunteers requesting any information. Later, Lee's parents offered 10 million won in exchange for information regarding the whereabouts of their daughter after selling all of their belongings. But it was all for nothing. A fresh lead. The family and friends of the missing girl hoped she would come back alive. Yoon-hee may have chosen to temporarily depart due to the stress of her experience, disregarding her obligations to her parents and the dogs she left behind. The dried napkins in the flat across the street could have an innocent explanation, such as the fact that she threw away her favorite but broken table and her unwanted hammer. However, that final hope was dashed when the cybercrime specialists arrived, examined Lee's computer, and recovered the erased files. The graphic details surfaced at 2:59 a.m. EM on June 6. Someone got access to the girl's desktop about the time she was meant to go home. 70% of the nation's citizens utilized the online portal Naver, which he launched. He then entered 1012 contact the police and sexual harassment into the search bar. The machine was manually shut down at 4:21 IEM after the work session concluded at 3:02 IEM. Based on searches, experts believed the missing kid had returned home and sat down at the computer. Since she didn't have a phone, she searched online for a mechanism to report sexual harassment that she had experienced at a party or when traveling home. Nevertheless, someone interrupted her after 3 minutes. Additionally, experts discovered that the girl's computer was turned on once again on June 8 between 3:15 and 5:21 p.m. Simultaneously, the unidentified individual erased the messenger's communication history from 10:48 p.m. on June 4 to 3:04 a.m. on June 8. He accomplished this by using a unique program that is only known to a select few. The chat history cannot be restored simultaneously after that. It demonstrates that a computer-savvy individual took action 2 days later. Lee's account on a well-known music website was accessed once more, and the IP address was even used to check his email. The location of the connection was traced by the police. It was a motel located 119 kilometers distant in the town of Kunsan. Detectives examined the CCTV footage from that day and discovered no evidence of the missing student or any indications of unusual activity. This fact, however, showed that she did not vanish on her own. Rather, someone was deftly erasing evidence of the crime that had been committed. The first person that springs to mind is Kim, who coincidentally happened to be in Lee's residence when the bulk of the letters was erased. As you recall, he cleaned and waited for Yoon's family to come at a friend's house. This provided him with the ideal situation and ample time to conceal the undesirable behavior. Surprisingly, both lads denied remembering to turn on Lee's computer when authorities asked them. Since potential evidence was deleted during the cleaning and wiping of the chat history, there were actually no witnesses, traces, or noteworthy leads in the case of Lee Yoon's disappearance. It is quite probable that the culprit would have been apprehended if the girl's body had been discovered. The victim largely retains important proof of the incident to this day, although neither the student's condition nor location are known. Discussion. She is probably dead, and either her remains are securely buried or they were able to permanently dispose of them. A professor who is insane is the result of these conditions. The faculty Lee studied at is known to have collected animal carcasses. This was done in order to get pupils interested in studying an autopsy. The agency gathered the bones at the conclusion of the examination and delivered them to a specialized incinerator. The biomass was previously enclosed in special bags. The collectors were not permitted to investigate them in accordance with the company's regulations. It should be mentioned that they wouldn't do it themselves because the site is nasty. Every day, the incinerator receives about 88 pounds of animal remains. However, authorities discovered that around 242 pounds were burned 2 days after Yoonhye Yoto vanished. That is, far more than normal. The educational institution worked with cows, pigs, cats, and dogs, among other animals. There were no large animals, though. Based on the June 8 records, the problem is, what else was set on fire that day? Along with other pieces of evidence, might the extra weight have been the body of the missing student? Unfortunately, there is still no response to this question. Since all of the ashes were burned, a genetic analysis was not feasible. If it is true that Lee's body was burned, then the person who killed her and had access to the room was responsible. One of the professors, Professor Moon, for instance, piqued Lee's interest. He was the one whose kids Lee was studying with when her purse was taken during the interrogations. Moon occasionally paid attention to a pretty pupil, according to several reports. Despite his age and prestige, he freely flirted with her. The man attempted to sit next to Lee during the festivities at that party as well, but she pushed him away and called him a creep. She was clearly refusing to entertain his advances. Moon first claimed to have left the event early and arrived home at roughly 2 in the morning, but he then amended his account after other detectives saw that he had departed after Lee. She may have been stalked after being abused by the professor. It is possible that he hushed Yoon-hee out of fear of damaging his reputation. They'd trailed her that evening, broken into her flat, murdered her, and then taken the body to the incinerator. He also had the option of forcibly bringing the student to the school and setting her on fire. In any case, a lot of conjecture exists. One could argue that a stranger who was enamored with Lee might have snatched her purse in order to obtain the object of his devotion and observed the occurrence from the flat across the street. He might have been the one who attacked, abducted, or murdered the unfortunate girl. However, there are a lot of unanswered concerns regarding her friend. Kim Dong said they were certain of one culprit and identified him. The young men heading home together after the party is not captured on camera. Furthermore, Lee and Kim left without anyone noticing. That the girl didn't want to be led all the way to the door and bid farewell in a nighttime alley is difficult to believe. The fact that the man has loved her since high school is well known. Some people even believe that she was the reason he attended college. At the same time, Lee accepted his abilities, spent time with him, and truly trusted and loved him in her own way. Lee would not have preferred his feelings, though. Kim became her third pet, as many joked. One crucial detail was later revealed. As it happens, the young man was able to decipher the code from the beloved's door. He frequently visited the apartment when she was away and took care of the pets, but he kept this to himself so as not to bring the girl into disrepute. South Korea is still quite strict by our standards. It appears suspicious at the same time. He might have been motivated by plain jealousy. When he learned that Lee had a boyfriend, he might have lost it. He might have gone up to her flat after surreptitiously following her. The coffee table was broken during an altercation, and Kim killed his girlfriend. After that, he made the decision to remain and tidy up the crime scene. Nevertheless, he was not charged at the time. Furthermore, contrary to common assumption, Professor Moon is the most likely suspect, and the main detective implied in an interview that he didn't believe the man was engaged in the killing. The man may have enticed a student he liked into the lab and done something horrible to her by using his official position. Kim was married, had kids, and ran his own company as of 2017. Lee's father continued to accuse him of being responsible for the abduction of his daughter. To protect his honor, he even planned multiple protests outside the man's private clinic. After the court's ruling, Dong was prohibited from going near Kim's building, and Kim was compelled to initiate a defamation action. According to the individual, his name has been defamed by numerous media channels to this day. Even after 18 years, people are still looking for Lee because her age and pictures were made public. The parents of the missing individual are elderly, yet they want to settle down and find out for sure if their daughter is still alive before they pass away. Even the loss of a loved one eventually dulls the sorrow, but nothing is worse than staying in the dark for years. What are your thoughts? Who killed Lee Yoon-hee? And is she still alive? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. A vibrant 29-year-old heiress named Agnes Leroux disappeared from the French Riviera in October 1977, leaving her friends and family in the dark. Her lover, Jean-Maurice Agnelet, who had a complex relationship with her, became the first focus of the investigation. Police encountered dead ends while pursuing false leads, and suspicions about local mafias with a reputation for influence in the area increased. It became more and more like a Hollywood film at every turn, with rumors circulating that Agnes's disappearance might be connected to these perilous links. Finding the truth seems to be more difficult. What was Agnes Leroux's actual fate? Would anyone divulge the mysteries that lie underneath the Riviera's glitzy exterior? Let's get started immediately. The Palais de la Méditerranée was located in the heart of Nice, a fantastic city on the French Riviera in the early 1960s. Constructed in the late 1920s, this imposing structure was a bustling institution. It was well known for its bustling casino, which drew glitzy tourists from all around. Half of this lively establishment was owned by Henri Leroux and his wife, Renée Leroux, but they rarely spent time with their 4 children due to their hectic social schedules. Despite owning a portion of this vibrant paradise, their house frequently felt more like a background because they were always busy with social and professional obligations, but the palais was bustling with conversation and laughing. There was an odd silence in the Leroux home. They rarely had family dinners, and raised their children with the help of tutors and nurses, which caused some distance between them and frequently made the children feel a little cut off from their parents. Renée stepped up to take over the company. When Henri died in 1967, she was resolute despite the challenges of leading a location like the Palais, particularly as a woman in a world dominated by men. She was supported by her 3 children, Patricia, Christine, and Jean-Charles, who worked together to maintain the family business. As the 1970s arrived, Nice started to evolve. With the mafia having a significant impact, the city turned into a hive of corruption. The mayor at the time, Jacques Médecin, was ambitious about transforming Nice into a French Las Vegas. He surrounded himself with greedy businessmen who dreamed of redeveloping the Palais and wanted to purchase the waterfront. The Leroux family battled to keep their beloved palais safe in the midst of the mayhem. Together, they overcame obstacles and gave their all to keep it alive. This conflict demonstrated their close family ties in addition to being business. Despite the shifting tides of their city, they remained connected by love, ambition, and a common goal of leaving a lasting legacy. There was more to the Palais de la Méditerranée than just a structure. It represented their unity and fortitude in the face of shifting circumstances. Agnes Leroux was Renée's 4th daughter as well. Born on September 14, 1948, she had her own ideas about life by the time she was 29 years old in 1977, and they did not include the family casino. "I won't be working in the casino because I'm not interested in that field," she famously said. "I wouldn't want to become a pimp even if I had inherited a brothel. I want to spend my life doing something else." Agnes's thoughts were on seeing the globe, and she dreamed of freedom and travel. In 1970, after Henneque married Jean-Pierre, they relocated to Côte d'Ivoire, where Agnes fell in love with and began selling native products. She was happy, artistic, and full of love and charity, according to Jean-Pierre. He also praised her sensitivity and rebellious nature, which added to her allure. Following her divorce, Agnes established an import-operated store in Monaco in 1976. Agnes was characterized by those who knew her as a vibrant, obstinate woman with a distinct sense of style. She even picked her water as meticulously as some pick wine, according to her sister Catherine. Her sisters praised her lively demeanor, and her artistic ability was apparent in everything she did. Patricia recalled her as vivacious, happy, and incredibly giving. This was confirmed by her brother Jean-Charles, who emphasized their strong relationship in a family that was heavily involved in the gambling industry and said she was generous and full of affection. Agnes wished for a different existence. During this period of her life, Agnes Leroux developed a strong relationship with Jean Maurice, who was frequently called Maurice. He had previously worked with Agnes's mother, Renée, and was not only a lawyer but also a family friend. In each of his divorces, Maurice was a key player, and even before her marriage had formally ended, they started dating as their bond grew. In addition, he had repeatedly approached her sisters, Catherine and Patricia, without permission, and even begged their mother, Renée, for a position at the Palais de la Méditerranée, but she had always declined. He eventually became a member of the family exclusively through Agnes, which resulted in their toxic relationship. The difficulties they encountered only made her feel more vulnerable and alone as she dealt with her love for Maurice. Observers noted that Agnes appeared completely engrossed in Maurice. As Maurice recounts, she would frequently quote him, demonstrating his immense power over her. AGS was unable to escape his grip and grew nearly dependent on him. But there was a high price for this devotion. She highlighted her inability to understand who he truly was and compared him to a chameleon, a creature that changes its color depending on its environment. Agnes suffered greatly as a result of Maurice's refusal to marry her. She stayed fixated and even assumed the financial burden of their relationship, which included covering all expenses, even though she knew she was being misled. Agnes was frequently treated with contempt by Maurice. He publicly called her "my crust," implying that she was only a source of money for him. His warm use of the phrase "la surmamme" to refer to another lover, Françoise, demonstrated his contempt. He chuckled and remarked that Agnes was simply his pocketbook when she inquired as to whether he used the same name for all of his other loves. The key player who would ultimately be crucial in preventing Agnelette's arrest later in the case was Françoise. Later in the video, this will be shown to be a sensitive young woman who has a tendency toward depression. Agnes's relationship with Maurice was becoming more and more problematic. Because of previous betrayals, she was cut off from her family and felt incredibly alone. She was so desperate to connect that she wrote letters to Maurice, sharing her desperation and longing. "I desire you. I am waiting for you I hope." When Agnes made her first attempt at suicide on October 4, 1977, her life took a terrible turn. When Maurice was informed, his reaction was unexpectedly sloppy. Agnes was horrified to find bruises all over her body after being admitted to the hospital. She described having to take medicines because she was confused and had trouble remembering what had happened. Later, a hospital roommate observed that Agnes appeared afraid, demonstrating the depth of her anguish. Unfortunately, she made another attempt at suicide 2 days later. Maurice felt strangely unconcerned that he had been asked for assistance. This series of incidents brought into question Maurice's intentions and his care for Agnes's welfare. His behavior and lack of enthusiasm revealed a troubling disregard for her difficulties. Even though Maurice hurt her, Agnes was stuck in a toxic cycle of love and manipulation that kept her attached to him. The difficulties in their relationship made her feel even more vulnerable and alone as she struggled with these strong emotions. Known for his attractiveness, Jean-Maurice Agnelet was a lovely but conceited man. He was born in Monaco on February 10, 1938, and was raised in a low-impact household where rigid parenting caused conflict. He developed an inner shell to deal with his upbringing after his older brother Gerard's terrible demise in 1961. At the age of 20, Maurice met Annie Ladas, his first love, while working as a supervisor at a school. He married her to avoid military service, and by 1962 they had 3 sons. In spite of his incompetence, he practiced law in Nice and drew clients by refusing to charge. Maurice developed a fascination with the Leroux family in the late 1960s and tried to become involved with them. A complex connection with Agnes resulted from this preoccupation, setting off events that would have far-reaching effects. Because her mother, Renée, was constantly under pressure from Jean-Dominique Fratoni, the manager of the Rouge Casino, Agnes Leroux found herself in a difficult familial situation. Determined to seize the Palais de la Méditerranée, Fratoni turned to Maurice Agnelet for assistance. The atmosphere in the Palais de la Méditerranée on June 3, 1977 was tense. The annual Board of Directors meeting was held in this opulent Art Deco structure. Renée and her 4 children, Patricia, Catherine Jean, Charles, and Agnes, sat on one side. They were adamant about maintaining control and owned half of the company. The wealthy businessman Jean-Dominique Fratoni, dubbed the Napoleon of gaming, stood in opposition to them. Fratoni was a dubious character who had connections to the mafia and a close friendship with Jacques Metzen, the dishonest mayor of the city. It was an important meeting. To determine whether Renée would continue as CEO, a vote was required. Fratoni had been attempting to acquire control of the casino for a long time, with the intention of banishing the Leroux family and making it a more lucrative enterprise. Tension increased in the air as the votes were cast. With the help of her son and 2 children, Renée cast her ballot for herself. After then, the answer was yes. She turned to Maurice Agnelet, her lover, who had acted as René's attorney and had grown close to her. Agnes voted against her mother in a startling moment after he gave her a modest nudge. There was silence in the room. She had betrayed her family and given Tony control of the casino with just 1 vote. Agnes had transferred the funds from Fratoni to a Swiss bank account and granted Agnelet complete authority over them. Only a few weeks prior, she thought that this financial decision may bring them closer together because she was incredibly in love with him. Agnes understood that Maurice's financial difficulties were a hindrance to their relationship. She thought this would help close the gap, and she was excited to sell her interests in the family casino. She realized that even after she had taken that action, their relationship had not changed. That, she believed, was what he needed. However, he felt that becoming an annuitant was insufficient. An annuitant is a person who, typically after retirement, receives regular payments from an annuity, a financial product that generates income. Put more simply, it's a person who consistently receives money from an insurance or investment plan. Her recorded phone chats with Agnelet, which showed her increasing dejection, made the emotional pressure clear. She felt stuck in a terrible relationship and was bewildered and heartbroken. Agnes was shrouded in mystery after going missing over the All Saints' Day weekend in 1977. Prosecution investigators calculated that she disappeared between October 26 and November 2. However, these dates had an annoying ambiguity. This uncertainty was caused by multiple factors. 4 months after her last sighting, in February 1978, her family finally filed a missing persons report. Investigators found this wait to be extremely difficult, particularly since the first 24 hours are critical in any case involving a disappearance. One major problem was the report's timing. The recollections of people closest to Agnes become less trustworthy as 4 months passed. For example, her mother changed her mind and now believes that their last chat was on October 26 instead of October 27. These disparities demonstrate how time can distort the facts and make it more difficult for investigators to piece together the true events. Why, therefore, did it take so long to alert the police? A number of factors were involved. Agnes was first and mainly infamous for her capriciousness. She frequently took impromptu vacations without informing anyone. Her family didn't freak out when she stopped talking because they were accustomed to her impetuous behavior. Second, her vote against her mother at the time caused tension in the family dynamic. Although her relatives were concerned about their tumultuous relationship, Agnes had separated herself from them and was not in frequent communication with them. So, her silence was somewhat expected. It should come as no surprise that Agnes turned down several of her mother's calls. This complexity was further compounded by the time period. We did not have instant communication in the 1970s. There were no cell phones, and it was much harder to stay in touch while on the road. Individuals weren't accustomed to checking in frequently, particularly when they were out of town. The delay was also caused by Maurice Agnelet. When her family contacted him, he assured them that Agnes was probably having a party somewhere. He presented her as creative and impulsive, making them assume that her silence was typical. Any real worries were further postponed by this delusion of security. Agnelet's behavior during this period was similarly perplexing. There were suspicions regarding his motives because he had previously sent emergency personnel to fictitious places during Agnes' suicide attempts. Following Agnes's discharge from the hospital, he spoke with her family, the possibility of spending All Saints' Day weekend in Italy, and obtained insurance for her vehicle. However, she stopped communicating with everyone after October 26. Agnes was scheduled to attend a crucial board meeting at the Palais on November 4. Her absence caused worry in addition to raising questions. Her absence was an indication that something was horribly wrong because everyone anticipated her to be present. This absence marked a sea change in the narrative and ultimately implied that Agnes was confined in some sort of place. Together, these elements put her in a very precarious situation. As Christmas drew near, the anxiety only grew. Agnes's disappearance was unsettling because her family had traditionally enjoyed the occasion together. Renée Leroux eventually decided to report about her daughter's arbitrary incarceration on February 13, 1978. This created a sense of urgency instead of just worry. It entails being detained illegally and without cause. The investigation encountered numerous difficulties because of the complex web of factors that surrounded her life, in addition to the delay in reporting her absence. As time went on, it grew more difficult to uncover the truth, and Agnes's tale evolved into one of how miscommunications and emotional turmoil may have disastrous results. Talk of suicide gave the mystery surrounding Agnes Leroux's disappearance a sinister twist. The suicide explanation was difficult for investigators to accept, though. Why? Just plain because her car, a Range Rover, had disappeared without a trace and a corpse was never located on Yesi? They kept their thoughts open to a variety of theories because they knew they couldn't rule out any possibilities. According to one opinion, Agnes may have decided to go missing on her own. As we have already discussed, she was a defiant and unpredictable person, but it was difficult for her friends and family to accept that she would do this. Agnes and Jean-Charles, her brother, were especially close and frequently confided in one another. Given her thriving firm and exciting local projects, it seemed improbable that she wouldn't get in touch with him at some point. It didn't seem like her to leave all that behind, especially after what she'd done to her family. The background of the casino warfare became apparent as the investigation went on. Given her family's role as a roadblock to Jean-Dominique Frattoni's intentions, the casino manager, who was collaborating with the mayor of Nice to turn the city into a gambling hotspot, Agnes, a wealthy heiress, might have been targeted by local mafia interests. This notion, however, was also not very credible in the absence of hard data. Furthermore, Frattoni suffered a setback when Agnes vanished, and he once more required her support to advance his ambitions. Then, René Leroux said, "Yes, mother." After the betrayal, some people theorized that she might have wished to get rid of her daughter. Investigators were dubious, despite René's valiant efforts to keep control of the Palais and her resistance to multiple threats from rivals. If she was somehow responsible for her daughter's disappearance, why would she actively search for her and file a missing persons report? The main suspect in this case was the lover of Maurice Agnelet. He may have wanted retribution in addition to financial gain. Prior to Agnes Leroux's disappearance, Maurice Agnelet was the main suspect after she began moving the money she received from Frattoni to an account in his name. Earlier in the year, René had refused to give him control of the casino, and he was allegedly heard saying, "I'll get even for investigators." He apparently took a sizable amount of money out of their joint Swiss account, which was completely depleted by February 1978. While the investigation proceeded, Agnelet was detained by the police for 48 hours in September 1978, denying any wrongdoing, but confessing to having an affair with Agnes. When the police eventually searched Agnes's Monaco home 2 weeks later, they discovered a strange amount of stuff, including a piece of paper pinned to a drawing table that appeared to be a farewell note. "Sorry, my journey is over. I'm stopping here. Everything's fine. Oh yes, I want Maurice to handle everything." The date on the top of the note, which was dated October, 6 weeks before he, went missing, sparked curiosity. How did Maurice obtain that note? Could he have staged the scene to make it appear as though she had committed suicide? This note only added to the mystery surrounding Agnes's disappearance. What journey was she referring to? Why was she saying everything was fine when it was obviously not? And why did she want Agnelet to take care of everything? These questions remained, leaving investigators and family members with a haunting uncertainty. The judge overseeing the case was obviously disturbed by Agnelet's demeanor, who pointedly remarked, "You're the only one who isn't trying to find out what happened to Agnes?" That was a strong accusation, and it made Agnelet appear even more suspicious. At the criminal level, Maurice Agnelet was still regarded as innocent by the law. By the end of the 1980 cess, he had served his sentence for seizing Agnes's money and had relocated to Panama to live with his son Guillaume. In August 1983, an international wanted notice was issued for Maurice Agnelet, who was charged with homicide and breach of trust. Agnelet was struck off the bar in December 1978 after being found guilty of serious violations pertaining to the financial aspects of the case. After living in Canada since 1980, he returned to France on August 8, 1983, where he was arrested at the airport and subsequently imprisoned in 1983. Agnelet married his former mistress, Françoise Lechour. In France, a spouse of a suspect cannot be compelled to testify against them, which means they can lie during a trial without facing prosecution. This rule has since been extended to cohabitants, but at that time, marriage was necessary. Therefore, Agnelet had a strong incentive to marry Lechour to ensure she wouldn't feel pressured to admit any false testimony. It's clear that Maurice Agnelet was an ambitious man who was willing to do whatever it took to succeed and rise socially. Those who knew him noted this trait. On October 7, 1983, the criminal charges were dropped due to an alibi provided by his second wife, Françoise Lechour, which led to his release on February 17, 1984. She confirmed his alibi and stated that he had been with her in Geneva from October 27 to 28, just after the last known contact with Agnes. They allegedly stayed together at the Hôtel de la Paix on the shores of Lake Geneva. This complicated things for investigators as they had to sort through various timelines and alibis, but this was the same thing that helped Agnelet get released during this time. His involvement in Freemasonry also came to light. Agnelet was the worshipful master of a lodge he founded in Nice, which was associated with the Grand Orient of France, one of the biggest Masonic organizations in the nation. This association raised concerns about his character and motivations regarding Agnes's disappearance. His leadership in a Masonic lodge and his legal issues suggested a potential for dishonesty and self-interest. Freemasonry is a fraternal organization that encourages moral and ethical development among its members, frequently using symbols and rituals. He was exonerated of some charges on September 30, 1985, but on November 13, 1986, the Lyon Court of Appeals sentenced him to 30 months in prison, 6 months of which were suspended for breach of trust and vote buying. He started serving his sentence on November 17, 1986, and remained in prison until 1988. As the years went by, a private investigator hired by René Leroux made a breakthrough discovery in 1993 when he learned that hotel records in Geneva only listed François Lausseur, not Maurice, in Geneva. This led to the question of why investigators hadn't discovered this information sooner, as it could have drastically changed the investigation's conclusion and kept Agnelet behind bars. In 1997, René Leroux had filed a complaint against Lausseur and Agnelet. In June 1999, Lausseur, now the ex-wife of Maurice Agnelet, was potentially charged with collaboration in concealing a body overwhelmed by the situation. Lausseur withdrew her earlier statements and claimed she had lied about Agnelet's location during Agnes Leroux's disappearance in early 2000. Judge Anne Vella reopened the investigation after learning of this new information. Agnelet, who had returned from Panama voluntarily, was placed under judicial supervision and charged with voluntary manslaughter and false imprisonment. He remained free during the entire process, while Judge Vela diligently worked on the case, conducting extensive research and interviews. Agnelet's trial began on November 23, 2006, in the Alpes-Maritime Court, and on December 20, 2006, the jury found him not guilty because they had doubts about his guilt, which led his prosecution to appeal the verdict. This background of deceit and manipulation is further elucidated by the observations of ALA, the psychologist who evaluated Agnelet in 2002, who described him as an indecisive man with an endless desire to dominate others and driven by a deep need for recognition that may stem from a troubled relationship with his father. Agnelet reopened the case on December 7, 2000, and Agnelet was charged with murder. Agnelet and his defense team attempted to overturn this decision at the European Court of Human Rights in 2009, and in 2010 he requested conditional release. In the meantime, dubious reports surfaced that connected deceased gangsters to Agnes's disappearance in March 2011. And Jean-Pierre Hernandez, a former gangster, claimed Agnes was innocent and named Jean Lucchesi, a criminal connected to the Marseille mob, as the real murderer. Agnes Leroux was officially declared dead on April 12, 2007, with her death certificate issued in Nice on October 26, 1977. But he was discharged due to a lack of evidence, which included no body or car. Before his death in 1987, Lucchesi allegedly told Hernandez that he had killed Agnes as part of a contract, disposed of her body in the harbors, and crushed her car afterwards. The Zampa family's lawyer filed a complaint against Hernandez for defaming a deceased person and accused him of damaging Zampa's reputation. The Leroux family believed this was a publicity stunt to promote Hernandez's book, while Agnelet's lawyers saw it as fresh evidence to appeal to the Court of Cassation. On January 10, 2013, the European Court of Human Rights ruled against France, ruling that the murder charge was not clearly established due to the absence of a body and that the Aix-en-Provence verdict lacked justification. Personage, last season box, the courtesies accolade on Zoom, position and defensive. In March 2014, the French court held a third trial of Agnelet, which resulted in shocking developments that no one saw coming. On the day of the trial, Maurice, the analyst, appeared weak and aged in court for his trial. At first, it seemed like the proceedings would follow a familiar pattern. as Agnelet had been tried before. But just days before the verdict, a shocking twist occurred. Agnes's rebellious and generous nature was revealed by her family, while Agnelet insisted she was not a traitor. At the age of 76, Agnelet abruptly defended Agnes, saying there was no betrayal when she voted against her mother for the casino's presidency. Before the 2014 trial, Maurice Agnelet and his son Guillaume had a complicated relationship. Guillaume had always publicly supported his father, but during the court proceedings this changed drastically. On April 6th, Guillaume made his shocking claim, saying, "I have a case of conscience. I believe my father is the murderer of Agnes Leroux." This statement was read at the beginning of the hearing, and Guillaume repeated it during a video conference with the court. Guillaume claimed that his father had confessed to the crime, stating that he had shot the 29-year-old woman while she was sleeping in Monte Carlo, Italy, threw her belongings in a river, left her body in a forest, and then parked his white Range Rover at a train station with the keys left inside before taking a train back to Annelies hinted at a suicide threat in an email to their son Guillaume on April 9, 2014. In court, she disowned him and denied his accusations against Maurice. On April 11th, the jury upheld Maurice Agnelet's 20-year prison sentence, which he appealed the following day. The conviction was finalized on July 8, 2015. The Leroux family received €3 million, 0 cents, from Agnes's inheritance in May 2015. René Leroux died on June 6, 2016. In September 2020, Agnelet was granted a medical suspension of his sentence, but there were delays because of Agnes's prosecution appeal. He was released early on December 24, 2020, and moved in with his son in New Caledonia. Agnelet died of a heart attack on January 12, 2021, at the age of 82. For 45 years, both families endured intense scrutiny and suffering, with the truth about Agnes's disappearance still unresolved. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. There was a foreboding hush after Lisa Holstead, 22, vanished without a trace on August 12, 1986. Authorities began a desperate search when her partner reported her missing, and an hour into the hunt, they discovered something gory. Lisa had been viciously strangled, and her lifeless body was discovered in a marsh in the Kenyers Nature Park. There were no leads or suspects to speak of who may have perpetrated such a horrible act, thus the case remained a mystery for years. Why would somebody choose to take the life of a woman who is so young and active? Today, we'll examine how the 34-year-old Green Bay cold case murder inquiry was resolved. So let's go right to the puzzle without further ado. The incident was committed in Green Bay, a city of around 104,000 residents, in the U.S. state of Wisconsin that is situated on the shore of Lake Michigan. It is renowned for its vibrant football culture and is the third largest city in the state. One of the National Football League's most successful teams, the Green Bay Packers, call Green Bay home. The city's economy is varied, encompassing sectors like industry, tourism, healthcare, and education. The historic downtown area, Bay Beach Amusement Park, and the National Railroad Museum are among the attractions available to visitors to Green Bay. In 1986, a terrible murder occurred here in Green Bay. A daughter with sparkling eyes was born on April 18, 1964. Lisa Holstead was raised by Judith Karen Peral Thompson, a tough and courageous single mother. Lisa's early years weren't without difficulties. Despite the absence of her father, Frank Holstead, Lisa continued to shine brightly. She had a creative spirit and an inquisitive mind from a young age, which shaped her life. She was raised by two devoted elder sisters, Susan, who is 2 years Lisa's senior, and Deborah, who is 3 years Lisa's senior. They were always available to listen to her or to provide a shoulder to weep on. With them, Lisa experienced a warmth and security that was difficult to duplicate. She was protected by her elder brother, Stephen Holstead, who was 5 years older than her. He always made sure his younger sister felt loved and safe. Being raised by a single mother presented financial challenges, yet their love for one another remained constant. Judith loved her kids unconditionally and put in a lot of effort to support them. In addition to her love of horses, Lisa Holstead was artistic and enjoyed drawing in her own time. But when she became pregnant at the age of 17, her life took a surprising turn, and in 1981 she gave birth to her cherished son, Jeremy. Notwithstanding her difficulties, Lisa was a dedicated and affectionate mother who lavished her son with attention. She put in a lot of effort to make sure Jeremy had the greatest life possible. As she raised Jeremy alone, much as her own mother had raised her and her siblings, her compassionate, gregarious, and imaginative nature was evident. Lisa Holstead was a strong, independent woman. She bravely decided to relocate across the country to Los Angeles in order to follow her ambitions since, although living with her family was comfortable, she longed for something more. After a while in 1981, she came to the realization that she and her son Jeremy needed a stable, tranquil life. In 1982, she discovered that in the Wisconsin town of Green Bay, where they established a house, Lisa was keen to further her education, even though she never went to college. From 1983 to 1984, she enrolled in a goal-oriented non-credit adult learning course at the Northeastern Wisconsin Technical Institute. Lisa was only 22 when she returned to Green Bay in 1986, but she had already achieved a great deal with her now 5-year-old kid at her side. In this new phase of their lives, she was prepared to face any obstacles that could arise. She even fell in love again, this time with John Sott, with whom she lived in a comfortable house in Green Bay. The pair had an oddball array of pets, including an eel and a bird named Herbie, and they relished simple pleasures like fishing and darts. Lisa adored every time she spent with her loved ones, and her passion for life and love for her family were clear in everything she did. But on August 12, 1986, her promising future was sadly cut short by a cruel twist of fate. When Lisa and John set off on a late-night trip in Wisconsin, the moon was high in the sky. As they played darts game after game, Lisa and John appeared to be enjoying themselves immensely, and their competitive nature was evident. However, tension increased as the evening wore on, and it appeared that the booze had taken its toll. At 2:30 a.m., the automobile stopped at the corner of Mason and Taylor Street as they were returning home. She unlocked the door and stepped out into the chilly night air, where she and John had been fighting. She needed to get her thoughts straightened out, because the conversation with John had left her feeling angry and irritated. She informed John that he could go ahead and rest while she walked home. He wished that she would return quickly so that they could reconcile and move past this disagreement. John's concern turned into a bothersome feeling of dread as the hours went by and the sun rose above the sleepy town of Green Bay. He had the unshakable impression that something was seriously amiss, and Lisa had yet to return. Calling her name, he searched the streets and alleys but got no answer. Fear and uncertainty weighed heavily on his heart as he frantically went to the police station and reported her missing. 2 unwary employees in the Ken Years Nature Park made a horrifying discovery an hour after John reported her missing. On a typical day, the workers were walking along the riverside when they noticed a hand protruding from the water's surface. Curious, they halted their truck and walked to the water's edge. They would never be able to forget what they discovered there: a woman's lifeless body lying half-naked, as though she had been discarded like an unwanted item. They phoned the police right away, and when the Green Bay Police Department officers showed up on the scene a few minutes later, they saw a horrifying scene. Surrounded by towering reeds and murky water, the dead body of the unidentified woman lay in the marsh. In order to collect any evidence, the investigators made an effort to secure the area. The police discovered a tiny piece of cloth sticking out from beneath the murky waters as they searched the marsh for any hints that would help them identify the woman. They waded across the muck in haste to get the fabric, and when they looked more closely, they found an identity card in a pair of trousers' back pocket. At that point, they were able to identify Lisa Holstead as the victim. The case was declared a homicide once they came close to her body and noticed the telltale marks on her neck, sad proof that she had been strangled to death. Lisa's last moments were described in graphic detail in the autopsy report. Her blood alcohol content was discovered to be extremely high, measuring an astounding 0.25%, well beyond the legal limit. The autopsy at the time also showed that she had sustained numerous wounds that left her body covered in blood, a sight that could have troubled even the most courageous person. Even worse, the results of the medical examiner indicated that the main reason for her death was a horrific sexual assault. The alien DNA sample they had successfully taken from the victim's body was their only hope. For the police, finding the DNA was like locating a needle in a haystack. They didn't have a suspect to match it to, but they felt it was an important piece of evidence. Like a priceless diamond, the tiny sample was meticulously preserved. The investigators hoped that technology would eventually catch up with this evidence's potential and provide them with the answers they so urgently needed. Like wildfire, the news of Lisa's passing spread, leaving a path of sorrow in its wake. The loss of the lady he loved, the final quarrel, and the knowledge that he could have done more to protect her left her boyfriend John devastated. Her family was thrust into an agonizing and perplexing environment. Investigating quickly, the police spoke with everyone who might have had a reason to hurt Lisa. In the years that followed, investigators questioned every suspect, followed up on every lead, and made multiple trips back to the crime scene, but nothing seemed to reveal the whole truth. In order to piece together any lead or clue that would point to Lisa's killer, they even went back to the drawing board multiple times. However, they encountered dead ends in their endeavors. The situation just seemed to get more obscure with the passing of time. As the evidence eroded, possible suspects disappeared from view. After more than 30 years, the case was finally archived and sat collecting dust on a shelf. However, hope was rekindled in 2020 after the case had been unsolved for 34 years, when GBPD detective David Graff reopened the case and took the lead in the investigation with unwavering resolve. As he and his group went through the old case files, they saw a tiny vial that had been left at the back of the storage container. Inside was the culprit's DNA, which held the secret to solving the case. It was time to use the most recent forensic technologies to investigate her heinous murder. In an attempt to discover the identity of the murderer, he contacted Othram, a pioneer in the field that specializes in forensic genetic genealogy. In addition to revealing more about the suspect, this state-of-the-art technology would offer an intriguing look into the killer's family ties. The detective was finally able to unravel the complex web of this cold case with this new information. When the lab returned the results of the June 2020 study of the DNA, the Green Bay Police Department had a plethora of information about their suspect. The police were getting closer to the murderer with each new piece of information they learned from the DNA study. The police began meticulously tracking down the person's distant relatives' family trees, building a network of connections piece by piece, until they had 10 or 15 distinct family trees. They searched databases and websites as the investigation went on in an effort to identify groupings of people who might be connected to the victim. They discovered a group of people residing in other states after much research and excavation. They followed their trail and eventually discovered a link to Wisconsin, which brought them to Green Bay, the scene of the gruesome murder. In 1986, the year the crime was committed, the authorities discovered a family member who had been residing in Green Bay. They eventually located a suspect whose DNA might have matched the sample collected at the crime scene after several hours of labor. Finally, the long-awaited breakthrough had arrived. Investigators discovered that the man was Luke Griffin, who had previously been released on parole from the Green Bay Correctional Institution, where he had been serving time for the horrific crime of second-degree sexual assault and had a history of violence against women, including strangulation. The fact that Luke had been convicted of sexual assault in 1981, something that had been overlooked during the initial investigation, was what most startled them. The police appeared to have overlooked an important hint that had been in plain sight the entire time, but owing to Detective David Graff's and his team's unwavering efforts and the revolutionary science of forensic genetic genealogy, Luke's past eventually caught up with him. The investigators realized they needed to be very confident before making an arrest, since they had a suspect in their sights. Luke Griffin's DNA had to be compared to the crime scene profile. In order to find their main suspect, Luke Griffin, who had relocated to the city of Racine, the police set out on an exciting quest in September 2020. In an effort to find evidence against Griffin, the Green Bay detectives teamed up with the FBI, DCI, and Racine County officials to place him under surveillance. Luke was being pursued, and the authorities had no intention of letting him escape their grasp. They followed him to another Wisconsin town, keeping tabs on everything he did. They were observing him on September 18, 2020, when they noticed him sloppily throwing a cigarette butt on the ground and throwing some beer cans in a dumpster. He had no idea that these seemingly unimportant deeds would ultimately bring him to ruin. The cops swiftly gathered the abandoned objects and returned them to the lab for additional DNA testing. On September 29, 2020, the results were released, and the officials were overjoyed. The DNA matched exactly with that recovered from the crime scene more than 30 years ago. The sound of handcuffs snapping into place was heard as Luke was led from his house on October 28, 2020, at approximately 6 in the morning. As the police car drove away with Luke to Brown County Jail, neighbors whispered to each other and peered out from behind their curtains. Luke sat stonily in the interrogation room, denying any role in the killing. Luke eventually admitted to having a sexual contact with the victim as the intensity of the questioning increased, but he said that his recall of the night was vague at best, blaming his confusion on his drug and alcohol use. As the crime's specifics emerged, it became evident that Luke's drunkenness had impairing his memory, making it impossible for him to remember what had happened before Lisa died. The once elusive culprit has been apprehended. His trial was scheduled for 2021. As Luke Griffin entered the courtroom with guards at his sides, it was crowded with reporters, the victim's family, and interested bystanders. When he sat down at the defendant's table, all eyes were on him. As the trial got underway and the prosecution presented their case, Luke's future was in jeopardy. The jurors paid close attention, taking in every nuance of the evidence. Speaking to the jury about what transpired that fateful night in 1986, Luke explained that he had just stopped at McDonald's and then traveled a route that just so happened to pass by the location where Lisa's body was subsequently found. However, the weight of the crime he had committed seemed to press more heavily on his shoulders with each syllable. The evidence against him grew stronger during the trial, until at last the jury was forced to render a verdict. After a protracted and taxing legal struggle, Luke was detained on a first-degree homicide charge, and his bail was set at $1 million, 0 cents. Luke took the shocking choice to enter a no-contest plea to the allegation of homicide by reckless conduct on January 27, 2023. As the judge read the decision, the courtroom was once again heated. Luke's lawyer, Peter Hain, pushed for a lighter term, pointing to Luke's bad health and the 2 years he had previously served in prison. Hain's plea, however, was rejected by Judge Timothy Hinkfuss, who claimed that Luke's negligence and refusal to accept responsibility had only served to further harm Holstead's family. Hinkfuss continued by explaining that the maximum term he could impose was constrained by the statutes in effect at the time of the crime, and that homicide by reckless conduct, a Class C felony, is currently punishable by up to 40 years in Wisconsin. When Luke was convicted of the murder and charged with first-degree intentional homicide, the crowd gasped collectively. For the prosecutors, who had devoted their lives to bringing justice to the victim's family, it was a bittersweet victory. Luke Griffin, 67, received a sentence of 10 years in jail on March 27, 2023, which was the maximum punishment permitted by the 1986 sentencing statute. After completing 2/3 of his term, Luke is eligible for release. Additionally, 2.5 years of time served were granted to him, meaning that he is eligible for parole in less than 6 months, and might be released in 4.5 years. Judge Timothy Hinkfuss of the Brown County Circuit Court stated that the case's legal battle had been fiercely contested since 2020. Although Judge Hinkfuss accepted that the maximum penalty was grossly insufficient, she also acknowledged that Lisa Holstead's murder was a horrible and vile conduct that was limited by the laws in force at the time of the incident. David Lassie, the district attorney for Brown County, urged its imposition, pointing to the seriousness of the offense and its effect on the victim's family. For 34 years, he evaded justice and refused to accept responsibility. According to Lassie, that has had a major effect on the family. The hearing demonstrated the family members' emotional effect, and they made it plain that no penalty could bring back their beloved Lisa. When 5 members of Holstead's family stood before the bench to give their witness testimonies, the courtroom was a hive of emotion. As they described the suffering and trauma they had experienced for more than 30 years, their voices faltered with sorrow and rage. Speaking with passion, a sister, brother, niece, son, and granddaughter described the effects the long cold case had on their family. They expressed their dissatisfaction with the maximum penalty possible and talked about the vacuum left by their mother, grandma, and beloved sibling. When Lisa's brother Stephen Holstead spoke to the man who had hurt his family so much, his voice was full of emotion. He looked directly at Luke as he said, "The pain it caused our family cannot even be described to you." They depicted Lisa as a kind and caring mother to her small kid, saying, "Many tears I've thought about Lisa all these years. Every day spent 13,377 days since you murdered her. The family talked of Lisa's trustworthy and gregarious personality, as well as her creative energy and love of music and art. Although they admitted that they didn't have many pictures or videos of Lisa, one family member brought a framed photo of her to the stage, and another played a clip of her singing when she was younger. The Lisa Holstead case serves as a monument to both the strength of tenacity and the astounding advancements in forensic science in recent years. Even though it may have appeared like an intractable enigma for decades, justice was eventually served thanks to the relentless efforts of law enforcement and the application of state-of-the-art forensic procedures. What punishment do you believe Luke should receive for his offense? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Not a good morning. Early on July 4, 2011, a woman's body was discovered 5 miles outside of Wayland, Massachusetts. A woman on a bicycle who happened to be passing by a swampy region made the discovery. She was enjoying the view as she rode. All of a sudden, something strange and fantastic caught her eye. The woman approached and was appalled when her curiosity overcame her. A deceased girl lay in the grass and muck along the road. According to appearances, the unfortunate girl had experienced unheard of abuse rather than drowning. She had a bungee cord twisted in her hair and an obvious wound on her neck. In an attempt to control her excitement, the bystander reported what she had witnessed and called emergency personnel. Her intentions for the day abruptly changed. She waited for the police, putting aside her business. After examining the body and pulling it onto dry land upon arrival, law enforcement officials promptly transported it for forensic analysis. The girl's appearance had not changed much because she had only been in the water for a short while. Officers identified 18-year-old Lauren Astley, who had been on everyone's wanted list since the night before. When Lauren didn't come home or show up for a meeting with friends the day before, she was reported missing. On July 3, she entered the shopping mall where she worked as a sales clerk at around 10 a.m., and CCTV footage showed her exiting the premises at 6:45 p.m. after her shift was over. At this point, it was proven that Astley was speaking on the phone. Unfortunately, she wasn't seen alive again after that. No one ever heard from her. Malcolm, the heroine's father, then started to worry. Ultimately, his daughter was known for being reliable and on time. She would not alter her route arbitrarily. At best, she would have mentioned that she was running late. Therefore, if she had stated that she would arrive home by the scheduled time, she would have done so. Mr. Astley promptly reported the disappearance to the police after realizing that something negative had occurred. The police officers began the search right away and didn't wait for the appropriate amount of time. The girl's friends and family also joined in at the same time. Word of mouth, incidentally, spread swiftly, and acquaintances quickly learned that she was missing. Soon after, a red Jeep belonging to the missing was discovered in the local beach's parking lot. Her personal items, including a laptop and a pocketbook, were inside the car, which had its windows down, but not in it was the girl herself. Furthermore, it was unclear where she may have gone after abandoning the car in such a risky manner. Malcolm headed straight to the location where he attempted to determine his daughter's whereabouts after learning of the car's finding. Seeking her as though she had drowned, he strolled along the shore and threw a flashlight into the water. After him, Lauren's pals showed up. In an attempt to be the first to see her, they made the decision to stay the night at the location. They searched the region all night long, wondering where Lauren had vanished to. The young men had no idea where to look for her or what to think. But none of them could have predicted that Lauren had suffered an irreversible injury. The scene appeared to be something out of a movie. The person you were conversing and joking with a short while ago couldn't simply vanish in that manner. Lauren's body was discovered less than 12 hours later. Her father was the first person the officers phoned. They were invited to attend the identification and told about the awful discovery. Despite his final refusal to accept that the girl on the pathologist's table was his daughter, Malcolm finally came to his senses and acknowledged his child. His young, intelligent girl, who had just had her entire life ahead of her, lay before him. The man's heart was wounded by unbearable pain. However, nothing could be reversed or reverted. He now had two crucial tasks to complete: inform his ex-wife of the tragic news and identify the person responsible for his daughter's death. No one in the city believed what had happened when the depressing news got out. Lauren had no enemies or ill-wishers, according to a united voice of family and close friends. The only person who unintentionally came under suspicion was Nathaniel Fujita, her ex-boyfriend. Everyone was very hesitant to say his name, since they knew how much he loved Lauren and would never do her any harm. But the deformations that occur to someone who has experienced a breakup are different, and you never know what can happen to someone who can't let go of the past in their first love. A person's first love is a powerful emotion that enters their life. It shifts. The normal way of life is totally destroyed. Such feelings infuse reality with new hues while nourishing and inspiring. It also brings with it the first kiss, the first personal encounter, the first employment, the first time away from the parental house, and so forth. When some feelings are superimposed on others, it's a very vivid part of life, but this kind of love is frequently short-lived. When circumstances separate two people, they break up. Someone recognized they didn't fit together, and someone couldn't handle the inconsistencies that resulted. After that, most of us experience the understatement and incompleteness that will continue to fascinate us till the end of time. But not everyone has the strength to go past it, say goodbye, and express gratitude for the time spent. The negative aspects of love, heavy addiction, and jealousy that broke young hearts are the subject of this tale. The entire high school is envious of Lauren Astley and Nathaniel Fujita. She is a small, attractive brown girl who makes a statement with her originality and activity. Many girls adore him since he is a tall, driven soccer player. Young individuals showed themselves to one another, even though they had known one another from childhood. Later, they dated for 3 years, starting in high school. With all the repercussions, it was a pretty colorful romance. They would argue and then reconcile, they would split up and then reunite. Despite their challenging personalities, the lovers made an effort to treasure the brittle bond that developed between them. For the first few years of their partnership at least, this persisted. In 1993, Lauren Dunn Astley was born in Boston. In Mary and Malcolm's family, she was the only kid. As a result, the young girl became the sole object of their attention. She was raised with strong morals because both of her parents were educators. Their daughter's development into a decent adult was their first priority. Astley and Lauren separated when Lauren was 6 years old. However, this had little impact on the girl's upbringing. They have a young beauty and they all still care about her and encourage Lauren in all of her pursuits. Cadile was a great deal. Her entire day was planned out minute by minute, and she was always enthralled with something. She has a wide range of fascinating interests. Lauren was a member of the Youth Symphony Orchestra, enjoyed playing soccer and tennis, and sang in a musical group. In addition, she was a counselor at a children's camp, a member of her church choir, and the lead in a theater production of Annie at the local arts center. She was always present at school and community concerts. A lot of people were in awe of her boundless enthusiasm. She was everywhere and very active. Social interaction was the second area of interest for the girls. Astley took part in numerous charity endeavors. She assisted Hurricane Katrina victims in New Orleans, Louisiana when she was 12 years old. She later made 2 additional trips to the region on a similar mission. She had a large, compassionate heart that was open to everyone and everything. As a result, she gave more thought to others than to herself. Everyone in her immediate vicinity was aware that they could always rely on her for guidance or assistance. Lauren and Nathaniel Fujita attended the same high school. He showed a lot of promise and was a superb player for the school soccer team. In addition, he had an ambition of tying athletics into his future. He was regarded as the company's soul and a hard-working pupil. The young man was Beta and Tom Fujita's eldest son. One could argue that his family was well off and well known in some circles. His father taught at Boston's Berklee College of Music and was a well-known guitarist. He was a unique individual who stood out from the crowd. Maybe Lauren and Nate's romance began when the girl conducted an interview with the boyfriend's father for a class assignment. She then started to visit their home more frequently, and as young people stopped keeping their emotions to themselves, their parents started talking to each other and visiting. As I mentioned before, the lovers' relationship was ideal for the first 2 years. The coupling was striking and they were both quite gorgeous young adults. Together, Nate and Lori did everything. went out, played sports, studied, and took part in events. And later on, though, such a close relationship seemed stuffy. The guy controlled everything and wouldn't let the girl go any place by herself. He frequently saw things that weren't there because he was so envious of her. Nathaniel wanted her undivided attention and to keep it to himself. This was the cause of their disagreements. No one heard Lauren complain of any physical impact, but they increased in frequency as the young man started to respond more violently. Their relationship generally devolved into an emotional roller coaster. The tranquility was gone. Although it didn't work for them both, they were unable to return to their relaxed feelings. Lauren considered the future on multiple occasions and made a decision regarding her future life as her education came to a conclusion. She obviously understood that it was time to say goodbye after listing all the benefits and drawbacks of her relationship with Nate on paper. Additionally, she had never liked the way he behaved around her mother. Lauren didn't want that kind of conduct, and she had unintentionally projected their connection into her alleged existence with him. Furthermore, the upcoming enrollment was a significant factor in their lives. Already paths were splitting. Her partner received an invitation to play soccer at Trinity College in Connecticut, while Lauren was applying to Ohlone University in North Carolina. Breakup. On her birthday, April 1, 2011, Lauren made the tragic announcement. Since they still had time to adjust to their new circumstances and begin their lives over, she thought it was the ideal moment. Everyone was going to be busy and make new friends, which would help them forget about their depressing thoughts. But Nathaniel didn't have the same goals as Lauren. He experienced intense loneliness and grief. He had lost his enthusiasm for attending college. He quit going out and practicing. He spent the entire day watching TV and lying on the couch. The man descended into a profound sadness that he was unable to overcome. Everyone observed that he had changed from a once active and vivacious young man to a reclusive and melancholy individual. Furthermore, Fujita developed an addiction to marijuana and alcohol as a means of escaping the harsh realities of his life. Lauren found it difficult to witness his behavior, let alone to be the reason behind it. The girl sought her friends for advice on how to help him and what to do in this situation, but they all advised her to let him deal with this anguish on his own and not get involved. If she did, he might see her involvement as an opportunity to have everything fixed and given back. The suggestion from her friend was good. She should not have revealed her face to him because his condition deteriorated when he saw her. Regretfully, the girl had turned into his trigger, anticipating things. Her willingness to help and her goodwill later turned against her. About 150 individuals attended the large party that Astley and her friends planned after graduation. Young people danced and enjoyed themselves with the invitees during the event, which was hosted under a large dome. Additionally, it was revealed that Nathan, the heroine's ex-boyfriend, arrived at the party intoxicated and observed Lauren dancing in the center of the dance floor. She asked him not to disturb her or ruin the celebration when he tried to talk to her. It was useless to engage in idle chatter. It has all been said before, multiple times. Second, she didn't want to talk to him while she was in that state. The man, however, followed her and requested that she begin anew. His attitude deteriorated with every minute that went by, and his aggressiveness became more pronounced. He got so enraged at one point that he moved aside and struck the pole supporting the structure as hard as he could. The building stumbled and fell in reaction. The festivities were utterly destroyed. Everyone was upset and wanted Nathan to leave the gathering. Later, Lauren sobbed as she told her mother that her ex-boyfriend follows her around and never leaves her alone. The girl went on to say that he acted disgustingly and wouldn't let anyone dance with her at the graduation function. The fact that she was content without him infuriated him. Be suspicious. Questioning everyone Lauren was connected to in one way or another was the first thing the police did after learning she was missing. Every path went to Fujita. He was the only one who appeared to have an incentive to hurt her. But his whole entourage told her that was not the case. Officers have, however, frequently seen situations in which criminal activity was committed by those who were not expected to do so. At the door, Nathaniel and his mother greeted the detectives. The youngster was perplexed throughout the chat. He seems impressed by his beloved's abrupt exit. He said that he had lately seen her at around 7 o'clock. After a pleasant talk, the girl drove away after stopping by him in her car. The man said that their talk lasted no more than 5 minutes. Furthermore, the young man stated that he was at home and did not leave when Lauren vanished. His mother concurred with her son's statement, although it was challenging to verify his alibi, because he was alone himself at the time. Mrs. Fujita acknowledged that on the day she paid her a visit, she had also run across Nathan's ex-girlfriend at the shopping center, where the latter was employed part-time. Her son had changed, and the mom was upset by this. She wanted Lauren to speak with him for that reason. In actuality, the young man's parents had previously sought out a psychiatrist for assistance, but his efforts proved fruitless. Their boy simply existed and had lost all interest in life. In order to go on, Beta thought Lauren's remarks would give him courage, or at the very least a sense of masculine pride in himself. Lauren's preparations were derailed by the request, but nobody was aware of it because the meeting wasn't expected to last long. It found out that she and Nathan had spoken on the phone just after the meeting with his mother, as captured by the mall's security cameras. The girl called her ex-boyfriend and set up a visit for 7:05 p.m., since she was still worried about him. The information that Nathaniel and Beta gave the police officers was undoubtedly helpful. Ashley drove up to Fujita's house and texted him, saying, "Here," but it was unclear what happened to Lauren after that, or why her car was abandoned on the beach. When the poor girl's body was inadvertently discovered in the swamp in the morning, the case became more obvious. The police decided to pay Nathan another visit because they were certain that the girl's body most likely belonged to Lauren Astley. He wasn't at home this time, though. His presence was unnecessary. The officers did, however, have a search warrant. Need proof to support the investigation's account on the ex-lover's role in the murder. The garage was the first area examined. Skilled experts quickly demonstrated that something negative had occurred in it. Bloodstains were discovered somewhere on the floor, and multiple elastic cords that matched those twisted in the girl's hair were hanging prominently on the wall. The residence also had blood traces. There were faint splatters on the bathroom sink, kitchen floor, doorknob, and kitchen sink. They were clearly the result of someone's sloppy and rather hurried attempt to sweep them up. In the basement was a black gym bag. It contained filthy, soggy tennis shoes. Detectives discovered a pair of bloody shoes and damp, bloody garments in Nathan's bedroom, which served as a sort of hiding spot. Although the samples had to be sent to a lab for a formal determination, the dirt on the shoes appeared to match the muck from the swamp where Lauren's body had been discovered. Experts later validated the detectives' suspicions. Unquestionable proof of Nathan's involvement in the ex-girlfriend's killing had been collected, and they also concluded that the blood discovered in Fujita's home belonged to the deceased, but his location remained a mystery. As a result, the case investigation moved forward at an unthinkable rate as soon as the man was listed as sought. The suspect was located a couple of hours later. He was lodging with a cousin in a nearby town during this entire period. Ultimately, Nathaniel was taken into custody on suspicion of murder early on July 5, 2011. He was silent, distant, and did not struggle when he was arrested. He also refused to assist with the investigation at that time. He made no mention of the alleged offense when being questioned. The investigators thought of it in two ways. He didn't say a word because he was either unable to justify his actions or he was scared to speak too much. The version of the investigator. According to the investigation, Lauren Astley met with the ex-boyfriend's mother before paying him a visit. The girl chose to speak with him and lift his spirits since she was concerned about him. The two of them then went to Fujita's garage shortly after that. Nathan may have attacked her and started strangling her with a bungee cord after a fight broke out there. He drove the girl's red Jeep to the beach after killing her, then tossed the keys into a storm drain. He went back home, loaded his sweetheart into his car, and took her to the swamp when they discovered the invader. He then made an effort to conceal the evidence of the crime. Everyone knew that her boyfriend was occasionally uncontrolled and capable of hostility, even if he had not before used physical violence against Lauren. Therefore, during a preliminary hearing on August 23, 2011, his motivations were underlying anger and an inability to accept the breakup. First-degree felony assault and battery with a dangerous weapon was Nathaniel's charge. The lover hardly made a sound when asked if he would enter a guilty plea to the charges against him, indicating that his attorneys had engaged in foul play by developing a particular line of action and defense. In order to prevent the defendant from being released on bond, the prosecutor filed a motion. The prosecutor's request was granted by the court. Fujita appealed the trial on February 13, 2013. Showed up in court. William Sullivan, Nathaniel's lawyer, said the defendant was insane. He acknowledged that there had been a murder. However, he said that the defendant had a psychopathic attack on the evening of July 3, 2011, as a result of having a severe case of clinical depression. The man attacked the girl since he couldn't explain what he had done at the moment. The defender's statements on Nathan's behavioral changes were corroborated by his friend. They disclosed that he had undergone a significant transformation and had ceased to be present at the organization. The fact that he had previously simply been tired of soccer and had never missed training, even when ill, astounded everyone. Additionally, he lost interest in something that had a significant role in his life after splitting from Lauren overnight. At the court hearing, Fujita's psychiatrist also gave a statement. He was the one who made the diagnosis and recommended treatment and medication. But Nathaniel declined. It was alleged throughout the trial that the athlete's several repetitive head injuries were the primary cause of the defendant's mental health issues, and that the breakup made matters worse and caused a violent seizure. However, the defense lawyer's arguments were not supported by the prosecution. The defendant, according to prosecutor Lisa McGovern, knew what was going on, behaved with purpose and planning, and committed the offense with ulterior motivations. As evidenced by CCTV footage and Lauren's circumstances, it was discovered that the man persistently trailed the girl and refused to let her rest. Even on that particular day, just hours before the end of her workday, he showed up in the shopping center and observed her. It was a chance for Nathan to act on his criminal purpose at his mother's request. The prosecution's case was supported by witness testimony. It was obvious that Fujita had no regrets. On the terrible evening, one witness saw Nathan driving home with music playing in his car. Additionally, a cousin testified against a relative in a denunciatory manner. She claimed that on the evening of July 3, her brother called and invited her to hang out, and the girl declined because she was busy. He became quite irate and claimed that he wanted to divert his attention, but it didn't seem to be working. When word of Lauren's passing spread the following day, his cousin got in touch with him once more. He said that no one would ever know the truth about her death or the whereabouts of the murder weapon when she asked him if he knew. He also acknowledged that he had traveled to the local beach in the ex's vehicle. As a result, the sister convinced Nathaniel to surrender himself up after realizing his involvement in the tragedy. As it turned out, there was one odd episode in 2009 when the young folks split up once more. Lauren attended the disco with her friends. One guy was open about his interest in her. Lauren chose to give a new admirer a chance after the breakup, and they even shared a kiss. Nathan noticed this and threw his fists at his opponent. If the young man ever approached Lauren again, he would slice his throat. Considering the severity of Lauren's injuries from the murder, it was evident that Nathan was a jealous guy who got irascible and capable of many things when he drank alcohol. This incident not only implicitly implicated Fujita as the offender, but also validated his violent outburst. Other horrible facts also surfaced, such as the discovery of wounds on the deceased's body that had been caused prior to her passing. The so-called defensive wounds were evident among them. The girl had attempted to fight back. The defendant's condition was also evaluated by a forensic psychiatrist who was invited by the prosecution. He claimed that, in contrast to the last one, he was sane and made wise choices at the time of the crime. Given that Fujita's sentence would be drastically lowered if he was deemed insane, the prosecution and defense engaged in a heated battle. He was still charged, of course, but his guilt was much lessened. In every way, this trial was emotional. Both sides' relatives were present. These men had known one another in the past. They were all hurting in different ways in this predicament. The entire time, Nathaniel's parents were in tears. They felt a great deal of remorse for their son and were shocked by what had transpired. His loved ones were left to bear the consequences of his conduct. Malcolm and Mary were devastated. Lauren was dying in pain at the hands of the man she loved. They had lost their only daughter too soon. After cutting and tightening the cord around her throat, experts determined that the girl had survived for a few minutes. Lauren's mother wanted to know how long the verdict and subsequent life had been planned, as well as why this had occurred to her daughter. On March 7, 2013, Nathaniel Fujita was convicted guilty of all charges following a 3-week trial. It took the jury a day to render a decision. The 20-year-old received a life sentence without the possibility of release. Following the ruling, Nathan's parents were approached by Lauren's father, who gave them a hug. The man's act demonstrated the depth of his heart and the strength of his character. The most valuable possession of both families has been gone. The Lauren Dunn Astley Memorial Fund was later created by Mary and Malcolm Astley to educate teenagers about positive relationships. They think Nathaniel could have avoided the crime he did. The girl's family has committed the rest of their lives to raising awareness about how to overcome a breakup and prevent partner violence. Mandatory life without parole sentences for individuals under the age of 20 at the time of the offense were eliminated by the state superior court in 2024. Nathaniel was able to enjoy his freedom as a result. Given that he permanently took the life of an innocent girl and denied her parents happiness and tranquility, is that fair? Some people believe that it only takes one step to go from love to hate. Crazy behavior can occasionally result from envy, selfishness, and obsessive love. A tragic illustration of this is the tale of the Astley and Fujita families. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On January 24, 1991, at 4:45 p.m., 13-year-old Paula Ilera came home from school in East Harlem, New York. As she stepped into the elevator of her apartment building and made her way to her family's 30th floor apartment, her mother buzzed her in. But on that little trip, she unexpectedly disappeared. Paula's lifeless body was found half a mile from her home 3 hours later, at 7:30 p.m. by a man walking his dog. The community was left with unanswered questions as the sun set on that terrible day. What happened to Paula, and who might be responsible for her death and disappearance? East Harlem, sometimes referred to as El Barrio, is a neighborhood in the center of Manhattan, New York City, where Paula and her family lived. This enclave of diverse cultures is well known for its vibrant blend of customs, artwork, and camaraderie, as shown by its vibrant festivals, restaurants, and vibrant murals that line its streets. East Harlem is home to a varied population with a strong Hispanic and Latino background. The renowned Museum of the City of New York, which displays the history of the city, is located in the area. Our narrative started in East Harlem, where the odds of becoming a victim of crime are roughly 1 in 22. In the late 1970s, Paula Ilera was born in Colombia to Cesar and Olga Ilera. Alexandra and Julio were her older siblings. In search of a better life, Paula, her mother, and 2 siblings relocated to East Harlem, New York City, in June 1990. They stayed with Paula's uncle Guillermo Ospina at 420 East 111th Street, on the 30th floor of an apartment complex. In order to finally join them in New York, her father, Cesar, continued to work as a taxi driver in Colombia. Paula enrolled in junior high school once they arrived in New York. Paula was a bright student who spent her free time studying math and English, according to her sister Alexandra. She wanted to be a lawyer to help people in need, but she only had a few friends, most of whom were classmates. She was quite smart and advanced for her age, thinking above her years, according to her uncle Guillermo. He added that Paula's passion for the English language was the reason she was so content in New York. As a young girl, she had a lot of plans for the future. According to her uncle Guillermo, Paula and her family seemed to be living a happy life until a tragic incident abruptly altered it. Paula was only 13 years old when she left school on the chilly afternoon of January 24, 1991, and returned to the comforting confines of her apartment complex. She reached the building's entrance at around 4:45 p.m. and called her apartment via the intercom. Olga, her mother, responded and pressed the button to open the lobby entrance, allowing her in. This mundane exchange would be the last Olga would have with her cherished daughter. Sadly, Paula never reached their flat on the 30th floor, even though the door was now open and she went into the lobby and into an elevator. When Paula hadn't returned home after 10 minutes, her brother and uncle became concerned. They decided to go look for her because they sensed something was wrong. They rushed down to the lobby and saw it was deserted. They started frantically looking throughout the area for Paula, but she seemed to have disappeared. Around 7:30 p.m., 3 hours later, a man walking his dog discovered a terrifying find. On a sidewalk beside the East River, he noticed a dead body. Drug objects such as used lighters, syringes, and vials were scattered across the area. Sadly, what he discovered was Paula's thin body, and she was dead. She lived in an apartment building roughly half a mile south of the location where she was discovered. Detectives were confronted with a rather depressing situation when they got there. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that she had a ligature around her neck and that the stab wound in the middle of her chest was barely bleeding. No hints were found to suggest the identity of the perpetrator. The only items they found on Paula's body were a piece of chalk in her pocket and a New Kids on the Block watch on her wrist. The murder of Paula had a significant impact on the area as a whole, in addition to her family. Olga, her mother, was distraught and had a hard time accepting that her daughter was gone. Following this incident, both teachers and students at Paula's school were in shock. In order to help those close to Paula deal with their loss, teachers met with pupils to offer support. For safety considerations, they also cautioned every student against going out alone. The principal and district authorities refused to meet with media after the incident, and reporters were denied access to the school. Many questions remained unresolved for detectives. In an attempt to locate witnesses who could have seen Paula in the vicinity where her body was eventually found, they visited door to door throughout the 32-story building. Unfortunately, no one who had seen her there could be found. Furthermore, the detectives were clueless regarding the identity of the culprit behind this catastrophe. Whether Paula was murdered at the remote location, surrounded by crack bottles where her body was discovered, or elsewhere, was still unknown. The detectives were able to piece together some crucial information during their investigation. They learned that Paula frequently stayed after school on Wednesdays and Thursdays to attend her journalism program. She had been writing an article on her father on the day of her terrible murder, with the intention of sending it to him as a Valentine's Day present. The detectives also learned that Paula and a buddy traveled north along First Avenue on that fatal day, after Paula left the school after the workshop at about 4 p.m. At 106th Street, they split off, with Paula going on to her family's apartment complex. The cops discovered during their investigations that Paula had entered the same elevator as another kid, Aaron Wofford. When they spoke with him, though, he stated that Paula went higher while he got off at the 19th level. Consequently, the detectives stopped considering him as a suspect. The totality of Paula's horrific ordeal was made clear during the autopsy. She had been stabbed 3 times close to her heart, strangled, and molested. Her thighs also had odd, lengthy markings that the medical examiner saw. Paula had obviously fought off an attack with courage, and her assailant had yanked her legs away with such force that the bruises on their thighs resembled the curve of their fingers. Male hair was also taken from her body by the examiner. This was kept as proof. Paula's remains were interred at St. Michael's Cemetery in East Elmhurst, Queens on February 2, 1991. Victim Services, a private group that supports victims of violent crimes and their families in Flushing, New York, provided assistance to Paula's family when they moved to Flushing 4 months after her sad murder. Through counseling at Victim Services' Families of Homicide Victims program, Olga found comfort. The family clung to the faith that justice would be served for Paula while they dealt with and recovered. But, as time went on, Paula's situation progressively got less interesting, and finding the solutions became more difficult. In any place at any time, the murder of a 13-year-old girl ought to have made headlines, but this horrible incident in East Harlem went mostly unreported in the violent New York of 1991. Over 2,000 murders were reported in the city annually between 1990 and 1992, with an average of 6 bodies found every day throughout New York City's 5 boroughs. Regretfully, the majority of these took place in underprivileged, primarily minority communities, including East Harlem, the South Bronx, and East New York, Brooklyn. Unfortunately, the media paid little attention to any of these situations. Instead, free from political or media pressure, the media frequently covered more affluent, white victims of more expensive crimes in gorgeous settings. A low-priority homicide was assigned to Paula's case. As a result, her murder was mostly forgotten and unsolved for the most of the 1,990. New York City's crime rate was declining by the middle of the 990s. Nonetheless, a troubling pattern continued in East Harlem's housing buildings. Regardless of whether they were Hispanic or Black, a string of seemingly unconnected cases started to happen, all of which involved the assault and killing of young, attractive youths with thick skin. In 1994, a 15-year-old girl was attacked by a person with a knife and was the victim. This case exposed a pattern that the attacker would use again throughout the course of the following 4 years. He would come up behind the teenager and lead her to a remote spot. There, he would force her to undress, blindfold her with a piece of her own clothing, and then attack her. The 15-year-old survivor was remarkably able to describe her assailant. He was a muscular, well-groomed young man who exuded an overabundance of self-importance. Incredibly, he even informed the woman that she was lucky to have been attacked by someone as attractive as him. Firefighters responded to a rooftop fire at the George Washington houses on East 104th Street on September 10, 1997, a few years later. Following this, they found the dead corpse of a woman who had been severely abused, hit by a blunt weapon, and severely burned, rendering her unrecognizable. Johalis Castro, a 19-year-old who had relocated to New York from the Dominican Republic with her family, was subsequently identified as the victim. Johalis, a young woman with a daughter, had been attending a Bronx community college to study computer science. The second victim in the same neighborhood was a 13-year-old girl in April 1998, 7 months later. Fortunately, the little victim was able to flee unharmed. Rashida Washington, 17, died tragically 2 months later on June 2, 1998. She had been robbed, beaten, and strangled when she was discovered in a stairway on the 15th floor of a housing project on East 112th Street. Like the previous victims, her dead body, with its bare chest hidden by a shirt, had been placed in a sat position against the wall. Rashida, a 100-pound fashion student who worked at a clothes boutique, was small in stature. Unfortunately, 3 days after celebrating her 18th birthday, she was slain. 2 further young teenagers were assaulted in the same region in the fall of that year. On September 21, 1998, a 15-year-old was attacked, and on November 16, a 14-year-old. Fortunately, these 2 teenagers made it out alive, probably because they were blinded before they had a chance to see the assailant. The likelihood that a serial killer was targeting teenage females in East Harlem was not openly acknowledged by the authorities, despite the growing number of similar incidents. However, the police ultimately made the decision to move quickly in response to the victims' parents' concerns. Since widespread testing of convicted felons had not yet started, the database of DNA samples on file in the 1990s was very tiny. But in the fall of 1998, there had been a major development about the East Harlem cases. Experts in forensics from the New York Police Department reviewed bodily fluid evidence from the murder of Rashida Washington, with evidence from 2 other nearby instances that were comparable. The same offender was unmistakably connected to all 3 crimes by these tests. One rape victim was first thought to be a part of a distinct pattern. However, it turned out that the homicide victim, Rashida Washington, and this rape case had produced a new pattern instead of being part of the previous rape pattern. At last, investigators had concrete proof that a serial killer was preying on kids in Harlem. Police authorities responded by forming a specialist task force of investigators whose only goal was to capture the suspect. In response, the authorities distributed a wanted poster with a sketch of the serial killer. The victim's description served as the basis for this sketch. A tipster who called in shortly after the flyer was posted in East Harlem recommended that the investigators look into a 25-year-old man named Ace, who lived on the 19th floor of the same building Paula had occupied. Ace was promptly recognized by the cops. His true name, Aaron Key, evoked a recollection. In the course of investigating Paula's murder, the name Aaron had first come to light. Aaron Walford, a youngster who had been spotted getting into the elevator with Paula and claiming to have gotten out on the 19th level, was remembered by detectives. In the 1997 murder inquiry of Johalis Castro, the unusual first name Aaron had also resurfaced. According to phone records, Johalis had called a man named Aaron Key multiple times in the days before her death. Police interrogation revealed that Aaron's girlfriend, Jacqueline, had been friends with Joe. He explained his repeated phone calls by saying that on the day of Johalis's death, the 2 women had been organizing a shopping excursion. Jacqueline, who was also questioned by the police, corroborated Aaron's account. The authorities didn't discover that Aaron Key and Aaron Wofford were the same individual until much later. His mother's surname was Key, while his father's was Wofford. Two of the three victims in the alleged serial killer case were linked to Aaron Key as a result of this finding. He had a lengthy history of phone conversations with Jahalis in the days preceding Paula's passing, and he was the last person known to have seen her alive. These links couldn't have happened by accident. Investigators made the decision to learn more about Aaron's past. They discovered that he was a reasonably well-spoken and intellectual person. He was raised primarily in East Harlem and was born on September 18, 1973. He was sharing the same building as Paula, with family members when she vanished in 1991. Aaron was seen as a gregarious individual with a talent for computers. Despite the lack of evidence, he claimed to be involved in the production of rap music. He was only 5 feet 8 inches tall and rather attractive. He had only been arrested once for robbery in 1990, according to his criminal record, and he had served little to no time in prison. But neighbors saw Aaron in a different light. He has a troubling side, they said. He frequently roamed around with a portable video camera, trying to get improper footage, and he had a habit of looking through the peepholes of women in his building. Despite the lack of strong evidence against Aaron at this point, the police recognized the value of a comprehensive investigation. They concentrated on the attacker, who had left behind a gray hoodie and a black boo-boo cap in the September 1998 incident. In search of leads, the investigators made the decision to examine these articles of clothing more closely. When they discovered a laundry tag on one of the clothes, their efforts were fruitful. The cops soon found a dry cleaner close to Aaron's building thanks to this tag. The fact that Aaron's mother, Cynthia, was on the dry cleaner's client list added even more significance to this revelation. Law authorities grew more certain that testing Aaron's DNA would prove his involvement in the crimes, since all the evidence seemed to point to him as a major suspect. There was a major obstacle, though. Since DNA testing for convicted felons in New York would not be required until 2000, Aaron's DNA was not on file. It wasn't as simple as bringing a suspect in and requesting a swab to get a DNA sample in the 1990s. The acquisition of a sample required judicial authority based on reasonable suspicion, and DNA tests were still seen as intrusive procedures. Detectives knew that even while there was a lot of circumstantial evidence suggesting Aaron was involved, the laundry tag, phone calls, and elevator ride wouldn't be enough to convince a judge to require Aaron to give a DNA sample. As a result, the cops had to come up with another strategy. Their first strategy was to follow Aaron Key in the hopes that he might inadvertently leave a sample of his saliva behind, such as when he spit or disposed of chewing gum. But this strategy soon looked like a failure. Detectives finally got a break on February 8, 1999, when Aaron was taken into custody for his role in stealing a computer hard disk. In order to get a DNA sample, the police had to use some deceit, because there were no regulations in New York at the time requiring DNA testing for anyone who were arrested. They came up with a scheme in which a female detective dressed in white hospital attire and pretended to be a doctor. She went up to Aaron and requested a sample of his saliva for what she said was a standard test for tuberculosis. She hoped he would sign a release form as she handed him the documents. Aaron, on the other hand, studied the text carefully. He refused to participate when he saw a line that mentioned DNA analysis. He asserted that he was a devout Jehovah's Witness and that he was not allowed to receive any medical care because of his beliefs. Aaron knew what the cops were looking for, and he was not going to give it to them. He tore his paper cup into pieces and flushed them down the toilet when he finished his supper that night. He switched his cup with his cellmates to further perplex investigators. But the cops were ahead by one step. Aaron had been in a holding cell with a number of other inmates shortly after his detention. They had been given cups of water by attendants while they were there. These cups were found in a waste paper basket by detectives, who then sent them for DNA analysis. A sample taken from the lip of one of the cups discovered in the police holding cell matched the East Harlem criminal's DNA, according to the results, which were returned in a matter of days. Since Aaron was merely charged with a misdemeanor computer theft offense, he was already free without bail by the time the DNA test results were available on February 12, 1999. The New York Police Department, meantime, promised to pay $11,000, 0 cents, for any tip that would result in his apprehension. Aaron's parents thought they were going on a Valentine's Day date, but authorities quickly found out that he had gone to Brownsville, Brooklyn, and met up with his 16-year-old lover, Angelique. But rather than following their plans, Aaron and Angelique got on a bus from Newark, New Jersey that was bound for Florida. Investigators began to worry that Angelique might be in danger and would end up like the other victims. Aaron called a second woman in New York twice after he got to South Florida. His notoriety as a suspected serial killer on the loose had made headlines by this point. When the second girlfriend saw what was happening, she immediately called the police and gave them a tip that Aaron was staying at the Miami Sun Hotel on Northeast 1st Avenue in downtown Miami, which is only 2 blocks from the beach. 2 detectives from New York hurried to the hotel in response to this report and started monitoring it. They summoned a Miami-Dade SWAT unit for help when they saw Aaron and Angelique moving about inside. Aaron and Angelique were found hiding beneath the bed on the 6th story of the hotel as the SWAT team attacked the building. Additionally, Aaron was captured and taken into custody on February 19, 1999. Detectives tried to question Aaron about the crimes in East Harlem, but he refused to talk and gave no information. But the police had a strategy. Later, they let Angelique into the interview room while they watched and heard from behind a 2-way mirror. Aaron and Angelique thought they were saying their goodbyes in solitude. Angelique pushed Aaron to give an explanation for his misdeeds during this exchange. Aaron's answer was unclear. He claimed to have been ill and said that he had bugged out. Aaron was finally extradited to New York to stand trial on 22 felony charges pertaining to 4 assaults and the killings of Paula Hilera, Johalis Castro, and Rashida Washington, following a protracted 4-month legal fight. Aaron was linked to 6 of the 7 cases by DNA evidence. Prosecutors John Irwin and Richard Plansky made a strong case against Aaron at the trial in the fall of 2000, using a flurry of witness statements and DNA evidence. 2 of Aaron's victims were among the 130 prosecution witnesses they called. Aaron himself demanded to testify as the first defense witness. Aaron showed a variety of emotions during the 2 days of her testimony, from wailing like a baby to grinning like a schoolgirl. He also talked about how angry he was to be charged, pop culture, narcotics, rap music, jail cuisine, and his thoughts on the criminal justice system were just a few of the subjects he spoke in his monologue, which was mostly unhindered by the judge, prosecutors, or his own lawyers. Aaron constructed a peculiar narrative to explain why he was charged with horrific serial assault against young women, while many of the relatives of his victims were in the courtroom. He said that a dishonest medical examiner who was involved in the harvesting and sale of human organs had arranged for the police to frame him as a participant in a cover-up. He even asserted that what he called genetic shuffling had been done to his DNA. But his long story did not convince the jury. The courtroom erupted in applause on December 16, 2000, the day the guilty verdict was given. During the sentencing, Aaron swore at the family members in the crowd as he was escorted past them. In January 2001, a month later, Aaron's victims' relatives had the chance to speak with him face-to-face. Paula's mother, Olga, spoke to him, wishing that he would comprehend the agony of restless nights, appetite loss, being unable to walk or breathe, and the lack of tranquility, while simultaneously reflecting on her daughter's suffering at the moment of her passing. Having brought her kid to the country to pursue the American dream, Olga talked of her ongoing pain. During the sentencing hearing, Aaron broke down in tears and apologized when it was his turn to speak. Johalis Castro's male cousin became enraged at this and tried to get over the barrier to attack Aaron. The sentence was then pronounced by Justice Jones Sadonic. For the 3 murders, she sentenced Aaron to 3 life terms without the chance of release. He was also sentenced to 400 years in prison for 4 counts of abuse. Aaron was a prisoner at Dannemora, New York's Clinton Correctional Facility. Legislators in New York and numerous other states had passed legislation mandating DNA testing for anybody detained in relation to serious crimes by the time Aaron was convicted. Since then, the majority of felony arrests for both violent and nonviolent offenses are now included in this testing. Additionally, some jurisdictions have started testing people's DNA when they are detained for The pain of losing Paula is still very much there for Olga. She is all too aware that the pain caused by the unexpected and needless death of a loved one never goes away, especially when there are still so many unanswered questions. We are left with the memories of Paula and the other victims, As we get to the end of this heartbreaking trip through her awful narrative, we are left with difficult issues after considering Iran's activities and the repercussions he encountered. What motivates someone like Iran to carry out such atrocities? And how can society recognize and deal with the causes of such behavior? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. When a son's problematic history returned to haunt his parents in the most terrible way in 2004, the idyllic lives of a family in sunny Miami was upended. This is the murder case of the Sutton family. The lives of John and Susan Sutton were idyllic. In the late 1970s, the couple received their second child, Melissa, and adopted their first, Christopher Sutton. The close-knit family of four occupied a lavish home in Coral Gables, Florida. 7 years later, life and ambitions abound in this posh area close to Miami. John was a well-respected lawyer. He was well known for his legal expertise and for winning the majority of the well-known cases he oversaw. He has had a state law practice license since 1972. John had an unrivaled charisma. Susan Sutton was his devoted manager and wife. Susan worked as the surgical intensive care unit's head nurse. She served as his pillar of support both at work and at home. The Sutton family loved community living and education. From a young age, both parents disciplined their children. There were difficulties, just like in any seemingly ideal household. Melissa remained composed and compliant. She cherished her house and took every precaution to keep it safe. She fulfilled every desire of a parent, but her brother was not like that. Christopher seems to have repented of his role as the Sutton family's black sheep. Unbeknownst to them, his parents thought he had moved on from his turbulent background. Beyond his new character's darker motives, he planned evil. Later, these plans would fall apart. On August 24, 2004, John and Susan Sutton threw a party at their house on Orduna Drive, which is off of Granada Boulevard. The Devil's Den was the previous name for this region. John's firm, Sutton Law Group, won 3 high-value cases, and Susan had just turned 57. John's legal partner, Teddy Montoto, his fiancée, Juliet Driscoll, and their son, Christopher, stopped by for the event. Following the party, John and Susan returned to their separate bedrooms. Christopher and Juliet went to the movie theater, and Teddy went home exhausted from the evening's activities. The couple did not share a bedroom despite being married. The loud snores that John was known for were too much for Susan to put up with. She put up with it for years before deciding to stop. They said their goodbyes and went to bed, but this night would forever alter their lives. In a shocking turn of events, at around 10:30 p.m. a shooter broke into their home. As he entered the house, this guy parked his automobile along Coral Gables' tree-lined streets. To fit the occasion, he wore black. As he entered through the rear sliding door, the dog hardly gave a bark. It was simple because he knew the door was never locked. The intruder was armed with a Glock pistol that was 9mm. His goal was to murder Susan and John Sutton. Shots rang out as they arrived at Susan's chamber. Susan was in the master bedroom talking on the phone when he fired 6 shots at her. The attacker entered John's room without warning and shot him in the face and stomach. John called 911 despite his head injuries, groaning in agony as he asked for an ambulance. The assailant from Sutton, meantime, disappeared into the darkness. Police rushed into the neighborhood from all sides a few moments later. While confirming Susan's death, medical professionals drove the near-death attorney to a nearby trauma treatment facility. John found himself in a pool of his own blood by this point. Medics believed he would die because of the amount of blood he lost. Police realized something was wrong as they attempted to make sense of the incident. First, there was no damage to John's wallet containing cash or to Susan's jewels. The individual was on a mission. He was unwilling to tamper with it once more. That evening, one of the visitors showed up at the site in a miraculous manner. Teddy got to the crime scene just in time. He told the police that he hurried to Susan's residence after hearing gunfire while he was speaking with her on the phone. Why was he talking to her on the phone at that moment? Was Teddy interested in the couple's deaths? He was named the first suspect by the police as a result of these inquiries. The day following the shooting, interrogations started. Teddy was a marksman in addition to working at John's legal company. He had gone shooting earlier that day and was a competitive shooter. There were eyebrows raised by this revelation. Detective Cordero sent Teddy's gun to be tested in an attempt to piece everything together. She had a list of questions for the suspect while this was going on. She believed he was concealing something about his covert liaison with Susan. Why else was he talking to her on the phone that evening? Teddy admitted to having an affair with Susan after failing a polygraph test, but he had no reason to harm her or her spouse. Teddy was exonerated of the crime by the police since his gun did not match the murder weapon. He wasn't in the Suttons' house when the shooting occurred, according to detectives. Who would want to kill the Suttons? As a prosperous attorney, John had many adversaries. Death threats came to him from time to time, but he usually brushed them off. Every name was examined by the police as they went through the records, but they all had alibis. But they still had to examine one more person. Days prior to the incident, a lady had broken into John's firm. She threatened to ruin a lawyer who apparently had enemies because she was upset over a settlement issue. There was a woman early on who had threatened to blow up his office. That would be a quintessential illustration of a reason for murder. Although the woman may have been able to escape through the river that night with the use of her boat, authorities were unable to connect her to the crime. The yacht never left the marina where it was docked, according to surveillance footage. If not her, then who was it? The police had to start over. They discovered Christopher's records while looking at minor things. At first glance, he appeared to be a distraught son, but as investigators learned more about his previous life, his past started to come to light. As a teenager, Christopher got into a lot of trouble. He had conduct-defiant disorder, which made him challenging to parent because it caused frequent defiance and a lack of impulse control. He attended several different schools. This teenager never understood his parents' best interests, and when they dropped him off at a new school, he would slip out the back door and into the street. He didn't want to learn and skipped classes. He and a few other students broke into a teacher's home while he was in high school and spray-painted it. Later, he was sued and arrested. Christopher was cruel. Despite his parents' disapproval, he wanted to get body piercings, draw tattoos, and use narcotics. If he didn't get his way, he became quite irate and damaged stuff. He had a rifle years ago when he was 16. He gestured to Melissa and Susan. After threatening to shoot, he decided against it. He was a tough pill to swallow, but they would later find out that the firearm was unloaded. Christopher hated his parents so much that he intended to murder them in order to get the fortune. Susan discovered a message while tidying his room one day. In light of this, he declared his intention to murder his parents. He made a joke when she questioned him about it. Susan took it seriously. She was afraid for her daughter, her husband, and herself. She realized she needed to move quickly. Although they considered obtaining a restraining order against him, this was insufficient. They desired that he leave the residence. Sending a stubborn youngster to Paradise Cove, a strict boarding school in Samoa, is by all means the best way to get rid of him. Christopher was sent to this odd city as part of a program designed to help troublesome boys change their conduct. His parents thought that this was the solution to his issues. When Christopher arrived, he was just 17. As someone who was accustomed to disobeying the rules, punishments were harsh, and every rule mattered in Paradise Cove. Christopher was in the isolation box for hours. Sometimes criminals were hauled to the mountains, where they were hogtied and abandoned in the open air after being bound with rope. People in Paradise Cove were cruelly imprisoned and dehumanized. Christopher delivered his parents a video message after a year in Paradise Cove. The teenager was resolved to go at that point. On his 18th birthday, he vowed to vacate the property, but his father obtained a court order allowing him to remain there for an additional year. Christopher was upset. His connection with his parents soured when he left Paradise Cove, and he detested them for doing it to him. Investigators believed Christopher had some knowledge of the deadly shooting after putting these pieces together. Did he do this to get revenge on his parents for his stay in Paradise Cove? The case was slowly winding down. The interrogation of Christopher was simple. He and Juliet went to the movie theater on the night of the shooting. He presented the tickets to detectives and surveillance footage showed him departing before midnight. However, Detective Cordero noticed something while they were watching. On his way out, Christopher was glued to his cell phone. According to phone records, he made 331 calls to the same number. He spent months on the phone with his childhood friend and smoking companion Garrett Kopp, weeks prior to the shooting. Following the horrifying events of August 22, 2004, Garrett Kopp was taken into custody by the police on suspicion of killing Susan Sutton and attempting to kill John Sutton. Less than 24 hours after the shooting, Garrett was taken into custody for an unrelated incident. He was arrested after he used a gun to attack someone in another area of Miami. The gun used in the assault was requested by detectives from Garrett's arresting officer, who complied and allowed them to test it. It coincided with the gun used in the Sutton shooting, which was shocking. Immediately, Garrett, the police officer, was asked to be questioned. The 6-hour interrogation was stressful. At first, Garrett didn't say much, but as detectives pressed him, he did. Did he come up with this plan, or did two people work together on it? He intended to shoot the pair inside the house. Christopher threatened to kill Garrett and his son if he told anybody about it, and in return he would receive $100,000, 0 cents from the $500, 0 cents in insurance money. Garrett described Christopher's desperation to have his parents put to death. He guided his movements that evening and even acquired him the gun used in the operation. Christopher told the attacker about his parents' room while purposefully leaving the sliding door on the back patio unlocked. Christopher had everything planned, so it was simple to enter the family home. When he fired 6 shots, Susan was under her blanket. Although Garrett was taken into custody, the police continued to concentrate on Christopher. They looked to someone who knew him, determined to make a connection. It turned out to be Juliet, his girlfriend. She was asked to be questioned by the officers. She had nothing to hide, as evidenced by her confidence. Juliet claimed to be unaware of the crime, even though she was in a relationship with him and was unaware of his scheme. She insisted on her innocence during the 13-hour interrogation. She wouldn't harm John and Susan since she loved them as much as her parents did. Susan taught her practical skills like makeup and housekeeping, while John provided her with a position at his legal firm and financial assistance. To persuade them, Juliet broke down in tears, but the officers remained unconvinced. If she didn't tell the truth, they threatened to have her arrested. Juliet realized she needed to save herself at this point. She disclosed the deep-seated animosity her lover harbored toward his parents because they had sent him to Samoa, where he felt he would have fared better had he not gone. For what they had done to him, he wanted them to pay. Even if it took 10 years, he was prepared to strike back. His life in Samoa was previously known to the officers. They just needed proof. John, meantime, awoke in critical condition, after suffering a severe injury that rendered him blind. Melissa claimed that when she first saw her father, he was very different. His survival is a miracle. Following his medical stay, John moved in with Christopher. His son attempted to take control of his bank account during those brief days. Hearing that his son planned the shooting astounded him. Early that morning, detectives called him and asked him to keep everyone out of the house until they arrived. Christopher's desire to exact revenge on his parents was understandable. Officers arrived and informed him of the situation. He provided the police with information to solve his wife's murder, despite his health issues. Christopher was on the run for over 2 weeks when word spread about his warrant. Finally, he was taken into custody, put on trial, and given a sentence. Chris Sutton's identity becomes more apparent as the trial goes on. To demonstrate the defendant's enduring rage and bitterness, the prosecution will call a series of witnesses to testify. And preoccupation with vengeance resulted from anger and hatred. On July 7, 2010, the eagerly anticipated trial got underway. John Sutton sat far apart from his son as the proceedings got underway. The jury was informed by prosecutor Kathleen Hogue that Christopher had hired a hitman to kill his parents. When the defendant received his insurance money, the intention was to shoot his parents and get reimbursed. They described his life's actual circumstances in detail. Christopher was a narcotics dealer. He was dependent on his parents for survival after returning from Samoa without a means of support. Garrett gave his version of events on the platform. He described how he entered the house that evening, shot both parents, and left without anyone noticing. For months, he and Christopher had plotted the crime. He received $50, 0 cents from his friend to purchase black clothing for the crime at Walmart. He acknowledged once more that Christopher had recruited him to perform the job effectively. According to Christopher's defense, Garrett was lying. In exchange for a 30-year plea agreement, the police allegedly coerced Garrett into testifying, according to defense attorney Bruce Fleischer. He said that the hitman was coerced into making a false confession by the prospect of an electric chair. Prosecutors maintained their position on the facts, but Christopher informed the jury that his friend intended to avoid the death penalty at all costs, even if it meant making a fake confession. Christopher attempted to carry out similar scheme previously. They asked convicted killer Jose Peon to testify and explain his position. In 1999, Peon got to know Christopher. Christopher asked Peon if he knew of any hitmen who would kill his parents because he was desperate to get revenge on them at the time. Chris reaffirmed that his parents had life insurance and were worth $500,000, 0 cents, but Peon assumed he was kidding. The Peon pulled out of the juicy deal. Christopher responded to this claim by accusing Peon of lying. By presenting the jury with a text message that Christopher sent to his girlfriend Juliet, prosecutors further supported their case. As if in a dream it said, "We'll be better off after they're gone." Christopher let his head fall and started crying. He feared he was being set up by the police. Juliet would never say that about him, he thought. Unfortunately, she was the next to testify, so he was mistaken. Juliet described her boyfriend's opinion of his mother to the jurors. He detested her for not giving him what he deserved and labeled her a bitch at the first sign of offense. Whether they had to pay for taking those years out of his life, she remembered how upset he was about his time in Samoa and how the trauma never left him. Christopher's lawyer refuted the allegations, saying he thinks she was also given the death penalty threat. Juliet concluded by stating that she was unaware that he would attempt to murder his parents. All of it, she thought, was bluff. John was certain that his son was responsible for the shooting by this point. This was the final time he would nail him on the stand. John explained how his son, who was unemployed, had an unquenchable need for money to support his way of life. Christopher wanted to be in charge of John's money after he was released. Unaware that he was protecting himself from his murderous son, he saw something was wrong and withheld some information from him. John couldn't believe it, but he was convinced of his son's behavior. At the hearing, he declared to the public that he no longer loved his son. Even though he formally separated from Christopher, he is now recognized as Melissa's father. Christopher had to convince the jurors that he was innocent despite the evidence against him. He had been waiting for this time. Christopher accused Garrett of breaking into his house to obtain marijuana and referred to his childhood friend as an obsessive drug fiend. He turned down Garrett's request for medicines earlier that day, but his pal was aware of where he kept the medicines. Garrett visited the house frequently, which is why he knew it so well. According to Christopher's testimony, the drugs were concealed in his former bedroom's closet. Susan had been living in the same room prior to the shooting. When Garrett broke into his house that night, he said, the marijuana was worth $7,000. The sight of Susan in the room startled him. Even worse, she was conscious and knew who he was. He shot her out of fear. He fled the scene after shooting John out of the same fear. Christopher maintained that he had no justification for killing his parents and that he was innocent. The agony in Samoa had actually healed him. He informed the jurors that Paradise Cove wasn't horrible after all, because he benefited so much from it, which was a startling turn of events. He sobbed when questioned about the abuse that took place there. His response demonstrated that he had not recovered from his experiences there, despite his earlier assertions to the contrary. Prosecutor Kathleen concluded her final remarks by characterizing Christopher as an entitled, indolent, and greedy guy. She asked the jury to consider the evidence and take appropriate action. Christopher Patrick Sutton was convicted of first-degree murder and attempted first-degree murder following a day and a half of deliberations. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. Garrett, however, entered a guilty plea to second-degree murder and received a 30-year prison sentence. Mitchell Kopp, his father, felt let down by his son. Because of a foolish choice, he will be incarcerated for almost half of his life. Following Christopher's incarceration, John went back to his legal practice to focus on his vision restoration. At the Shepard's Eye Research Institute in Massachusetts, he thought about optic nerve regeneration. While he waits for a long-term solution, he has now placed a gadget around the back of his eye. Thanks to an assistant, he continues to practice law. John wins his cases just as in the past because he memorizes his briefs. According to reports, he has a partner who loves him without conditions. For what Christopher did to his family, John has yet to forgive him. He is currently in his 70s and still practices law. With every day that goes by, his life takes shape. What actions might have been taken to improve Christopher's character? Was there a way to prevent this tragedy? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We're delving into yet another horrifying situation today. You can't truly know what goes on in someone's house behind closed doors. Even the closest friends or family members might be clueless at times. Behind the scenes, what appears to be a picture-perfect family may be concealing a fatal threat. Many times, people are too afraid to talk about their problems for fear of upsetting or burdening their loved ones. It's more comfortable to deal with difficulties alone rather than to include other people in your suffering. However, what occurs if domestic violence is the problem? What if the partner already instills fear and submission in their significant other because they feel untouchable? Victims in such circumstances frequently experience a fear of physical abuse that is on par with their fear of their partner abandoning them. When Yulia Fireman, a well-known young businessman, killed his wife in January 2013 and attempted to make it appear as though she had committed suicide, the whole city of Samara was startled. When it was discovered that the offender received no punishment at all for his crime, the issue sparked popular indignation. Alexander Fairman was convicted guilty of killing his child's mother. However, the investigation's conclusions inexplicably changed, and the incident was attributed to a brief episode of insanity. 11 years later, Yulia's family continues to strive for justice and the punishment of her perpetrator. Alexander and Yulia, a tale of love. On August 21, 1986, Yulia Sergeyevna Fairman née Naumova was born in Samara in the Russian Middle Volga area. She was raised in a modest working-class household. Her mother, Ludmila Naumova, was engaged in the food service sector, while her father, Sergey Naumova, was a driver. Despite Yulia's difficult upbringing, her parents made every effort to make sure she never went without. They were committed to providing her with the greatest education they could afford and a decent upbringing. Yulia began attending Samara's public school, number 67, in 1993 and received her diploma in 2003. She continued her education in management at Samara State Academy's Faculty of Economics and Management. After receiving her degree in 2007, she quickly found employment at VIP Auto, a significant local auto dealership. This is where she first met Alexander, a young man, and their romance started. Samara was also the birthplace of Alexander Mikhailovich Fairman. He came from a wealthy family in 1985. His father, Mikhail Fairman, made a fortune in farming throughout the 1990s, raising cattle, owning factories that made dairy products distributed all over the country, and operating beekeeping operations to sell honey and other bee products. He rose to become one of the city's most prominent and wealthy individuals. However, the creation of LLC Teplizhny, one of the most prosperous agricultural businesses in the Samara area and the entire Volga economic zone, was his greatest achievement. Alexander met Yulia while working for a short time at the VIP car dealership after graduating from college. He started courting the young, attractive woman as soon as he saw her. Regretfully, Yulia reacted to his attention, and they began a fast-paced romance that initially seemed like a fantasy. After dating for around a year and a half, Alexander formally proposed in 2009. Friends and family claimed that Alexander planned a romantic surprise for Yulia. He brought her to the window, paid her an unexpected visit, and signaled his buddies who were waiting outside when he proposed. They let go of a balloon with a tiny box holding a stunning engagement ring inside. After catching the balloon and putting the ring on her finger, he proposed to her. Yulia was so happy that she couldn't contain her tears and said yes. Shortly after their engagement in late 2009, they were married. Alexander's parents threw a magnificent celebration for their adored son, spending a lot of money. With a big guest list, a huge Hummer limousine, the most renowned banquet space in the city, a stylish master of ceremonies, and a spectacular fireworks show to round off the evening, they planned an enormous celebration. Yulia looked like a fairy tale and was beaming with happiness, as her bridesmaids remembered. To outsiders, the princess's wedded life appeared idyllic and content. They were living pleasantly and worry-free in their well-furnished flat on Stavropol Scale Street. At that point, Alexander had begun working for LLC Teplizhny, his father's business, where he assumed the position of executive director. The couple began considering starting a family shortly after the wedding. However, Yulia was unable to conceive for more than a year. According to Alexander's family, the first noticeable rifts in their marriage appeared during this period, but both of them thought that the birth of a child would save their union and fortify their relationship. When the pregnancy test eventually showed those two eagerly anticipated lines, it was evident from the happy pictures Yulia posted on social media that they were looking forward to the birth of their kid. Yulia gave birth to a boy on September 6, 2011, and they called him Pavel. A few days later, Yulia announced on social media that the baby had been delivered, weighing 9 pounds 6 ounces and measuring 23.6 inches in length. She also thanked everyone for their well wishes. The countless pictures of Yulia and young Pavel show how much she loved every second of her maternity leave. Her life appeared to be perfect from the outside: a devoted husband, a healthy child, a comfortable home, stable finances, and a solid family. Many of her acquaintances were envious of her, but everything fell apart in a flash, and the horrifying late-night call made the idea of a perfect family disappear like smoke. The quiet at the Naumova home was broken early on January 4 by a phone call. Ludmila Naumova answered the phone half drowsy, not quite understanding what was being said. On the other end was Alexander, her son-in-law, who icily informed her that Yulia had passed away. The earth seemed to have vanished beneath her feet. Unbelievably, she began to scream and cry, thinking it must be some cruel, pointless prank, which prompted her shocked husband to hurry in. Everything felt like a nightmare after that. When the first automobile passed, Ludmila Naumova and her husband hurried outside, pulled on some clothing, and begged the driver to take them to their daughter's apartment. An ambulance was already parked close to one of the entrances when they reached the building on Stavropol Sky Street, which was about 15 minutes away. Ludmila, barely conscious of herself, rushed to the paramedics, but they simply shrugged, expressing their sympathy and informing her that there was nothing further they could do. Elena Fairman, Yulia's mother-in-law, was outside with their 1.5-year-old grandson Pasha. Ludmila rushed to her, desperate for answers, but all she could infer from Elena's statements was that Yulia was no longer there. When the mob finally reached the apartment, they were met with a terrifying sight. Inside, the floor near the bathroom had light bloodstains, and their daughter's lifeless body lay on the floor near the entrance. Her face was covered in blood and her hair was matted and twisted. Her mother was too shy to come close. She had to be taken into another room as she began to lose consciousness. After Ludmila Naumova had calmed down, Alexander, her son-in-law, rushed up and shoved a phone in her face, demanding that she look into what her daughter had done. He persisted until she took the phone, even though she was having trouble understanding everything around her. She struggled to concentrate as she read this message, which contained an odd farewell note. According to reports, Yulia admitted to cheating on her spouse 6 months prior and claimed she was unable to forgive herself. She said that if her actions damaged her family and the life of their child, she didn't know how she could continue. According to Alexander, Yulia had committed suicide, making the murder scene initially strange. He claimed that she had been so overcome by remorse over her supposed affair that she was unable to handle it any longer. He claimed that she had behaved oddly that night, and they quarreled before Yulia entered the restroom. She had been in there for too long, he realized after a while. He knocked on her door and she didn't answer, so he opened it to see her hanging from the doorknob with a hairdryer cord around her neck. He says he tried CPR on her and summoned emergency services and his parents when he realized he was powerless to save her, to assist with the youngster. Alexander didn't phone his mother-in-law to let her know what had happened until paramedics confirmed Yulia was gone. He spent the entire time in the flat, conversing with the law officers and medical staff who came to the site. But Alexander did not act like a widower in mourning. He appeared uncomfortably composed, but he became obviously agitated when Ludmila Naumova showed in. He didn't feel sorry for her. Indeed, he appeared determined to exacerbate her suffering. The condition of Yulia's body, however, was what really drew the investigators' attention. Not Alexander's strange behavior. On her neck, forensic specialists found 2 ligature marks. One was quite noticeable, as if she had been strangled. The second mark showed after she had passed away, although it was faint and at a different angle, suggesting hanging. Her body also had a lot of other wounds that were healing in different phases, but more on that later. Another oddity is that Alexander called his parents and a hospital worker relative first, rather than the emergency services, after finding his wife's dead. Their arrival at the scene preceded that of the paramedics. What was wrong with the message of farewell? After losing her daughter, Ludmila Naumova was in a state of shock and was hardly able to process anything when her son-in-law first gave her the message on her daughter's phone. She had reasonable suspicions from the beginning that her daughter had not authored that note. First of all, Yulia had never texted her mother before, understanding that she didn't read texts at all because of her terrible vision. Secondly, Yulia never spoke to her mother in the manner described in the parting message. Third, Ludmila had no doubts whatsoever that her daughter would never abandon her kid. He was the center of her existence. Furthermore, scientists concluded that Yulia's heart had already stopped beating when the message was transmitted. Alexander clarified this by saying that he may have mistakenly sent his wife's last message to her mother while attempting to contact for medical assistance, and that Yulia may have typed the message and left it in drafts. Yulia's phone also showed a conversation she had with a close friend in which she disclosed marital issues and her husband's aggressive actions. She didn't elaborate, but it was obvious that she was terrified of Alexander. In one of her final letters, Yulia stated that she couldn't bear to die and that she would remain strong for her kid. After analyzing Yulia's body and the murder scene, the original theory was that police had determined that this was a poorly orchestrated crime rather than a suicide. Alexander was the main suspect right away. He was arrested and placed in a correctional facility, pending the completion of the investigation. Initially, Alexander persisted in his belief that his wife had committed suicide. He accused her of adultery, saying that her need was fueled by regret and guilt. But it was evident from the forensic report that Yulia had been brutally murdered. The preliminary theory states that the pair got into a furious dispute over a pointless issue on the evening of January 3. Alexander attempted to disguise his wife's death as a suicide after beating and strangling her during the dispute. He was formally charged with the offense on January 18. The investigation went on and his prison period was prolonged. Alexander later acknowledged that he and his wife had a heated argument that evening during which he punched her and grabbed a nearby hairdryer, but he said he couldn't recall what transpired next. Only when he noticed Yulia's motionless body, the hairdryer cord around her neck, and blood on the floor, did he realize what had happened. At that point, Alexander said, his sole worry was that their 1.5-year-old son, Pavel, wouldn't wake up and discover what had occurred. Alexander began wiping the bloodstains off the floor once they were able to put their son to sleep. Then, to make it appear as though his wife had committed herself, he carried her body to the bathroom and hung it from the hairdryer cord on the doorknob. He maintained that he had some kind of memory blackout and was unable to recall how he accomplished all of this. According to the results of the initial psychological and mental assessment, Alexander was completely sane at the time of the crime and knew exactly what he was doing. Things at the funeral, however, started to drastically change in the months that followed. Yulia's body was taken home from the morgue on January 5 in order to get ready for her funeral. After a custody dispute, on the same day, Alexander's parents visited the Naumov flat and begged for as much forgiveness as possible for both themselves and their son. They then departed, and neither they nor any other member of the Fairman family showed up for the funeral or memorial service. The following day, January 6, the funeral was held. Not a single member of the Fairman family attended the more than 100 guests who gathered to honor the young woman who was taken too soon. Ludmila Naumova started the process of requesting custody of her grandchild a few days after she had begun to accept her loss. She went to the appropriate authorities, who told her what paperwork she needed to collect. She saw physicians, psychologists, and other specialists for weeks, but when all the paperwork was prepared, Ludmila was abruptly turned down. Due to their affluence and ability to give him a more comfortable living, the child welfare authorities chose to leave little Pasha with his paternal grandparents. Ludmila and her husband were only permitted to take their grandson on weekends, which they did as frequently as they could. The small boy now resided in a spacious suburban villa in the Volsky area. Who, then, was actually unfaithful? As previously mentioned, Yulia's husband, the murderer, wrote and sent the farewell message discovered on her phone after she had passed away. There was no question about it, even if Alexander denied it over and over again. He only invented a fictitious lover to present the tragedy as the result of an unfaithful, guilty wife's regret. He made the text up as he went along and typed it. Yulia had no affairs and couldn't have had any, according to the results of a comprehensive inquiry and witness testimonies. She was totally focused on her son once he was born, spending every moment with him and hardly leaving him. In the hopes that things would improve in the future, she was even prepared to put up with her violent husband's abuse in order to keep the family together. Alexander wasn't so innocent for the sake of little Pash. He didn't even bother to conceal the fact that he had been having an affair. He was frequently spotted with a young woman who lived close by, and it was obvious that their relationship went beyond simple friendliness or neighborliness. Elena, Julia's cousin, claims that she saw Alexander and this woman cuddling in his car just before the catastrophe. But she just told her mother about it, and she subsequently had confirmation from her. After arguing with his wife on New Year's Eve, Alexander went out to celebrate with friends and Yulia, the same woman. She confided in her best friend, whom she could always rely on, rather than telling her parents about it to avoid upsetting them. Everything was altered by the new assessment. In May 2013, a second psychological evaluation came to the unexpected conclusion that Alexander was temporarily insane at the time of the crime against his wife. Because of this, the murder charge, which was previously punishable by up to 15 years in prison, was immediately reduced to 3 years by being categorized as a crime committed in a condition of temporary insanity. Alexander had gone to considerable pains to stage his wife's death as a suicide after killing her, which is not the usual behavior of someone in a temporary state of insanity, but for some reason, no one seemed to care. In order to conceal the evidence of the beating, he cleaned the floor. He even emailed Yulia's mother a phony farewell message posing as her, regarding the lawyer's actions and the custody dispute. By the end of May, Alexander was freed on a travel restriction order, which basically allowed him to move around and carry on with his life as he awaited trial. Alexander's attorney had sought to modify the terms of his client's detention almost away. Devastated by this ruling, Yulia's parents filed an appeal with the prosecutor's office, requesting a third psychological assessment. This time, experts from Moscow's Serbsky State Research Center for Social and Forensic Psychiatry were consulted, and the results took roughly 3 months to obtain. The psychiatrist did, however, only confirm that the accused had acted while temporarily insane. Regarding the initial assessment, which said that Alexander had been fully aware of the crime and had purposefully attempted to conceal it, it was argued that the experts had merely misunderstood the accused's conduct and actions. Alexander, meanwhile, kept changing what he was saying. That evening, he was in a state that sounded like the definition of temporary insanity from a textbook. The trial starts. On January 22, 2014, the Kirovsky District Court in Samara hosted the initial hearing in the Fairmont case. Alexander claims that the issues in their relationship started when they moved in together before the wedding. He asserted that Yulia had high standards and an entitlement complex, expecting nothing less than the best. He claimed that he and his parents responded to her desires, which included the lavish wedding, the pricey limousine, and all the extravagance. According to Alexander, Yulia and he tried in vain for more than a year to conceive after the wedding, which strained their relationship and even led to Yulia discussing divorce. Nothing changed after the birth of their son, Pavel. According to the defendant, his wife only cared about his paycheck and was totally preoccupied with the baby. Alexander's parents supported his allegations by calling their daughter-in-law materialistic and avaricious. Alexander spoke of an oppressive environment at home that was constantly getting worse, claiming that his wife, who he had once adored, had become aloof and that he had no one with whom to discuss it. The young businessman claimed that on that particular night, he and his wife got into a heated argument once more, during which she raised the subject of divorce once more. He said she became irate and threatened to kidnap their son and keep him from seeing the boy. Alexander said that he then blacked out after feeling his tongue dry out and his ears begin to ring. Yulia was already dead when he regained consciousness. He did not provide an explanation for his decision to stage her death as a suicide, but he acknowledged that he brought her body to the bathroom and cleaned the blood off the floor to prevent frightening their son. Additionally, the defendant insisted that he had never hit his wife, blaming the multiple wounds and bruises on her body on rough play with their child. Alexander and the lawyer his rich father had hired had obviously done their homework. According to the defense lawyer, his client committed the crime while suffering from a cumulative state of temporary insanity. This indicated that he had been subjected to long-term psychological stress as a result of Yulia's alleged insults, humiliations, and oppressions. To put it another way, they were effectively holding the victim responsible for her own terrible destiny. The prosecutor first requested an intentional manslaughter penalty of 8 years, but Alexander's maximum punishment was reduced to 3 years in a correctional colony, a slap on the wrist for a killer, after the seasoned defense lawyer swiftly succeeded in having the charge dropped back to a crime committed in a condition of temporary insanity. Several strange things happened during the trial. First, the first panel's forensic psychologist, who had determined that the defendant was completely sane and had acted with intent, abruptly disappeared and never showed up in court again. Then, as if they had never been mentioned or were somehow considered unimportant, any reference to the victim's cuts and bruises appeared to vanish. At each hearing, however, the victim was gradually presented in an unfavorable light. Alexander Mikhailovich Fairman received a sentence of only 2.5 years of probation after being found guilty of a crime committed while temporarily insane on August 8, 2014. That is to say, he was not imprisoned. His only penalty upon returning home was to pay Yulia's parents 1 million rubles in moral damages and to be required to check in with the Federal Penal Service on a regular basis. The court considered Alexander's alleged remorse, including the fact that he had apologized to his in-laws and that he had a young boy to maintain, even though the prosecution had initially asked for 3 times that sum. But right once the Naumovas declared that they would appeal the punishment, even going so far as to appeal it to the Supreme Court. However, their appeals were denied, and they were unable to contest the decision at the cassation instance of the Samara Regional Court. The sentence didn't change. Ludmila Naumova noted that animal abuse has a more severe penalty under the Russian Criminal Code, which includes actual jail time. The distraught mother is still holding out hope for justice, since she couldn't see why her daughter's life was worth even less than a stray dog's. The incident occurred more than 11 years ago, but the lawsuit has not moved forward. There was never any, according to Galina Kislyakova, Fairman's attorney. There is proof that the crime was planned, so the court's decision is upheld. She believes the victim's mother's grievances are unfounded, solely sentimental, and devoid of any legal merit. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. On 6 p.m. on September 27, 2020, a guy dialed 911. The man said that a neighbor woman ran up to his house and screamed for help, and Lamontagne County dispatchers captured the incident on tape. She said she had just been attacked in the house by her husband and was running from him. The woman was crying uncontrollably, but because she was carrying a gun, she did not appear to be a victim at all. When police got on the scene, they discovered the husband's assailant still alive in the bedroom, having been shot twice, once in the chest and once in the leg. The right arm was also lightly wounded by the bullet. 4 round casings from a .45 caliber pistol were discovered next to the wounded victim, along with 2 additional bullets in the wall. After being transported to a nearby hospital, the man passed away from his wounds. An hour later, police investigators interrogated the woman and conducted a comprehensive investigation of the tragedy scene, but she chose not to alert the authorities. Detectives started looking into her claim of self-defense after she was not taken into custody that evening. Ashley Benefield was the woman who was hurt, and her husband, Douglas Benefield, was the one who was killed. Let's examine the actual circumstances of that day, though, and if Ashley might have rescued herself by shooting her husband alone. In August 2016, our story starts in sunny Florida. Douglas Benefield and Ashley Byers first crossed paths at a Palm Beach Republican fundraising event. After supper that same evening, the man was so enamored with the young girl that he requested for her phone number. This was the beginning of their loving correspondence. Ashley Byers, 24, was employed at Donald Trump's Sarasota campaign office. She was responsible for organizing demonstrations and urging evangelicals to vote. Ashley was involved in politics, but she was also a model and dancer who occasionally performed with the Maryland Youth Ballet. But Ashley wanted to launch her own ballet company and become a well-known ballerina. Ashley was 30 years younger than Douglas Benefield. He was a successful consultant who worked with defense contractors and technology companies, a former Navy pilot, and a native of Charleston. In addition, he worked in restaurants and real estate. Douglas raised his 15-year-old daughter Eva alone after becoming a widower approximately a year ago. Despite their vast age differences, the little girl and the older man were drawn together by their shared love of weapons and conservative ideals. They were married in just 13 days. Douglas's hometown of Charleston hosted a little celebration. Only Douglas's buddy Trip Cormany, who was then an ordained Episcopal minister, was invited. Because Douglas was very devout and wanted to marry Ashley before he became sexual with her in front of the rest of the couple's family and friends, Trip consented to perform the wedding, even though he wasn't happy and disliked what he saw as too little time for them to have known one another. It was a surprise wedding. Douglas didn't even extend an invitation to his daughter's wedding. At the age of 15, Ava Benefield was still dealing with the shock of losing her mother. Ava found her mother, Renee, dead 9 months ago when she returned home from school. She had passed away from an unidentified cardiac disease. Ava was taken aback by her father's unexpected union with a girl who was just 9 years her senior. The relationship between Ashley and Ava did not work out after Ashley moved into Douglas's house in Charleston, and this led to many arguments and scandals in the family. Douglas's new wife significantly harmed the close father-daughter bond. Ashley didn't want to be her husband's daughter's friend or stepmother. In contrast, Ava believed that she was just losing her father. Douglas pledged to fulfill his wife's dream of starting a ballet company that would feature dancers of diverse physiques and nationalities, as envisioned by Ashley Benefield. He held his young wife in high regard. Douglas told Ashley she was the most beautiful, tall, slim, and graceful, and he often planned romantic dates and surprises for her. He also gave her flowers. Ashley, like a swan, truly enchanted everyone in her vicinity. Her long brown hair, like a bird's plumage, gave beauty and splendor, and her blue eyes emanated friendliness. Douglas was prepared to go to any lengths for his Ashley since he saw only spiritual purity in her. Her desire came true so quickly. Douglas's commercial acumen and Ashley's love of ballet led to the founding of the American National Ballet in Charleston, where they recruited ballet performers from across the nation. The objective was to operate a for-profit school and a non-profit ballet company. Ashley and Douglas started holding the initial auditions in the summer of 2017. Ashley, however, was contemplating a pregnancy and dreamed of becoming a mother in addition to launching a ballet company. Approximately 40 dancers from all over the world started traveling to Charleston to practice with Ashley during the late summer of 2017 while the ballet company was being formed, but she never returned for another audition. Douglas was left to do all the job. Douglas hired ballet master Michael Wise to train the dancers, but Ashley was the one that many dancers were waiting for. She wasn't planning on doing ballet anytime soon, citing a serious condition from her pregnancy. Despite the growing tension between Ashley and Eva, Douglas continued to support his wife in her dream to start a ballet company in Charleston with a unique mission. The man, who was not very involved in ballet, tried to run the company on his own with the help of hired managers and choreographers, but the company soon ran into legal issues after being sued by dancers and choreographers who accused the couple of breach of contract, claiming they were fired just weeks after being hired. After Ashley left, Douglas brought in new managers in the hopes of getting the ballet up and running, but they made drastic changes, and Ashley's original vision of dancers from all ethnicities didn't work. Douglas failed to see the growing tension between Ashley and Ava because he was too focused on the ballet. Douglas lost his temper and shot their home ceiling one day after he and Ashley got into a fight over Ava. According to many who knew him, it was unusual for the composed and non-aggressive Douglas to return to Florida in late August, alleging a challenging pregnancy, while Douglas was still attempting to establish the ballet's work in Charleston. A number of dancers were summoned to a meeting on October 23, 2017, instructed to sign non-disclosure agreements, and then fired online. Ashley voiced her disapproval of Douglas and the rest of the company. Everything we've worked so hard to achieve has been ruined by the current management, and I cannot support them or their behavior. According to her, A&B was founded to distinguish out from other dance companies and ought to have established new guidelines for how it handles its dancers. The way it was handled should make everyone embarrassed. A brilliant concept appeared to have vanished like smoke. The American National Ballet was permanently completed a few months later. Douglas had lost more than $100,000, 0 cents, by the end of the dance case. His ballet nightmare was finished. Douglas, who had long collaborated with numerous dancers, arranged a farewell party for A&B. But instead of his expectant wife waiting for him when he got home, there was a farewell note. Ashley outlined all of Douglas's flaws in her 4-page letter, labeling his behavior toward her possessive and domineering. She said that his heart was crushed and that she had to leave him because she was afraid for her life and the safety of her pregnant child after he shot a gun into the ceiling. Ashley's note, however, was just the start. As it turned out, Douglas had to deal with a blow from the man he loved, making the months that followed much more challenging. Still holding out hope for a reconciliation, Douglas sent Ashley a birthday gift in late November 2017. He was aware of his wife's passion for tea. He purchased a specialty tea for expectant mothers, as well as a lovely teapot, cups, and saucers. Ashley was not going to tolerate the present, even though she accepted it. Rather, she accused Douglas of a number of offenses. Poisoning her with her tea was one of them. Investigations into her claims revealed nothing to support such serious charges. Ashley, however, didn't stop there. In order to find out if she had been poisoned, she sent her hair to a different facility for investigation. According to the report, her hair had higher than usual concentrations of zinc, aluminum, and other elements. Ashley went to the hospital 3 weeks before to giving birth, without telling Douglas. Tampa General Hospital was where she was. The woman was quite terrified and said that her husband had poisoned her, exposing the unborn child to heavy metals through the womb. Ashley continued to blame Douglas of unsubstantiated physical abuse. Additionally, she said that he imprisoned her in his house in Charleston and that he stalked her everywhere, beginning in Florida, despite Douglas being hundreds of miles away. Since there was no way of knowing whether Ashley's statements to hospital workers were accurate, management took safety measures and renamed her Christina. A C-section was done by doctors 3 days later. Ashley was still concerned that her daughter had been poisoned, even though the newborn girl was healthy, but Douglas wasn't prepared to give up. He begged Ashley to reconsider in a series of texts. He still had a family, which he had assumed would be faithful, happy, and ideal, but it had disintegrated in the most dubious manner. Ashley didn't feel like going back, much less forgiving Douglas. She made the decision to approach the police and bring fresh charges against her spouse. She sent in Florida Child Protective Services to investigate after learning of Douglas's abuse of his eldest daughter, Eva. Ashley detailed the day Douglas discharged a gun inside the house and informed the police that he struggled with anger management. Following Eva's interview with investigators, Douglas was also questioned. The gun incident was looked into, but Douglas was ultimately found not guilty. A psychologist who conducted a thorough psychiatric test on him concluded that Douglas was completely well and not a threat. Ashley wrote a lengthy letter to Douglas again because she couldn't believe it. He was warned in the final paragraphs not to approach her or attempt to stalk her, or else the police will be called in once more. She didn't appear to be prepared to start dating again. Ashley Douglas received yet another harsh note that made it clear how she felt. When Ashley and Douglas reunited in a Bradenton courtroom in the summer of 2018, the poisoning accusations reached a boiling point. Ashley requested a restraining order, and Douglas wanted to see his newborn baby, but the judge was not persuaded, despite Ashley's 2 days of testimony and the results of her lab tests. According to Judge Diane Moreland, there was not even the most plausible indication that Miss Benefield had ever been poisoned or experienced any poison illnesses. Douglas was able to visit his daughter at last, thanks to this decision. To allow the father to meet the child, he and Ashley met outside the sheriff's office a few days later. Ashley became surprisingly cooperative, much to the astonishment of people around them. She then went straight to Douglas and gave him the baby with great courtesy. Douglas, she even volunteered to spend the majority of the following year with the three of them. Ashley seems content with their daughter. In order to stay near Ashley and without disturbing her peace, Douglas even moved into a nearby apartment in Florida. However, he was shocked to discover his wife wearing an engagement ring when he met Ashley in August 2019 to pick up his kid. To discover out what was happening, he engaged a private investigator. Douglas was notified by the private investigator that Ashley was seeing another guy, who filed for divorce in November 2019. Ashley soon started complaining about Douglas Benefield once more. Ashley said that he had behaved inappropriately toward his small daughter. She made several horrible accusations against him. Authorities accepted the lack of proof despite Douglas's strong denial that he had harmed his daughter. Then, in March 2020, Douglas accused Ashley of having a dual personality in an email to the sheriff's office. However, a few months later, Douglas made the startling announcement that he and Ashley were moving to Maryland in an attempt to reunite as a family. Despite holding their breath, friends believed that her parents' miraculous reunion was imminent for the benefit of their small daughter. Douglas Benefield was getting ready to start a new life on September 27, 2020. He was relocating from Florida to Maryland with Ashley, their little daughter, and Ashley's mother, Alicia. Let's imagine that it is Sunday evening. Ashley meets with Douglas at around 5:30 p.m. to begin packing for the relocation. Ashley and Douglas are contentedly packing at Alicia's house. Alicia chooses to walk to a neighboring park with the infant. Douglas and Ashley are left alone. As they converse, Ashley abruptly declares that they will be moving without him. In a fit of rage, Douglas shouted that they would move in as a family and begin a new life. Furious, the man started shifting filled boxes. Douglas allegedly grabbed Ashley Benefield's left arm, dragged her back, and asked her where she was going when she attempted to leave the residence. He used his index finger as a kind of menace. A mischievous child who said, "You can't leave me." However, it was plenty to make Ashley fear for her life. Ashley Benefield rushed into her bedroom once more and retrieved her lawfully held firearm. She commanded Douglas to leave the house and leave her alone while pointing the gun at him. In an attempt to soothe Ashley, Douglas didn't pause and kept moving in her direction. She started shooting as he moved closer to her. Ashley witnessed Douglas's fall as his feet slipped out from beneath him and he abruptly collapsed, lifting his legs into the air. Screaming for assistance, the woman rushed to the neighbor's house. She was seen crying and shouting while running outdoors with a rifle by two neighbors who were out for a dog walk. Ashley hasn't spoken up, though, so only she truly knows what transpired in the house that evening. Ashley was taken into custody and charged with second-degree murder 5 weeks after the incident. She entered a not guilty plea. After around 2 weeks in jail, she was freed on bail. On November 4, 2020, Ashley went into cooperation with the government. She was officially taken into custody at that point and accused with second-degree murder. She is being kept without bond until February 2023, when she is scheduled to appear in court. Ashley Benefield shot her husband in self-defense, according to the defense, which filed a request to dismiss the case. Her version of events leading up to the deadly shooting is presented in the 105-page motion. Neil Taylor, Ashley Benefield's lawyer, stated that the motion is partly an effort to clarify her version of events. Ashley Benefield's lawyers included supporting documentation, photographs, and other evidence in their move to dismiss. In addition to images displaying Douglas Benefield's flawless form and power, there are also pictures of Ashley Benefield with a black eye and a cut on her side that was allegedly caused by a moving box that Douglas was carrying toward her. According to the defense, the images of her wounds were captured on the day of the shooting. In addition to their long-standing admission that Douglas punched their dog and punched a hole in the wall, defense lawyers have done everything in their power to link Douglas to cruelty and uncontrollable aggression. During the original hearing in July 2018, he allegedly acknowledged to taking a revolver from his sleeve, shooting at the ceiling, and even hurling the weapon against a wall to try to silence Ashley Benefield during a dispute. Neil Taylor, the attorney for Ashley Benefield, and Assistant State's Attorneys Suzanne O'Donnell and Rebecca Friel debated whether Ashley Benefield's actions the night she shot Doug Benefield were a lament or self-defense. Ashley was accused of killing her ex-husband, and after 2 months after she appeared in court for a hearing, the county judge dismissed a motion to dismiss the case. Judge Stephen White of the Circuit Court stated that the state had demonstrated through the entirety of the evidence given during the hearing that Douglas Benefield's death was the result of Ashley Benefield's long-term, coordinated effort rather than a single act of necessary self-defense. The court agreed with the state that there was probable cause to proceed with the case, rejecting the defense's version of events. Judge White said in the finding that the defendant is not entitled to judicial immunity from prosecution because she was not justified in employing fatal force against the victim on September 27, 2020, as demonstrated by the competent and significant evidence offered by the state. Ashley Benefield was therefore refused immunity and the dismissal of the case, since the prosecution and the court were not persuaded to shoot him by the evidence that was given in court. According to court documents, Douglas Benefield was shot after an altercation broke out on that fateful day of September 27, 2020, when he went to visit his child at the Lakewood Ranch home where the suspect was staying with her mother. Later, in a nearby hospital, he passed away from his wounds. Ashley Benefield said that when she attempted to flee from the police, Douglas grabbed her and started beating her. According to the affidavit, Douglas was not facing Ashley when she started shooting because of the entry wounds on his torso. Additionally, he did not adopt a defensive stance. Ashley's claim of self-defense became troublesome as detectives looked into it, even though Douglas was not found to have a weapon on or near him. The man apparently didn't even anticipate being shot by his cherished wife. Ashley Benefield is awaiting trial and maintains her innocence. Yes, she is. Not entered a guilty plea yet. Douglas and Ashley's marriage still raises a lot of unresolved issues. We only know that she admitted to shooting her spouse, which is how he died. Could Ashley have been truly terrified of Douglas and ready to protect herself at any time of day or night? She might have been scared of him, of course. One of the most powerful and readily manipulated human emotions is fear. However, one cannot be terrified of something that does not exist. Ashley had spent years living with a fictitious terror and was always expecting to be attacked. When her spouse threatened to put a finger in her face, she killed him. It sounds a lot like paranoia when you consider that it was worthwhile to have Ashley and Douglas examined by a psychologist in addition to the poisoning complaints. It's difficult to determine if Ashley was a deft manipulator or a victim. Ashley was ultimately accused with second-degree murder and is still awaiting trial. Florida, don't back down. If someone reasonably believes they must protect themselves from an immediate threat and they have no need to flee, they are permitted by law to use or threaten to use lethal force against another person. This implies that a person in Florida has the right to defend themselves if they feel that they are seriously in danger of being hurt or killed and are not involved in criminal conduct. A person cannot attempt to flee from an assailant first, in contrast to conventional self-defense legislation. Ashley was that innocent, pure white swan, the epitome of gentleness and purity, but beneath those white feathers was an evil woman, the Black Swan. Taylor said he expects District Court Judge Stephen White to give the prosecution enough time to read and understand the motion before setting a date for another hearing for Douglas Benefield, now that the defense has invoked stand your ground. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The instance of Sheila Labar, an angelic-looking demon. Early life, physical and psychological trauma can have a highly unanticipated impact on an adult's life. Although they do not always result in someone becoming ruthless and trying to harm others, trauma can, occasionally, give rise to a true monster. In his book, Anatomy of Violence, criminal psychologist Adrian Raine goes into great length regarding his belief that a person might become a cold-blooded killer due to hereditary and psychophysical factors. Perhaps our heroine today, Sheila Labar, can be linked to the many serial killers in history who had genuinely terrible upbringings. Because of her angelic look, this woman was able to entice her victims and then execute them with ruthlessness. Criminologists are certain that she committed many more crimes, even if the court was only able to prove 2 of them. Let's now examine this challenging tale from the outset and attempt to determine whether Sheila Labar was a born monster or if the abuse she experienced as a youngster caused her to turn into one. Sheila Labar is who? On July 4, 1958, Sheila Labar was born in Fort Payne, Alabama, a tiny rural community. She grew up with her brother and sister, Lynn, as the youngest of her parents' 3 children. She grew up on a farm surrounded by cornfields in a beautiful but somewhat remote location. According to Lynn's older siblings' recollections, Sheila was a creative, energetic, open-minded, and curious youngster. She enjoyed being the focus of attention, had a sweet appearance and a nice voice. She might have become a well-known singer or actress if her life had gone differently. However, her name adorned the pages of criminal chronicles rather than vivid posters. In addition to his unfathomable brutality, her father, Manuel Bailey, the family's patriarch, was an alcoholic for many years. However, it would be more appropriate to state that his addiction affected his entire family. He frequently went on rampages, becoming a true beast who delighted in mistreating his wife and kids. He beat them with anything he had and humiliated and degraded them. Might shut himself in the house and keep everyone out in the middle of the night when it was freezing or raining. Mothers, daughters, and boys frequently had to sleep outside in the field or in a barn. Manuel started hurling dishes and other items at his family members one day when he was intoxicated once more. Sheila, the youngest daughter, was struck in the head by one of her husband's flower pots, despite the mother's best efforts to shield the kids. Sheila meticulously concealed her temple scar with her hair after suffering a severe concussion that would last a lifetime. The hardest thing the sisters had to go through in their parents' house, however, was not even the taunts and beatings. Sheila and Lin-Manuel recall that they were forced to become intimate from a young age. The topic was never brought up, even though the mother might have known what was happening. Sheila fared well enough in school, though, in spite of the misery at home. She had aspirations of leaving the farm as soon as possible and taking over the big metropolis. The girl had a lot of drive and ambition. She had everything she needed to pursue her childhood dream of being an actress or pop singer. Charisma, a radiant appearance, and a lovely voice. Sheila was only 18 when she entered adulthood and her first marriage. Although she moved out of her parents' house, adulthood was not always happy. She was not permitted to average her results in order to get into the university, and she lacked the funds to relocate to the big metropolis. Subsequently, Sheila secured a position as a maid at a hotel where her older sister was already employed. Sheila, it should be mentioned, was very lovely and had a slim physique. She had a mess of long, thick hair, a lovely grin, and large blue eyes. Over time, she learned to take advantage of the attention she received from men and control her suitors. A romantic relationship started between LaBar and Bailey in the late 1970s, after they met a man named Jonathan Baxter. Although Jonathan had a young kid from a prior relationship, he was not quite 20 years old. The child did not, however, become a barrier, and the couple soon married. But this marriage was short-lived. After Jonathan discovered that the young wife had mistreated his daughter while he was off from work, he collapsed after a few months. To be honest, Sheila was irritated with the youngster and would either raise her hand or put her in a closet if she began to cry or misbehave. Jonathan didn't plan controversies or pay attention to justifications. He just put his wife and his possessions outside his home and filed for divorce. He didn't want to see or speak to her ever again. Sheila survived largely off of the men she dated after the divorce, but all of these relationships were short-lived, lasting only a few weeks to a few months, until she met Ronnie Jennings, her future second husband, in the early 1980s. After a turbulent courtship that ended in marriage, Sheila adopted the double last name Bailey Jennings. Two irascible and unstable persons who frequently cheated on one another, scandalized, and even fought, nevertheless, were in an unhealthy relationship. They were married for over 3 years. Sheila requested a divorce from her husband in 1984 following yet another family dispute, but he turned her down. Ronnie actually didn't keep the relationship going at all. He only intended to annoy and anger his wife, and he was successful in doing so. Sheila lost her temper, took a lot of drugs in front of her husband, drank a lot of booze, and then, after this hellish concoction, she got behind the wheel and drove off. Soon after, Sheila lost consciousness due to the effects of the drugs and alcohol, flew off the road, and collided with a tree at a high speed. She had a severe head injury but miraculously survived. Doctors gave no prognosis, and she remained in a profound coma for over a week. Sheila spent several months in a psychiatric facility after she eventually regained consciousness and began to rehabilitate. Later, when she was under a lot of strain, she complained to her sister that one of the orderlies was bothering her all the time and might have been taking advantage of her helplessness. After all of this, Sheila went back to her second husband's house. But she started acting threateningly and aggressively toward him when she attacked Ronnie and jabbed nail scissors into his chest. During another controversy, fearing for his own life and well-being, Ronnie filed for divorce and quickly left the insane woman's wealthy lover. Following the dissolution of the second marriage, the young lady started searching for a partner by placing advertisements in the print media's dating columns. However, Sheila's tendency to control everything and firmly repress their partners in both personal and daily life meant that no guy stayed with her for very long. Wilfred Bill Labar, 60, soon became interested in the picture of a pretty female in the dating area. The man had been married twice before, and both of his prior marriages had produced grown children and grandchildren. He had been living alone on his spacious country ranch since he became a widow a few years ago. Bill was a reasonably well-off individual. He reared horses on the ranch and operated a chiropractic practice in Epping, New Hampshire. At the same time, he needed a strong, powerful woman because he felt lonely. Indeed, he discovered just that. Sheila was drawn to the affluence of her new acquaintance and thought that they would make a perfect match. To make Bill go completely crazy, she started sending him letters and postal mail, adding pictures of herself in the nude to make him laugh. Labara quickly asked a charming pen friend to visit his property after the trap was successful. They fell in love quickly. She moved in with him in the summer of 1987, since an old man is generous with costly presents for a young mistress. The fact that the doctor suddenly went out in public with a lovely companion who was half his age and suitable for him as a daughter is really flattering. He had no intention of marrying Sheila, however. Sheila, though, isn't waiting for a proposal. Became Labari after changing her name. Despite being taken aback by this development, Bill did not protest. Sheila started to meddle in every aspect of her old lover's life, taking charge of his business finances and property management. Furthermore, Bill was growing too old to meet a young woman's intimate desires. Sheila herself claims that after that he gave her permission to meet other men, whom she frequently took straight to their house. Wayne Ennis, a Jamaican, was one of Sheila's frequent lovers in the mid-1990s. Originally employed as an au pair on the ranch, he was significantly younger than Sheila. However, the young man quickly moved into the owner's home in 1995 with Bill's approval, which was most likely obtained under Sheila's insistence. After Sheila and Wayne had made their relationship legal, the husband reflected that he would be her exclusive partner going forward. He quickly discovered, however, that he was mistaken. Why? Because his wife kept going out with other men. This did not satisfy Wayne, and one day he leaped on Sheila and her next partner with his fists, hurting them. For the first time, Sheila, who was used to being controlled, was unable to handle her third husband, who fought whenever a competitor came within sight. She eventually filed for divorce, accused Wayne of assault and violence, and requested a court order to prevent him from approaching her. Sheila continued to meet with several boyfriends, changing them like gloves, and her chaotic personal life was unaffected by another divorce. It's true that Sheila's relationship was ending more frequently lately due to lawsuits from men who claimed she was not just nasty but also a menace to their health and lives. As a result, she intentionally struck one of her boyfriends with a car and nearly ran him over. Another scraped his face, leaving him permanently scarred, while another nearly smashed his head. Sheila became increasingly hazardous to others as she grew older. She expected all men to obey her, and when they did not, she became angry. Bill Labar passed away from heart failure in 2000 at the age of 74. The old man's family was certain that Sheila was involved in his death, even though medical professionals and law enforcement did not find any evidence of criminal activity. Even though Bill and Sheila were never legally married, they believed that she had been slowly poisoning Bill for years and had even forced him into the spotlight. The will stated that Sheila would be the only heir to all of his assets. The family members made an unsuccessful attempt to contest this in court. They continued to believe that Bill was coerced into writing House of Temptation, the will that the mistress desired. As I said before, Sheila took full ownership of all of Bill's property after his death. She didn't have to think about what other people thought anymore. With the land she received, she was free to do as she pleased. She described her home as a haven of pleasure and seduction, where no boundaries existed. She enticed men to her by meeting them online, in bars and on the streets, then worked to keep them on the ranch for as long as she could. Their age, skin tone, or any other aspect of their physical appearance didn't matter to her. After promising them supernatural pleasure, she tried to repress and control them. Sheila frequently met couriers in the nude and offered them a different way to pay in an attempt to woo them. However, she failed to consider that she was not growing any younger and was not nearly as attractive as she once was. Couriers eventually just refused to deliver to her address. On the property, neighbors saw that Labar had different guys arrive all the time, but some of them rushed out the same day. Others experienced a little delay as well. It was only possible to speculate as to what was happening within the house. So quickly, where had Michael DeLorge vanished to? Sheila made the decision to find love with men who were addicted or in desperate need of housing money. The most vulnerable group was also the easiest target for the crafty woman, who pretended to be a widowed millionaire everywhere and boasted about the enormous fortune she got in 2004. On one of the city's streets, Labar encountered Michael DeLodge, a homeless guy. His life was challenging, and his addiction to illegal narcotics caused him to lose everything. When his family attempted to get him to a rehabilitation center, he fled and has been lingering ever since. Sheila was fond of Michael and extended an invitation to him, offering him food, housing, and the required medications in return for intimacy. The man had moved to the ranch and was totally reliant on his former mistress. Sheila rapidly became accustomed to the taste, and her desires grew increasingly complex. But he obliged with all of her requests, since he was scared to be on the street again. She enjoyed humiliating, beating, and binding Michael. He made multiple attempts to flee, hiding in homeless shelters and wandering dozens of miles, but he never chose to approach the police out of concern that they wouldn't believe him. In the meantime, Sheila consistently located him and returned him to the property. He desperately attempted to get in touch with his family to inform them of his predicament. When his loved ones heard this upsetting news, they reacted right away, but it was too late. Michael DeLoge vanished into thin air in October 2005. When Sheila was contacted personally by his relatives, she said that she and Michael were no longer together. She didn't know where he was anymore, and he had left her. None of the locations he had visited previously had Michael present. There was no means to get in touch with him, and no one who knew him had seen him. There was no response from the cops, and Labar stayed outside. Sheila's stories about her extravagant wealth were grossly exaggerated, and as she was suspected of having trusted Kenny County, she was obliged to seek a job in order to maintain the house and car. Sheila, of course, picked a career she liked. She started running a private phone service. Men were seduced by her genuinely captivating voice and offered to meet her face to face. One of these men was Kenny County, who was only 24 years old when they first met him. The young man was open, friendly, and had a nice appearance, but because of his low IQ, he was extremely credulous. Labar was searching for a man much like this. In fact, Kenny was dependent on his mother, with whom he had a tight relationship. However, Sheila was able to sever this bond and really entice Kenny to her with the use of deft tactics. She promised that they would always be this way, and gave him a night of love that he would never forget. The young man moved into Sheila's home after deciding he had found the woman of his dreams and telling his family about it. After setting up an actual torture chamber in one of the chambers, Sheila soon revealed her true identity to the man. Intimacy invariably resulted in a vicious beating or worse each time. Despite Kenny's numerous cuts, bruises, abrasions, scratches, and burn marks, he was unable to leave the mistress's home since she had total control over him. Sheila prevented him from seeing and speaking to his family and loved ones, could only speculate as to Kenny's condition. Neighbors who saw the man from time to time and were appalled by his frail appearance were the ones who initially raised the alarm. The young man was photographed by a local store clerk using the camera on her cell phone a few days prior to his disappearance, and the photo was eventually included in the court case file. One could characterize Kenny's state in the picture as appalling. He was really slender, his nose was likely broken, and he had large bruises on his cheek and under his eye. All of these wounds had been caused at separate times, based on the degree of healing, indicating that the man had been severely beaten for a considerable amount of time, and his cart's contents were concerning. As it turned out, he rolled 2 big fuel canisters to the pay register for his own cremation. The store staff decided to report the man to the police for potential domestic violence, since they were so perplexed and even scared by his look. However, Sheila got away with it this time, and they were unable to bring any charges against her. Soon after, Kenny completely ceased communicating with his family, and when his anxious mother showed up at Labar's house, the owner acted hostilely and told her to leave Kenny alone. Every other effort ended in the same way. and Kenny County's family reported him missing to the police, citing horrible discoveries, a home cremation, and the possibility that he was being held forcibly at the rural ranch. When police got to Sheila's house, she said the young man had moved out and that Kenny had fled because his mother, whom he was supposedly afraid of, started coming to visit them often. Sheila offered an audio clip as proof, in which she asks her lover if his own mother had assaulted him, and he responds disgracefully in the positive. The following day, an officer who was visiting Sheila obtained a search warrant for the estate since everything seemed more than odd. Although Sheila had previously been on the radar of the police on numerous occasions, and her name had been connected to another enigmatic partner disappearance, she had never been questioned, and her home and property had never been examined. LeBar was not at home when the cops came, but they did notice other fires raging close to the barns. A mattress, pieces of wooden furniture, hay, and other makeshift materials were used to create the odd-looking fires, which were then doused with a flammable mixture. There were bones in one of the bonfires that were obviously human remains. The team asked for forensic specialists to report all the findings as reinforcements. However, compared to what they found later, that proved to be only the beginning. Poorly cleaned blood traces were discovered almost everywhere in the residence. It appeared as though a true massacre had taken place, since there was so much of it. The blood turned out to have come from at least 3 separate individuals. 2 empty fuel cans, the identical ones the child had purchased at the neighborhood store the day before, were laying close by, and the bones smoking in the fire belonged to the missing Kenny. That wasn't all, though. The remains of Michael Deluge, who vanished a few years prior, and some fingers belonging to an unidentified third man were also discovered on the property. Numerous products that belonged to the same group, among other things. At the ranch, eyes belonging to different men were taken from the sump. Their whereabouts are unknown. The hostess herself had worked it out and fled, so she wasn't home when the police arrived. Sheila apparently hoped to get lost when she hitched a ride to Boston. She also wooed a motorist who gave her a ride on the way, and he kindly offered her to live in his home. However, the new boyfriend himself called the police the following day to tell that Sheila was now in his bed after seeing TV news about the hunt for a dangerous criminal. She was taken into custody there. A box of videotapes was discovered during the investigation of Sheila's house, which was another terrifying discovery. Kenny, Michael, and a number of other men admitted to heinous atrocities on the tapes, but based on their looks and state of health, it appears that they were tortured to make these admissions. There have been many concerns about Labarage's mental health since her arrest, thus the court mandated the required assessments. Sheila was diagnosed with schizophrenia symptoms and a delusional illness. She referred to herself as a heavenly angel sent to shield children from sexual predators. Her lawyer attempted to construct a defense based on Sheila's deteriorating mental condition. He referred to his client as gravely ill and attempted to demonstrate that she was unaware of what she was doing. Her childhood trauma, both physical and mental, was the cause of this. According to the defendant, she met God many years ago when she was in a coma near death after a tragic accident, and the deity instructed her to rid the world of those who violate children. Speaking in court, Sheila's ex-husbands and a few of her boyfriends described her as a wild, unstable, and violent woman. The third spouse, Wayne Ennis, also claimed that the ex-wife had constantly urged him to assassinate Mr. LeBar so that she could have his property. It was established that Sheila knew what she was doing when she committed her crimes, despite the defense's efforts to persuade the court that she was mad and in need of treatment. She was convicted in July 2008 and given a life sentence without the chance of parole. Her appeals were all turned down. Sheila is currently incarcerated at Homestead Correctional Facility in Florida. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Imagine living in a peaceful, tight-knit neighborhood where crime is uncommon and everyone appears to know one another. A teacher, a loving mother, and a devoted member of her neighborhood church. Sarah Starr was always smiling and paying attention to everyone around her. One morning, however, she abruptly disappeared, and a few hours later, she was discovered dead in her own driveway. She was instantly killed by 2 shotgun rounds. The odd thing is that Jason, her ex-husband, was the primary suspect. Despite witnesses' accusations that he had threatened her, he maintained his innocence and even offered a strong alibi. What is actually happening here then? Was there anyone else engaged in this unfortunate turn of events? Why, in spite of the absence of concrete proof, did the authorities still suspect him? We'll go into a multi-year, intricate inquiry today. You will uncover the mysteries that lie beneath the surface of this idyllic community and see the extent to which desperation and a desire for vengeance can drive a person. Are you prepared to learn the truth about Sarah Starr's true fate? It all began on a bright morning on November 27, 2017. Coffee County, Alabama's emergency services received a troubling call at around 9 in the morning. Despite his composure, the man on the telephone made it clear what he was saying. Sarah Starr, his acquaintance, had probably committed suicide, he said. Officers hurried to the location right away, which was a tiny church-owned home. Originally constructed to accommodate the pastor, this house had been rented out to churchgoers exclusively for years. The church had given Sarah Starr, a woman with a complex past, unique terms to live there. After going through a 2-year divorce procedure and being left alone with her 4 children, the house had become her haven. At the age of 38, she was making an effort to move on from the unpleasant memories and disputes of her past. In 1979, Sarah was born in Colby, a small Kansas town. She was always seen as gifted and kind, particularly with regard to children. She decided to become a teacher, and after completing college, she began working as a literature and writing instructor at a nearby school. Many people characterized her as a cheerful and attentive teacher who had no trouble connecting with her students. In 2001, she and Jason got married. She was 22 years old at the time and had recently graduated with a bachelor's degree in education. Jason had just returned from the service and was 6 years older. Their relationship appeared to be harmonious. Both seemed content and had aspirations of starting a family, but, as is frequently the case, problems were simmering beneath the surface. Their marriage appeared to be harmonious at first. After settling in Colby, the couple had twins, then another pair 5 years later, but Jason found it difficult to handle the obligations of parenting. He grew more and more agitated, yelling at Sarah because of the children's commotion, the ongoing mess, and his lack of sleep. He became increasingly irritated with every year that went by, and he didn't think twice about disparaging her, even in public. Sarah took comfort in her beliefs and made an effort to maintain harmony. The local Baptist church eventually became her second home, and she became a dedicated member. She gained friends easily because of her gregarious demeanor and gentle disposition. To escape the chaos at home, Sarah immersed herself in hobbies, taking up gardening and photography. When Sarah's life appeared to be more stable in 2016, she began teaching 4th grade. She was still seen as a kind and amiable individual, but there were hidden problems beneath that kind veneer. Tension in their marriage increased as Jason, who was becoming more and more resentful of his duty as a father to 4 children, became more violent. Sarah ultimately made the decision to file for divorce after multiple attempts to keep their relationship intact. She left the house to Jason and took sanctuary in a house that the church provided. She thought moving to Alabama would give her a new beginning, but her financial condition deteriorated, and the divorce process took a long time. Jason claims that Sarah started to spend excessively, which made her problems worse. It didn't go as well as she had planned, even though the relocation was meant to be the start of a new chapter in her life. Sarah asked 2 close friends, Dana and Lawrence, to assist her with the move the day she left Jason's residence. They remembered her being agitated, rushing around, losing stuff, and pacing back and forth. Dana and Lawrence felt Sarah was terrified of something because of her erratic conduct. That was her biggest worry, that Jason might arrive and start a fight, and her worries weren't unjustified. Despite the help of her church, Sarah, a single mother now, felt that her life was getting harder and harder. She was lonely and had a lot of debt. Jason did actually show up when Sarah and her kids eventually made it to the new home the church had supplied. He went to the front door, but Lawrence refused to let him in, knowing that a confrontation would not be beneficial. After a while, Jason departed. However, Sarah reacted as though she had seen a ghost, according to Lawrence. She was crying and trembling. Jason had threatened her, she said, and now her darkest nightmares were real. The divorce process was eventually completed 2 years after the incident. The court decided that both parents will split custody of the children. Jason's financial condition was severely disrupted when he was ordered to give Sarah child and spousal support. He was forced to forfeit over half of his salary. While Jason relocated to a different adjacent property and stayed with his mother, Sarah remained in the residence supplied by the church. With one significant exception, Sarah didn't arrive for work. The morning of November 27, 2017 began as any other. Her co-workers, who were aware of her exceptional punctuality and responsibility, were instantly alarmed. Sarah's disappearance appeared totally out of character, and she was not returning calls or reading messages. Concerned, one of her co-workers drove to Sarah's residence to see how she was doing. Her co-worker discovered Sarah's lifeless body on the driveway when she got there. Blood and many bullet wounds suggested a violent crime. Although emergency personnel were immediately contacted, Sarah had already lost her chance. When the police first got on the site, they thought it might have been self-harm, but after looking over the crime scene, they soon determined it was an act of hostility. It was later discovered that the shots were fired at close range by an unidentified assailant who had been waiting for Sarah with a shotgun at around 6:30 a.m. as she was leaving her home. Her head was struck by the second bullet, and her chest by the first. The gunshot were heard by the neighbors, but they paid little attention. Such noises were not unusual in the rural area where hunters were prevalent. Nobody thought they were listening to Sarah's last moments. When forensic specialists got to the location, they couldn't find any tire tracks or fingerprints. Although the offender had exercised caution, the police's suspicions naturally shifted to Jason, given the recent divorce and the strained relationship between Sarah and her ex-husband. Detectives initially spoke with Dana and Lawrence, Sarah's acquaintances. They acknowledged that Sarah had had an especially difficult few months. She frequently talked about how afraid she was of Jason, and even implied that he might do anything to get even with her. Their remarks made the probe more tense. Jason, Sarah's ex-husband, lived a short stroll from her house, so he had enough time to go there early in the morning and then sneak out. Investigators who were suspicious of Jason kept looking into the incidents, concentrating more and more on his possible role. Jason, however, maintained his innocence when they brought him in for interrogation, saying that he was eating breakfast at a cafe with his children when the crime was committed. His alibi was supported by surveillance footage and witness statements, but the police were still hesitant to rule him out. His reasons were obvious: a difficult divorce, child support, and debts that were seriously affecting his finances. Police were regularly informed by Sarah's relatives and acquaintances that she was terrified of Jason. They believed that he was the only one who could have gone to such lengths. He was not directly connected to the crime, though, according to the authorities. Authorities urged the public to come forward with any information that could aid in the case's resolution during a number of press briefings. The governor of the state even offered a $5,000 0-cent prize for information that would result in the offender's arrest, and a local citizen contributed an additional $500 0-cents to the total. The inquiry stagnated in spite of the police's efforts and extensive media coverage. For a number of years, the case remained unsolved, and police didn't pick up steam again until December 2021. They were sure that Jason might have been indirectly involved, perhaps by hiring someone to commit the murder, after learning fresh facts. After the divorce, he had a compelling reason for doing so. He had to pay child support, which now accounted for over half of his salary and had become a significant financial burden for detectives. As they started looking through Jason's digital files, they saw some odd things on his computer. Notes that appeared to be written by him for a book. He expressed his feelings about his relationship with Sarah, the unfairness of the court's ruling, and his dissatisfaction with paying child support in these posts. The police suspicions were heightened by the text's disparaging statements about women. His pre-crime bank dealings were also examined by the cops, who discovered a number of odd payments. Jason sent a woman named Lily $2,600 0-cents between September 7 and November 15, 2017. She turned out to be a friend of Darren, Jason's brother. The fact that there had never been any transfers between them, and that, according to Lily, they hardly knew one another prior to that, made this even more suspect. During Lily's interrogation, police learned that Jason had given his brother a 2016 motorcycle, a costly vehicle, ostensibly for repairs following an accident. He said that the bike required extensive repairs, which would have cost about $5 0-cents, and he made plans to send modest amounts of money to his brother via Lily. Detectives thought this was strange. Why did Jason, who was already having financial difficulties, decide to give his brother such a costly item out of the blue? And why was he conducting these transactions with Lily, a lady he hardly knew? These payments may have been tied to the crime, but detectives assumed that Jason and Darren were hiding them as repair expenses. They started keeping a careful eye on Darren. A rugged and reclusive man, Darren had spent the majority of his life alone in a trailer in Texas. He has previously been caught speeding and found in possession of prohibited narcotics. The investigators made the decision to examine the brothers' phone conversations and text messages. After seizing their phones, they discovered some important information. As it happened, Darren had definitely visited Coffee County, Alabama prior to Thanksgiving of 2017. His phone kept pinging close to Sarah's residence during his 10 days there, which began on November 18. His phone was turned off at midnight the night before the crime, which sparked suspicion. It wasn't switched back on until 10 in the morning the following day, by which time he had returned to Texas. This implied that Darren might have made a conscious effort to conceal his location at the time of the crime. In the evening of the same day, Jason received a text message from Darren that seemed to be coded. He told of a deer hunt that went well. According to the police, the brothers were communicating using coded language. Sarah's neighbor remembered seeing Darren's motorcycle close to Sarah's house. Prior to the incident, several local people had noticed this unusual bike, but nobody gave it much attention. When investigators looked at video from a security camera on a shed close to Sarah's house, they discovered another important piece of evidence. Shortly after the gunshots were heard, the camera caught a motorcycle that matched the description of Darren's ride, departing the area. The research took a significant turn in December 2021. With sufficient proof, the police accused Jason and his brother Darren of plotting a crime and filed charges against them. Jason was arrested first, and he promptly asked for a lawyer in spite of his brash assertions of innocence and defiant demeanor. But his self-assurance was fleeting. Shortly after being questioned, he suddenly admitted to killing Sarah. In spite of this admission, he was granted bail and required to wear an electronic monitoring bracelet. Darren fled after finding out about his brother's arrest. He was put on the most wanted list after the police and FBI began a manhunt. An initial $10,000 reward, later raised to $22 was given for information that resulted in his capture. On February 5, 2022, over 2 months later, Darren surrendered in Texas. In contrast to Jason, he declined to post bail and stayed in custody for the trial, denying any involvement. The paucity of concrete proof and the volume of circumstantial evidence caused the hearings to go on for months. The lawyer for Darren contended that there were no tangible signs connecting his client to the scene of the incident. He emphasized that the surveillance film was too hazy for a certain identification and that the weapon used in the incident was never located. He also underlined how the prosecution's case was undermined by the lack of motorbike tire traces and fingerprints. The prosecution responded by providing proof of Jason and Lily's transactions, emphasizing the money transfers that had taken place in the preceding months. Following the crime, they contended that the motorcycle that was delivered to Darren was utilized for the journey to Alabama, and that these payments were for services rendered. The security film from the shed, which showed a motorcycle similar to Darren's leaving the area soon after the crime, was an important piece of evidence. The prosecution maintained that, in order to hide their traces, the brothers transferred money through Lily. Lily said she was only complying with the brothers' instructions and had no idea what their goals were when she was questioned in court. Her evidence was crucial in establishing the case against the brothers. Even though all of the accusations against her were ultimately dismissed, each side tried to influence the jury during the trial, which lasted for several days. The restaurant video that showed Jason with his kids at the scene was highlighted by Jason's attorney as unmistakable evidence of his alibi. Additionally, he emphasized that Jason had willingly given the police his computer and phone, which he claimed was unusual for someone attempting to conceal their involvement. Jason's own confession and the gathered circumstantial evidence persuaded the jury in spite of the defense's attempts. On January 4, 2024, the jury convicted both brothers of conspiracy to commit murder, following 6 days of testimony and 6 hours of discussion. Jason and Darren were given life sentences without the chance of release in June. This ruling was viewed as a show of mercy because the jury was unable to agree on the death penalty, which would have been appropriate given the nature of the offense. Additionally, Jason has been forced to pay a $25,000 fine. Jason's defense team decided not to appeal the verdict because of his confession, while Darren's lawyer declared that he would. During the trial, Sarah's parents had assumed custody of the Star children. The older twins publicly declared they no longer wanted to have any contact with their father. There is currently no verified information regarding the status or result of any possible appeals, and both brothers are still incarcerated in federal prison. There is more to this story than jealousy and familial strife. It serves as a reminder of how emotional and financial problems can turn tragic. The most tragic aspect is that the defenseless kids Jason was meant to watch over lost their mother because of their own father and uncle. This example emphasizes the terrible truth that sometimes people closest to us can be more harmful than we think, as well as the significance of spotting aggressive and manipulative behavior in relationships. We are prompted to consider how well we know the individuals in our lives by stories such as this one. Maybe you or a loved one is now in a difficult relationship. Never disregard warning indicators because, regrettably, anyone could experience what happened to Sarah. Look after yourself. This instance serves as a sobering reminder that even the people we trust the most can be dangerous. So don't be scared to ask for help or to look out for the welfare of those you care about. How do you feel about it? What took place? Can such a heinous deed ever be justified by financial pressure and resentment? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. We will be in the state that makes up about 3/4 of the island of Haiti today. Travelers from all over the world come to this wonderful country to unwind on snow-white beaches that look like they were lifted from advertising brochures, to experience the exotic, nearly unspoiled nature, and to sample the distinctive local cuisine. It's the Dominican Republic, of course. One of the Dominican Republic's most visited beaches, the Azure Coast, is where our narrative starts. In a beachside parking lot, a black Honda Accord came to a stop. In the car, music was playing gently. 3 girls and 2 men were engaged in heated conversation about general subjects. They appeared to be old friends who had gotten together for a good time. Every passenger exited the vehicle and strolled slowly in the direction of the ocean. One of the girls was beckoned to by an adult guy who took her hand. She yelled to her pals that she would return later after he murmured something in her ear. In the evening, the beach was essentially empty, making it a site of meeting alone. They climbed into the car and chatted for a while. The man felt her large lips, which drew his kisses like a strong magnet, and stroked her long hair. The girl came home and went to bed a few hours after the walk. Her mother discovered that her daughter had skipped breakfast the following morning. In an attempt to wake her daughter, she knocked on the door of her room, but she was met with stillness. The woman shouted as she stepped into the room. The girl's father rushed in at the scream. Before the parents was a horrible image. The entire bed was covered with blood, and their daughter was lying on the floor of the bathroom in a pool of blood. She had passed away. Based on their observations, the father summoned the police despite the couple's legs failing. Police arrived at the location at around 8 a.m., looked inside the girl's room, and spoke with the parents. To determine the cause of death, the body was brought to the National Institute of Forensic Medical Examination. The parents wept and pondered what might have happened to their daughter while she was at home at night. But regrettably, the events leading up to this catastrophe started much earlier and were not visible to them today. A contemporary tale of an impossibly romantic relationship between a small girl and an adult will be presented to us. She will turn 16. Esmeralda arrives at Martinez's house. In the province of La Alta Gracia on August 23, 2006, I was born into the family of Isabel Martinez Reach Riscosti and Ali Hill, restaurant proprietors. Her family was utterly content when she was growing up. She had a friendly relationship with her older sister. Esmeralda developed into a bright and attractive young woman. In 2023, she was happy to showcase her unique artistic abilities in social media videos, showcasing her passion of singing and dancing. Esmeralda, who was in her final year of high school, intended to attend college. Because the girl's joyous demeanor drew in more than just her contemporaries, she was constantly surrounded by pals. One of Esmeralda's closest friends was John Kelly Martinez, who was 35 years old. After completing a competitive teacher's exam, John Kelly joined the public education system. He was still on probation, which lasted for a year, and was going through the new teacher induction process. Because he treated them like friends and took them on frequent adventures outside of school, the students really liked the new instructor. John spent the majority of his leisure time with his students. Even though he was married to another educator and had 2 daughters, they were disposed to the teacher after he laboriously developed a trustworthy relationship with them over an extended period of time. The majority of them were intelligent, attractive students. For example, Esmeralda's evening stroll on February 12, 2023, was an entirely typical encounter between a teacher and female pupils outside of the classroom. The last person John Kelly picked up that night was Esmeralda. He went into the house after her. He said he was a teacher and that he would take her home. Teacher Kelly then drove the group of 3 young female pupils and 2 adult male students to the beach. Everyone, with the exception of Esmeralda and John Kelly, exited the vehicle after it had stopped. After some time spent alone, John and Esmeralda joined the company. They went for a quick stroll along the beach after enjoying a few beers. Esmeralda felt ill all of a sudden. The chicks got going. The walk had to be stopped because she was bleeding, and she had to be taken home. Her parents discovered her lifeless in the morning. The parents were not given answers to their queries, but an autopsy determined that it was a homicide. Esmeralda Richiez died from a perineal laceration with extensive internal bleeding and hemorrhagic shock after the violent acts, according to a tentative determination made by the National Institute of Forensic Medicine. The girl's death was categorized as a violent death of unknown cause following the autopsy. However, who had the audacity to do so when Esmeralda was on a walk with friends under a teacher's supervision? Clarity was obtained, and the first suspect was identified through interviews with the girlfriends and an examination of the confiscated phones. One of the females who had gone out with the teacher that night in Esmeralda gave a testimony that was breathtaking. While they were on the beach, she claimed to have witnessed the professor sneak 5 tablets into Esmeralda's drink. In the Dominican Republic, where abortion is illegal, the police's preliminary findings also generated a lot of discussion. The cause of Esmeralda's death was the subject of much conjecture in the neighborhood. Some claimed she passed away from a heart attack, while others were certain that the abortion drugs John Kelly had given her were the reason of her blood loss. Everyone thought that the speculation and rumors would stop after the medical examiner's findings, but when the forensic analysis's findings were available, all the conjecture vanished. Esmeralda's family members were obviously perplexed and quite dubious when they heard the forensic examination's findings, which ruled out the possibility of pregnancy. Because this idea best explained what investigators had seen, the victim's family expressed dissatisfaction that Esmeralda's pregnancy was excluded from the report, based on the facts gathered throughout the inquiry, as well as the tests and conclusions of the forensic examiner. After all, an examination of Esmeralda's friends' phones showed numerous text conversations that suggested the teacher's continued interest in the student following the failed pregnancy, however subtly. According to the inquiry, Esmeralda died a few hours after John Kelly drugged her against her will and violently assaulted her on the beach, causing her to lose a lot of blood. Repeated toxicological tests were still pending results. Since John Kelly Martinez and his suspected collaborator Ruben Murillo Martinez are the primary suspects in the young woman's death, the prosecutor's office asked for a coercive measure against them in light of the investigation's development. The evidence gathered against John Kelly Martinez resulted in a 90-day unpaid teaching suspension. As the main suspect in Esmeralda's death, the prosecutor's office asked that John Kelly be placed under preventive arrest for a year. Let me remind you that preventative detention is the practice of locking someone up for a certain amount of time, not to punish them for a crime they have committed, but to keep them from committing crimes in the future. However, the mystery surrounding this terrible tragedy has grown even more as a result of recent occurrences and witness statements regarding the student's death. Authorities discovered after multiple interrogations that the company had to stop multiple times to assist Esmeralda due to serious bleeding, but no one called emergency services or transported the bleeding woman to the hospital. Surveillance cameras recorded some of these stops, where witnesses claimed that the defendants purchased alcoholic beverages and that Esmeralda and John used a bathroom. They later went to the drugstore to get feminine hygiene pads, water, and medication. Esmeralda's garments were found to be entirely soaked in blood at one of the stops, necessitating a complete change of clothes. When Esmeralda's parents saw that she was bleeding profusely after being brought home, they assumed it was a woman's period and gave her a pain reliever to put her to sleep. Esmeralda texted the girl an audio message in the early morning hours requesting assistance, saying, "Please help me," according to information obtained from one of the girl's cell phones. "I'm gushing blood." Sadly, though, the friend heard the assistance tape too late. Esmeralda was discovered unconscious and covered in blood on her bathroom floor the following day. The clothes that John Kelly Martinez was wearing that evening while out with his female students were taken from his cousin, the second guy that night, when police searched his residence a day after he was detained on February 14. Additionally, Ruben Murillo was charged with attempting to conceal John's bloodied trousers. The investigation into the incident is riddled with uncertainties. Instead of generating fresh rumors about an incident that frightened the public, the prosecutor's office ought to have provided clarification. To determine the true cause of the young girl's death, the people sought a thorough investigation. Many believed that the investigators had overlooked the apparent facts that were readily apparent. This included searching the teacher's and his family's home as well as the vehicle where the crime against Esmeralda may have occurred, which is what caused the bleeding. As it turned out, John Kelly's wife quickly sold the car, despite the police urgent request for it. According to the investigation, the car's hurried sale was a result of concealing evidence that would have shown violent behavior. After learning that a coercive measure would be attempted for alleged participation in the case against J. Paniagua Pillier became the buyer of the car, Frank Paniagua, the car's new owner, and C. Espinal Rijo, John Kelly's wife. When the car was ultimately examined, no more evidence was discovered, with the exception of Espinal's blood traces. According to the court's decision, J.S. Espinal Rijo could not be retained due to insufficient evidence from in prison, and she was let out. For several months, the probe went on. Investigators were able to piece together the events of that night minute by minute, thanks to the prosecutor's own investigation and re-interviews with the three girls who accompanied Esmeralda. John Kelly Martinez, 35, and his cousin Ruben Maria Martinez arrived at Esmeralda Reach's house in La Otra Banda Higüey around 7:30 p.m., accompanied by three other girls in the car's passenger seat. After presenting himself as Esmeralda's instructor and informing her of the great evening that her daughter and the other students were in for, John excused Esmeralda from her mother. Esmeralda accompanied him. The entire business had originally planned to visit the fair with its amusement attractions, but John changed his mind while traveling and ended up going somewhere else. Probably, John Kelly wanted a peaceful Macau beach instead of going to the fair. John instructed his brother to sit in the rear seat and Esmeralda to sit in the front seat of the car after stopping it at a store on the way to the beach to buy a beer. The man poured the beer into a thermos he carried with him and mixed in 5 unidentified pills. When one of the girlfriends arrived at the beach, he presented it to Esmeralda without telling her what was in the thermos. John Kelly and Esmeralda were left alone as the three females exited the vehicle. For around half an hour, they were by themselves in the car, and naturally, Esmeralda's companions also noted their extended absence. After a brief pause during which no explanation was given, John showed up and instructed everyone to board the vehicle. Esmeralda began to bleed profusely, forcing them to make multiple stops en route to their hasty departure. Witnesses and CCTV evidence show that Esmeralda used the cafeteria restroom during one of the stops, which occurred at a gas station parking lot around 9:45 p.m. According to a student, Esmeralda requested to stop at the gas station so she could use the girls' restroom. When she and her pals entered, they saw that her clothes were covered in blood. The girls had to mop the floor because there was so much blood in the bathroom. The girlfriends made an effort to assist Esmeralda. They asked the gas station employee whether it was normal because they were so scared, and she told them it wasn't and suggested they see a doctor straight away. John Kelly was informed by the girls, but he refused to go to the hospital, claiming that doing so would land him in jail. The inspection report states that blood traces from Esmeralda Richesias were discovered in the gas station's service restroom and parking area. At 10:21 p.m., they also made a trip at a pharmacy to get sanitary pads, drink, and other medication. To confirm the information, authorities acquired security footage and a purchase receipt. John Kelly took Esmeralda back to her house about 11 p.m. Minutes after being abandoned in the car with her instructor on February 16, she arrived with severe bleeding. According to an official report, the girl suffered from severe and harsh mistreatment, which led to hypovolemic shock and substantial blood loss. As frightening as it sounds, Esmeralda never made it into the life-saving hands of doctors that night, despite the fact that doctors know how to heal people and that pounds could have stabilized this illness. Although it was previously established that Esmeralda was never pregnant, toxicology tests verified that the active substance in the pregnancy termination pills was present in her body. When administered orally according to the prescribed dosage, this synthetic gestagen component has contraceptive effects. Since this ingredient inhibits ovulation and fertilization, it is possible that the instructor John Kelly was getting ready to have sex with the pupil he liked. Esmeralda's body was eventually permitted to be buried following several medical investigations. The public cemetery at Elbanau is where the small girl was laid to rest. Esmeralda's friends and relatives bid her farewell. They characterized her as a happy and kind girl. When her parents trusted their daughter to a teacher and allowed her to go for an evening walk with him on June 4, 2023, they looked back on that fatal evening with bitterness and hated themselves. Prosecutors charged John Kelly Martinez, a math and physical education instructor, with reconstructing the final hours of Esmeralda Richiez's life. An indictment and a request to begin a trial against Martinez and his cousin, Rubio Mario Martinez, were submitted to the LA Altagracia Instructional Court by the prosecutor's office on June 12. Due to the passing of Storm Franklin, the case against the teacher was moved from its original date of August 23, 2023, to November 24, 2023. As the only defendant in Esmeralda Richiez's death, the judge mandated that John be retried. Only half of the called witnesses showed up for the trial, which was delayed from its original start date of January 9, 2024. The trial will take place before the College Court of the Penitentiary Chamber of First Instance of La Altagracia on February 1 and 6, 2024. In addition to accusing the parents of failing to take measures to prevent their daughter's death while being aware of her issue, the defense lawyer urged the court to take note that his client can only be charged with assault. For its part, the prosecution produced almost 40 pieces of evidence, including examination reports and witness statements. Pathologists and forensic specialists testified for the prosecution during the hearing, showcasing to the court all the audio and video evidence gathered throughout the lengthy and arduous process of determining the girl's cause of death. The defendant attempted to portray himself as a victim in his final remarks. John Kelly Martinez genuinely attempted to reassure the court and everyone in attendance that everything was consensual, even though he acknowledged that he and Esmeralda were in fact close that night in the car. What's important is that Esmeralda was alive and well when he brought her home, he added. According to the motion to compel, Martinez intentionally caused the victim to suffer cuts, abrasions, and contusions that ultimately led to her death, with hemorrhagic shock and severe, acute internal and external bleeding serving as the cause of death. The autopsy report says so. On March 14, 2024, neither the court nor the audience were impacted by John Kelly Martinez's address. For his violent crimes, 36-year-old Professor John Kelly Martinez received a 20-year prison sentence. The Anamuya Correctional and Rehabilitation Center in Higa is where John Kelly Martinez will spend his time behind bars. Following the enforcement measure against the professor and his cousin Rich's family, Rubio Mario Martinez, the defendant's cousin who was charged as accessory after the fact, was given a conditional enforcement measure that included recurring court appearances. According to lawyer Raimundo Rosario, the family will not submit a motion to reopen the investigation, since they were happy with the restraining order. Esmeralda's parents' suffering was somewhat lessened by the decision in favor of John. They expressed gratitude to all those who participated in the trial and inquiry. Additionally, they expressed their satisfaction with the decision. Because the deep anguish of losing their daughter was ingrained in their hearts for eternity, Esmeralda's family was unable to rejoice at the teacher's decision. Isabel Martinez, Esmeralda's mother, express guilt for allowing her daughter to go out with this fortunate instructor and 3 friends. "Are you a teacher?" I asked him over the phone. Yes, I am," he replied, and I replied, "Take care of my daughter. She's with you, so I'm going to let her go. Since my daughter was seeing this man, I was innocent." According to the mother, the Ministry of Education offered assistance to the girl's family and those of the other girls who were with Esmeralda on the day of the tragedy. They conveyed in their statement their hope that incidents of this like won't recur in the educational community and society at large. They stated that it is their time to fight for justice because of the suffering endured by parents who are unable to accept the loss of their daughter. A tale that started as a pleasant evening excursion that included a trip to the beach devolved into a terrifying night that claimed the life of student Esmeralda Richiez, who bled to death following cuts, bruises, and abrasions caused by a man whose parents are entrusted with their children's lives. Of course, there is some responsibility for the evening's excursion on the part of all those engaged. Unfortunately, Esmeralda was scared to ask for help and tell her parents what had happened because of their too strict behavior. Indeed, there are instances when we believe it is simpler to hide out of fear of punishment or simply to avoid being misinterpreted. Unfortunately, fear prevails in this conflict, claiming valuable lives. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The date was March 24, 1961. It was cold in Keystone Islands, North Miami. Frances DeMari, 32, called the Miami-Dade police just after 3 in the morning. She said that 2 unidentified attackers had murdered her husband, 52-year-old Joseph DeMari. Who were the attackers who murdered Joseph? Was this a random act of violence, or was it part of a planned hit? Today, we're examining Joseph DeMari's complex cold case, which was finally solved in 2023 and dates back 62 years. So, let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. Northeast Miami-Dade County, Florida, is home to the city and suburb of North Miami. There are a little over 60,000 people living there. North Miami saw a significant increase in organized crime in the 1950s and 1960s, including several mafia families. During this time, the DeMaris were also thriving in North Miami, and the mafia, also known as La Cosa Nostra, had a big impact on the city's underground. Joseph J. DeMare was born in 1910 and raised in Boston with his younger brothers, Joseph and Dominic. He had a strong relationship with his brothers that lasted into adulthood. The 3 brothers opened a fresh vegetable sales company in 1928. After beginning with a pushcart, they eventually set up shop in Boston. As a result of their increasing sales, they relocated to Quincy Market in 1930. By 1939, their company had grown all over the country. To satisfy the demands of grocery chains, the DeMare brothers partnered with tomato producers in other states, including Florida, Texas, and California. In order to guarantee a year-round supply for their clients, they were also the first in New England to import tomatoes straight from Cuba. The brothers made the decision to engage in farming as their firm prospered. In Florida and then California, they began growing tomatoes in open packing operations. They spread to other places, such as South Carolina. Joseph married Josephine, who was only 2 years his junior, in 1937. Joseph, Josephine, and their 3 children, Richard, James, and Joseph Jr., migrated from Boston to North Miami in the early 1940s. Joseph and his brothers had established a living selling fresh produce there. Before relocating to Keystone Island in North Miami in 1953, Joseph DeMare resided in Miami Beach. Linda, Joseph's only child, was born. Sadly, his cherished wife Josephine died shortly after, in 1956, from breast cancer. Joseph DeMare married Frances, a woman who was 20 years his junior, 3 years later in 1959. To combat frost, winter farmers in the late 1950s would light kerosene lights and place them in between tomato plant rows. To make sure their crops didn't freeze, Richard recalled his father awakening them and then guiding them to the fields. Before the tomato plants were delivered to be processed, Joseph and his 3 boys would drive into farms and tend to them. The 21-year-old Richard went to Ohio in March 1961 to revise his 52-year-old father's will and meet with his siblings and business associates to discuss the prospect of a divorce between Joseph and Frances. At the time, Frances, his stepmother, did not reside with them. Joseph DeMare frequently traveled throughout the United States and Latin America, while managing several facets of the company from Miami. His kids lived on the family's Bradenton farm, while he and his new wife Frances and Joseph's daughter resided at the Keystone Point house in 1961. However, none of them could have ever anticipated what was going to happen. On March 24, 1961, a chilly winter night in Bradenton, Richard and his 2 brothers were sound asleep on their father's farm around 3 in the morning. At the same moment, however, Frances DeMare called the police in a panic and told them a terrifying story. She reported that she had left her home in Keystone Point to go out to dinner with Joseph. As they headed out for dinner, Joseph sat beside Frances, who had taken the wheel of their Cadillac Fleetwood. They came to a stop at a junction slightly west of the Broad Causeway, close to Keystone Point's south exit. Anarchy ensued, as 2 men abruptly leapt into their vehicle. Frances was forced to drive to an empty lot in Sans Souci Estates when one of the men firmly placed a gun against the back of her head. When Joseph turned to look, the pistol slammed into his face. Frances yelled and was struck as well. Frances was struck by the rifle and rendered unconscious. Joseph was dead in the seat next to her when she woke up, and the murderers had left. In a hurry, she dashed to a Phillips 66 service station nearby, racing through the shrubs and brambles. She called the police from that location. The first officer on the scene was Patrolman Van Scola of the North Miami Police Department. At the petrol station, he watched Frances, and she didn't look too hurt. She had scratches on her face and her dress had some bloodstains on it. She appeared to have scratched her face with her hands, as if she did it herself. Frances told him she couldn't see the shooting because she was knocked out or rendered unconscious. Shell casings were found in the Cadillac's rear seat during the investigation. Upon closer inspection of the photos, it was discovered that the rear seat also had at least 2 unused rounds. Police records show that Norman Logan, a gas station employee, claimed that Frances never spoke of her husband being shot until the police arrived. According to 2 local fishermen, they heard nothing during the incident. Frances told the police that the attackers stole $400.00 in cash from her husband and $5.00 worth of jewelry from her. A day after the murder and heist, however, a gold ring and diamond cufflinks were still discovered on her husband's body. Frances claimed that the gunman had taken her valuables with force, according to the Miami Herald. She disregarded the bandits' orders not to look back, and one of them hit her with his revolver, knocking her out. She did, however, tell the police that her spouse had turned around earlier. According to the article, when Frances regained consciousness a few minutes later, she found her husband slumped against the car door, blood streaming from his head, and the attackers had run away. Panicked, she hurried to a neighboring Phillips 66 fuel station, where she contacted the police for help, navigating the brambles, thorns, and jagged pebbles. In a follow-up interview with the Miami Herald following the killing, Frances said that the attacker called her husband Frank rather than Joe. She guessed that they might have thought Joe was someone else for some reason. Additionally, when the police spoke with her about the murder, she did not provide them with this information. According to other news accounts from the time, Frances described how the shooter tried to grab her jewels, and when she became emotional, he hit her brutally with the revolver. She lost consciousness as a result, and when she regained consciousness, she found her husband shot. Once more, the cops did not bring up the hysterical aspect of this during their interrogation with Frances. Frances arrived to the petrol station and told the owner's son, Norman Logan, that the 2 men had gotten into the car, one in the front and one in the back, according to another Herald piece. On the night of the murder, however, Norman had made it plain to the police that Frances had not brought up the murder until they got to the gas station. Frances's explanation of the shootout at the murder scene contained numerous inconsistencies. Was this because, during all of this, she was under pressure from someone? There was no mention of Joseph's brothers. Were they concealing something? The DeMare firm would only be split between the 2 surviving brothers after Joseph's death, which was a motivation the police extensively examined at the time. However, Frances wasn't finished yet. That same week, she gave the Herald another exclusive interview in which she repeated the events. This time, she clarified two males abruptly got into the back seat of the vehicle as they got closer to the Causeway Bay Shore intersection. There was no other traffic on the causeway, but a car was following. With Frances behind the wheel, one of the men pressed a pistol to the back of her head and instructed her to do as they said. They told her to keep going directly in the direction of Sans Souci Estates. They told her to turn right off of Bayshore Drive after she had driven about a block. Joe, her husband, became curious and asked the men what they wanted. In response, one of the attackers declared that they wanted to take his money. Frances and Joe were instructed to keep their heads forward, but Joe kept turning back in an effort to defy them. At one point, he turned and was struck hard in the face. She noticed that he was bleeding when he turned to face Frances. He turned around shortly afterward, and they hit him again. Frances started to shout in return. She was then struck twice on the head by the assailants. She was resting on the gravel outside the automobile when she came to conscious again. Her attackers had stolen all of her valuables, which was worth about $5,000.00. At the time, Joe had about $400.00 in cash, which she later found had also been stolen. The men, Frances was convinced, were no amateurs. Despite not having a clear view of them, their calm and meticulous manner persuaded her of their experience. Their speech patterns did not fit the stereotype of a hoodlum. The fact that the men called her husband Frank rather than Joe left Frances with the unshakable impression that a grave error had been committed. She claimed that she thought they had misidentified Joe for someone else, or that maybe robbery was their main motivation for some reason. She thought they had no intention of hurting anyone. Frances rationally addressed every item in this conversation that did not align with the assertions she made to the police and to press. However, why was she defending her claims? It was clear that she would not recall every detail of what happened if she had suffered a concussion from the hits to her head. More intriguingly, though, she was also justifying the attackers by claiming that they might have thought Joseph was someone else and that their main goal was robbery rather than murder. This prompted the authorities to speculate that the murderer might have been a close friend or relative of Joseph and Frances. The authorities were unable to collect any DNA samples or even fingerprints that would have allowed them to identify the murderers because technology was not very advanced back then. Since no one saw the murderers and they left before Frances regained consciousness, there were no more hints, and the case slowly faded into obscurity. However, Joseph's son Richard recalled that before to Joseph's murder, there was some friction between him and Frances. Richard actually met with the other members of the family to talk about the divorce from Frances and his father's bequest. Additionally, Frances had moved to Ohio and was not living with Joseph at the time of the murder. After learning that Joseph had altered his will, she had returned. His will now states that if Frances remained with Joseph during their marriage, she would only be entitled to a portion of the wealth. Richard said that Frances did not even cry on the day of Joseph's funeral. As straight-laced as they come, she was. Although she claimed to have been hit by the pistol's butt on her forehead, there were no visible wounds there, and she was more concerned with getting her hair done for the funeral than the actual event. Following the funeral, Frances got $250,000 from Joseph's bequest and gave all of Joseph's children a 24-hour notice to vacate. Additionally, Frances was married again a few weeks after Joseph's funeral. Unexpectedly, this was the lawyer who would represent Frances in her divorce case. In the 1980s, some 20 years later, Richard resumed his investigation into the case with the assistance of volunteer and lawyer Paul Novak. Novak had first-hand knowledge of crimes that occurred in and around Miami. Following careful deliberation, Novak suggested that Richard forward the case to a forensic scientist. Given that Joseph was a prosperous businessman and that organized crime had been rampant in Miami throughout the 1960s, and that numerous crimes were connected to one another, Novak and Richard believed this might be a mafia hit. Nearly 30 years after Joseph's passing, in 1991, Richard DeMare saw the case from a different angle. For a second opinion, he contacted John Thornton, a professor of forensic science at the University of California, Berkeley. Following his investigation of the case, Thornton expressed his skepticism over Frances's assertions in a letter to the Miami-Dade police. The bullet wounds appeared to have been fired from two distinct angles, and he doubted that they were consistent with the circumstances she stated. Thornton further noted that Frances's claims about the duration of the incident did not match the quantity of blood found at the crime scene, but since there was no proof, the police were unable to take it into consideration. Frances could have been suspected during the initial investigation, according to another police officer at the time. However, a high-ranking official had instructed the police not to investigate Frances because she was a victim and a widowed woman in grief. As a result, the police did not follow up on the Frances angle or question her again. Then, in the 2000 cess, 40 years later, Richard was presented with a list of suspects by several officers. Joseph's murder was one of the older crimes the police department was investigating. Richard's own investigations had already produced a list of these suspects, but Frances was not one of them. Frances DeMarais passed away in 2006. She was 82. Including her marriage to Joseph DeMarais, she had 4 previous marriages. Around 2019, Paul Novak and the homicide team at the Miami-Dade Police Department's Cold Case Squad began going over the Joseph DeMarais cold case file once more, nearly 60 years after the murder and 20 years after Frances's passing. They discovered numerous hints about the probe in the old police reports. First, Richard had provided the police with some shell casings following the murder of his father. These round casings were from an Italian auto pistol, a .25 caliber SATA, which Joseph possessed but was constantly with Frances. Richard had recovered the ammunition casings after firing a few bullets into the swimming pool at their property. Richard gave the police these casings, but why? Because the shot casings discovered in Joseph's car's back seat at the time of his murder resembled these casings. The police inquiry revealed that 2 empty bullets were still laying there when the deceased was discovered. Joseph was wounded by 4 gunshots. 2 bullets went straight into his mouth from the front. The 2 additional shots struck the region in front of and behind his left ear from the left side. Because these shots were fired so close together, there were gunpowder remnants near the wounds. This indicated that the person who killed Joseph was really close to him in terms of closeness, since the wounds were on his mouth and around his left ear. It was also evident that the person who shot him did so from Joseph's left side before also shooting through his mouth to confirm that he had died. This indicated that the attackers were not seated in the back seat. Joseph had 9 cuts or bruises on his skull in addition to the gunshot wounds. Additionally, Joseph exhibited injuries on his right index finger and left arm, indicating that he was either dragged after being shot or that he struggled before to being shot. Blood was discovered on the outside of the vehicle, on the front and rear seats, and inside the vehicle. The blood leaked out from the bottom of the door and ran down the glass. It was confirmed during a follow-up examination in late 2019 that there was no blood found on the driver's door, steering wheel, or seat. Additionally, no blood splatter was discovered outside the front seat's center. This implied that Frances, the person occupying the driver's seat, was completely unharmed. Blood trails were seen traveling backward on the outside of the automobile. The volume of blood revealed how severe the injuries were and how long it took for the bleeding to start following the shooting. This indicated that Joseph was shot while the car was moving, and it continued to move while he was bleeding. This, too, went against Frances's statement. The automobile could not have continued to move after she passed out, as she had claimed to have done while behind the wheel. Joseph's jaw was somewhat red, but there was no blood found in his lungs. According to medical professionals, these results might indicate that Joseph's airway was blocked when he was shot, because someone had their arm around his neck. On the other hand, it can indicate that the lethal bullet instantly stopped breathing. Frances said it was a heist, but when Joseph was found in the car, his diamond cufflinks and gold ring were still on him. There were no gunshots, indications of a struggle, or even a bullet being fired, according to 2 men fishing nearby. Frances's feet were uncut, and her shoes were discovered next to the car in a way that indicated they had been placed there on purpose rather than strewn about. A female officer suffered many cuts and bruises to her feet as she walked the same route Frances claimed to have gone, barefoot, from the automobile to the gas station. Norman Logan, the first person Frances spoke to at the petrol station, said she never brought up her husband's shooting. However, when the police and Novak conducted ballistic tests, the greatest hits were still to come. They discovered that only if the bullet was shot from the driver's end could the trajectory of the bullets at the crime scene be satisfied. It did not follow the path of the bullets Frances had described in her initial remarks. Furthermore, it was established that the round casings Richard provided to the police matched the shells of the bullets that killed Joseph, indicating that a .25 caliber SAIT also killed Joseph. The day Joseph walked out for the final time with Frances, the identical gun had vanished from the DeMare home. The most shocking aspect of the case files, however, was the discovery of a blood trail from Joseph's garage that led to the location of his Cadillac. This made it quite evident that Joseph had actually been shot in his garage while he and Frances were at home before they even left for supper. The homicide squad investigators and Novak were aware that Frances could only inherit Joseph's debt if she remained with him during their marriage, and that is exactly what transpired. Frances received the $250,000 0 cents because she remained with Joseph till his death. The authorities came to the conclusion that Frances killed Joseph in order to obtain the money from him because of the divorce angle and Joseph's alteration of the will. The police concluded that Frances DeMare was the only individual who would carry out all of this, based on this and all the other clear indicators. The Miami-Dade Homicide and Cold Case Squad conducted a press conference on May 10, 2023, nearly 3 years after the Joseph DeMare cold case was reopened. They declared that they had sufficient grounds to suspect Frances DeMare of Joseph DeMare's murder. The upcoming divorce and Joseph's alteration of the will served as the motivation for her murder. In order to do this, she shot Joseph in the garage of their home, drove the car 3 or 4 miles away, went barefoot to the gas station, and called the police while leaving Joseph's body in the car. The murder weapon was never located because the police thought Frances had thrown the .25 caliber STA pistol beneath an underbridge. Richard, aged 82, expressed relief after this announcement, although he was not pleased at all. He was aware that the murderer was his stepmother. Richard further disclosed that he had instructed the police to look into Frances and her murder in 1961, but they had refused. Since Frances died in 2006, she was unable to face consequences for her crime. She had never been held responsible for her acts in her entire life. According to Novak, this case exemplifies how politics can trump justice. It is still unclear whose senior official gave the order for the police to leave Frances alone. Since then, the DeMare business has expanded greatly, going global. They state on their websites that the DeMare firm still adhered to the principles of excellence, honesty, and hard work that the brothers created. They think that the next generation of the DeMare family and their hard-working staff will carry on their tenacity and resolve. Even though his stepmother would never receive justice, Richard, who was also affected by same ideals, might find some comfort in the knowledge that she pursued justice for his father. Why, in your opinion, wasn't Frances given more attention during the preliminary inquiries? Do you believe that a more extensive plot was concealed? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Timothy Ray Jones Jr., age 32, did an unimaginable atrocity on August 28, 2014. Timothy killed his 5 children, ages 1 to 8, at their family's mobile home on South Lake Drive in Red Bank, New Jersey. Why may this man have killed his own children? Red Bank is a community in the U.S. state of New Jersey's Monmouth County. The community, which was founded in 1908, is traversed by the Navesink River, which has historically served as the area's route to the ocean and other ports. Red Bank is a community in the New York metropolitan area that serves as a commuter town for New York City. According to the 2020 U.S. Census, there are 12,936 people living in the borough. In August 2014, 5 young children died in this area in the most horrifying way. Cindy Jones, who was 16 when she became pregnant, and Timothy Jones Sr. welcomed Timothy Jones Jr. into the world in 1981. Unfortunately, Jones Jr. was only 18 months old when Cindy left the house. Timothy Jones Sr. remarried after this. As a child, Jones Jr. had legal issues in 2001 after being detained in Illinois on suspicion of car theft, check fraud, and cocaine possession. He served only 2 years of his 7-year prison sentence before being freed in 2003. From this point on, his life appeared to improve. In 2004, he married Amber Kaiser, whom he had met as a youth. 3 children were born soon after. Jones persisted in his studies, eventually graduating from Mississippi State University with a degree in engineering. Later, the young family relocated to Blythewood in search of brighter prospects. Mara, who is 8 years old, Elias, who is 7 years old, Nathan, who is 6 years old, Gabrielle, who is 2 years old, and Abigail Elaine, who is 1 year old, were their 5 children by 2014. Their marriage started to deteriorate over time, and Jones' conduct altered significantly as he started smoking, drinking, and using synthetic marijuana. In the middle of these difficulties, Amber gave birth to Abigail Elaine, their final child. Jones, though, wasn't sure if he was the child's biological father. Jones and Amber separated in 2013. As a result of this and other marital issues, Jones was granted custody of the children following the divorce. Jones was supposed to be the ideal father and do everything in his power to keep his kids safe. However, who could have foreseen the horror that would follow? Jones picked up his 2 youngest children from their babysitter and his 3 older children from school on Thursday, August 28, 2014. He disappeared. When Jones and the kids disappeared for a few days the following day, his family finally called the police, but only after they had been unable to contact him for a few days. Elk, the babysitter, attempted to call him at 9:36 a.m. the following day but got no answer. Elk was unfazed, and at 9:38, he texted Jones to ask about dropping off the youngest kids at daycare. Jones told her that the children would return on Tuesday, the day after Memorial Day, and said, "Don't worry about this morning. I'll see you next week." Roberta Thornsberry, Jones's grandmother, called him frantically from Mississippi, but he didn't answer. Thornsberry became increasingly alarmed on August 30 and texted Jones many times during the day before ultimately asking him why he was not responding at 5:13 p.m. On September 1 at 4:54 p.m., Elk politely reminded Jones to pack diapers when he dropped off Gabriel and Abigail Elaine. He later called Elk about 6:15 p.m. to tell him that he was going to leave South Carolina with the kids and start again. He offered her everything she desired from the items he left behind and asked Elk to tidy up his mobile home. Amber called at 7:00 p.m., but Jones didn't pick up. Since they were unable to contact him, his family contacted the police. Jones was reported missing and traveling with his 5 children, prompting the issuance of a nationwide alert in search of him. However, they wouldn't learn of his whereabouts until September 6. A startling find was made during a regular traffic safety stop in Smith County, Mississippi, on September 6, 2014. Around 7:00 p.m., Tim Jones Jr. was taken into custody. Around 8:00 p.m., Under Sheriff Marty Patterson arrived on the scene. He saw evidence of intoxication in Jones. A terrible stink came from an Escalade as he got closer to Jones' vehicle. Patterson noticed bleached spots around the baseboard. Jones was supposed to be traveling from Lexington with his 5 children, according to an unsettling hit from the FBI National Crime Information Center when Jones' ID and license plate were run. Patterson called the Lexington County Sheriff's Department right away. Jones first denied having any children when asked about them, but when pressed further, he stated that he only had 3 in South Carolina. Investigators in Smith County quickly contacted Jones's father, Tim Jones Sr., who subsequently notified Jones's ex-wife Amber and Jones's grandmother, Roberta Thornsberry. Investigators from SLED and the Lexington County Sheriff's Department traveled to Mississippi on September 8, 2014, to begin their investigation. Jones consented to guide investigators to his children's bodies 2 days later, on September 9. On September 10, the bodies of Mara, Elias, Nathan, Gabrielle, and Abigail Elaine were found, marking the beginning of the discovery. Unsettling and eerie was the evidence gathered from Jones's Escalade on family photos, clothes, children's artwork, letters written by their mother Amber to the children, Bibles, Tim Jones' Mississippi State University diploma, and his passport were among the items recorded. Timothy Jones also wrote handwritten notes that were as terrifying, including disturbing chores like melt bodies, sand bones to dust or small pieces, and burn up bodies. The notes also specified materials such as gas, acid, and camping equipment that were necessary for these gruesome acts. The idea that this father had painstakingly planned to murder and dispose of the remains of all 5 of his children sounded unreal. Jones was booked into the Kirkland Correctional Facility on September 13, 2014, and kept apart from the rest of the inmates in solitary confinement. However, what had actually happened that fateful day? What led Jones to conceal the children's bodies after he killed them? The police's investigation and Jones's confession revealed the sinister reality about what Jones did during the week that he and his kids vanished. The terrifying series of events began in the afternoon of Thursday, August 28, 2014. Tim Jones collected his 2 youngest children from the daycare center and picked up his 3 older children from school. Nobody could have predicted that the fairly typical day would turn into a nightmare. Anger swept through the family's mobile home before 7 p.m. Jones brought up the subject of damaged electrical outlets with Nathan, his 6-year-old son. He subjected the child to a physical punishment by beating Nathan. Jones even went so far as to bombard the small child with inquiries. He received a call around 7:10 p.m. from Amber, his estranged wife. Fearful and distraught, Nathan explained that the event had been an accident, but Jones stepped in and accused Amber of defending their kid before cutting the conversation short. The darkness grew darker as the evening went on. Amber's frantic attempts to get in touch were ignored, and Nathan was sent to bed. Although the specifics remained unknown, Jones either found Nathan's dead at 8:30 p.m. or made an unsuccessful attempt to wake the boy. Jones had to confront the sobering fact that his child was no longer with him. Apparently spurred by his own imagination, Jones would later tell the police that Nathan was attempting to hurt him by using the electricity in the mobile home. He killed his children as a result of this paranoia. The next morning, Jones took his daughter Mira, who was 8 years old, to a convenience store to purchase smokes. When he got home, he was overcome with violence. Jones confessed to officials that he killed Gabriel and Abigail Elaine by suffocating Mara and Elias, ages 8 and 7, with his bare hands while wearing a belt. After that, he covered his children's bodies with blankets and sheets from their beds and put them in the back seat of his car. Jones's search history was also examined by the authorities, who discovered an odd fascination with Atlanta and herbal incense. Jones was clearly searching for spice, a synthetic marijuana that was illegal in Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi but lawful in South Carolina. He searched the internet for smoke shops or head stores across state lines, determined to obtain the drug. He also turned down calls from his grandmother, with whom he had previously made arrangements. Around this time, up to 23 calls and texts had been left by her. According to tracking data, Jones was in the vicinity of Moody, Alabama, about 2:20 p.m. Between 3 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Jones resumed his hunt for smoking businesses, concentrating this time on Alabama and Mississippi. Jones changed locations throughout the day, starting at 8:04 p.m. in Lithonia Springs, Georgia, and ending at 10:29 p.m. in Washington, Georgia. He was obviously making significant progress. Jones's phone location by August 30 showed that he was in Red Bank. By August 31, Jones' phone search inquiries indicated that he was going to start over. He searched animal services, Lexington County dumps, and South Carolina camping areas. Jones was in Athens, Georgia, on September 1, according to a store receipt discovered in his car. Remarkably, his phone data also showed that he was in Winsboro and Spartansburg at 1:20 a.m. on the same day. The location of the phone changed to Folly Beach when Jones performed a number of alarming Google searches on September 2 at 10:35 a.m. The situation took a more sinister turn. The phone was tracked to West Columbia, where he searched for body and landfill, muriatic acid burn, camping near Columbia, South Carolina. What does no extradition laws mean? And facing legal problems, where should you run? Elk and Jones texted back and forth between 11 a.m. and noon on plans to clean his Red Bank mobile home. Intel Jim McConnell, Jones's supervisor, contacted him at 11:54 a.m. to ask why he hadn't been to work. In addition, Saxgatha School left unanswered calls on Nathan, Elias, and Mira. The issue worsened about 1:30 p.m. when McConnell's phone went unanswered at 1:53 p.m. The position of the phone was subsequently tracked to Lawrenceville, Georgia at 6:04 p.m., Athens, Georgia at 4:19 p.m., and Clinton, South Carolina at 3:22 p.m. Jones received an update call from Elk at 10:08 p.m. after ignoring 2 calls from Amber at 6 p.m. throughout this hectic day. The situation became alarming by September 3. At 10:07 a.m., Jones missed 2 calls and an ignored text from Intel colleague Kevin McKinney. Additionally, there was no answer to his boss's phone at 12:11 p.m. On September 3, surveillance footage from multiple sites showed Jones at the Dollar General in Orangeburg, an Advanced Auto store in Lake City, and the Augusta Road Walmart in Lexington. In the disturbing Walmart video, he was seen buying things, including goggles, a 5-gallon bucket, trash bags, muriatic acid, a saw, and saw blades. When the phone turned back on at 3:37 a.m. on September 4, Jones Googled missing children and Tim Jones. The phone was located on James Island, which is close to Charleston. Later that day, Jones's phone was tracked to Camden and then Orangeburg when the texts from Thornsbury and Saks went unanswered. Jones was observed depositing a check for $3,518.49 at the Augusta Road ATM in Lexington between 5:17 and 6:33 p.m. It turned out that this money was the profits from the sale of Intel stock he had made weeks earlier. On a logging road between Greenville and Camden, Alabama, Jones would tell the police that he disposed of his children's decaying bodies in black plastic garbage bags. Since August 29, 2014, the bodies had been in the back seat of his car. The phone was found in Greenville, Alabama around 9:14 a.m. on 1:06 p.m. Jones is seen on surveillance footage and receipts from the same day, visiting the Bypass Food Mart in Camden, Alabama. Such an action by a father is not common. Because of this, the authorities tried to figure out what drove Tim to murder the kids. In order to confirm his mental state, an investigation was started. Following his incarceration, Tim Jones Jr.'s psychological condition was extensively monitored by mental health specialists. Although forensic and clinical psychologists and psychiatrists participated in the assessment, they disagreed on his diagnosis. Others proposed that he might have a personality disorder, or schizoaffective disorder, but they disagreed on whether his use of synthetic marijuana could have affected his mental state at the time of the crime, or whether a traumatic brain injury he sustained at the age of 15 contributed to his underlying psychosis. During the trial, the jury was given these conflicting hypotheses to help them understand the causes of Tim Jones Jr.'s mental illness. 3 generations of the Jones family's history were mapped out and examined. The goal was to determine how Tim Jr.'s mental health might have been affected by a tumultuous upbringing and a family history of mental illness. The circumstances surrounding Tim Jones Sr.'s conception and delivery were explained to the jury throughout the trial. Tim Sr.'s mother, Roberta Thornsbury, became pregnant at the age of 12 after being abused by her stepfather. Interestingly, there was a familial history of mental illness in Cynthia, Tim Jr.'s mother. The young couple was barely out of their teens when Tim Jr. was born, but their relationship became tense, and Cynthia tried to remove Tim Jr. from his father. Tim Jr. was reared by his grandmother, Roberta Thornsbury, after Tim Sr. eventually obtained custody. When Cynthia was diagnosed with schizophrenia, Tim Sr. had her committed to a mental health facility in New York. In order to help the jury understand the complicated web of factors that may have contributed to Tim Jones Jr.'s mental condition, these complex family dynamics were offered as evidence. There were several problems in Thornsbury's marriage. Calls to the police for shootings, stabbings, drug possession, and physical and alcohol abuse were common during the marriage. The atmosphere did not appear to be steady. Tim Sr. had several marriages throughout the years, divorcing Cynthia and then married Carolyn, with whom he had 2 additional boys. Tim's family was fractured by the time he was 9 years old, and as the years passed, he saw his father get married again, this time to Julie when Jones was 16. Jones met Amber after being freed and the 2 married. Jones and his father did not get along well. They were silent for 18 months as a result of this, intensifying throughout the 2012 Christmas holidays. The last time Jones's father would see the kids was over the 2012 Christmas break. In 2019, the trial started on May 15. Testimonies from a wide range of people were coming in, illuminating Jones' horrible crime. Testimonies were given by law enforcement officers, mental health specialists, penitentiary officers, instructors, school authorities, babysitters, and even members of Jones's own family. Jones' culpability was evident right away. The evidence against him was strong and he had admitted to the crime. In spite of this, the defense aimed to prove that the individual was suffering from a serious mental illness and was therefore not fully accountable for his acts. but the jury categorically rejected the defense's reasoning when they returned a guilty judgment. After establishing guilt, attention turned to figuring out the proper penalty for the killings. Teachers and previous babysitters were asked by the prosecution to explain the trauma they experienced as a result of losing these innocent youngsters during the sentencing phase. Their testimonies demonstrated the effects of Jones's actions on those left behind. Despite the fact that they were not biologically connected, the defense mostly depended on pleading for mercy from Jones's family members, who favored a life sentence rather than the death penalty, although they did not bring in experts to support their position. In the emotionally heated courtroom, Jones's father and grandmother testified about Jones's troubled childhood and adulthood. However, their heartfelt testimonies strongly opposed the possibility that he would be executed. The next day, Jones's wife and the children's mother, Amber Kaiser, took the stand once more during the trial. Her initial appearance was characterized by tears and obvious misery, but this time she found the courage to ask for Jones's forgiveness. She understood her children's thoughts and thought they wouldn't have wanted their father dead, even though she herself wanted to hurt him. She boldly stated that she was prepared to accept the verdict of the jury. The state's final arguments during the penalty phase of the Timothy Jones Jr. murder trial were made by attorney Rick Hubbard. With a startling question, Hubbard addressed the jury. "Would you save execution for the worst? The worst of the worst? Isn't he pointing at Tim Jones?" "Yes, Tim Jones, who killed his 5 children in a ruthless manner," Hubbard went on, pleading with the jurors to take into account the type of guy Jones really was, a killer who ruthlessly betrayed the faith of his own flesh and blood, depriving them of their priceless youth. When Hubbard thought back on Jones's turbulent upbringing, he admitted that his family had attempted to protect him because they saw something unique in him. In spite of his own flaws, Jones's father had loved his son, and his grandmother had also shown her affection for him, while acknowledging his tendency toward selfishness. Hubbard emphasized how Jones had developed a sense of entitlement by learning to control his family, since he knew they would constantly approach him and apologize. Hubbard displayed 2 images. The first showed Jones's happy family, while the second showed the dead remains of the kids in black trash bags. Hubbard made it clear that Jones was to blame for the dissolution of this devoted family. Hubbard emphasized that Jones's decisions, not his family history, resulted in the sad act of leaving his children's bodies exposed. He said, "No father does this to his children." Hubbard forced the jury to face the truth about Jones' behavior by presenting them with images from the crime scene and the autopsy. Hubbard pushed the jury to consider whether a guy who perpetrated such an unimaginable murder merited mercy throughout his closing statements. The jury was allowed to decide Jones's fate after considering the seriousness of the offense and the weight of the evidence. Casey Secor, Jones's lawyer, fervently urged the jurors to sympathize with the Jones family. He made them think about the family's continued pain and anguish. Secor urged a fair verdict that recognized both harsh punishment and compassion, acknowledging the seriousness of Jones's conduct. The jury found Jones guilty after just over 6 hours of deliberation. Jones declined to testify in his defense during the guilt or penalty phase, despite the seriousness of the issue. Rather, a chilling 2014 audio confession that was unquestionable was played in the courtroom. The 12-member panel rendered its decision after only an hour and 45 minutes of rigorous discussion. The death penalty wasn't always the result. The jurors in this case unanimously decided to execute Jones after carefully weighing any extenuating circumstances. Before the judge legally handed down the death sentence, all 12 jurors had to sign a verdict form and concur. The case would not finish, but the Jones family stayed silent and did not react to the media as they sadly left the courthouse. 2 years after being given a death sentence in 2021, Jones requested a second trial and the abolition of the capital penalty, arguing that jurors were biased against him because they had seen upsetting autopsy images during the initial trial. Robert Dudek, an attorney, contended that Jones, who has schizophrenia, was wrongly convicted. The defense argued that prosecutors overstated the repercussions of an insanity plea and that the use of graphic autopsy photos distorted the punishment against Jones. Fairness questions were raised by these photos, which were taken 9 days after the youngsters passed away. Additionally, the defense argued against the exclusion of expert witness testimony that questioned Jones' diagnosis and mental condition. Despite criticism from the court for perhaps influencing the jurors' emotions, Attorney Rick Hubbard defended his choice to display the pictures. Although the court typically allows compelling defense arguments in instances involving the death penalty, questions were raised regarding how the trial was conducted. But Jones's appeal was denied by the South Carolina Supreme Court in March 2023. Although the court recognized that there were 2 mistakes made during the trial, it decided that they were insignificant and did not call for the conviction or sentence to be overturned. The first error was leaving out Dr. Adriana Flores's evidence, which was intended to refute another physician's allegations that Jones was fabricating mental health problems. According to the court, her input ought to have been permitted. The second mistake is displaying unsettling autopsy images. Nevertheless, the court pointed out that Jones attempted to conceal the crime. Therefore, the pictures had little bearing on the juror's choice to execute him. The loss of all 5 children and the prospect of Jones's execution must have caused Jones's family to experience unfathomable emotions. The work of debating through the case's horrors fell to the defense lawyers and prosecutors. The unsettling pictures and Jones's own admission are undoubtedly haunting the police. More importantly, can the mother of the children who has suffered unimaginable suffering since that awful day on August 28, 2014, be able to go on and begin anew? Do you believe that Jones deserves the death penalty? Or should the jury have chosen a life sentence in light of Jones' plea of mental health? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. A small group of hunters thought they had discovered another man's catch when they came upon a canvas sack that had been left in the midst of the desert on January 23, 1971. When they opened it to look inside, they were appalled to discover a woman's body. Nobody had any idea what the ensuing years would hold. What kind of woman would this be? For what reason was she killed? Today, we're examining the case of Mojave Jane Doe, a victim who was not identified for 50 years before her name was restored. Originally inhabited by the Mojave people, Mojave County is the second biggest county in Arizona. Miners and soldiers frequented Mojave County as a recreational town during the 15th and 60s, when it was a major gold mining region. However, as industry grew, individuals started to relocate farther away. A resurgence of interest in the gold rush coincided with the Great Depression. Since so many people visit the national parks and use Mojave as a convenient entry point to the Grand Canyon, Route 66, and Hoover Dam, the area has seen a surge in tourism. However, a murder mystery that occurred in Mojave County 50 years ago still plagues the sheriff's office today. 3 hunters discovered a canvas sack left in the desert while hunting in a remote desert location in Mojave County, Arizona, on January 23, 1971. In the remote desert, the sack was abandoned along the Hackberry gravel road after being loosely knotted with a white cotton rope. The words "Deer Pack, Ames Harris, Neville Co." were printed in green on the side, and when they opened the sack to investigate, they assumed it was an animal carcass left behind by another group of hunters. To their surprise and horror, they discovered a woman's twisted body. The police were called right away, and they sealed off the area to start their investigation. Investigators knew they were dealing with a homicide. Whoever had wrapped the victim in the sack was obviously trying to conceal the body. Additionally, it was evident that the woman had been murdered elsewhere, and her remains were disposed of in the desert 2 miles from the US 93 highway near Kingman, Arizona. When investigators searched the immediate area for any clues or potential belongings of the victim, they found none. No identification, no bag, and no purse were found anywhere near the crime scene, suggesting that whoever killed her had been careful to leave no incriminating clues behind and made a clean getaway. Investigators sent her body away to the Mojave County Coroner's Office for a post-mortem, while they continued questioning the hunters about any suspicious activity in the area. It was becoming clear that the case was going to be a difficult one. It was obvious from the beginning that the woman was a victim of homicide, as she had been stuffed into a canvas sack. Her cause of death baffled investigators. Although her neck was broken, Decomposition had already set in, making it difficult to determine if there were any ligature marks around her neck. It was initially listed as unknown, as she showed no signs of blunt force trauma or gunshot wounds. There were also no signs of a health death, such as a stroke or heart attack, and her organs were listed as healthy. Toxicology reports also suggested no drugs or alcohol in her system that may have led to an accidental overdose. Much later in the investigation, the cause of death status was changed to strangulation, based on the theory that she may have been murdered by someone she knew personally, perhaps a lover or spouse. It was also difficult to pinpoint the time of death, as her body had been partially frozen, but they estimate that she could have been killed any time between December 1 and 31, 1970. Toward the end of bull hunting season, they began working on creating a workable profile for investigators to use to solve the mystery. The victim was identified as a white woman between the ages of 35 and 40, with an estimated height of 5 feet 4 inches, a weight of between 125 and 140 pounds, brownish black hair that was short and curly, scarring on her abdomen consistent with a cesarean section birth, and internal signs that suggested she may have been a mother of 3 children. The examiners concluded that she may have been married, as a Bone Indian, and that she did not smoke, and that the last food she had eaten was lima beans. Her clothing was added to the description and included a multicolored size 14 blouse with 5 brass buttons and a long-sleeved black cardigan. She was dressed in burnt orange stretch pants in a size 12, with the label Symphony written on the inside of her feet, Pixie Mile black leather boots in a size 5.5, and bobby socks that were possibly white at one point. Her hair was described as salon-styled, and she had a neat and tidy appearance, with evenly manicured and clean nails. What was most noticeable was the extensive dental work she had undergone, which was estimated to have cost nearly $2,100.00. She was given the placeholder name, the Mojave Jane Doe, and was held at the county mortuary until her identity could be established. Using the descriptions from the medical examiner and a composite drawing of the Jane Doe created by a Flagstaff police sketch artist, investigators worked tirelessly to identify the woman. They began by publishing a report in the local and national newspapers that included the victim's description, composite sketch, and the location where she was found. Since this did not appear to yield any promising leads, investigators turned to other methods of identification, canvassing motels, hotels, and local stores that catered to the upper middle class in the area. Despite their extensive questioning, no one could recall such a woman passing by. Afterward, investigators examined her clothing and attempted to ascertain where she had purchased it. A search of every potential clothing store yielded no results. They then turned to airports and searched flight manifests, asking employees if anyone had been missing on any flight, and following up on those leads, which also yielded no results. Finally, they placed a missing persons ad in dental magazines detailing the extent of the work she had done on her teeth. When this failed, they turned to the filing system of a dentist lab in Phoenix, Arizona, hoping that this would jog the memory of the dentist who performed the surgeries and lead them to come forward with her identity. After searching through the files of over 8,000 patients, they were still unable to find her. So investigators expanded their search and sent out the missing persons bulletin to Arizona, California, Nevada, and Utah. During that time, 23 women were reported missing, but all of them were later found alive. The Jane Doe, however, was not among those reported missing. Investigators requested the fingerprints taken for autopsy records. These were then forwarded to the Federal Bureau of Investigation in Washington to be compared with the national database, but still no trace of her was found on any system. Missing or criminal investigators finally looked for a suspect among the hunting community, particularly among those who applied for hunting licenses, of which over 5,000 applications had been made during that season, and each and every individual was located and questioned. Detective Joe Chapin, Sheriff Lloyd Sisney, and Sergeant Don Parrish speculated that their Jane Doe might have been murdered by a spouse, and each married applicant was asked to bring their wife for interrogation. But this too yielded no answers. The 3 men were adamant that the murder was what they called a mama-papa killing by an angry husband. Sisney told local reporters that he thought her identity would eventually come to light because, based on the autopsy reports, she may have children, and somewhere out there her children are missing their mother and being held up by their father in their search for her. But they'll start worrying soon. Time has a way of solving murder mysteries. He said that the thorough investigation had ruled out every possibility, but investigators remained hopeful. He said, "Cisney, we're still no closer to identifying this woman, but somebody out there must have seen her, may even know her, or may remember a small thing that could help us." Months turned to years, then to decades, and 30 years later, in 2001, Lori Miller, an investigator for the Special Investigation Unit, SIU, which was established in 1999 as part of the Mojave County Sheriff's Department initiative to investigate, solve, and eventually close cold cases that had been piling up over the years, was tasked with identifying the Mojave Jane Doe. Despite all the clues and descriptions, no one ever came forward to claim the victim or report her missing, and after 3 months of waiting, authorities finally buried the Mojave Jane Doe at the Mountain View Cemetery in Kingman, a county cemetery used by the department for unclaimed bodies within Mojave County. In that year alone, there were more than 60 unresolved cases, the oldest of which was the Mojave Jane Doe. Like their predecessors, Miller and her team went through old case files and reports, re-interviewed potential witnesses in the hopes of jogging their memory and perhaps revealing some new information and clues, resubmitted the fingerprints, and again combed through the dental records to find the dentist who could have worked on the Jane Doe. But to no avail. Miller and her team also contacted a new artist from the Museum of Northern Arizona to create a composite of the Jane Doe based on the features of her skull taken from the post-mortem examination pictures, believing the new artist might be able to highlight the victim's features in a more professional manner that might attract the attention of someone who knew her. Once more, they used the national media to raise awareness of the case in the hopes that one of the Jane Doe family members or children might come forward, but they were unsuccessful after 3 decades of silence. Miller's investigative team also looked for connections to the company Deer Pack, Ames Harris, and Neville & Co., which had made the sack the victim was found in, but they found they had long since been bought out. Miller and her team worked through the case on and off over the next 20 years, keeping a close watch on databases and following any and all leads and tips. If anything, their Jane Doe was the proverbial needle in the haystack. However, the fashion line had virtually vanished by the time the case was officially entered into the NamUs database in November 2021, and, once more, investigators were at a standstill, having exhausted all leads. Nevertheless, as part of their ongoing case review, the Sheriff's Department continued to update their Facebook post about missing or unidentified persons in October 2022, and 51 years after the Mojave Jane Doe was found, they received a call from Othram Inc., a Texas-based forensic genealogy firm. Miller and her team had realized that there was only one option left, so basically all we had left was to try to identify her through genetic genealogy. The company offered to use the new DNA technology being developed by geneticists to try and create a family tree based on their Jane Doe's DNA profile on their Facebook page, but it would take time and money, as the technology was new and expensive to carry out. However, before that, investigators tried one more time to post the composite sketch on their Facebook page, hoping to find some tangible leads, but nothing worked out. She was someone's wife, daughter, or mother, and it's possible that she was overlooked over the years. The investigation continued to lodge evidence without any results, and it became part of their mantra to close the Mojave Jane Doe case and bring closure, not only to the family, but also to those voiceless victims. The investigators proceeded with the genetic testing option with fervent prayer. Miller explained that even though the county was large, their population was small, and their budget was limited. Othram Inc., however, decided to set up a donation page, asking the public to help raise the $6,500.00 needed to start testing, in the hopes that the community would open their hearts to give the Mojave Jane Doe the dignity of her identity. DNA Solves helped the crowdfunding initiative by setting up a Dear Gladys page, and the response was so overwhelming that within 5 days of the page being created, the remaining funds were raised and the testing could start. The first step for investigators was to exhume Mojave Jane Doe's remains. In November 2022, the Mojave County Court gave the go-ahead for excavation of the burial site, and despite the remains' poor condition, scientists were able to extract enough genetic material to perform the testing due to the body's age. The body was reburied as Othram Inc. prepared to start the testing process. The technology was new, and the process was lengthy. But it was trusted because genetic genealogy testing had gained popularity in 2018 after it helped find the Golden State Killer after more than 40 years. Investigators used forensic-grade genome sequencing and advanced DNA testing to create a DNA profile, which they then compared to ancestry websites that have thousands of profiles of people who voluntarily donated their DNA samples to track and trace families from around the world. After countless hours of work, investigators created multiple family trees based on the Mojave Jane Doe's DNA profile, locating several distant relatives and, through the process of elimination, the closest living relatives. Then, on Monday, January 23, 2023, 52 years to the day the Mojave Jane Doe was found, lead investigator Lori Miller finally got the call she had been waiting for. They had a name after 50 years. The Jane Doe was found to be Colleen Audrey Rice. The news was first shared with Colleen's remaining relatives before the announcement was made on the Mojave County Sheriff's Office Facebook page that same Monday afternoon. Eventually, they got in touch with a relative who was willing to help with the investigation by providing a new DNA sample. Colleen was born on March 17, 1931, to James C. Rice and Flossie Truitt. She was raised in Portsmouth, Ohio, and is known to have some family ties to eastern Kentucky. It is unclear whether she had siblings. She attended Portsmouth High School, but it was unclear whether she graduated because she married William Davis in 1946 at the age of 15. And investigators were able to attach an old yearbook photo to her case file after looking through old school records. She would have been 39 years old at the time of her death. Little else was known about her personal life. Investigators who located her living relatives were largely distant relatives of Colleen, and they did not find much information. Investigators discovered that Colleen had become estranged from her husband and family, that she had changed her name to start a new life away from her family, that she appeared to have been doing well for herself, she was well groomed and healthy when her body was first found, and that despite the fact that she showed signs of childbirth, there was no way to find her children or records to prove that she had any at all. It seemed as though Colleen's life had been erased after she vanished, and that she had been living a life away from her family. Her remains were exhumed and flown to Ohio in February 2023 to be buried alongside her family with a headstone bearing her name and date of birth and death. After the investigation, all legal work was finished to give her surviving family members the opportunity to bury her remains. Investigators said that their oldest case was finally gaining momentum. They now knew who their victim was. It is heartwarming to witness law enforcement and the public come together to restore a murdered woman's name after a half-century. For the investigators solving the crime became personal, and they felt Colleen deserved better, said Chief Development Officer at Othram Inc. It was a Jane Doe. Now I have a name. She's always been a person. Now she's a person with a name. It kind of hits you, said lead investigator Lori Miller, who kept a copy of the composite sketch taped to her computer as a daily reminder of who and what they were fighting for while investigating the cold case. According to news reports, Miller stated that one of the difficulties they encountered during the investigation was locating people who were still alive at the time of the incident. Wow! K13 News was able to find a distant relative of Colleen who also happens to be a genealogist himself, Miller said. Colleen's mother's side of the family includes Eli Allen, who resides in Ohio at the moment. Allen claimed that he realized they were related as soon as he learned the victim's name and learned about the case. It was much more intimate when I saw Rice, who is in my mother's line, and I had to know we were linked. The fact that Colleen was recognized after over 50 years is evidence of the job he and numerous others are doing. Who murdered Colleen and disposed of her remains in such a degrading way is perhaps the more perplexing subject facing investigators. The potential of assault was completely ruled out at the time, and autopsy tests revealed no foreign DNA on the victim's body. Interviews with the family revealed that Colleen had departed on her own initiative, ruling out the idea that her husband had killed her. Since there has never been a missing person complaint, no one who knew her personally at the time appeared very interested in finding her. Colleen's murder had not been connected to any potential killers who might have been active in the area in the 1970s, nor had it been filed throughout the 50-year inquiry period. Investigators were unable to identify any patterns associated with serial killers at the time, due to the lack of clues provided by her way of death. The lawsuit is still pending, even though Colleen has been identified. Finding the culprit or suspects behind Colleen's premature death is the goal of the SIU's ongoing investigation. The public is being urged by investigators to come forward with any information about Colleen's murder and her life after she left her family in Ohio to start over. The public in Arizona is encouraged to get in touch with the Special Investigations section of the Mojave County Sheriff's Office. The description box below will contain the numbers. By reporting on cases like Colleen's, we want to show off not only the hard work of detectives, but also the genuinely remarkable technological advancements that are now enabling the resolution of crimes that many people think would have stayed unsolved for all time. Aside from that, though, we also hope that these cases inform our community. Which aspect of today's case, in your opinion, was the saddest? The fact that it took decades to identify her, or that no one actually searched for her after she vanished? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Mary Agnes Maroney vanished out of thin air from the bustling metropolis of Chicago on May 15, 1932. For nearly a century, the world was captivated by this enigmatic incident. Despite false trails and multiple DNA tests, the location of the young child remained unknown for 93 long years. In 2023, however, the disparate parts of the puzzle began to come together after more than 90 years. After all those years, what might have happened to Mary Agnes? After all these years, how did the eagerly anticipated breakthrough finally come to pass? We'll examine Mary Agnes Maroney's oldest unsolved case today. This is the oldest cold case in Chicago's history, and it's also extremely complex and scary. This case brings to mind Lisa Jackson's oldest unsolved case that we have already discussed. Let's get started on the case right now. Chicago, sometimes known as the Windy City, is the location of today's case. Located on the southwest side of Lake Michigan, it is the biggest city in the U.S. state of Illinois. Chicago is well known for its striking skyline, recognizable buildings, and lively culture. While Wicker Park and Pilsen are teeming with artistic expression, the Magnificent Mile is home of premium shopping. Let's go back to the beginning, when Catherine Maroney fell in love with Michael Maroney, a 21-year-old guy at the age of 13. With the hope of a better life in America, Michael had traveled all the way from Ireland. Catherine and Michael chose to get married in 1923 because their hearts were united despite their different ages. Living on the second floor above a busy grocery shop at 5200 Wentworth Avenue in Chicago, Illinois, they established a comfortable little life. Michael was renowned for his diligence and will to improve his family's quality of life. On May 9, 1928, Catherine celebrated her 17th birthday and gave birth to a stunning baby girl with fascinating bright blue eyes, whom she called Mary Agnes Maroney. Another bundle of happiness arrived the following year in 1929 and was given the name Anastasia Maroney. Catherine became pregnant again in 1930, just a year later, and was looking forward to the arrival of her third child. The Maroney family, who have Irish ancestry, had a difficult time during that time due to financial difficulties. This occurred during the Great Economic Depression, which started in the U.S. and had tremendous impact on the entire world. The Maroney family, like many other families and businesses, experienced financial troubles. The father, Michael, was unable to support his family of four after losing his job and earning only $15.00 a week from hand billing. Michael put an ad in the Chicago Daily Tribune in a last-ditch effort to acquire assistance and a better job. In order to help his family through those difficult times, he hoped that someone would offer him a job or other support. Newspapers at the time had specific sections where families and individuals could seek help from organizations, philanthropic groups, or kind-hearted persons. In the hopes of receiving a response, the Maroney family put their need for assistance in the press. Regretfully, 3 arduous weeks went by with no assistance yet. However, a good-hearted man called Edgar Gilpin, a male nurse and philanthropist, saw their ad and replied on Wednesday, May 13, 1930, shortly after young Mary Agnes's second birthday. He was prepared to lend the poor Maroney family his support. Giving Michael a suit and shoes to help him get a better job was his way of offering him some assistance. The Moroni family was ecstatic and appreciative of this modest but significant help. Their address was made public to other needy families after they accepted the offer through the organization. Unfortunately, a mystery woman ended up with the Moroni family's address, which had some unanticipated repercussions. On May 14, 1930, Catherine was at home with her children, Anastasia and Mary Agnes, washing the floor and preparing to clean the house. A tap on the door abruptly prompted her to open it. The sight of a young, well-dressed woman with gorgeous blonde hair caught her off guard. The woman's cap was decorated with gray lace, and she wore an elegant gray suit with blue trims. The woman's exquisite pearly necklace and jewelry caught Catherine's attention. Catherine had never seen this woman before. The woman informed her that Mrs. Henderson, a social worker, had sent her to assist the family with their predicament. Although Catherine had never heard of Mrs. Henderson before, she reasoned that perhaps they were reacting to their request for assistance that they had put in the newspaper. The woman was there to provide help, and Catherine sincerely thought so she let her inside to talk. Fresh vegetables for the Moroni family, which she had purchased at the grocery store across the street from Moroni's home, were among the many groceries the woman delivered. She commended Catherine for her ambition and her cleaning prowess. They talked for a while after Catherine offered her to sit. The woman listened intently to Catherine's story of family troubles and appeared amiable and willing to assist. Knowing that someone was at last available to assist her family brought Catherine peace and relief. The woman was sweet and compassionate, and she spoke with kindness. She appeared intelligent and educated. The woman's face instantly lit up with delight when she saw young Mary Agnes playing on the floor while they were conversing. Even though Catherine's two children, Mary Agnes and Anastasia, were at home, the woman's attention was fixed entirely on Mary Agnes, demonstrating her admiration for the charming and endearing youngster. During their conversation, the woman revealed that she had tragically lost her own daughter the previous year. Catherine felt sorry for her, but then the discussion took an odd turn. It was a strange request from the woman. She requested permission to bring young Mary Agnes to California for a brief visit. Mary Agnes will return, looking quite different, as chubby as a little butterball, she promised Catherine. Since California was a long way away and the woman was someone she didn't know at all, Catherine was uncertain. Thus, Catherine made the decision to forbid her young daughter from going with this stranger. The woman then promised to return the next day and offered Catherine a $2.00 note. Despite her confusion, Catherine was persuaded by the woman's demeanor and finally permitted Mary Agnes to accompany her. Catherine asked the woman for her name before she departed, and after a brief silence she said, "My name is Julia Otis." Catherine enthusiastically told Michael about Julia Otis's visit when he got home from work. Michael soon discovered, though, that Mary Agnes was not home. Catherine informed him that she had permitted Mary Agnes to travel to California with Julia Otis when he inquired about the whereabouts of their young daughter. Although Michael started to worry about their daughter, they made the decision to hold off and hope that Mary Agnes would return the following day. The Moroni family enjoyed a satisfying dinner that evening, something they hadn't done in a long time. When Julia Otis brought Mary Agnes back the following day, on May 15, 1930, Mary Agnes immediately ran into her mother's arms and gave her a hard hug. Julia brought some great news for the Moroni family along with extra food. In addition to carrying a bag full of clothing for the impending baby, she disclosed that she had been able to get Michael a better job. It made Catherine very happy. They seemed to be getting the assistance they required at last. Because of Julia's generosity and seeming genuine concern for their family's welfare, Catherine began to trust her more. Julia then asked for something else. Since the small girl's clothes and shoes looked worn out, she asked Catherine if she might take Mary Agnes shopping nearby. Appreciating all of Julia's help, Catherine accepted the suggestion, considering it a considerate act, but Mary Agnes didn't seem to want to accompany Julia. Unwilling to leave her mother's side, she began to cry and clung to her. Nevertheless, Catherine trusted that things would work out and gave her daughter to Julia. The shop was only a short distance away, so they headed there. Catherine thought they would return shortly. Sadly, neither Julia nor Mary Agnes were ever seen again after they departed. Catherine grew more worried about why they were taking so long as the hours passed. It shouldn't have taken so long, but initially she suspected that Julia might have taken Mary Agnes out to lunch. As time went on, Catherine started to sense that something wasn't quite right. She began to regret allowing Julia to go with her 2-year-old daughter. When Michael got home from work later, Catherine told him everything that had happened. They looked everywhere for Julia and Mary Agnes, but they were nowhere to be found. They decided to call the Chicago Police Department and report their daughter missing because they felt powerless. Catherine was only able to give a few specifics about Julia, but the police demanded a thorough description. She said the woman weighed around 125 pounds, was about 5 feet 2 inches tall, and looked to be in her 20s. The woman's noticeable teeth were the most distinguishing characteristic Catherine could recall. Around 8:30 p.m. on May 16, 1930, the Maroney family got a letter the following day. This letter contained a notation indicating that it was sent out at 4:30 p.m. and was written on a unique paper. A $5.00 bill was enclosed in the package, which was dispatched via a special delivery service. The letter said, "Please don't be alarmed. I've taken your little girl to California with me. I have hired a special nurse to care for her. We'll be back in 2 months. By that time, you will be on your feet again and will be able to care for her." She didn't even cry. She is outfitted like a princess. In the meantime, I'll do everything in my power to get you on your feet, and don't worry about anything else. When you receive this letter, we'll be headed to California. Catherine quickly described the letter to the police, fervently hoping they would be able to find Mary Agnes. In search of Mary Agnes boarding a train with the lady Catherine had described, the police searched every area of Chicago's train stations. However, they seemed to have vanished like a cloud of smoke. A small girl with blonde hair who may have been Mary Agnes was discovered by the authorities on a train headed toward Kansas with a woman and a nurse. However, it appeared as though all three had vanished when the train arrived in Kansas. None of them could be located by the police. Witnesses shared their accounts of a woman who appeared to fit Julia Otis's description as more people became aware of the letter. An employee of Goblet's department store, which is situated on Ashland and Chicago Avenue, about 8 miles from the Maroney residence, came forward. She said a woman like Julia had used a brand new $50.00 cash to purchase a number of baby clothing. It's interesting to note that Julia had given Catherine these exact identical outfits for her impending baby. Another woman came forward and told the authorities that she had seen an odd thing happen at a downtown Chicago business on May 15, 1930. She caught sight of a mother with a small child who appeared nervous as she dictated a letter to an elderly woman. This was remarkable because she might have written the letter herself. The older woman's identification was discovered by the police. It's unknown if Julia had a relationship with the older woman or if she used her to write the letter, perhaps to hide her handwriting. Another letter, this one from Mrs. Alice Henderson, was sent to the Maroney family on May 19, 1930. She said she was Julia Otis's cousin. Julia had suffered a great deal of grief lately, according to Alice's letter. Both her husband and her child had died within the past year. Julia was emotionally straining and possibly on the edge of a breakdown, according to Alice, who also expressed how lonely she felt. To improve her mental health, her physician suggested a trip to California. Because Julia considered Mary Agnes as her lost kid, she had made the decision to bring her along. Alice believed that this would relieve Catherine of some of the child care duties so that she could concentrate on the new baby. She promised that after Julia recovered, she would return Mary Agnes safely. Additionally, Alice stated that she would keep helping the Maroney family. In addition to providing the authorities with this letter, Catherine described an incident that occurred on the day Mary Agnes was abducted. An old man who claimed to be a social worker stopped by after Julia had departed. When Catherine mentioned calling the police and begged him to wait, he hurried off and disappeared, despite Catherine's suspicion that he could have information regarding Julia. Amid all the concerns regarding Mary Agnes, Catherine had forgotten about this perplexing encounter. This unexpected disclosure intrigued the detectives, who questioned why Catherine hadn't brought it up earlier. She stated that she had forgotten this strange meeting with the enigmatic man, since she was under so much stress. Something strange was also discovered by the police. On consecutive days, 2 distinct women sent 2 letters that appeared to be written by the same individual. The police were intrigued by this. They started to worry that the Maroneys might be concealing something more sinister. They believed that the family might be fabricating tales to hide a more sinister reality. They even entertained the idea that Mary Agnes's parents may have accidentally injured or even killed her. Catherine and Michael were arrested by the police on May 20, 1930, and questioned over the potential murder of Mary Agnes. But the pair never wavered from their account of their daughter's abduction. They were questioned for an hour before being permitted to return home. Mary Agnes was not found by the police, and as time passed and no fresh leads were found, the case's development slowed. But a year later, in 1931, in Rockford, Illinois, something important occurred. Just when the town could have begun to forget about Mary Agnes, the case was seen from a new angle after this finding. In Rockford, Illinois, on Thursday, July 23, 1931, approximately 14 months after the kidnapping, a girl who resembled Mary Agnes was spotted. An elderly Native American woman called Martha Thompson was seen wheeling a cart. A 3-year-old white child was in the cart and they were both traveling west. For this reason, the police chose to question Martha. She clarified that she intended to become a member of a circus. The young child appeared content and plump, and she didn't appear to mind the attention. Like Mary Agnes, she had blue eyes, blonde hair, and a tan skin. According to Martha, the young girl was abandoned by her mother, Florence Fuller. The authorities refused to let Martha care for the girl until they were able to verify who she really was. To find out if the baby was their lost Mary Agnes, the authorities contacted the Maroney family. In the hopes that the young girl would become their cherished daughter, Michael and Catherine traveled 89 miles to Rockford to meet her. However, Catherine started to have her thoughts after seeing the young girl. Something didn't stack up when Chief looked closely at the girl's body and teeth. Something seemed lacking to her. Catherine gave it some thought and decided that this girl was not their daughter. The fact that Mary Agnes had a red mark on her arm, while the girl they met in Rockford did not, was one of the identifying characteristics. She was obviously not their daughter because of this disparity. Michael and Catherine were devastated by this news once more. The police searched extensively but were unable to locate Mary Agnes. Numerous newspapers carried articles about the case over the years in the hopes of finding fresh leads, but regrettably, as time passed with no fresh information, the investigation stalled and the case cooled. Mary Agnes had been missing for 22 years. Michael and Catherine had grown a large family during this period, with 5 boys named Michael Jr., Patrick, George Harold, and William. Additionally, they had 2 daughters, Catherine and Anastasia. To preserve Mary Agnes's name in the public eye, the media would periodically report on her, particularly when other kids vanished. Edna Wright, a writer for the Chicago Daily News, was working on a routine piece about missing persons in the city in 1952. She discovered the case file pertaining to Mary Agnes's disappearance while conducting her investigation. Edna chose to visit with the Maroney family to obtain a recent photo of their kids after reviewing the paperwork. She saw something significant as she glanced at the pictures. Every member of the family looked alike. She was drawn to this resemblance. In an attempt to locate a woman who looked like the Maroney children, Edna then forwarded copies of the family photos to a California newspaper. At this point, the woman would be about 24. Edna thought that this woman might be Mary Agnes, who had gone missing. On February 24, 1952, the story appeared in the Oakland Tribune in California. Everett McClelland, a teenage auto mechanic in San Pablo, California, read the narrative and noticed something in the 7 children's photos. His attention was constantly drawn to Anastasia. He started to question how much he looked like Mary Beck McClelland, his own wife. It was interesting to note that Mary Beck, who was likewise 24 years old, had been raised in Martinez, California since she was 16. Following her marriage, a family acquaintance unexpectedly revealed to Mary Beck McClelland that she was adopted. Regretfully, her father had already died. She proceeded to ask her mother, Nora Beck, about it by that point, but she denied it. They discovered Mary Beck's adoption documents while searching through courtroom records for answers. According to these documents, she was adopted in the 1930s, which is when Mary Agnes vanished. Everett became certain that his wife might be the lost Mary Agnes as a result of this revelation. He was so excited by the prospect that he wrote to the Oakland Tribune in California to express his opinion that his wife might be the long-lost Mary Agnes and that she looked a lot like the Maroney family. They had to rely on other techniques that were primarily theoretical in nature, since they lacked the technology to perform DNA testing as we do today. Michael, Catherine, and Mary Beck's families provided blood samples, which were subjected to over 124 tests. Additionally, they examined and contrasted their face traits. To compare them, they even created models of Mary Beck's teeth and those of the Maroney family. They examined their dental impressions carefully. The palm prints and fingerprints of Mary Beck were also compared to those of the Maroney family by fingerprint experts. It was likely that Mary Beck was Mary Agnes, because all of these tests and investigations revealed that she shared numerous family characteristics with the Maroney family. Mary Beck visited the family she had been estranged from for a long time, in Chicago on September 4, 1952. Catherine, at 40, had hoped that Mary Agnes, her eldest daughter, would return home. Mary Beth and Catherine's eyes welled with emotions when they met, and a photo was snapped of them giving each other a close embrace. After waiting for 22 years, it appeared that the enigma had finally been solved, but Mary Beck's adoptive mother Nora was adamant that Mary Beck was adopted rather than abducted. Nora clarified that she had known Mary Beck for a long time prior to their formal adoption, having served as a foster mother. Through a Californian physician, another individual, Dr. E.W. Mary, asserted that he had given birth to Mary Beck on November 17, 1927, and that she was adopted after spending the first 2 years in an institution. In addition, a crucial fact that had been overlooked was revealed. Mary Agnes had surgery to repair a hernia on her belly button, leaving a scar. Mary Beck did not have this scar. The Maroney family accepted Mary Beck as a member of their family in spite of all the ambiguity and misunderstanding. Because of their striking resemblance, Mary Beck and Anastasia became fast friends. They even shared the same shoe size and wore identical outfits. Although Catherine had a favorable opinion of Mary Beck, she had concerns about whether Mary Beck was actually Mary Agnes, her lost daughter. Catherine was adamant in a newspaper interview that Mary Beck was not the daughter she had been hoping for. Having never been able to accept Mary Beck as Mary Agnes, Michael died in 1957 at the age of 58, his heart heavy with the loss of his beloved daughter. Catherine also suffered from a debilitating depression that persisted for years. She tragically passed away in 1962 at the young age of 49, capping a path that was full of uncertainty and sadness. Mary Beck remained in touch with the Maroney family over the years. She lived her entire life with them until dying in 2005 at the age of 77. But in her life, she was never sure that she was actually Mary Agnes. Her family then made the decision to conduct a DNA test 3 years after her death in order to definitively resolve the issue of their relationship to the Maroney family. According to the test results, Catherine and Michael's DNA did not match Mary Beck's. This demonstrated that Mary Agnes was not Mary Beck McClellan. The lawsuit continued to be open for the following 14 years. In spite of all of this, Jose Rodriguez, a detective from the Cook County Sheriff's Office, was finally assigned to look into the Mary Agnes case on June 10, 2023. All of this was a component of a missing persons search initiative headed by Sheriff Tom Dart. Together, Dart and Rodriguez set out to solve this century-old riddle. In Chicago's history, it was the oldest missing person case. They sought their original police reports to start their investigation. They made the decision to track down as many Maroney family members as they could in order to compile a family tree. Rodriguez revealed that he began looking for Mary Agnes's relatives who weren't listed on the family tree. He soon came into an online forum where someone had described themselves as a Maroney and made contact after they conducted their search online as well. An intriguing lead was discovered by the investigator. They made the decision to request DNA samples from several Maroney family members who had accounts with DNA testing services such as Ancestry. The family surprisingly consented and voluntarily provided the DNA for analysis. Detective Rodriguez searched the test results for any unknown names that might be related to the Maroney family. Curiously, he found Lori Hart, who was later identified as the Maroney family's third cousin. When he contacted Lori, she told him that Terry Arnold was the only survivor of her grandmother's 3 children. Detective Rodriguez presented Terry with the DNA findings and all of the information he had collected that demonstrated her ties to the Maroney family when they first met. Terry was incredulous. She had always believed that her grandmother's family was Polish. The detective must be wrong, she felt certain. But after giving it some thought, she consented to have a DNA test to learn the truth. Terry was genuinely shocked to receive the DNA findings. It was surprising to learn that she was primarily Irish. The results were even more surprising since they revealed substantial genetic ties between Terry and many of the Maroney cousins Rodriguez had found, indicating that Terry was, in fact, a Maroney family cousin. According to Terry, her mother's name was Jeanette Burchard, born on April 14, 1928, when Detective Rodriguez asked her who might be the true Mary Agnes. There were some unexpected changes in Jeanette Burchard's life. She was raised with strong Catholic principles by her stepfather, Frank Darris, and mother, Jeanette Solar Darris Anderson. After receiving a good education, Jeanette worked as a committed nurse for more than 50 years. In the 1940s, Jeanette wed Edward Jennings, and the two of them had 3 kids. After going through the highs and lows of life for decades, she fell in love again and wed Earl Bouchard. Since then, her daughter Terry Arnold and both of her husbands have died. Another terrible element to Jeanette's life is the fact that she was the mother of Edward Clifton Jennings Jr. and Barbara Joan Jennings, both of whom tragically died. Because she occasionally traveled to Chicago, where her life's puzzle was half hidden in an intriguing twist, Jeanette always had a special connection to the city. There was a persistent question that was never fully addressed when Jeanette's stepfather, Frank Darris, made a suggestion that the lady who reared her wasn't her original mother. Throughout her life, Jeanette was puzzled by this enigmatic remark. She tragically passed away in 2003 at the age of 73, never getting the opportunity to reunite with her departed family. The cold case unit finally declared that Mary Agnes Maroney's oldest case was closed after 93 years of waiting. There were several conversations between the Maroney family and Arnold, Mary Agnes's daughter. They both emphasized how much they enjoyed getting to know one another. Arnold even showed her new cousins photos of her mother. She is adamant that her mother would have welcomed the opportunity to be a member of this large family and enjoyed the feeling of inclusion. Arnold is certain that her mother would have jumped at the chance to join the Maroneys and experience the happiness that comes with this new relationship if she had been living today. How do you feel about this case? What was the true identity and motivation of Julia Otis, the person who abducted Mary Agnes Maroney? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young mother who never thought she would be killed by her husband. A form of social and psychological influence known as manipulation occurs when someone tries to alter another person's thoughts and actions in order to further their own agenda. Similar techniques are usually used by manipulators, who may utilize physical or moral assault, blackmail, or deceit. Their tactics are frequently so complex and crafty that the victim is unaware that they are serving the manipulator's agenda. This usually occurs when the victim solely trusts the manipulator because they are in love with them. Maria Fernanda Quesada's case was categorized as femicide, which is defined as a male doing a willful crime against a woman. The most terrible thing about this crime was that it was completely foreseeable, and the girl's family thought the tragedy would happen eventually. Despite her fear of her violent husband, Maria caved in to his manipulation because she loved him and wanted to keep the family together for the benefit of their kids. She did not perceive danger when her lover asked her to a fatal encounter, since she had total faith in him. Childhood, family, and early years of Maria Fernanda Quesada. On June 18, 1994, a girl named Maria Fernanda Quesada was born in the northern Costa Rican town of La Garita, which is part of the Guanacaste province. For the Quesada couple, her birth was a great miracle because she was the only kid in the family. For many years, Maria's mother had been treated for infertility, and physicians had given up on her ever being pregnant. Nevertheless, she was able to conceive and give birth to a healthy kid, in spite of all the predictions. In an effort to shield her from all problems and give her everything she required, her parents lavished her with love and attention. Though her mother's health prohibited her from having further children, Maria remained an only child despite her early dreams of having a big family with brothers and sisters. The girl then made the decision that she would eventually have at least 3 children and start a big, contented household of her own. The Quesadas put in a lot of labor and were regarded as wealthy by the norms of their home province. They encouraged the growth of their only daughter's skills and abilities in every manner, and sought to provide her with the greatest education possible. Maria got the chance to go to art school and study music at the family's large, comfortable home. All of Maria's family members were kind and trustworthy, but she was particularly close to her maternal aunt. Since Maria was only 6 years older than her mother's younger sister, they were close friends from an early age, sharing secrets and becoming practically inseparable. Quesada had a creative personality, was a gifted student, and loved painting and sculpture. She was described by those around her as a nice, intelligent, sympathetic, compassionate person who was always willing to help. She was quite gorgeous, always had lots of friends, and connected with people easily. At the age of 18, Maria, a single mother, began dating a boy she had known in school. Their bond grew rapidly. When Maria told the young man she was pregnant, everything fell apart. Even though he had looked dependable and affectionate, at her age the young man was utterly unprepared for the demands of family life and child-rearing. He urged that she end the pregnancy right away, and when she refused, he announced the end of their relationship. Despite her grief, Maria remained hopeful that the father would reconsider and return when the baby was born. But at that time, her ex-boyfriend had moved on to someone else and had no intention of interacting with the son he had fathered. Maria's parents and aunt provided her and her son with the majority of their assistance and financial support. The young mother understood that she would have to support her son independently, as she couldn't rely on her family indefinitely. She started searching for methods to make a living since she wanted to enjoy her job. She soon found internet tutorials on how to make soap and wax candles for decoration. Maria, who is artistic, was intrigued to this exercise and thought it had a lot of promise. Maria pushed herself into producing soap and candles by hand and selling them online. She took customized orders for personalized soap and candles based on each customer's tastes and set up social media groups to promote her products. Her business took off right away. Her orders increased quickly along with her social media following. She aspired to become a master craftsman and kept honing her technique in the hopes of earning enough cash to start her own store. Maria also began earning a respectable living by providing online classes on how to make soap. She kept living with her parents and kid, accumulating money for a house of her own and dreaming of a scary suitor and an education. Despite her hard work, Maria never gave up on her dream of finding a deserving guy who would adore her growing baby as if he were his own, and with whom she could have a happy, stable family. This dream was shared by her loved ones, but they were terrified for her future when she brought her new partner into the house. Quesada traveled to the city in the fall of 2017 to purchase materials for producing candles and soap. A charming young man called Esteban Rovira Vargas came up to her while she was shopping. He complimented her and said he couldn't help but come over and introduce himself since he was so taken by her beauty. Maria consented to go for a stroll with Esteban and have coffee with him because he came off as courteous and sincere, soon gaining her trust. Their surprising affair began when Maria handed him her phone number after a quick talk. Even though Maria was 12 years older than Esteban, she didn't think that would stop them from having a happy future. Although it was unclear to many around her what had captured her heart, she fell in love with him the moment they met. Maria was completely different from Vargas. Despite his harshness, rudeness, frequent use of profanity, and several negative habits, he never discussed his history. Although he had significant savings that many believed were acquired through unethical means, he did not officially hold a job. In the glove box of his vintage pickup truck, Esteban stored his handgun. He seldom gave up the pistol, but he never gave an explanation. Maria had a suspicion that her partner might have ties to the criminal underworld, but she was too scared to confront him about it. Nor was she aware of his previous relationships. Maria made the decision to present Esteban to her family approximately 4 months into their relationship. It turned out that she had every reason to be extremely anxious about her parents' response. Esteban was impolite, confrontational, and used profanity. Any inquiries or comments sparked rage and unexpected outbursts. Because he publicly scared Maria's parents, they started pressuring their daughter to end the connection as soon as he left their house, out of concern for her safety. But Maria wasn't merely in love. She refused to hear any arguments, since she was so overcome by her emotions. Her lover would eventually calm down, settle down, and become a good husband to her and a caring father to her son, as well as to the children they would have together, a family like his. Because She naively thought that her love, care, and support would help him manage his outbursts. After getting to know Quesada's parents for a few weeks, Esteban made the decision to present his family to Maria. His invitation to his mother's place for a family dinner became a nightmare for Maria. Like Esteban, the Vargas family members were irritable, violent, and conceited. They spoke loudly, shouted profanity, and any disagreement might quickly turn into a brawl. They were contemptuous of their son's new romantic interest, calling her names and even drawing comparisons to his former partners. That didn't sit well with them. They didn't try to hide their love, and Maria already had a child from a past relationship. Maria did her best to contain her cries of humiliation and pain. The situation was exacerbated by the fact that Esteban's relatives enjoyed drinking strong liquor, which made them even more hostile and erratic. Maria openly expressed to her parents that she thought they were nefarious and nasty. Her mother and father made another attempt to persuade their daughter to distance herself from Esteban and his family. Maria, however, persisted in her belief that things will work themselves out in due time, particularly since Esteban made an effort to act appropriately while her presence in a miserable marriage. Maria announced her pregnancy to her partner in December 2018. Although he wasn't particularly excited about the news, Esteban concurred that it was time for them to formally announce their love. The bride was 4 months pregnant when the couple tied the knot on April 6, 2019. Their wedding was stunning, featuring a seashore ceremony and a white dress. After the wedding, the couple moved into a modest home that belonged to Esteban, but he started acting strangely from the first few days of their marriage. He hurled tantrums over nothing, used his fists without hesitation, and no longer suppressed his angry outbursts. Maria's 5-year-old son witnessed the frequent humiliations, beatings, and insults that became the norm in their family. Maria not only put up with all of this for several months, but she also kept it a secret from everyone. To keep her family from seeing the bruises on her face and body, she avoided going to see them. To avoid drawing attention from her neighbors, she wore long sleeves despite the heat and applied makeup meticulously to hide the bruises around her eyes. But she became more and more terrified for the life of her unborn child and concerned about the impact this would have on her older son. Maria thought Esteban would soften and benefit from fatherhood after the kid was born. Esteban deftly placed the burden on her, reminding her that he had embraced her with a child that no one else desired, while she suffered daily abuse, accusations, and humiliation. Knowing that the woman in love wouldn't leave, he skillfully played on her emotions, knowing how to intimidate her and get her to cooperate. Esteban's main tool of control was Quesada's fear of being left alone once more, this time with 2 kids. But just before the baby was born, Maria hurriedly packed her belongings, grabbed her boy, and ran away to her parents. Following yet another severe beating, they urged her to go to the police since they were horrified by her appearance. There wasn't a single unmarked location on her body, but she steadfastly refused, taking care of her father instead. Maria resided in her parents' house in the last weeks before giving birth, since she was not in a rush to file for divorce and still hoped that the birth of her kid would make things better. She refused to heed to her family's less hopeful advice to dissolve the marriage as soon as feasible. When Maria gave birth to a son on August 11, 2019, she called her husband right away to let him know. Within 15 minutes, Esteban, appearing both happy and confused, hurried to the hospital. He knelt down and begged his wife to forgive him, to come back to him, and to promise that everything would be different. After being released, Maria went home with the kids since she now trusted him. It goes without saying that Quesada's parents were taken aback by their daughter's choice. Maria would not listen, even though they knew this was their son-in-law's ruse and manipulation. After a heated dispute, Maria declared that she would pick Esteban if she had to choose. Her parents didn't want to lose the opportunity to see their grandchildren, or damage their relationship with their only daughter. For the first few months, they had to respect her choice. The new father did spend almost all of his time with his wife and infant boy. He took care of them and even helped out around the house. But he was coolly detached in his treatment of his stepson. Although he made an effort to hide it, it was clear that the stepfather felt uneasy around the boy, even if he did not abuse him. In addition, Esteban formally obtained employment, and it appeared that he was making every effort to ensure his family's welfare. Maria was ecstatic since everything was now coming to pass just as she had imagined. But her joy was brief. However, This little reprieve even caused Maria's family members to reconsider their perception of Esteban and conclude that he had in fact improved. The ideal family lived under one roof with a monster for exactly 1 year, but soon after their son's first birthday, Esteban appeared to lose it. All the cruelty, hate, and anger he had been holding inside erupted, transforming their house into a veritable torture chamber. He nearly robbed his wife of her eye, fractured several of her ribs, and beat her viciously. Maria ran to her parents in fear, and they pleaded with her to call the police again, but she refused. Esteban arrived a few days later, apologized, and requested her to go back to her house. To everyone's surprise, Maria said she still had faith in her husband and hoped they could resume their happy life together. In order to avoid calling the police, Maria kept blaming everything on absurd home mishaps, even though she kept getting seriously hurt and landed up in the hospital over the course of the following few months. The couple's home was frequently the source of screaming and shouts, which the neighbors heard and even saw. A man assaulting his spouse. But Maria continually pleaded with them not to call the police. Because they didn't know what to anticipate from Esteban and thought he might attack at any time, the locals were terrified of him. Not until the situation reached a breaking point in November 2021 did Maria call the police out of fear for her life and her son's safety. She and her kids returned to her parents' house because she could no longer share a household with a despot, a manipulator, and an outright sadist. She also succeeded in getting Esteban to sign a restraining order that forbade him from approaching her and the boys. Doctors noted multiple bruises, contusions, and abrasions of various healing stages on her body, which showed systematic and severe beatings, and Quesada documented the injuries. Vargas frequently abused his wife and threatened to hurt her, according to her family and neighbors. The court thus prohibited him from approaching his wife and making contact with their child without her permission. Esteban, meanwhile, continued to visit Quesada's home despite the restraining order. Every time he waited for Maria to go outside and insist on speaking, she would quickly return inside to avoid him. She eventually only left the house with family members because she was afraid of her husband attacking her, being brutally attacked, and having her children taken away. Almost immediately after Maria filed for divorce, the couple had to deal with the difficult task of allocating their assets and determining who would get custody of their kid. She filed a domestic abuse case, which was backed up by witness accounts from family members and neighbors, as well as medical papers detailing her injuries. By doing this, she wanted to be granted sole custody of the child. Esteban obviously had his own agenda, and on March 3, 2022, he visited his still lawfully married wife's parents' home in defiance of the court order. He asked to talk to Maria, appeared totally composed, and acted courteously. He persisted despite her parents' attempts to reject him. Maria herself showed up at the door a few minutes later and consented to speak with him in private. Although it's unclear exactly what Esteban said to her, he was quite persuasive, and Maria consented to accompany him to their shared house in order to resolve some matters. Furthermore, Esteban persuaded her that he missed the child and desired to spend time with him, so she brought their son along. Maria reassured her parents that nothing negative would happen, despite their strong opposition to their daughter and grandson traveling anyplace with this dangerous man. The last time her parents saw their only daughter alive, she took the child and climbed into Esteban's car. In the car, the couple began to argue. By the time they arrived at their home, the neighbors could hear and see Esteban shouting and screaming profanity at Maria. When the couple and their little boy entered the house, the situation worsened. The shouting continued, and soon there were loud noises that sounded like dishes and furniture being shattered. Then Maria's frantic appeal for assistance was heard, followed by the sound of a sobbing kid. A man across the street hurried over to assist after neighbors alerted emergency services. The front door swung open as he got closer, and Esteban, covered in blood, emerged on the threshold. He had a blood-stained knife in one hand and the sobbing toddler in the other. His face was contorted in anger, and his eyes were wild. Vargas got into the car and drove off, while the neighbor retreated, terrified for the boy's life. Upon arrival, the cops discovered a young woman's disfigured body with no indications of life. Maria was lying in the kitchen, many stab wounds visible, in a pool of her own blood. There were bloodstains all over the walls, furniture, and even the ceiling, which demonstrated how viciously the victim had been attacked. The dead had 11 stab wounds on her body, according to forensic experts, the majority of which were located on her wrists and upper chest, which she had used to cover her face. Esteban appeared to have ambushed her from behind, taking her by surprise. The 3 injuries to the shoulder and neck region made this clear. Maria probably attempted to flee from behind, but her husband caught up with her and proceeded to stab her in the hands, head, and chest. The last stab wounds were detected close to the heart, and her body was discovered on its back. Look, find the kidnapped child and the perpetrator. Who had dealt with the poor widow was obvious, but where was the culprit, and where had he taken the child? Esteban's automobile was discovered on the side of an empty road a few hours later. There were bloodstains inside, and the criminal weapon, which had the man's fingerprints on it, was lying on the floor. The car was proclaimed sought, and the criminal decided to get rid of it, for obvious reasons. He could have stolen another automobile, boarded a bus, or hitched a ride. But since the man was wearing bloodied clothing, which would have surely raised suspicions or questions, the possibilities of using public transportation and hitchhiking were promptly discarded. It is likely that he stole a car to get away. The police had good grounds to suspect that the criminal would try to enter Nicaragua with the youngster, so they initiated an emergency manhunt. All border checkpoints received notifications containing pictures of Esteban and his small son within hours, and the fugitive was captured by dark. The criminal's jeans and sneakers still had bloodstains from the victim, but he had even managed to locate a clean shirt. He attempted to flee the nation in a stolen car with his small kid inside, as was to be expected, but he was apprehended at passport check. Without resistance, the man requested a lawyer right away. In the investigation of the stolen car crime, a gun that belonged to Esteban and had his fingerprints on it was also discovered. Femicide, a crime against a woman because of her gender, was the original classification for the crime. Femicide is a particularly serious crime in Latin American countries and is typically punished with life in prison. The bloodied knife bearing his fingerprints, the bloodstains on his clothing, and the neighbor's statements verifying that only he, Maria, and the infant were there in the house were all signs that pointed to Esteban. The investigation also found that the individual had been charged with assault and bodily harm on several occasions in the past. However, a 2.5-year-old boy was the only person who saw the incident happen. Thus, a certain approach was used by the criminal and his attorneys. According to Esteban, he was merely protecting himself from a furious woman who was frantically reaching for the knife after Maria had attacked him. The man claimed that he only recognized what had happened when his wife became silent, and that he couldn't even recall how he caused the wounds. The Vargas family attempted to damage the deceased's reputation at the same time by accusing her of being unfaithful, a horrible wife, a troublemaker, and a bad mother. According to the defendant's family, the tragedy occurred when Maria incited Esteban to attack him. They made every effort to present the offender as a victim of the situation. During the investigation, the lawyer said that the avaricious Quesada family planned to seize all of his belongings and deny him the opportunity to see his kid. The victim's body, which had been buried a week after the crime, had to be exhumed. Once again, independent experts confirmed that the first 3 blows were delivered to Maria from behind, denying Esteban and his defense's assertion that she had assaulted him first. Trial and sentencing. Since the criminal's trial didn't start until March 2023, the defendant and his attorneys had ample opportunity to prepare a strong defense. However, the Quesada family was backed by a number of activist groups that fought for women's rights, as well as by large crowds of people who demanded that the criminal receive fair punishment. The 9-year-old eldest son of the deceased was able to testify in court and describe the stepfather's brutal abuse of his mother. At the time of the crime, the younger child who observed it was just 2.5 years old. After consulting with him, psychologists concluded that the boy's cries of "Daddy, don't" were caused by a deep-seated phobia of kitchen knives whenever he came upon one. The child said that everything became red after his father had harmed his mother. To prevent additional trauma, the youngster was not brought into the courtroom even though these materials were turned in. Numerous witnesses, including neighbors, family members, and acquaintances, testified against Esteban, recalling instances in which he had been violent with his wife. Dozens of witnesses also frequently observed bruises and contusions on the young woman's body, and the police had recorded evidence of beatings just prior to the divorce proceedings commencing. Esteban Rovira Vargas was convicted of the premeditated crime against his wife on May 15, 2023, and given a 36-year sentence in a maximum security jail. The deceased woman's relatives were given custody of her 2 children. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Have you ever pondered how a typical day could become a complete nightmare in a matter of minutes? Consider this. On this verdant tropical island, the sun is softly warming your skin, while the murmur of the waves assures you of tranquility. However, what if there is a darkness lurking around every peaceful corner, simply waiting for the ideal opportunity to emerge? A young German tourist named Miriam Bielt went on a walk to a temple on the island of Koh Si Chang on April 7, 2019. She hadn't returned by the evening, even though it was supposed to be just another quiet day of her vacation. She was seen smiling and unconcerned as she walked up the trail on security cameras. However, nobody could have predicted that that smile would vanish forever in a few hours. Koh Si Chang is renowned for its calm, relaxed atmosphere and is rarely disturbed. White sand beaches, deep green jungles that hold mysteries that date back millennia, turquoise oceans, and slow-moving natural beauty are all abundant on this island. Miriam Bielt, a young German woman who chose to combine a business trip with a long overdue holiday, arrived at this remote paradise in the spring of 2019. But her adventure would quickly devolve into a complex and unsettling mystery that still has a lot of unsolved questions. Initially, nothing appeared abnormal. Miriam was successful and driven. Her career as a design engineer with a big corporation had actually been advancing quickly since she graduated from the University of Hanover. Even though she was accustomed to lengthy workdays and frequent travel, this one felt unusual. Miriam finally got to witness the white dunes and pristine waters she had heard so much about when she decided to spend a few days on the remote island of Koh Si Chang after finishing her business commitments. However, when Miriam failed to appear for breakfast on the morning she was scheduled to depart, everything changed. Hotel employees were worried and attempted to call her, but her phone was inaccessible. It took hours before local officials were notified of her absence, but nobody had yet recognized how serious the situation was. Official documents indicate that Miriam had traveled to Thailand for business purposes, and her encounters with suppliers had gone well. According to her co-workers, she frequently enjoyed combining professional travel with some downtime, even if it meant traveling alone. She might have stayed on the island while the rest of her team went home because of her curiosity. Miriam enjoyed exploring the locations she went to. However, her acquaintances claimed that she had never planned on making impulsive relationships or going on dangerous trips. Nevertheless, other residents recalled that Miriam had demonstrated a strong interest in the island's less visited areas. She inquired about secluded coves and secret beaches, where one may feel completely cut off from the outside world, according to tour guides. To many who knew her, her interests seemed a bit out of the ordinary. Usually she liked to stick to a set strategy, making sure that every little aspect was well considered. Miriam had a well-planned itinerary and was no stranger to travel. She organized a day excursion to Pattaya after concluding her work in Bangkok, and then she traveled to Koh Si Chang. Similar quick trips are taken by many tourists to take in the sights and beaches. It was different for Miriam, though. She looked for locations where she could be alone herself, with nature and her thoughts, locations that weren't listed in the typical travel guides. She started her journey by traveling to the island via ferry in the morning. In keeping with her meticulous disposition, Miriam immediately leased a motorcycle and embarked on a pre-arranged journey. One of her planned destinations was an old stone temple on a hill that only the most tenacious and resilient tourists could access. Locals regarded this shrine as a remote location for introspection, tucked away behind thick vegetation. Quietly, the day began. She saw the traditional indicators of a peaceful island morning as she drew closer to the temple. A vendor was setting up fresh bouquets of calendula and jasmine at a little flower booth nearby, and she had left her rented motorcycle parked at the foot of the slope. After greeting him and purchasing a few flowers, Miriam ascended the stone stairway. She was seen on surveillance cameras carrying a little rucksack and a bottle of water as she boldly ascended the stairs. She had a slight smile on her face, as though she was looking forward to something lovely and significant. However, time went by and she never came back. Her motorcycle remained parked next to the now closed flower stall in the evening, a silent reminder of her disappearance. The fact that no one had witnessed her return down the stairs immediately alarmed the townspeople. The first person to realize something was wrong was the flower salesman, Miriam's motorcycle. She hadn't been seen all day and was still there, unaltered. He told the police about it the following day, and what had begun as a straightforward case of a missing individual quickly turned into something far more sinister. Investigators soon discovered that Miriam would never have remained on the island for very long when they started tracking her path. She had only one day in mind: lunch. A quick excursion, a few pictures, and then a trip back to the mainland. Miriam was well organized, cautious, and always did everything according to her own rules. She kept her valuables close to hand, stayed away from strangers, and checked in with her family on a regular basis. For her loved ones, the first warning sign was when she stopped sending messages. She stopped answering by noon on April 7, and by nighttime it appeared like she had just disappeared. Miriam was traveling to a temple on a mountaintop, which isn't your average tourist attraction. Even locals seldom go there, and no official trips do. The trail is lengthy and challenging, and it is encircled by dense jungle. The climb is made more difficult by the moss-covered wet stone steps. Security footage shows that no one else was around when she was hiking alone. The police repeatedly watched the camera footage in the hopes of finding some clue, but all they saw was Miriam climbing toward the temple with a steady gait, a composed countenance, and a faint smile. This little movie, the final recorded account of her existence on the island, seemed to freeze time. Police discovered a new lead as they started questioning residents. She had been spotted with an unknown male at a cafe by the dock a few days before. Although it was impossible to identify him, he appeared to know her well enough to sit with her over coffee. No one else said they saw them together, but they might have met at her hotel or on the ferry. Following that interaction, a number of unanswered issues were raised by Miriam's disappearance. What transpired on her way to the temple? Who was the stranger she was spotted speaking to? And why did she never descend again? Koh Si Chang Island woke up to a terrifying discovery on the morning of April 8, 2019. A Thai visitor was on the verge of a nightmare while hiking to the temple in the early morning in the hopes of taking in the refreshing air and peaceful surroundings. He was enjoying the silence of the jungle as he ascended the steep, stone-covered trail when he observed something strange, close to the edge of a tiny ravine, just off the path through the dense vegetation. A whitish form attracted his attention, a sight remarkably out of place amid the deep green. It became evident to him as he approached that he had discovered a young woman's body, as though someone had attempted to hide her. She was stuck between two enormous rocks that were covered in leaves and branches. There were visible bloodstains close by, and the woman's body showed evidence of physical violence. The tourist was so shocked by what he had discovered that he alerted the local emergency services right away. Concerns swiftly spread like wildfire throughout the island, as police on Koh Si Chang attempted to comprehend the situation, and within an hour cops were navigating the convoluted route to the location. Back in Germany, Miriam Bielta's loved ones were becoming increasingly anxious. She was known to be responsible and cautious, therefore it was very unusual for her to stop answering on the evening of April 7. Miriam was always in contact, particularly when she was traveling alone abroad. When they realized they hadn't heard from her the following morning, her parents, who were accustomed to her frequent calls and texts, started to worry. They reported a missing person to the local government. Investigators on the island were beginning to piece together the specifics of this concerning case in the meanwhile. Miriam Bielti, a 20-year-old German tourist, was identified as the body discovered in the ravine. Hotel staff stated that she was expected to return from the island on the evening of April 7. However, her rented motorcycle was still parked at the foot of the hill, where she had left it before heading to the temple. Authorities first thought that Miriam might have had a terrible accident, slipped, or lost her balance on the slippery path, but they soon ruled that notion out. Her injuries were too many and too terrible to be attributed to a mere fall. She had obvious cuts and bruises on her head and face, and evidence of violence and malice indicated that her death had been violent and deliberate. Furthermore, there was evidence that she had been abused prior to her death, which further clouded the case. Reviewing surveillance footage from cameras placed along the trail in the parking lot at the foot of the hill marked the start of the inquiry. Miriam was seen on camera carrying a tiny rucksack and a bottle of water as she ascended the stairs. She seemed peaceful, but she walked with purpose. Investigators were still troubled by important details. Moments after she vanished around a corner, another person was captured on camera. A man in black clothes was pursuing her from a distance. When he finally came back, his clothing were wet and filthy, with obvious light-colored stains. The day's events were further investigated. The vendor at the flower stall at the trail's base recalled seeing this individual. He had seen him pull up on a motorcycle, buy a bunch of marigolds, and then follow Miriam up the route. Aside from the strange conduct of the man on his way back, it appeared to be harmless enough. According to the merchant, he appeared anxious, constantly looking around, and dismissed the question of whether everything was all right by saying he had simply slipped. His manner struck the merchant as odd, so he made the decision to write down the motorcycle's license plate as a precaution. This enigmatic man swiftly rose to the position of top suspect once the police found Miriam's body and the first hints appeared. The authorities were able to identify the bike thanks to the recorded license plate, the vendor's description, and surveillance footage. Rana Korn was the registered owner. Ram Ruin, a 24-year-old local, lived alone in an old house on the island's fringes and worked as a beach cleaner, cleaning the waters along the coast. Officers went to his house right away, but he was not there. They started looking in the hopes of discovering something that would reveal his possible relationship to Miriam. Underlying conflicts that had not been identified before then started to surface. Though few knew of his darker impulses, Rana Korn was regarded by the villagers as a reclusive and perhaps eccentric man. His neighbors characterized him as reserved yet inhospitable. He rarely confided in anyone and kept to himself. However, those who knew him well had noticed hints of odd, nervous conduct and unpredictable anger. Some even said that they had seen him pacing the island as if he was looking for something or was waiting for someone. What motivated him to follow Miriam that day? And who was this man who seemed to have materialized out of thin air to ruin a young traveler's vision of a tropical paradise? When Ranakorn Run woke up in his tiny house on the edge of Koh Si Chang early on April 7, 2019, the island was still shrouded in quiet. There had been little respite from the night. His mind was still whirling from visions and lingering thoughts that had been enhanced by a haze of illegal drugs. Empty bottles littered the table, and the smell of cheap alcohol filled his home. Ranakorn was aware that he needed a way out of this state, something to divert his attention, even for a brief period of time, in order to prevent him from going any deeper. He made it a habit to have a few beers and several shots of heavier alcohol, which helped him temporarily block out his thoughts, if only for a few hours. However, his typical procedure wasn't sufficient that day. He immediately entered an altered state after taking another dose of a different substance, since he was desiring something more. Once the effects of the controlled substances took effect, his mind started racing, incoherent, and a feeling of eagerness and restlessness swirled inside him. In need of a release, he made the decision to ride his motorcycle anyplace in order to get away from his inner turmoil. Following the road, he finally arrived at the hill's base, where a trail led to a temple on the island. He had first seen her there, a young European tourist, well-dressed, walking up the stone steps with a light, carefree gait and a laid-back look, totally oblivious to the eyes on her. Ranakorn was roused from his daze by the sight of this elegant, carefree young lady. He was unable to turn away and, giving in to his hazy emotions, chose to follow her. Ranakorn entered a neighboring stall at that time and bought a bouquet of marigolds in the hopes that this would make him seem pleasant and enable him to speak to the young lady. The man's peculiar behavior caught the vendor's attention. His eyes were vacant, yet they were filled with an odd intensity. The vendor became uncomfortable, but Ranakorn left quickly. Miriam vanished around the turn, and he soon started up the trail. Miriam, meantime, climbed slowly toward the shrine, oblivious to the shadow that followed her. She was taking in the scenery from the route and the refreshing morning air. She saw it as just another day of her eagerly anticipated vacation, a short reprieve following many days of toil. Even though she was an experienced traveler and understood how to protect herself, she was unable to predict what would happen next. Ranakorn's capture was caught on surveillance footage. Up until the bouquet was in her hand, He initially made an effort to talk to her, acting friendly. Miriam was courteous yet wary. To her, the act of presenting flowers appeared more perplexing than hospitable. He kept after her after she thanked him and went on her way. The following events were not captured on camera, but they were later revealed by witness accounts and Ronicorn's own admission when under the influence of alcohol and other drugs. He was unable to control his urges. He offered frankly that Miriam join him at a remote location nearby, but she responded right away. She declined, and with a hint of panic in her voice, she tried to get away, accelerating, but Ronicorn insisted on keeping up with her swift steps, eventually bursting into a run. Then he felt a wave of rage welling up inside him, a rage not only at her but at himself, and a life that in his eyes had long since been meaningless. He was irrational in this changed mood. He raced up to her, took hold of her arm, and yanked her roughly in his direction. They were in a remote location, so no one was present to hear Miriam's screams or attempts to escape. He pulled her off the trail and into the dense undergrowth. Despite a fierce battle, she ultimately lost the battle. What started off as a conflict on the trail came to an end when her shouts faded into silence in the tree's shadows. The cops knew right away that this was no random assault when they got on the site, hours after her body was found. It was obvious that there had been a struggle from the start, as evidenced by the marks on Miriam's body and the disturbed dirt. Following the encounter, Ronicorn most likely went back the same route that the flower stall proprietor had spotted him walking by. Once more, his clothing was soiled and appeared wet, and when asked whether he was all right, Ronicorn trembled and said he had just slid. The vendor's suspicions were only raised by this odd response, and the motorcycle license plate he had taken note of turned out to be crucial to the case's resolution. Ronicorn went home that night. Even though he washed his clothes fast, the stains remained. As if nothing had happened, he turned on the TV while lying on his couch. Maybe he believed he could move past it all by behaving normally. However, that was untrue. He didn't try to hide when the police arrived at his home. He seemed to realize that this was it and was just waiting to be discovered. He made an effort to be composed during his arrest, but it quickly became apparent that this composedness was only a front for anxiety and perplexity. The cops were not surprised by his final confession during questioning, but it did expose a degree of startling cruelty that nobody had anticipated discovering during the interview on this tranquil island. Ronicorn lost it. He initially tried to deceive investigators, but his story unraveled, and he finally began to describe the events in great detail. Even the most experienced investigators were taken aback by his admissions. The events described played out like a bad dream, with a tropical paradise in the backdrop. However, a straightforward confession was not the end of the case. Every detail of what happened was necessary for the authorities. To learn exactly how the events transpired, they made the decision to perform a reenactment. They brought Ronicorn back to the scene. With his head shielded by a bag to keep the public at bay, he walked through his movements step by step, going back and demonstrating each motion. The officers intently watched every movement he made, looking for any information he might have left out of his confession. Ronicorn successfully reenacted his unsettling part, turning the recreation into a gruesome scene. By the end of it, investigators had a comprehensive picture of what had happened on that fateful day. Ronicorn Ruin's trial was seen as a litmus test for the Thai legal system as a whole. Both the local community and others beyond were shocked by the crime committed against young tourist Miriam Bielte. Authorities had to show that justice would be served, and concerns about foreign visitors' safety on islands like Koh Si Chang grew increasingly urgent. As the public watched every day of the trial and closely monitored recordings of the flower vendor's testimony, the court procedures attracted the attention of both domestic and foreign media, and Acorn's confession was unquestionably proof of his guilt. These pieces clearly depicted what had transpired, including how he followed Miriam, tried to talk to her, and then followed her along the trail until she reached a remote location where a horrible act was perpetrated by him. All the questions seemed to be answered by Ronicorn's confession. However, the hostile mood persisted in the courtroom. Even the most seasoned court reporters were clearly troubled by the circumstances of the crime and the cruelty and indifference with which he acted. But the true drama took place outside of the courtroom. Ronicorn's mother was the only one who made an effort to comprehend or at least explain his behavior. Everyone was caught off guard when she appeared in court, and her impassioned speech caused a range of reactions from those in attendance. Instead of defending her son, she apologized to Miriam's family and the community and attempted to understand how something like this could have occurred. She revealed that she had not been aware of her son's difficulties with controlled substances and that they had been separated for years. Though by no means an excuse, her statement seemed to be an attempt to find some justification for his behavior. She ultimately begged the court to punish him to the fullest extent possible, admitting that her son had lost control of his life and was a threat to others as well as to himself. Ronicorn made the admission without regret. He made no effort to provide an explanation for his actions or to apologize to the victim's family. As though narrating someone else's story, he merely described the events with a chilly, distant tone. 3 months after the disaster, a verdict was rendered, and authorities acted quickly to prevent the trial from going too long. Ronicorn Ramruan received a death sentence. His lawyer's attempts to obtain leniency were unsuccessful. There was no place for clemency, given the seriousness of the crime, the graphic details, and the public outrage. His mother's speech was one of the most emotionally charged parts of the trial. Everyone in the room was profoundly affected by her sobs, desperation, and understanding that she had lost her son, both physically and morally. She acknowledged that she was afraid he might carry out such a horrible deed as her parting farewell if he were ever freed. Perhaps the most devastating moment of the trial was witnessing her kid being taken into prison. The hardest shock of all following the verdict was realizing that he had lost his humanity forever. Kosi Chang had a hard time getting over the shock. It was once renowned for its quiet, peace, and scenic beauty, but it was now enmeshed in a horrifying tale that shook the whole nation. The residents, who took great pride in their hospitality and culture, were severely affected by this catastrophe. It damaged the island's reputation as a whole, and they thought that this would be a one-off event rather than a reflection of their cherished homeland. The victim's family received support from the entire community. People came to the location where Miriam was discovered, bowed their heads in silent respect and grief, and left flowers and candles. In addition to expressing their sympathies, their gesture demonstrated their resolve to oppose cruelty and make sure that such atrocities would never occur again. However, the incident revealed more serious problems. This article highlighted issues that many people would rather not talk about: visitor safety and the negative aspects of island life, where easy access to illegal drugs and a feeling of impunity might result in such consequences. Recognizing this, authorities acted swiftly to resolve the matter and reassure inhabitants and visitors that the islands were safe, but not everyone was persuaded. Police issued a statement after the trial, reaffirming that Kosi Chang would continue to be a safe and friendly place to visit and that such incidents would not occur again. But could anyone really forget that this site had once been the scene of something so horrible? One of the most significant and memorable events to have happened on our island will always be the tale of Miriam Bielt. Although Hanover University created a fund for aspiring engineers in her honor, guaranteeing that her name and enthusiasm for education would go on in spite of the tragedy, Miriam's loved ones will always feel the anguish of her passing, and those who knew and cared for her will never be able to forget her. So, here's something to think about. What, or who, can ensure that a catastrophe like this won't occur again? Even paradise can conceal its evil side. So, how can we be sure that our next trip won't become a nightmare? The next time you arrange a trip to a far-off destination, keep this in mind, because occasionally there are things that are best kept unseen behind the curtain of beauty. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. One of the most terrible crimes in American history will always be associated with Moscow. The darkness is still present. It will always be a part of the town's and university's history when you speak to people. In this instance, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, Ethan Chapin, and Kaylee Gonzalez are 4 extremely significant names. Additionally, I ask that you recall all 4 of the names from this case. These 4 University of Idaho students were allegedly stabbed by Brian Kohberger on November 13, 2022, before dawn. The knife used in the murder has never been located. This kind of knife is used for survival. Brian Kohberger did not provide a plea of his own. The judge entered a not guilty plea on his behalf. The state of Idaho is requesting the death sentence because of the gravity of the offenses. His purpose was to kill. This massive marine knife was meticulously and cruelly planned. No living object, much less an innocent human, would be subjected to such treatment. The DNA recovered on the knife sheath left at the crime site is the main piece of evidence in the prosecution's case, but there is a ton of other evidence that also points to no one else that we are aware of. What caused Brian Kohberger's vehicle to be seen driving away from the scene? Why, including the morning following the offense? Was his cell phone spotted there 12 times? Despite the fact that the facts make the case more open than closed, the prosecution wants everyone to think that it is. The defense argues that Brian Kohberger and the victims have no connection at all, and if there is no connection, then there is no motive. And since he is a graduate student and not a professional assassin, it is extremely difficult to prove that he is the murderer if there is no reason. Moscow, which is tucked away in the center of Idaho, is known for its student-friendly atmosphere and a close-kin community that perfectly combines a lively student life. Around the esteemed University of Idaho, the city flourishes, creating an atmosphere where learning and a vibrant college life coexist. Students lived in dorms, rented university buildings, and houses just outside the institution's boundaries in the busy neighborhoods around the school. Even though Moscow was known for its academic excellence, students occasionally met with friends and family in secret. However, these meetings were usually uneventful. But on the chilly night of November 13, 2022, 4 college students were relaxing after a party when a terrifying turn of events occurred, upsetting the tranquil ambience they had expected. This incident took place in this 3-story home. At the start of the novel, 4 people are enrolled at the University of Idaho. Ethan Chapin, 20, from Conway, Washington; Kaylee Gonsalves, 21, from Rathdrum, Idaho; Zana Kernodle, 20, from Post Falls, Idaho; and Madison Mogan, 21, from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Zana was a junior, while Ethan was a freshman. Madison and Kaylee, meantime, were both university seniors. The oldest of 3 triplets, Ethan James Chapin, was born at Swedish Hospital in Seattle on a beautiful Tuesday night, October 29, 2002, at 4:43 p.m. Maisie, who first lived in Olympia at Summit Lake, arrived a short while later at 4:44, and Hunter at 4:45. Before moving to Conway, the family lived there for the first year and a half. The kids went to Conway School, where they played cross-country, basketball, and soccer and got a great education. At Conway, Ethan enjoyed playing basketball with his brother while wearing their team uniforms. After that, Ethan started attending Mount Vernon High School, but the COVID pandemic interrupted his regular on-campus education. After moving to Idaho with his siblings and working at Hills Resort, Ethan tried to return to school at MVH&S, but his studies were still impacted. Before starting their internship at the University of Idaho in August 2021, they returned to the Hills Resort in Idaho for a summer job after working at Tulip Town during the tulip season. To leave off their 3 children at college, Ethan's family set out to travel to the University of Idaho. Maisie joined the Kappa Alpha Theta sorority, while Hunter and Ethan joined the fraternity Sigma Chi. Ethan has managed his academic obligations, participated in intramural sports, and enjoyed a lively social life since starting his studies at the University of Idaho. During this time, he continued to be passionate about sports and fell in love with Zana Kernodle. Born at Kootenai Health Hospital in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho on July 5, 2002, Zana Alexia Co. was raised in Post Falls. Her skill as a gymnast distinguished her early years. From an early age, Zana demonstrated her abilities during her time at Post Falls Middle and High School. She participated heavily in soccer, volleyball, and track until she graduated in 2020. She worked at Texas Roadhouse and attended school. When Zana first enrolled at the University of Idaho, she majored in marketing and became very involved in extracurricular activities, most notably as a member of the Vandal Solutions sales team and the Pi Beta Phi sorority. She worked part-time at the Mad Greek restaurant in Moscow, Idaho, to balance these obligations. Beyond her studies and career, Zana enjoyed spending time with her puppy, Shoeshine, and attending EDM events. Rel is excitedly going on family vacations with her father and sister and enjoying time with friends. She had many happy childhood recollections of her grandparents' farm in Riverside summers. Because of her lively nature, Zana was adored by her classmates, family, and friends. She was well known for being gregarious and upbeat, and she had a unique talent for making everyone feel welcome. Her unrelenting excitement, engaging humor, and zeal for life left a lasting impression on everyone who had the honor of knowing her. Zana is currently a co-resident while attending the University of Idaho. On May 25, 2001, Madison Mae Mogan was born in Eugene, Oregon. From the start, she made her family and everyone around her very happy. Madison was born and raised in Oregon, but her family later moved to North Idaho, where her parents were from. She had the most amazing upbringing in Idaho. She started school at Winton Elementary, then transferred to Coeur d'Alene Charter Academy, and finally decided to enroll at LCHS after writing a clear letter outlining her reasoning with her lifetime friend, Kaylee, who was essentially her sister. Everyone who knew Maddie knew that she felt incredibly loved because of her charming demeanor. Her distinct, eccentric, and amusing style made others laugh, and it was common knowledge that feeding her well was crucial. Maddie's tenacity and dedication to her future pursuits earned her recognition. She developed a network of friends, co-workers, managers, and instructors who respected her work ethic, concern, and dedication as a result of her academic success and her accomplishments in every job she held throughout high school and college. Though a little further away, Maddie was thrilled with her academic endeavors at the University of Idaho, where she flourished, joining Pi Beta Phi and regularly making the dean's list each semester. She made lifelong friendships with close acquaintances and loved having Kaylee by her side. Moreover, she fell in love and developed a deep affection for a boy named Jake. Kaylee Jade Gonsalves, Maddie's best friend, was born on June 8, 2001 in Concord, California. She was a bright light for her parents, Steve and Christy, even before she came. As the third child, Kaylee's energy was distinct, according to Gonsalves. Despite being ridiculed by her brothers about her horns, she remained a lively and beloved middle child among her 5 siblings. She was born with unique, thick black curls, a cute button nose, and a flawlessly round porcelain face, graced with a strange little scar on her forehead. After moving to North Idaho with her family when she was 1 year old, Kaylee's lively personality blossomed as she developed into a stunning, genuine, and gregarious girl. She had a natural ability to make people laugh, and she loved Claire's fashion accessories. Alongside her older brother and sister, she started her schooling at Bora Elementary before moving on to Charter Academy for middle school, where she met Maddie Mogan and formed an unbreakable relationship. Their family of 5 became a family of 6 as their lives became entwined from that day on. Kaylee went to Lake City High School despite her parents' initial reluctance before joining Maddie at the University of Idaho. She followed her dream of teaching elementary school by joining the Alpha Phi sorority. Kaylee had exceptional academic accomplishments during her time in school, which were complemented by her natural ability to make friends wherever she went. She frequently brought fun and a dash of mischief to her encounters because of her eccentric and contagious nature. She demonstrated a strong work ethic by juggling her academics with a full-time job and being enthusiastic about tricks and adventure. Madison and Zana shared a rental house near the University of Idaho campus, which they occupied while attending the university. Kaylee had just moved out of the house where she had previously lived, but on the night of November 12, 2022, Kaylee came back to the house to go to a party nearby. 2 of the 4 students, Ethan and Zana, attended an on-campus event hosted by the local Sigma Chi fraternity earlier that evening on November 12 from 8 to 9 p.m. They then returned to their rental home about 1:45 in the morning. The 2 other people, who were close friends Maddie and Kayla, had arrived to the downtown sports bar, the Corner Club, at 10 p.m. and left at 1:30 IE Ming. All 4 of them had really returned to the shared rental home at 1:56 IE Ming. They also shared the area with 2 other students who lived on the ground floor of the building, and they all went to bed for the night. Maddie and Kaylee shared a bed, Dylan Mortensen remained on the ground floor, and the other occupants remained on the same floor but in a different room next to theirs. And early on November 13, 2022, Zana and Ethan slept together in Zana's bed. Other than the one stated above, one of the residents was sleeping on Maddie and Kaylee's floor when she was startled awake by sounds that sounded like Zana and her dog. "There's someone here," she even thought she heard Zana say. Dylan, who was on the ground floor, opened her room door twice to look into the strange noises she was hearing. In the second, she heard what sounded like sobs coming from Zana's chamber, accompanied by a man's voice saying, "It's all right, I will assist you." She opened the door a third time out of curiosity and saw a figure moving toward her while wearing dark clothing and a mask over their lips and nose. Unnoticed by Dylan, the stranger walked past her and used the sliding glass door to leave. She was stunned and stood motionless for a while before shutting herself in her room for protection. No 911 calls were made right away, but hours after the event, at 11:58 IEME on November 13, 2022, a call was eventually made from within the house, using a roommate's cell, to request assistance for an unconscious person. The door of the house was open when the police arrived, and there were no indications of inside damage or forced entry. The property didn't appear to be lacking anything. The two roommates were present. But when the authorities got inside, they discovered something horrifying and upsetting. The devastating truth came to light. Kaylee and Zana Ethan Maddie had been fatally murdered in their beds on the second and third floors of the house, respectively. There were no gags or shackles on the victims when they were discovered, and the walls were splattered with blood. Zana and Ethan were found in Zana's room, and Maddie and Kaylee were found in Maddie's bedroom. But the question still stood: why did the murderer spare the two housemates' lives? Phil Waters, a homicide detective, hypothesized that the attacker might have missed Dylan and the other girl in the shadows. At this time, nevertheless, this premise cannot be categorically accepted as the whole truth. In the absence of more research and proof, it's the most plausible answer. Concerned about one of the victims on the second floor who they thought was asleep and unresponsive, the surviving roommates had called friends to the house. The 911 caller's identity was kept secret, but the authorities confirmed that the caller was not considered a suspect in the sad event. That specific piece of information appears to be complicating your work and igniting numerous conspiracies. That's right, there are numerous conspiracies in existence. A great deal of speculation exists. However, we must address the fact that the police discovered a live-streamed video on Twitch by the Grub Truck, a food truck situated near Friendship Square 4 blocks south, throughout the course of the investigation. The video showed Maddie and Kaylee talking and grinning at 1:41 in the morning. They got their food and left 10 minutes later. Between 2:26 and 2:52 AUMIE, MM7 attempted phone calls were recorded from Kaylee's phone to her ex-boyfriend, a fellow student, who was initially thought to have taken an Uber ride home covering a distance of roughly 1 mile. In addition, Maddie made 3 unsuccessful attempts to reach Kaylee's ex-boyfriend between 2:44 and 2:52 AUM, all of which ended in unanswered calls. After looking into these calls, authorities came to the conclusion that the person who answered the missed calls was not connected to the crime. After Xana's cell phone data were forensically examined, it revealed that she was using the TikTok app around 4:12 in the morning. Furthermore, security cameras installed next to the house recorded a dog's whimpering, a loud bang, and repeated barking starting about 4:17 a.m. Investigators came to the conclusion that the terrible murders occurred during a window of time that was thought to be between 4 and 4:25 in the morning. The institution decided to discontinue courses for November 14 in the evening after the unfortunate events of November 13. Additionally, they organized a candlelight vigil that was originally scheduled for the evening of November 16 on the lawn of the UI administration building, but was later rescheduled for 2 weeks later. Investigators first said that after the day of the deaths, there didn't seem to be any immediate danger to the community. James Fry, the head of Moscow police, changed the conclusion 3 days later, saying, "We cannot say with certainty that there is no threat to the community." Fall break was supposed to start after November 18, and classes would resume on November 28. However, many residents and other Moscow residents were skeptical of the police's initial assurances and worried about their safety, so they started to leave the area early on Thanksgiving. Several teachers canceled courses during this time because some of the people who stayed were understandably nervous and cautious. The limited flow of information from the university and the police to the victims' families was criticized by the fathers of Kaylee Gonzalez and Ethan Chapin. Additionally, a surge of conjecture and misinformation surrounding the disappearance cases surfaced on social media, spread by users of sites such as TikTok, self-described acidified screen type, and other social media users. As the situation worsened, the Moscow Police Department chastised online investigators for their role in spreading false information online and interfering with the existing investigations. They emphasized the speculative character of the information circulating without factual confirmation in a news release released on December 2, which was spreading lies and escalating community worries. The 4 victims suffered many stab wounds, including fatal ones to the chest and upper body, according to autopsies performed by the Latter County coroner on November 17, 2022. The extent of the wounds suggested that the attacks had been carried out with a huge knife, or one quite comparable to it. Furthermore, at least one victim had defensive cuts on their hands, which may indicate that they attempted to ward off the attacker, and it's possible that additional victims did the same. It is disturbing to think that the victims might have been attacked in their beds while they were asleep. Nevertheless, there is no proof that the terrible deaths were caused by assault of any kind. None of the victims were discovered gagged or tied, yet the coroner categorically ruled all 4 murders as stabbing homicides. There has been no recovery of any weapon despite extensive investigations. Authorities believe that the crime was committed using a thick-bladed knife by the culprit or perpetrators. According to the description given by the surviving roommate who had reported the suspect, the man was an unknown man who stood about 5 feet 10 inches tall. The roommate pointed out that the suspect had an athletically built physique but was not very muscular, highlighting the person's characteristically bushy eyebrows as a standout aspect of their look. To aid with the gathering of possible evidence, law enforcement officials issued a public plea on November 19, 2022, asking for any camera footage taken at the residence the night of the sad incident. To encourage students and others to provide the police with any pertinent information, a phone tip line and email address were set up. The Moscow police chief revealed at a press conference on November 23, 2022, that they had received multiple tips, including one indicating that Kaylee may have had a stalker. However, at that time, law enforcement officers were unable to identify any person who met the description of the possible stalker, nor were they able to verify or validate the veracity of that accusation. The public's response was significant. By December 5, 2022, with over 2,600 tips sent by email and over 2,700 phone calls. Through these specified tip lines, an additional 1,000 submissions for digital media were received. Later, on December 24, 2022, the investigation team revealed that they had received an astounding total of at least 15,000 case tips from the public and other sources. At first, the authorities did not rule out the idea that the sad tragedy was the work of multiple perpetrators. Authorities said they thought the incident might have been targeted. They had not, however, been able to ascertain with certainty if the aim was the house or its residents. On December 15, 2022, the police said that they will examine documents pertaining to over 22 fifth-generation Hyundai Elantras built between 2011 and 2013 after receiving a large number of public tips. Video proof indicating an Elantra in the vicinity at the time of the terrible event was obtained from local surveillance film. The investigators noticed that this car had driven past the residence several times on the same path. Investigators also obtained another surveillance tape that showed an Elantra driving past the victim's house 3 times, starting at approximately 3:29 a.m. The Elantra then drove back to the house a 4th time at 4:04 a.m. At 4:20 a.m., the same vehicle was seen driving out of the victim's neighborhood. After a few days, the investigators were able to identify the owner of the Elantra as Brian Koberger, a local who had taken it to the Pocono Mountains in Pennsylvania for the holidays with his father. The police stopped him and his father for tailgating. On Interstate 70 west of Greenfield, Indiana, Brian Koberger was stopped by the Indiana State Police once more for speeding and tailgating throughout their trip. The FBI, however, denied claims that they had given the Indiana State Police orders to make these stops. When investigators looked further into Koberger's whereabouts, they found cell phone data showing that on November 13, 2022, at around 2:47 a.m. in Pullman, Koberger's phone had stopped connecting to the network. It then reconnected at about 4:48 a.m. near Blaine, Idaho, which is close to us. Highway 95 south of Moscow. Evidence is irrelevant. What matters is the absence of evidence. In this instance, he is the only suspect because his cell phone was off for a very specific period of time during the period when 4 individuals were killed. That's significant. Additional mobile phone information showed that almost 5 hours after the fatal event, on November 13, 2022, at around 9 in the morning, Kohberger's phone made contact with a nearby cell tower. Police also gathered information showing that between June 2022 and November 13, 2022, his phone got at least 12 pings from the cell phone tower closest to the house, but that wasn't all. Investigators also gathered a DNA sample from the crime scene, which did not match any of the victim's DNA, in addition to this evidence. A brown leather knife sheath that was located on Maddie's bed contained this DNA. Authorities found a partial match with a person who had a family linked to Kohberger by using a public genealogical database. Following up on this lead, police were able to link the DNA evidence to Kohberger by comparing it with DNA recovered from the trash gathered from his family's Pennsylvania home. Investigators then followed Kohberger outside his parents' Pennsylvania home. Kohberger was often seen putting trash bags in a neighbor's garbage can while wearing surgical gloves during surveillance. When Kohberger was discovered awake in the kitchen, he was wearing latex medical gloves, shorts, and a shirt. It appeared that he was gathering his own waste and placing it in different Ziploc bags. The objects that were recovered from the garbage were then taken to the Idaho State Laboratory for additional examination. Authorities also discovered throughout the inquiry that Kohberger had cleaned his car with great care, paying close attention to the outside and inside to make sure no spot was missed or left dirty. The arrest of 28-year-old Brian Christopher Kohberger on December 30, 2022, revealed extensive information regarding his personal history. In Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, detectives from the Federal Bureau of Investigation detained 28-year-old Brian Christopher Kohberger on a murder warrant. Born in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, on November 21, 1994, Brian Christopher Kohberger grew up there with his parents, Michael and Mary Ann, and 2 sisters, Amanda and Melissa. Prior to his arrest, Kohberger had a minimal internet presence. His academic interests were mostly in psychology and criminology, which was consistent with his family's preference for education, particularly in psychology subjects. After completing Pleasant Valley High School in 2013, he enrolled at Bartonsville's Monroe Career and Technical Institute, but left after just 1 year. In 2018, Kohberger earned an associate's degree in psychology from Northampton Community College in Bethlehem. Following graduation, he was hired as a security guard in the Pleasant Valley School District, where his mother had been a temporary substitute teacher, and his father had been a maintenance worker for a long time. In Pennsylvania, Kohberger's prompt action during a co-worker's medical emergency at work attracted local notice. But prior to this, he experienced bullying at school because of his weight. Kohberger lost a substantial amount of weight, which changed his appearance and allegedly affected his behavior. Friends reported bullying incidents and a discernible change in his conduct after losing weight. Manipulation in his social circle. A number of friends claimed that Kohberger struggled with drug misuse, beginning with marijuana to deal with bullying from teenagers and progressing to heroin addiction. He reportedly sought rehabilitation after high school, continuing his education with an associate's degree, and later pursuing higher education at DeSales University in Center City, Pennsylvania, where he excelled academically in psychology and criminology. You might have been a little strange or a little off, but other than that, you'd never expect someone to be involved in a quadruple homicide. After earning his master's degree in criminal justice in 2022, Kohberger went on to attend Washington State University for a doctoral program in Pullman, Washington, with the goal of becoming a law enforcement officer. However, while he was a teaching assistant, he was disciplined for his bad behavior and negative views toward women, and emails between Kohberger and Professor John Snyder showed that he was repeatedly warned about his conduct and professionalism. Finally, on December 19, 2022, a month after the killings, Kohberger was fired from his teaching post at WSU. On December 30, 2022, an FBI SWAT team and Pennsylvania State Police arrested Brian Kohberger at his parents' home in Monroe County, Pennsylvania, after finding him in the kitchen wearing a shirt and shorts, wearing examination gloves, and putting trash in separate Ziploc bags. Koberger was charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 felony count of burglary. He was given a public defender upon his arrest and remained in custody without bond at the Monroe County Correctional Facility in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, where his attorneys maintained his innocence and his resolve to prove his innocence. And his family released a statement expressing sympathy to the victims and stressing the value of assuming their son's innocence. While some members of Koberger's social circle were shocked by the charges against him, others from his past were less shocked. Koberger then agreed to extradition when he first appeared at the county courthouse on January 3, 2023, and was flown to Pullman before being driven to the Latah County Jail in Moscow, where he was held without bail. On January 12, 2023, he appeared in the same courtroom for a status conference a week later. On May 17, 2023, the Latah County District Court announced that Koberger had been officially charged by a grand jury with 5 counts, 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of felony burglary. The preliminary hearing that was scheduled for June 26 was canceled after the indictment. On Monday, May 26, 2023, in Latah County District Court, Koberger refused to enter a plea. In response to this unusual behavior, the judge entered a not guilty plea on Koberger's behalf, setting the stage for a trial in which he could be executed. The Latah County Prosecutor's Office announced on June 26, 2023, that it would seek the death penalty because of the statutory aggravating circumstances related to Koberger's first-degree murder charges. Koberger is still being held at the Latah County Jail without bond, maintaining a not guilty plea to all charges. The judge set Koberger's trial date for October 2, 2023, in response to requests from Koberger's lawyer and the state. No other information has been released to the public as of yet. The question of Koberger's motivation for carrying out this horrible act, however, is still unanswered. Law enforcement officials believe that Madison or Kaylee were the intended targets of his attack, but no significant clues or evidence have been found to support this, leaving the case unsolved. Therefore, do you think Koberger was responsible for the deaths of the 4 students? If so, what could have been his motive? What kind of justice do you think would be appropriate in this case? The prosecutors have reportedly asked to move Koberger's trial to the summer of 2024. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The Akaya's home in Besiktas was distinguished from the others by its tasteful exterior and immaculately kept grounds. Tall gates, a broad driveway, and a pricey car were all representations of the success Halil Akaya had fought so hard to attain over the years. All of this demonstrated the affluence of its owners, but there were also skillfully hidden tensions behind those gates, in addition to money. At 42, Halil's narrative was one of tenacity and diligence. He was raised in a tiny town in southeast Turkey and assisted his father in operating the family's vehicle repair business. Halil had modest beginnings, yet he always had aspirations of greater things. Following his military service, he relocated to Istanbul and began working as a mechanic. He ultimately launched his own repair shop after gradually gaining the trust of his consumers. His company prospered and grew into a prosperous chain of vehicle repair shops. Halil gained notoriety as a self-made guy, but his prosperity also brought with it new goals. His wife, Elif, was 7 years his junior. She had aspirations of being an actor as a child, but life had other ideas. She was brought up to project a flawless image by her affluent family before relocating to Istanbul to seek a job in marketing. She had met Halil at a business function. They appeared to be the ideal match. She was attracted to his self-assurance and power, while he was enthralled by her composure. Although Elif, his beautiful and graceful bride, rapidly adapted to high society, her heart remained distant and their marriage was more of a formal arrangement. He was a wealthy businessman. Their marriage seemed perfect at first. Behind closed doors, Elif believed that their relationship was more of a partnership than a marriage. Despite the fact that they kept the appearance of a successful couple, attended social events together, and gave liberally to charity causes. They rarely spoke unless absolutely required, and spent their time in various parts of the house. While Elif concentrated on upholding their public image, running the home, and taking care of exterior family matters, Halil was preoccupied with his job. Elif decided they needed a housekeeper a few months earlier. She explained that she was too busy planning charity events, but in truth, she was just sick of doing the same old things. She discovered Isha, a young woman from a rural location who had traveled to Istanbul in quest of employment through acquaintances. Isha seemed like the ideal option for Elif at the age of 24 because she was kind, humble, and diligent. Isha rapidly became accustomed to the Akaya household's rhythms. In a tiny community in the country's east, Isha was born. Finding a position with Halil and Elif felt like a lucky break for her, who had come to Istanbul with big expectations and a determination to make enough money to support her parents. She was able to make plans for the future because of her stable income. Ace avoided involvement in her employer's issues and maintained a low profile. She was only responsible for cooking, cleaning, and maintaining order in the home. She made an effort to keep herself out of the spotlight, but it wasn't always feasible. From the day Isha started working, Halil started to express interest in her. Even though he didn't say anything outright or show any displeasure, the way he observed her and his presence near her place of employment said a lot. Isha tried her best to avoid any contact with Halil, but the tension in the house was growing stronger. Elif either didn't notice or appeared not to be preoccupied with her social obligations. Isha soon became aware that Halil appeared to be seeking reasons to speak with her. While she was cooking, he would appear in the kitchen and start making strange inquiries about her life and future goals. She gave a prompt response and made an effort to complete her task as soon as possible, but she could sense the pressure mounting. Elif felt uncomfortable with her employer's attention, but she was unsure of how to respond since she was afraid of losing her job. As a result, she was oblivious to everything that was going on in the house when she was out. Halil was dependable and predictable to her. Because their marriage was based on mutual agreements and every action and word had a purpose, she trusted him. The household went about its daily business while an invisible fissure started to grow within this steady world. Halil was working more, while Elif was occupied with organizing events and getting together with friends. Isha followed her routine and performed her housekeeping responsibilities. However, this routine was becoming increasingly disturbed. On the days when Elif had meetings, Halil was spending more time at home. His attention became obtrusive and his actions persistent, but he was cautious to hide this from his wife. Elif and Halil had no idea that their cozy lives would soon be upended. Ace continued to carry out her duties, making an effort to blend in whenever Halil was there. She saw that he was way too frequently present around her these days, as though he was purposefully looking for an excuse to talk to her or be in the same space. Although her gut urged her to stay away, she couldn't afford to leave the job that had grown to be her sole reliable source of money. She didn't want to burden her relatives in the village with her personal problems, so she sent money home. Isha continued to attend work in spite of her employer's disturbing actions, but she was finding it more difficult to conceal her worry. She was making dinner one evening when Halil suddenly entered the kitchen and stood uncomfortable near her. A shiver went down her spine when she smelled his fragrance. His tone made the query sound more menacing than friendly when he inquired whether she needed any assistance. Ace gave a fast response and hurried to a different room, trying not to make eye contact. None of this was noticed by Elif. She was too preoccupied with her own problems to notice such minor nuances. Ace sensed that her position in the house was growing increasingly awkward, but she dared not express her feelings. Her fear of losing her career and not being able to provide for her parents made her consider leaving. She was held back by her fear of Halil, and her hands would begin to shake whenever he suddenly showed up. After a few days, the tension was at its highest point. Ace grew more wary. She steered clear of lengthy discussions with Halil. When he approached too closely, he hurried out of the room, being careful not to linger at the residence too long. Halil, however, stayed at home one day when Elif was gone all day. He had offered no warning, and he was waiting for her in the living room when Ace got there in the morning. She made an effort to remain calm and carried on with her daily activities, but his presence was like an unseen burden on her shoulders. Halil started interrogating her, getting very intimate. He wanted to know where she went after work, who she talked to, and who her friends were. Ace gave her brief, evasive responses, but she was alarmed by his perseverance. He pressed too near at one point and took her hand, making her freeze. She was able to pull away and quickly went to the kitchen, apologizing that she had to return to work. Fear was thumping her heart. Ace began to really consider resigning as these encounters became more frequent, but she was unsure of how to approach Elif about it. She feared Halil would find a way to hurt her if she left. She couldn't contain her emotions when she contacted her mother one evening after a particularly trying day. But even then, she dared not tell her the truth. The ramifications were too terrifying to bear. It began like every other night until it ultimately reached a breaking point. Halil remained at home as Elif attended another meeting. As Ace prepared to wrap up her work and head out, Halil unexpectedly showed up at the kitchen doorway, obstructing her path. Although he spoke quietly, there was a hint of danger in his tone. When he attempted to move closer, she felt confined, and, in a moment of fear, she said something without even considering whether it was effective. Halil took a step back, but it was obvious from the expression in his eyes that this was far from finished. Isha failed to appear for work the following day. Though shocked, Elif reasoned that perhaps the young lady was ill and hadn't had time to tell her. Another day went by with no sign of AIS. Halil appeared composed, even unconcerned, when Elif asked him if he had seen her. In a quick response, he said Ace had most likely gone back to work or home. However, days went by and Ace had not been contacted. Her phone was off and she was not returning calls or messages. Elif started to worry, but she was unable to connect with anyone through shared acquaintances. Isha's parents were terrified and equally perplexed when she eventually made the decision to phone them. They had also lost touch with their daughter and were unable to comprehend where she might have disappeared to. The absence of Isha was unexpected by all. Elif felt even more nervous because she wasn't the kind of person who would disappear without saying anything. After a week, Isha was still unable to be found. Elif tried to acquire information from an acquaintance of Isha's who occasionally helped out around the house, but the friend said they hadn't seen each other in a long time and didn't know where Isha might be. Elif sensed something wasn't quite right, but she wasn't sure what to do. When Isha's parents called to ask if there had been any problems at work that could have led to their daughter going missing, the situation got even more urgent. Elif was put in an awkward situation, but she assured them that she would notify them right away if she found out. In the meantime, Elif began to suspect Halil. Elif started to remember how he had started staying at home more frequently, and how he had responded to Ace's departure too coolly and without showing any signs of worry, displaying an odd fascination with Ace. However, she hadn't given it any thought at the moment. Her mind was now racing with disturbing ideas. The sense that she was missing something persisted. It was one thing to have suspicions, but quite another to discover concrete evidence. She had no choice but to wait while Elif fumbled with how to contact Isha. In the early stages, the young woman's parents made the decision to call the police. Despite speaking with friends and family, investigators were unable to make any progress. They contacted Elif, who provided them with all the information she was aware of regarding Ace's dependability as a worker. Nothing was wrong, but she hadn't been seen for days and nobody had been able to find her. The police started their investigation, but it was progressing slowly because there were no signs of aggressiveness or that Ace had been abducted against her will. Even though Halil didn't typically return home so late, things took a turn when a neighbor reported seeing his car parked close to the house late at night before Isha vanished. Although it was the first tiny hint, this phrase did not yet provide a complete picture. Elif's confusion grew, and she began to question whether or not to believe her own suspicions. Halil came up to Elif one evening while she was trembling and tinkering with her phone in the living room and proposed that they speak. He brought up the rumors regarding Isha's absence, telling her to quit worrying about it because they might harm their reputation, particularly his business. Elif wanted to confront him about what he knew, but she lacked the confidence to do so. Halil had a knack for exerting pressure, and any opposition was frequently crushed by his composed, certain demeanor. She became more concerned that asking too many questions would have unintended repercussions. She agreed and promised to try not to think about it, but her nervousness persisted on the inside. Detectives began examining security footage from the area surrounding the Akaya residence and the route as the inquiry proceeded. On the day she was last spotted leaving work, Ace often took one of the cameras that recorded her. As usual, she was strolling along the sidewalk. What followed, however, remained a mystery. Her departure that evening was also captured on camera at Halil and Elif's home, but no further troubling information was found. Elif started to wonder why Halil was so composed about her leaving. What did he conceal? Elif attempted to divert her attention with her regular activities while all of this was going on, but she couldn't help but think about the young woman who was missing. She saw something strange in the garage one day after coming home from a conference. This time, some items had been moved around, as though someone had been looking for or attempting to conceal something, but otherwise everything was clean and orderly. She wanted to look more closely, but she was startled by how abruptly Halil emerged. His expression appeared harsher than normal when he questioned her why she was there. Halil maintained eye contact, while Elif muttered that she only wanted to make sure everything was in order. Then, calmly, he informed her that there was nothing interesting in the garage and that it was best not to interfere with his affairs. Although it was only a brief incident, Elif believed she was aware that Halil was supposed to be in charge of everything in their house, so why did he appear so agitated when he spotted her in the garage? She felt uneasy about something. She couldn't accuse him of anything, though, without evidence. She watched his actions even more intently throughout the course of the following several days, looking for any sign of dishonesty. But Halil was as composed and self-assured as ever. Reporters started looking into Isha's disappearance when it made the local news. They found that Isha couldn't have simply left without taking her possessions from the apartment she rented or bidding farewell to her family. As they questioned her more, the police increasingly concentrated on the people who had last seen her. With more targeted queries, they went back to Elif and Halil. Elif gave an honest response, but when Halil's turn came, he once again remained cool and collected. However, there were indications of mounting anxiety beneath his composed appearance. He became uneasy when he became aware that the cops were probing further than he had expected. Elif heard him on the phone one day and heard a few odd-sounding phrases that she couldn't understand. He assured someone that there was no need to worry and that everything will be handled. When the police arrived with a search warrant, Elif realized that their lives would never be the same. She stood at the doorway and watched as investigators searched every area for anything that might provide a clue as to why Isha had vanished, but she couldn't help but feel that something was slipping past her. They then made their way to the garage. Taking a brief break, Elif immediately observed Halil, who was standing close by, tensing up. Nobody anticipated seeing anything unusual as they opened the garage door. It was merely a spot for the car and a few tools, but the tension in the room nearly reached a breaking point when one of the investigators spotted a big wooden container in the corner and requested that it be opened. Elise stopped. It seemed like everyone could hear her heart thumping so loudly. Halil moved closer, but the investigator motioned for him to open the crate before he could speak. Everyone waited motionless, waiting to see what might be inside the wooden crate as the investigator opened it. Unable to control her curiosity and anxiety, Elif moved closer to try to see what was within, while Halil clenched his fists in an attempt to keep his cool. His face had turned a little pale. It just took a few seconds to open the crate, but when the lid was removed, it seemed as though time had stopped. All that was inside were some dust-covered antique tools. A mixture of relief and disappointment pervaded the atmosphere. Halil pretended to find the entire situation humorous as the detectives proceeded to other areas of the garage, but Elif's suspicions increased as she observed how firmly his fingers held the phone in his pocket. After several hours of searching, nothing was discovered that might help explain Isha's absence. Elif experienced a peculiar sense of relief as the officers departed one by one, as though a significant issue had just been avoided but not fully settled. Halil appeared to regain his self-assurance and told his wife that they should put the incident out of their minds, calling it a misunderstanding. However, Elif couldn't get rid of the thought that whatever she was unaware of was still concealed in that mansion. Halil started acting differently after the search. He became increasingly reclusive, frequently leaving late at night and never revealing his destination. Elif began to worry about her personal safety, because this wasn't like him. She was aware that her husband enjoyed controlling everything around him and would stop at nothing to keep the truth from being revealed if he had something to hide. In the meantime, Isha's disappearance was still being investigated. From kidnapping to voluntary disappearance, the police investigated every potential scenario. Nothing specific came up throughout their interviews with Ellie's friends, neighbors, hallelujahs, and co-workers. Nevertheless, the detectives suspected that this case was more nuanced than it first appeared. Their main concern was still the disappearance of a young woman who had abruptly stopped communicating, and their suspicions were only getting stronger. When Alif got home from a business lunch one day, he discovered that Halil had left, and that, unusually for him, his phone was on the kitchen counter. She saw the garage keys next to the phone just as she was ready to go upstairs. Her pulse started pounding once more, but this time she couldn't help but check the garage. Trying not to make any noise, she went out in silence. The garage appeared exactly as it had previously, tidy and well kept, with some tools and antiques piled in the corner. This time, however, she spotted something that had escaped her notice before, a little stain on the floor that appeared to be dirt or paint residue. Before realizing the stains led to the garage's back wall, she didn't give it much thought. How had these strange marks escaped the investigators' notice during their search? Elif drew nearer, her breaths becoming more rapid. She hadn't realized there was another junk-filled area behind the wall. It was a tiny space secured with a brand-new padlock. Everything started to make sense when she remembered tidbits of discussions she had heard when Halil believed she was absent. She was aware that she had to discover what was behind that door before she could depart. Elif retrieved the keys, unlocked the padlock, and cautiously pulled the door open. Even though she had only partially opened it, the contents sent a shiver down her spine. Only a little light filtering through a ceiling crack illuminated the cramped, narrow space. The building had a gloomy, unsettling atmosphere because of the plastic bags on the floor and the old newspapers covering the walls. The room was cold and quiet, as though it had been neglected for ages. Elif felt her breath stop in her throat as her gaze fell upon one of the bags. Almost stumbling, she took a step back and rushed out of the garage, shutting the door behind her. She knew she needed to move fast, but she wasn't sure what to do next. She needed to convey the issue to someone she could trust, but each time she tried to dial a number, her fingers shook and her mind raced with the possibility that Halil might return at any time. Elif claimed nothing had happened, but the following day she went straight to the police, while Halil got home later than normal and shared her observations. It was her only opportunity to protect herself and find out what was going on. After hearing her account, investigators promptly returned with a search warrant, this time allowing them to do a comprehensive examination of the entire property, including the secret compartment in the garage. Everything that had been hidden was exposed when they opened the door. They discovered plastic bags filled with Isha's possessions, including her phone and personal documents. But the most concerning finding was the bloodstains found throughout her belongings, which indicated that she had been there and that a horrible incident had taken place. The police started putting the pieces together when the room that Halil had obviously attempted to conceal turned out to be the key to the riddle. That night, Halil did not return home. He was no longer there. Knowing he had nothing left to lose, he tried to escape as soon as he heard that Elif had told the police what she had discovered. But the police had already installed monitoring at every exit from the city. When his vehicle was discovered on an outlying side street, he gently turned himself in to the authorities without protest. After Halil was taken into custody, detectives started looking into his role in Isha's disappearance in great detail. Halil initially remained composed and calm during the hours-long interrogation, but gradually signs of exhaustion and frustration emerged as the investigators purposefully put him under pressure, asking him questions about why he had been acting strangely in recent weeks, what had actually transpired between him and Isha, and what was concealed in that tiny room in the garage. Halil insisted that he had no idea where she was and that he would never hurt her, continuing to deny any role in her absence. However, the investigators persisted. They arranged everything they had discovered in the garage, including Isha's possessions, her papers, her phone, and the bloodstains on the walls and floor, which had been cleaned but still had tiny, incriminating stains. All of these suggested that Halil had attempted to hide the fact that a horrible incident had occurred in the garage. Halil eventually broke down after being questioned for several hours. He knew it was pointless to reject the obvious. He let out a deep sigh and appeared more worn out than he has been in a while. Quietly, he admitted that they had been alone in the house the night before Ace vanished. Elif had used the opportunity to try to get closer to Ace again when he was out at a meeting. She told him that she would not put up with his approaches and threatened to report him to the police and his wife if he didn't stop. As he described how, in a moment of wrath, he seized Ace and tried to silence her, his face clouded. She succeeded in escaping and promptly started packing her belongings, leaving the house and making her way to her own location. He spoke slowly, as though he were repeating every detail out of distaste. Investigators initially believed Ace had indeed departed and was on her way home when they started extensively examining security camera footage that showed her leaving the Akaya residence for the final time. But after more research and examination of more camera footage, the police found that Halil had employed a cunning ploy to conceal the facts that night. Although Isha did leave the house, she was in danger. She was seen on CCTV strolling down the street before vanishing from view. At this time, the investigators saw that Halil had left the house in his automobile a few minutes after she had departed. This appeared to be a coincidence at first, but then they observed something odd. His vehicle came to a stop in a remote, dark area of the neighborhood that was out of sight of most cameras. Halil waited for Isha there, having made arrangements in advance to drive her home, and persuaded her that he wanted to speak with Isha and repent for his action. Thought a quick drive wouldn't hurt her, so she got in the car without expecting anything negative to happen. However, Halil took her back to the house via a rear entry that was not guarded by security cameras, departing from the standard path. Seldom used, this entry was out of the neighbor's line of sight. Halil did his deed through the back door once they were inside. He attacked Ace first, then slammed her head into the wall so hard that she died instantaneously. He intended for the police and others to think that Isha had left the house and vanished somewhere on her way home, and that his car movements could be explained as unrelated errands. He was aware that the cameras at the front entrance had captured her leaving, which he hoped would provide an alibi if anyone began to question him. Isha was killed by Halil, who then carefully carried her body to the garage, where he had already set up a secret location in a plastic bag. Late that night, he removed the body from the garage and moved it to an abandoned warehouse, concealing it in an abandoned warehouse. His intention was to conceal the body and fabricate a story to justify his actions. Old container, in the hopes that the questioning would not detect this position. After a protracted period of denial, Halil eventually acknowledged, under pressure from investigators, how carefully he had organized everything to deceive the authorities and hide his tracks. Although he was confident that his plan would succeed and that no one would link him to Isha's abduction, he misjudged how closely the police would examine his driving patterns and compare them to the time frame of her disappearance. Isha's body was discovered in a horrible condition. Halil had obviously attempted to hide all evidence, but the hints discovered at the garage scene proved his guilt. After closely examining Isha's body, the medical examiners discovered several injuries, including the deadly blow to the back of the skull, but the abrasions and bruises all over her body showed that it was a sustained attack rather than a single blow. Other concerning indications were discovered upon closer inspection. Indirect proof that Isha had experienced violence before to her death was provided by DNA analysis, which revealed residues of Halil on her body. The test results were unmistakable. He was the owner of the biological samples discovered. The interrogations continued for days. Halil maintained over and over that he had not wanted things to spiral out of control, and that he was doing everything he could to keep his reputation intact. He attempted to persuade the investigators that his acts were motivated by intense emotion, but they were able to observe that his post-event behavior was planned and intentional. He tried to disguise his tracks, cleaned up the evidence, and carefully considered how to conceal the body. This was a well-planned crime to avoid being exposed in court, not a desperate act. Despite Halil's calm and collected demeanor, every action and statement seemed to be the defense of a guy who had nothing left to lose. He attempted to win people over by saying that he acted out of fear and that the situation got out of hand, but nobody took him seriously. The unrelenting facts that came to light destroyed his attempts to portray himself as a victim of his own feelings. The prosecutor presented each piece of evidence against him individually, including surveillance footage, neighbor witness accounts, blood traces, and items that Isha had not been able to delete. Although she was in court, Elif's face was unreadable. She realized her life had fallen apart as she stood in the audience, listening to the testimony. By arguing that she couldn't have known her husband was capable of this, she attempted to defend herself. However, she secretly felt bad for ignoring the warning signs and for letting Halil get away with it while she was preoccupied with her social life. She realized that the life she had created with Halil was lost forever, but she also knew that she would need to learn how to live again after everything. Halil received a life sentence from the court. He made several fruitless attempts to get a lower sentence. There was no possibility of acquittal given his confession and the evidence that was acquired. He listened stoically to the verdict while sitting in the defendant's cell, but his face was filled with anguish as he was escorted out the courthouse. He realized that everything he had worked so hard to build, his business, his reputation, his freedom, was gone forever. Isha's story was not forgotten, and everyone who followed the case continued to remember her name. She fell prey not merely to Halil's heedless passion and fury, but also to the ease with which she may have been forgotten till she vanished. It was a shock that would never go away for her family. The loss would never go away, even though they had obtained justice. Elif is looking for a new mission. She relocated to a different city after leaving Istanbul and started working with groups that supported women's rights. However, her internal wounds continued to bleed in spite of her external attempts to transform her life. She was aware that she would always be asked if she could have stopped everything if she had realized sooner. After standing unoccupied for a while, the Beşiktaş house was sold. Its walls, which had formerly concealed the appearance of a prosperous and contented life, now remained empty like a specter of the past, serving as a constant reminder to everyone that nothing is ever truly as it seems. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On February 26, 1984, a neighbor living below Susan Agin's apartment at 3412 Ocean Harbor Drive in New York called the Nassau County Police Department with a worrisome report. When the authorities arrived on the site, they discovered something very terrible. Between the bedroom and the hall, they discovered the lifeless body of Susan Agin, a mother of 3 who was 41 years old. In an even more horrifying discovery, the police also found Susan's 17-year-old son Richard's lifeless body in the master bedroom. Richard may have been the one who committed these horrible crimes. What could have motivated someone to carry out this unimaginable tragedy? Today we're exploring the horrific and puzzling double killing of Susan Agin and her son Richard Agin, which rocked the country in 1984. Let's get started without further delay. With its magnificent waterfront residences and expensive properties, Ocean Harbor Drive is a charming coastal highway that is tucked away along New York's shoreline and radiates elegance and peace. The wealthy and those looking for a tranquil coastal lifestyle are drawn to this highly sought private area. But occasionally, the charm of New York's Ocean Harbor Drive can mask the dark sides that lie beneath its splendor. The tragic and eerie story of Susan Agin and her son Richard serves as a sobering warning that evil may lurk even in the most bucolic places. Born in 1942, Susan K. Agin experienced a turbulent life. As her marriage to L. Agin broke down, she had the courage to stand up for herself and leave her spouse. Alongside her 3 children, Richard, Karen, and Michael, she started living on her own and starting over. She accepted hope for a better future at 3412 Ocean Harbor Drive in Long Island, Fresh York, where her fresh beginning began. She gradually blended in with the neighborhood and made friends with her neighbors in her tranquil surroundings. Her attempts to make a fresh start appeared promising, and she felt a feeling of community when neighbors would periodically stop by her house. She had no idea that the appearance of a typical life she had laboriously built would soon be cruelly destroyed. On February 26, 1984, 11-year-old Michael Agin was returning home from a local hockey game when the innocence of a normal Sunday was shortly to be transformed into a nightmare. He was confronted with a horrible and terrifying scene instead of the comforting embrace of his mother. His mother, Susan Agin, was lying dead in the hallway. The young youngster would be haunted by the unthinkable scene of her body being brutally battered and strangled for years to come. He hurried to a neighbor's house right away and begged for assistance. The Nassau County Police Department responded to the distress call from Susan's downstairs neighbor, whose identity was withheld. Upon entering the house, they saw Susan's motionless body in the hallway on the second floor, directly in front of the master bedroom. It was immediately apparent to the cops that she had been assaulted, but as the police entered the master bedroom, the most sinister discoveries were still to come. The police discovered Richard, Susan's 17-year-old son, dead when they entered the bedroom. Officers Otto Cole and Myron Ed Carter of the Nassau County Police Department asked for help after making sure the area was secure. Following his arrival at the crime scene, Detective Herb Dobb began a thorough investigation. A white bedsheet that was found near Susan's body and smeared with blood was recovered by the forensic team. They also gathered pieces of hair from the bandana that had been used to choke her. Additionally, bodily fluids were discovered within the house and gathered as proof. The bedroom looked like it had been ransacked, like a scene from a failed heist. A pocketbook's contents were strewn all over the bed, and the doors to the dressers were left open. 2 latent fingerprints were found by the forensic team during the crime scene examination. The first was taken from a banker's seat that was discovered among the strewn-about objects on the bed, and the second was taken from the plastic bag that Richard Eigen had been suffocated in, which was still covering his face. The collected evidence was then forwarded to the lab for additional processing and analysis. Investigators conjectured that Richard had suddenly returned home during his mother's assault. In light of this notion, he was killed after seeing the crime in order to stop him from speaking. Although this notion appeared to be supported by the preliminary evidence, it would be difficult to prove. Forensic analysis did not have the sophisticated and advanced methods that are now available in 1984. Because of this restriction, it was more harder to draw firm conclusions from the material that was gathered. The traditional procedures and technologies that investigators had to use might not have yielded as accurate and comprehensive information as contemporary forensic techniques. Detective Charlie Costello of the Crime Lab's Fingerprint Division was testing latent fingerprints taken from the bag used to strangle Richard and another from the bankruptcy taken from Susan's purse in August 1984 because he thought they might be those of the intruder. Costello used the Automated Fingerprint Identification System, AFIS, to process the prints, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not discover a match in the system. The detectives chose to expand their investigation by getting fingerprints from local residents who had a history or background in burglary because there were no prior criminal records related to the murder. The goal was to find a possible match, or lead, that would assist them reduce the number of suspects by comparing these fingerprints with those recovered from the crime scene. Despite being time-consuming, this approach was meant to broaden their investigation's scope and raise the likelihood of discovering a link to the offender. The investigators tested a large number of fingerprint samples from possible suspects over the course of months, but they were unable to match the fingerprints recovered from the crime scene. They brought in as many samples as they could throughout time, but none of them produced any findings. Unfortunately, they ran out of fresh fingerprints to analyze after over a year of thorough investigation, and the case ultimately ended without any clues or potential suspects. Detective Charlie Costello decided to try his luck again on January 22, 2002, after 18 years, and ran another fingerprint through AFIS in the hopes of making a breakthrough. He was quite relieved to receive a favorable outcome this time. Costello was able to match a fingerprint from a school bus driver application with the fingerprint on the evidence. Louis Talisi was the applicant's name. Investigators discovered that Louis Talisi was 42 years old at the time of the incident and had a history of drug use after finding this match. Detectives were cautious and patient, choosing to obtain more tangible evidence before making an arrest. After Louis Talisi was named as the cold case's lead suspect, in order to identify body fluid stains on the evidence gathered from the murder scene that would otherwise be invisible to the human eye, McCarthy used an ultraviolet beam in February 2002 for DNA analysis. McCarthy collected the fluid successfully and used it to recover a partial DNA profile. With this partial DNA profile in hand, the investigators realized they were one step closer to a conclusive case, a sample of Louis Talisi's DNA to compare with the extracted profile and verify the match was now the only thing lacking. The time has come for them to locate Louis Talisi. Detective Tony Graziano, a talented and well-prepared undercover agent from the Nassau County Police Department, was tasked with obtaining Louis Talisi's DNA on May 10, 2002. Without telling Talisi about the investigation, He had to surreptitiously collect a secret DNA sample from the suspect. 11 a.m. Detectives Graziano and Sergeant Guido began their investigation by walking through Louis Talisi's home on May 10. This walkthrough was intended to help them become acquainted with the house's layout and collect any information that would be helpful when they spoke with Talisi. Detective Graziano took the initiative to build a relationship with Talisi after the walkthrough. In undercover operations, developing rapport is essential, since it helps you win the suspect's trust and confidence during the encounter. In order to establish a relaxed and welcoming environment, Graziano conversed with Talisi on a variety of subjects. The detectives were conscious that they needed to handle the matter tactfully and make sure Talisi didn't know what they were really trying to do. Gaining Talisi's trust sufficiently to get a secret DNA sample without arousing suspicion was their aim. Detective Graziano and Sergeant Guido continued their informal tour of Talisi's house, and Talisi smoked a cigarette while they spoke. They then went out onto the street, where Talisi finally threw away the cigarette butt without thinking anything was wrong. Their carefully crafted scheme was going according to plan. Sergeant Guido recovered the abandoned cigarette butt in a discreet manner after Talisi had left the area. Detectives Guido and Graziano lost no time in heading straight to the crime lab. Saliva and epithelial cells were meticulously separated from the cigarette butt filter in the crime lab. To ensure that any possible impurities were eliminated, the DNA included in the sample was isolated and purified. Now that the cigarette butt's DNA profile was ready, it was time to compare it to the partially extracted DNA profile that had been taken from the crime scene evidence earlier. When the time came, as anticipated, the comparison showed that the two DNA samples were an unquestionable match. The findings unmistakably connected Louis Talisi to the crime scene and the killings of Susan and Richard Eigen, proving that he was the murderer. Louis Talisi was ultimately taken into custody on June 5, 2002, following the development of a strong case and tangible evidence against him. He was taken downtown by law authorities to the Nassau County interviewing room to be questioned. The detective's evidence, which included the vital fluid sample that connected Louis Talisi to the crime scene, was presented to him. Talisi showed his slyness by spotting a possible defense tactic right away. He admitted to knowing Susan and shrewdly asserted that he was physically involved with her. He said that this clarified why his bodily material was found in Susan's house and implied that it had nothing to do with the killings. Talisi added that he was a Brooklyn resident at the time of the killings and had met the Igners through acquaintances who shared a residence with them. Afterwards, Talisi had previously met the Igners multiple times. He was not an invited guest on the day of the murder, the detectives claimed. Although the cold case detectives didn't trust Talisi's statement, they were aware of the possible complications it could cause in court. They knew it was important to handle it carefully. However, they had one more piece of information that was crucial, a trump card that, if used properly, would prevent Talisi from fleeing. 2 hair strands, obtained from the bandana used to strangle Susan Eigen, were turned over to DNA analyst Terry Melton on July 3, 2002. Melton then used the hair samples to create a DNA profile. Comparing this freshly acquired DNA profile with Louis Talisi's pre-existing DNA profile, the Eigen double murder case was turned over to the Nassau County District Attorney's Office following the conclusion of the investigation and the development of a compelling case against Louis Talisi. The team led by the district attorney went over the evidence and got ready for the trial. Trial proceedings started when the case was added to the court's docket. For Susan and Richard Eigen, Assistant DA Robert Biancavilla created a painting depicting death that Talisi fashioned. Louis Talisi refused to admit to the killings in spite of the growing evidence against him. Michael Washore, his defense lawyer, presented a plan to raise a reasonable doubt in the jury's mind. Washore offered an alibi to refute the prosecution's case by claiming that Talisi was trying to have a family get-together on the day of the killings. Washore also raised the idea that other people who knew the Eigners might have committed the crimes in an attempt to disprove Talisi's involvement. Louis Talisi had the chance to make a brief appearance in court during the trial. He acknowledged the great loss experienced by the families of Susan and Richard Eigen and offered his sincerest condolences. He did, however, continue to stand by his claim that he was innocent of the crimes for which he was charged. In his speech before the court, Susan's son, Michael Eigen, described a disturbing memory that had plagued him ever since the killings. He described an instance in which he and his adolescent companion ended up on a boat with Louis Talisi, 4 years after the horrific events. This unexpected meeting happened after Michael disclosed that Talisi's cousin lived next door to him. Michael's testimony indicated that Talisi seemed distressed, smoking and drinking, and spoke extensively about himself and his apparent sorrow in life. Michael proceeded to speak to the jury in the courtroom. Behind him, poster-sized pictures of his brother and mother. He talked about how the defense's representation of his mother during the trial had a profound impact on him. By bringing up other possible suspects and alternate situations, Louis Talisi's defense lawyer had tried to raise a reasonable doubt. They had so presented a skewed and unfavorable image of Susan Eigen. During the sentencing portion of the trial, 3 additional victims' family also spoke to the court in a stirring and poignant courtroom scene. Richard's father and Susan's ex-husband, Al Eigen, turned to Louis Talisi and told him bluntly how devastating his actions had been. He said the killings were the most horrifying crime he had ever seen, tearing a family apart. No term, Al Eigen said, could ever make up for the loss they had suffered. Nevertheless, he pleaded with the judge to give the convicted murderer the harshest punishment possible. He spoke with the sorrow of a parent who wants justice for his son and his beloved ex-wife. Susan's brother Eugene K. also spoke to the judge in tears, finding it difficult to express the profound hurt caused by Talisi's heartless behavior. He cried and inhaled deeply as he pleaded with the judge to take into account the defendant's extreme callousness and cruelty when deciding on the proper punishment. Karen Eigen, Susan and Richard's sister and daughter, was unable to attend the sentencing in person due to an emotionally stressful event. Rather, Wendy Woods, her closest friend, read a moving speech on her behalf. By stating that Karen had essentially lost her childhood on the day of the tragic occurrences, this comment demonstrated the profound impact that the killings had on her life. In her statement, Karen voiced her confusion and incredulity that someone who was capable of such horrible atrocities could continue to claim innocence while on trial. Robert Bianca Vila, the assistant district attorney, made a strong argument against Louis Talisi. He claimed that Talisi intended to rob the Eigeners specifically to fund his cocaine addiction. The prosecution's argument states that Talisi entered the Eigeners' house with the intention of stealing money and valuables. But when he found Susan Eigen inside the house, the break-in took a terrifying turn. During the robbery, Susan was brutally attacked by Talisi, who then killed her. When Richard Eigen unexpectedly entered the house during the break-in, the situation became much more heated. The prosecution argued that Talisi killed Richard as well because he was afraid his crime would be discovered and didn't want to leave any witnesses. Louis Talisi's defense was ineffective due to the prosecutor's strong case during the trial and the substantial evidence acquired by the cold case detectives. He had no way out of the dilemma because the evidence clearly showed that he was involved in the heinous crimes. In the end, Talisi was charged with aggravated assault, burglary, kidnapping, and second-degree murder. The victim's brother and son, Michael Eigen, spoke to the court one more during the sentence hearing on June 2, 2004, making a tearful plea. He talked about how the killings had a significant effect on his life. Michael revealed that among the other items that Talisi took from him were his mother, his sibling, and his house. Judge Joseph Calabrese of Nassau County Court sentenced Louis Talisi to prison in light of the horrible nature of the murders and the terrible losses endured by the Eigen family. For the 1984 killings of Oceanside mother and son Susan and Richard Eigen, the judge imposed 2 consecutive sentences, ranging from 25 years to life in prison. Talisi was informed by Judge Joseph Calabrese that he did not see any justification for extending any kind of indulgence or tolerance to him. The judge stressed that Talisi had killed his victims in a way that was purposeful and meant to bring them the most agony and suffering possible. In addition, Calabrese noted that Talisi had shown no remorse for his crimes during the trial. Following the sentencing, Michael Eigen talked to media about his feelings on Louis Talisi's persistent claims of innocence. He claimed that Talisi's failure to acknowledge his guilt was in line with a pattern of conduct that he had displayed throughout his life. Michael suggested that Talisi's actions could be interpreted as a sign of his reluctance to accept accountability. Michael admitted that a part of his mind took comfort in the fact that Talisi would be imprisoned for at least 50 years because of successive life sentences. and that the offender would be living with the consequences of his crimes for a considerable amount of his life. Michael was prepared to start letting go of the tragedy that had plagued them for so long. Louis Talisi died while incarcerated in 2005, 1 year after being found guilty of the murders of Susan and Richard Eigen. The court sentence was shortened by his death, which signaled the end of his time in prison. What do you think about this instance then? After only a year in prison, do you believe the Eigen family has fully come to terms with Talisi's passing? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. At midnight on August 15, 2020 in Perth, Western Australia, the suburb was completely dark, with the only light coming from the streetlights flickering here and there along the deserted road. In the faint light of a solitary lamp, a home on the outskirts stood motionless and silent. Yet within, there was a muffled bustle. Loud shouts and weak shadows danced over the walls. It was more than just an argument. It was something ferocious, passionate, and disturbing, even primordial. The air was broken abruptly by a loud bang that sounded like something big hitting the wall. Then there was the clear sound of a gunshot. Time seems to stop. After that, there was a terrible quiet that enveloped the area outside the home like a dense fog. Not a soul could be seen. Although no one was around to see it, the gun's piercing crack shattered the silence of the night like a piece of glass. Perth police got a desperate contact to the emergency services just minutes after the gunfire. The shaky, terrified voice of a woman indicated that there had been a shooting and that someone had been hurt. "He is not moving. God, please assist." The woman's voice broke as she screamed. Officers showed up at the scene as soon as the dispatcher deployed a patrol unit. Minutes later, a woman standing on the front lawn, clearly shaken, was visible through the flashing lights. Her entire body was shaking uncontrollably. Her eyes were wide with fear and she was pale. The cops found the house in a state of turmoil. The body of 38-year-old James Watson was in the living room. His physique was contorted in an abnormal way. A black pool of blood had started to spread across the floor, and his eyes were wide open. The walls and furnishings were stained by the blood that seeped into the carpet. Signs of a scuffle were immediately observed by the cops. There were toppled chairs and obvious signs of impact on the walls and furniture. Before the gun was fired, the whole room was in a state of chaos, suggesting a violent altercation. A shotgun with its barrel aimed at the door was resting next to the body. Although there were no indications of forceful entry, it initially appeared as though someone had broken into the house. In order to gather evidence, officers roped off the scene and dispatched forensic and investigative teams. They could see that this was no ordinary crime. It was the result of something far more intricate. They identified the woman they discovered on the lawn as the wife of Catherine Watson James. The paramedics on the scene attempted to calm her down because she was in shock. When she was taken to the police station, she was too upset to talk clearly, and her hands were covered in blood. She was limited to saying, "I didn't mean to. I had no idea how it would turn out." Investigators started looking for solutions. Asking the neighbors questions was the first step. But before to the gunfire, nobody had heard anything out of the ordinary. Mark Ridley, an elderly neighbor, reported that he's seen Catherine and James coming home together that night. He didn't give it much thought, although they appeared nervous. His statement was removed by the police, although it yielded no important clues. In the meantime, forensic specialists inside the home discovered an unsealed envelope containing multiple documents and photos, adding to the mounting evidence that the conflict had begun long before the gunshot on the kitchen table. Upon closer examination, the investigators discovered that several of the photographs depicted intimate moments from the family's lives, even if they didn't initially appear to be very significant. These pictures might be the key to figuring out why the tragedy happened. Investigators tried to piece together what had happened that night. After a stressful dinner at a restaurant, Catherine and James went home at around 8 p.m. Nothing had foreshadowed the impending disaster, but the supper had been unpleasant, according to people who knew them. James said he had to go and take care of something at one point, but Catherine urged he stayed. She informed him that they needed to talk about something. Catherine recommended that they unwind with a drink, and spend the evening in silence after they arrived home. Leaving James in the living area, she took the envelope and headed upstairs. James remained downstairs as if oblivious to what was about to happen. After a while, Catherine returned downstairs with the papers firmly grasped in her hands. She put the envelope on the table in front of him, her face expressionless, and waited for his response. James's face transformed when he saw the envelope. Despite his best efforts to maintain composure, the anxiety in the room was evident. Despite her silence, Catherine's expression spoke a lot. There was a thick quiet. Right at this point, everything changed. They got into a furious debate that swiftly turned into a yelling contest. At one point, Catherine refused to let go of the documents and clutched onto the envelope when James tried to retrieve it. A damaged chair appeared as detectives inspected the room where the shot was fired. Been employed as a weapon. Photographs and documents, some of them blood-stained, were scattered on the floor. Every piece of evidence suggested that James and Catherine were fighting over the documents. Investigators came to the conclusion that James was attempting to seize something from Catherine when the gun was discharged. Catherine had fired the shotgun, as evidenced by the marks on the carpet and the shotgun's location. Police discovered a number of fascinating things when they gained access to James and Catherine's phones. In contrast to his regular conduct, James had shut off his phone around 10:30 p.m. James had gone at that time, according to surveillance footage from a camera outside their home, but he returned 10 minutes later. It was still unclear what he accomplished in those brief minutes. Still in a state of shock when she was taken to the police, Catherine was unable to provide a detailed account of what had happened. She said that they had begun to argue and that things eventually got out of hand. She said she couldn't recall how she got the shotgun in her hands. Although it was evident that she was under a lot of stress, detectives felt that there was more to her story. Investigators started looking into the Watsons' relationship in further detail. The couple had been married for 10 years, didn't have any kids, and seemed to lead a peaceful existence. However, Catherine became suspicious when neighbors saw that James had been spending less time at home lately. Even close friends and neighbors had seen the strain in their conversations, while no one knew exactly what was going on between them. The inquiry also found that Catherine had gotten in touch with a private investigator only a week prior to the incident. It was unclear why this was the case. It was unclear exactly what she was looking into, but it was possible that she was obtaining evidence against her spouse. The results of the forensic examination of the weapon discovered at the scene were given to the police later that night. When James's fingerprints were found on the shotgun, they appeared strange, as if he had handled it just once. This made investigators question whether the firearm may have been utilized by someone else at the crucial moment. Perth police visited Catherine and James Watson's house again the morning following the incident. As investigators attempted to piece together a more coherent picture of what had happened, forensic teams continued to collect evidence at the crime scene, which remained sealed off. The specifics cast doubt on the simplicity of this narrative, which at first glance seemed to be a spontaneous flash of hostility during an argument. The investigation's main detective, Richard Hale, made the decision to go over the surveillance film once more to make sure nothing had been missed. There was a little discrepancy between the frames of the video, which showed James leaving the house at 10:30 p.m. and coming back 10 minutes later. He was seen talking to someone in a car parked by the curb in the video. The face of the person James was speaking to was indistinguishable from the shadowy figure that the camera captured. Hale started looking into who might have been outside the house at that time, after realizing that this might be a significant lead. Detectives kept questioning Catherine in the meantime, but her mental condition remained unpredictable. She asserted that everything happened too fast and that she couldn't remember how things got out of hand. She spoke incoherently, and her eyes were empty. When he questioned her about the car that was captured on the surveillance camera, Detective Hale saw a momentary shift in her demeanor, as though she was trying to conceal something. The contents of the envelope discovered at the side were being carefully examined by detectives at the same time. Indeed, a professional investigator had taken a number of the photos inside. James was pictured with a young woman, but her face was never fully visible. The investigators' report listed a number of locations where they had met, including a motel on the outskirts of the city, a shopping mall parking lot, and a cafe in downtown Perth. The report, however, omitted the woman's identity, although it was still unclear how these photos related to the crime. Hale came to the conclusion that Catherine had hired the private investigator to track her husband. Investigators chose to go to the private investigator's office, who was listed in the report. They discovered Thomas Morgan, a man who appeared a little uncomfortable when he saw the detectives. According to Morgan, Catherine had called him approximately 2 weeks earlier, claiming that her husband had been acting strangely. She had a suspicion that he was cheating, but she didn't elaborate. Copies of the images captured over the course of a week of monitoring were presented to the police by Morgan. Although the woman's face was always obscured, it was evident from the photos that James and the woman were meeting. She was either turning away or wearing a hood. Morgan stated that just 1 day before to the terrible incident, he had given Catherine all of the collected material. After returning to Catherine, Detective Hale showed her the pictures that the private investigator had taken. She acknowledged that she had suspected James of being unfaithful, but her response was cold. She stated that in order to learn the truth and determine the course of their marriage, she planned to present him with the proof during a family meeting. She insisted, nevertheless, that she never intended to hurt him. After James saw the pictures and accused her of spying on him, things became out of hand for her. Although she couldn't recall the specifics, she said the debate escalated into a physical altercation and ultimately the fatal shooting. The forensic results of the fingerprints found on the shotgun were given to detectives as they attempted to ascertain whether Catherine's story was accurate. Forensic specialists concluded that although James's prints were on the gun, they had been there long before the shot was fired. Catherine had maintained that she had never touched the rifle and that it was kept in the house for safety. Since this claim ran counter to the forensic results, detectives started to believe that the weapon had been tampered with in an effort to deceive the authorities. One of the most important pieces of evidence was the security film showing James conversing with someone in a car. In an attempt to identify the license plate of the car and determine who might have been outside the Watsons' house that night, Detective Hale forwarded a copy of the video for additional examination. Detectives looked through Catherine and James's phone logs in anticipation of the results, hoping to find further hints. They learned that Catherine had texted her sister Lisa multiple times the night of the event. Suspicions were raised by the message's content. They appeared to be attempts at justification or explanation. "I didn't intend for things to go this way," one message read. Another included a meeting request. Hale was concerned since Lisa had not responded to these texts. In order to learn whether she was aware of what had happened that evening, he made the decision to summon her in for interrogation. Lisa looked uncomfortable when she got to the station. She acknowledged that although she hadn't spoken to Catherine the night of the event, she had done so the day before. They had talked about an impending family get-together, Lisa said. She claimed to have been at home all evening and to have no knowledge of what had transpired. Her apprehensive manner and tentative responses, however, gave the detectives cause for concern. Hale made the decision to confirm her alibi by looking through her location information and phone records. The results of the surveillance video analysis were given to investigators while the interrogation went on. Lisa was the owner of the license plate on the vehicle, parked outside the Watsons' residence. Their suspicions were aroused by this information, so Hale altered his questioning strategy throughout the interrogation and asked Lisa pointed questions regarding her whereabouts that evening. She initially attempted to justify her actions, but under duress she eventually acknowledged that she had been outside the house when James left. However, her reasoning was unclear. She never got out of the car, saying she had come to speak to her sister but left when she saw James. Hale was aware that something wasn't right. He went back to looking through Lisa's phone logs and found that the night of the event, she had gotten a message from James to come over right away. However, what could James have been talking about in private, and why would he phone Lisa when he was meant to be with Catherine? Another important piece of evidence was discovered by forensic specialists in the bedroom where Catherine claimed the argument started. Blood traces that did not belong to Catherine or James were found on the door handle. Detectives began to think that a third party had been involved in the fight as a result of this. Lisa's blood was identified through a DNA study. Despite Lisa's prior protestations, investigators now obtained evidence that she had been inside the residence. Lisa was presented with the fresh proof by the police. She attempted to excuse herself by saying she had simply come to keep Catherine safe, but she became alarmed and attempted to flee as James and Catherine began to argue. She maintained that she didn't know who fired the gun and had nothing to do with the crime. But as the interrogation went on, her tale became more complicated. Investigators were starting to feel that Catherine and Lisa could be concealing something. There were still too many unresolved problems, but they had a notion that James's potential affair might have led to a dispute between the sisters. Hale made the decision to temporarily release Lisa, requesting that she stay in town. He had the feeling that the mystery was almost solved, but that one crucial piece of information was still lacking to reveal the whole truth of that evening. Detective Richard Hale and his colleagues went back to the Watson residence the next day to conduct a more comprehensive examination. It became evident with every fresh clue that this was no ordinary crime. Hale believed that there was much more going on here than a tragic family dispute. Once more, the cops searched every room for information that could help them solve the case. They looked carefully at the pictures in the envelope. Although the woman's face was obscured and blurry in the private investigator's images that Catherine had commissioned, the detectives thought they were essential to the motivation. Because they were unable to identify her with certainty, this made the inquiry more difficult. Hale made the decision to re-interrogate Lisa, this time as a possible suspect rather than a witness, while the forensic team carried on with their investigation. Lisa agreed to cooperate despite her anxious appearance. Hale decided to present in a more straightforward manner. Given the blood analysis results on the door handle, he questioned her about why, if she had stated she never left her car, her blood was discovered inside the residence. Lisa attempted to clarify once more, but her responses lacked conviction. Although her explanation looked tenuous, she implied that she might have unintentionally scratched herself as she entered the residence. Though he was positive there was more to her story than she was revealing, Hale opted to give her some time after realizing that pressing any farther would not be fruitful. Investigators examined Lisa and James's phone logs in the interim. James had sent Lisa a number of texts shortly before he passed away, which they discovered. One text said, "Come over immediately," while another gave the meeting place. Hale thought James had a feeling something catastrophic was going to happen because of the frantic, almost desperate tone of the communications. He gave his staff instructions to look more closely at their previous exchanges to determine whether any encounters or messages were comparable. Investigators also started looking through James's social media and email accounts, discovering a series of exchanges between James and Lisa that went back several weeks. During these conversations, James and Lisa talked about some important actions that needed to be done immediately. The messages alluded to a strategy, but they were ambiguous. Hale began to piece together that James and Lisa's relationship went beyond a simple familial tie. Catherine continued to feel stressed as the investigation progressed. In an effort to shed further light on what had happened that evening, detectives made the decision to question her again. Catherine was hesitant to talk about her sister when Hale started inquiring about her connection with Lisa. Although they had been close, she said that in recent months their relationship had soured. Although Catherine didn't elaborate, she did imply that there had been disagreements in their family, not all of which had to do with James seeing an opening. Hal put more pressure on Catherine, asking if she was aware that James had been seeing Lisa. She didn't respond when he showed her the messages on James's phone. She stated that she was unaware of these meetings, and that the only reason she had a suspicion was that James might be disloyal to Lisa, but not to another woman. Hale recognized then that either Catherine was purposefully concealing the truth, or she really didn't know anything. The detectives changed their emphasis and chose to look into Lisa's house. After obtaining a search warrant, they went to her home to collect additional evidence. They discovered a notebook including notes from phone conversations and meetings with James throughout the search. Names, dates, and places were listed, including the residence of Catherine and James. This demonstrated that Lisa might have been organizing her visits in addition to being aware of James's every move. Hale started to believe Lisa was a major contributor to what had occurred. After more investigation, a picture of Lisa and James together at the beach was found in Lisa's home. They looked really close, and the photo seemed to be fresh. This turned into a crucial lead. Hale now understood that James and Lisa were in a romantic connection, one that Catherine had purposefully disregarded or had not detected. In the meantime, forensic specialists finished examining the shotgun. Lisa's fingerprints were found on the weapon, according to the results, but they were left behind after James's. Because of this, investigators concluded that Lisa handled the shotgun after James had already suffered injuries. Hale started to worry that Lisa might have altered the scene of the crime in order to deceive the investigators. Investigators also discovered video from a hotel where James and Lisa had first met. Before Lisa departed and James remained, The footage shows them conversing and debating things. Their close-knit conduct was another evidence of a relationship that Catherine was not aware of. The idea that Lisa and James were part of something more complex, and that their covert relationship had been a significant factor in the events leading up to that terrible night, was reinforced by this. Hale made a snap decision. Calling Lisa back to the station, he showed her the additional evidence: photos, videos, and fingerprints. This time, Lisa made an effort to maintain her composure, but she broke under strain. Indeed, she had been seeing James behind Catherine's back, she acknowledged. She clarified that she never meant to ruin her sister's marriage, but that their affair had begun more than a year prior. Everything was kept under wraps until Catherine hired a private investigator after she started to suspect James of adultery. Hale persisted, inquiring as to what Lisa and James had talked about that evening. According to Lisa, James had requested a meeting to discuss the best way to tell Catherine the truth. However, things rapidly spiraled out of control. She acknowledged that she hadn't meant to meddle when she had entered the residence, but when she went inside after hearing the yelling, she discovered Catherine and James struggling. She claims that she attempted to stop them but was unable to do so in time. Investigators started confirming her account, but every piece of evidence suggested Lisa was inside the house when the crime was committed. Her presence was verified by fingerprints, blood analysis, and surveillance footage. Comments: it was still unclear if she was a direct participant in the altercation or just a bystander. Hale, however, was positive that she was concealing more than she was admitting. Investigators looked into James and Lisa's financial records in the interim. They learned that James had made a sizable transfer to Lisa's account just prior to the incident. The cause for it was still unknown, although it appeared to be payment for something. Hale started to believe Lisa was part of a bigger scheme, possibly even planning the crime. The forensic squad gave cops a breakthrough later that night. In the bedroom of Catherine and James, they had discovered Lisa's phone concealed beneath the mattress. The detectives' suspicions were validated when they discovered text messages on the phone. James and Lisa had been preparing to attack Catherine and set her up for it. Various aspects of the plan were covered in the communications, but for some reason, things didn't work out as planned. Hale ordered Lisa to be detained after realizing they had enough evidence to arrest her. Later, when she was being questioned, she backed into a corner and acknowledged that there had been a plot. She said that if she didn't assist James in getting rid of Catherine, he would expose her. She maintained, though, that the gunshot was an accident, and that she never meant for things to escalate to this point. Hale was aware that he was getting close to cracking the case, but there was still a crucial question. If Lisa and James had conspired to plot everything, why did it go wrong, and who actually fired the shot? Detective Richard Hale believed that the puzzle was finally coming together. But there was still a critical point that needed to be answered. Why had James and Lisa's plan failed? And who had actually pulled the trigger? Although Lisa's confession and the evidence gathered suggested a plot, the specifics were still unknown. Lisa insisted throughout the interrogation that she was not involved in the crime and never meant to hurt James. She attempted to persuade the cops that their initial strategy was only to fabricate an event to give the impression that Catherine had assaulted James. However, she claims that as things got out of hand, she was left on the sidelines, not knowing what to do when the conflict started. Even though Hale paid close attention, he could sense that Lisa was still hiding something. He made the decision to do a last examination of the case in order to piece together the whole series of events that transpired that evening. To make sure they hadn't missed anything, the detectives went back to the Watson residence and meticulously went over the surveillance tape and the crime scene. Forensic specialists discovered a little but important hint on the shotgun during the re-examination that had previously gone overlooked. Tests on a piece of hair discovered beneath the stock showed it belonged to Catherine. Hale hesitated at this revelation. Before or immediately after the shot was discharged, Catherine might have held the gun. It also clarified the confusion in her account. Perhaps she simply was unable to recall the events of those pivotal moments when emotions were running high. The cops also looked through Catherine's pre-shooting phone logs. They learned that she had booked a private investigator and set up a meeting for the following day. This demonstrated her sincere desire to address the matter and perhaps make James responsible for his adultery. But why had things turned tragic if she had such intentions? Hale made the decision to go over Catherine's remarks again. He wanted to know if she had been part of the conflict or if she had been deceived. He started asking her more pointed questions right away, but Catherine insisted she couldn't remember the specifics. She explained that she and James got into a fight and that he attempted to steal the envelope containing the pictures from her. Everything happened too quickly, and then everything simply vanished. Detectives discovered a surveillance camera in the living room that they had previously overlooked as the inquiry went forward. The case took an unexpected turn when it was discovered that James had installed the camera himself. James and Catherine were seen fighting on the video. Lisa's voice could be heard even though she wasn't on camera. She was telling James to stop and that they needed to find a peaceful solution. There was a violent altercation when Catherine pushed James aside when he attempted to take the envelope from her. Catherine lost control of the situation, as seen on the video. Lisa rushed into the room to try to break up the fight as James seized her wrists. Despite placing herself between them, she managed to hold the shotgun. She seemed to want to defuse the situation, but it didn't work out that way. The pivotal moment was caught on camera when Lisa accidentally pointed the shotgun toward James in an effort to frighten him while she was in a panic. The gun went off as James made a quick movement. Lisa stood motionless, but Catherine fell to the ground. She gazed at James, who was lying on the ground, still holding the shotgun, for a few seconds. Her expression twisted in sheer horror. She dropped the weapon slowly and sprinted out of sight. Shocked and shaking, Catherine slowly stood up and urgently called emergency services. She spoke in a scared, tremulous voice. Detective Hale instantly realized what had happened. Lisa had fired the gun in a moment of utter terror, perhaps without even recognizing what she was doing, as she was stuck in the heart of the growing fight. When the situation reached a breaking point, James and Lisa's plan to conduct an attack and hold Catherine accountable had failed. The disaster was unavoidable since Lisa lost control due to her overwhelming anxiety. Hale made the decision to charge Lisa with involuntary manslaughter in order to wrap up the case. She sobbed and insisted that she never meant to hurt anyone, but there was no denying the proof. Although her actions were motivated by panic, the investigators acknowledged that she had known she was carrying a gun and had the option to not use it. Catherine was still in disbelief after discovering the whole truth. She understood that her sister was the one who had eventually caused James's death, not just a co-conspirator. Catherine agreed to cooperate with the inquiry, despite her grief, giving the authorities all the evidence they needed to close the case. Lisa ultimately entered a guilty plea in court and received a 6-year prison sentence for conspiracy to stage a crime and involuntary manslaughter. Determined to move on from the awful events that had permanently changed her family's lives, Catherine left Perth to begin a new life. None of the players had anticipated how the narrative would conclude. Deception, manipulation, and covert activities culminated in a disaster brought on by bad choices and a loss of control. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Is it feasible to live a twin's life while stealing their identity? When twins appear together, people are generally always quite interested in them. It should come as no surprise that they have also always been the focus of close examination for scientific studies. From biology to psychology, such research is thought to be essential for understanding the genetics of their behavior. Even though they live far away, many twins say they can sense their sibling or sister's emotional state and occasionally even their physical suffering. They have a unique bond that sometimes even causes them to repeat each other's fate. Since identical twins are produced when a single fertilized egg divides, they are identical. In addition to their striking physical similarities, their fingerprints are strikingly similar in terms of pattern type and line count, albeit the finer details are obviously different. Though it took place in real life, the story of Sunny and Gina Han, twin sisters, reads like the plot of a thriller or even a horror film. After being split up in their early years and then reunited, the girls experienced a peculiar emotion that turned into jealousy and a never-ending rivalry in everything. Every girl thought her sister was luckier and more successful than she was, and their relentless pursuit of perfection at all costs led to a true tragedy. On April 3, 1974, Sisters Sunny and Gina Han were born into a modest household in a South Korean province. Sunny and Gina were the names given to the twin daughters. The couple's modest, if not impoverished lifestyle was severely impacted by the way their two children looked. The parents chose to divorce when the daughters were under 2 years old because they were continuously scandalized. In this instance, the children only shared during the divorce proceedings. The mother stayed in her home province with Sunny, while the father took Gina to a nearby city. The sisters did not see each other throughout the nearly 4 years that the ex-spouses did not speak, but when Mr. Han found a woman in 1980, she made the decision to be married and start a family. But Gina was detested by his new partner. Almost once, by forcing the man to give the child back to his mother, the lady tensely posed the question and only agreed to marry him in this situation. He took the girl to his ex-wife in the fall of that year and simply left her there without providing an explanation or even taking note of the circumstances in the home. After that, he departed and never again showed concern for his children's welfare or provided them with financial support. By that time, the daughter's mother was severely struggling with alcoholism, had no steady employment, and was addicted to gambling, which led to her accruing enormous debt. For days at a time, the lady might be gone from home, leaving her girls alone with a bag of inexpensive convenience foods or perhaps no food at all. They appeared to have no one else in the world but one another, and they were both hungry and terrified. Still, the sisters' relationship was falling apart quickly. They started fighting over everything and were always vying for their mother's attention. Their arguments frequently resulted in violent altercations that left them with abrasions, bruises, and ripped hair. In an interview many years later, the mother herself stated that she never tried to reconcile her daughters or separate them. She did not step in to stop the clashes between siblings because they were usual in Korea. In the early 980s flee to the United States of America. Mrs. Han chose to leave the country by sea in order to avoid creditors and attempt to start over, since she was unable to pay off her growing debts and was worried about her life and the safety of her daughters. The woman, who had only seen images and articles of the sunny state of California, wanted to visit. She purchased one-way tickets for herself and her kids and just packed the essentials in her suitcase. They encountered a number of issues as soon as they moved to Irvine, a city in Orange County, California. They had no family, friends, or acquaintances to offer any assistance. The girls who didn't know English struggled in school, and Mrs. Han was unable to get employment since she didn't speak the language. Living on a limited stipend, the family was barely surviving, and the future appeared ghoulish and terrifying. The mother and kids took a few years to get used to their new surroundings. However, just as things appeared to be improving, the woman developed a gambling and alcohol addiction. The same thing happened again, but this time she also started exhibiting mental health issues. She wanted to place her daughters in a foster home or orphanage because she couldn't raise them herself. Mrs. Hannah, Aurem, sister and her spouse, relocated to California in 1986. She herself offered to take the 12-year-old girls to her for rearing, after learning about the circumstances in a relative's home, as the pair did not have any children of their own. Mrs. Han eagerly accepted the offer, but she didn't even discuss it with her daughters. She hurriedly packed their things in a suitcase, caught a bus to Sunny and Gina in a nearby town, and just told them where to go when she dropped them off at her sister's house at the bus stop. The girls' lives quickly started to resemble a fairy tale, as they were embraced with open arms at their aunt's house despite their confusion and fear. Auntie and her husband made every effort to ensure the sisters were comfortable and had nothing to require. For the first time in their lives, Sunny and Gina ate enough, dressed beautifully, and were driven to a prestigious school. However, not only did the sisters' relationship not get better, it got so bad that it broke down. They were in the same class, studying together, and they were always competing. Each of the top-achieving females attempted to get around her sister in this way. In an effort to outperform their sister, they participated in athletics as well. Shared pals liked boys and vied for the attention of guardians and teachers. The sisters appeared to be very inspired and motivated by this rivalry, which pushed them to excel in all they did, rank first in their school, excel in athletics, pay close attention to their appearance, and set a good example for others. Love was the single thing that never occurred between them. The second sister didn't want to lag behind and give in because they all believed she received the best treatment. It should be mentioned that Sunny found it simpler to establish friendships or connections with boys because she was more outgoing, gregarious, and talkative. Her guardians unknowingly provided her more love and attention, and her teachers treated her better. However, Gina appeared to be motivated by hatred and rage. From the army to the alcoholic to the gambler, she would make a special effort to beat her sister and show everyone that she was superior. The sisters' paths took different turns after high school. Gina signed a 4-year contract to join the U.S. Air Force after deciding she could fulfill her potential as a soldier. The girl was physically fit and hardy, but she quickly came to the conclusion that she did not enjoy being in the military. Strict order and discipline prevailed here. The soldier did not truly belong to himself, and orders were not debated. She tried to breach the contract for the first time after a year, but was unsuccessful. Another 6 months later, she pretended that she had to care for her father because he was gravely ill. Naturally, she was unable to obtain the medical certificate that the management required as proof. Gina was really suffocating without any personal freedom. After another 6 months or so went by, in Bexar County, Texas, at Lackland Air Force Base, her unit was moved. Enlisted members of the U.S. Air Force and Space Force can only get basic military training there. Furthermore, Lackland is most famous for being the sole place where the U.S. Air Force conducts military training. Although many individuals aspire to visit this base, Han felt that it was a true jail. Gina didn't want to wait for her contract to end for another 2 years. Thus, she chose to cheat once more. She approached a senior official and told him about her nonconformist views. Note that it was 1994, and at that time, a scandalous comment like that was a valid grounds to end the contract right away. After being released from her responsibilities, Gina went back to California and made her home in the Los Angeles suburbs. The attractive 20-year-old lady soon secured a position at a well-known casino, earning roughly $20,000, 0 cents annually. Even at the time, the amount was modest, but tips occasionally far outstripped her daily income. Gina's life appeared to be improving for a while. She had her own car, although a second-hand one, rented a residence in a nice neighborhood, made a solid living, and could afford to buy clothing and cosmetics from high-end stores. However, that was short-lived. She quickly developed an addiction to hot beverages and started using them virtually every day. It wasn't as bad as that, though. After working a shift one day, Han decided to try her luck and sat down at a slot machine after picking up her paycheck and collecting a respectable tip. She lost everything she had made in a matter of hours. However, she woke up with a genuine, excruciating excitement rather than remorse. Every day, once her work ended, she hoped to win back and hit the lottery. She sat at the machines where she lost all the money and drank. She initially only bet her salary and tips, but she soon started taking out loans from friends and co-workers, which led to her debt. Gina was unaware that she was following in her mother's footsteps, who also struggled with gambling and alcohol, and as a result, the woman once fled her own country to America while carrying 2 children. Gina became more addicted. She soon stopped lending money as she just didn't repay them, and she started doing common thievery. She took money from her coworker's purse for the first time, but after realizing the loss, the coworker felt terrible for Han and chose not to call the police. The thief was brought to administrative accountability when the incident recurred, but she was simply given a fine and a suspended sentence. She visited her aunt, who reared her, in mid-1995 and stole from her a few months later. For the first time, Gina was given a real sentence after being found guilty of stealing. She was sentenced to 3 months in prison, but she was released early after less than a month. She was seen by the police a few more times for drunken revelry after that, but she was only in prison for a few days. Sunny, a successful twin, attended a renowned university after graduating from high school. She pursued a scholarship to study law, made many wealthy and accomplished acquaintances, moved around in high society, and led that painfully ideal life that many often boast about on social media. She rented a large apartment in a high-end apartment building in a posh neighborhood, complete with a gym and swimming pool. Sunny and Helena Smith, a fellow student and close friend who was the heiress of extremely affluent parents, split the rent. In addition to owning a pricey white BMW, Han was in a relationship with a young, attractive man from a bright family who was enrolled in medical school and aspired to become a surgeon. She appeared to be the total opposite of her sister, to have fulfilled all of her dreams, and to have a long and contented life ahead of her. Sunny was almost forgetting about her twin sister. Since high school graduation, they had not seen or spoken to each other. She was aware from her aunt's statements that Gina had previously served time in jail for stealing, struggled with alcohol, and accrued debt due to gambling. The girl didn't try to locate her sister, get in touch with her, or offer assistance because she was too preoccupied with her education, relationships, and creating the ideal existence. But early in 1996, Gina called her sister out of the blue and requested assistance. Is it feasible to take another person's life? Gina called Sunny in April 1996 and requested to see her. For the first time in 4 years, the sisters saw one another, but they were not happy about it. Because it appeared as though they were seated in front of a mirror, the folks in the cafe across from them had their eyes fixed on them. Gina told her sister that she was having a lot of problems and was unsure of what to do. Unemployed and very indebted, Gina had no place to live and no one to turn to. Sunny truly felt sad for her sister and paid close attention to what she had to say. Without even talking to Helena, she recommended that Gina remain at her apartment for the time being. With just a bag and her possessions, Gina moved into her sister's apartment that same day. Gina had heard that Sunny wasn't impoverished, of course, but she hadn't anticipated seeing such an opulent and comfortable apartment in a nice neighborhood with all the amenities one could want. Gina, of course, did not pay for the apartment and lived at her sister's cost for almost a month. Envy and loathing consumed her more and more each day. She was always wondering what might have happened in her life. In what way was her sister superior to her now? Gina had an apparently insane idea. After all, she and Sunny had the same appearance, and only her mother and aunt had ever been able to tell them apart. What if the twins simply vanished, and Gina was able to lead her ideal life? Since Gina had virtually no friends and her family, to be honest, didn't like her, she believed that no one would even notice the changeover or her disappearance. Such thoughts quickly became obsessive. Over time, a sneaky scheme developed in Gina's brain. She closely observed who her sister spoke to, where she went, and how she dressed and spoke. She also meticulously imitated her hair, cosmetics, and mannerisms. In an effort to get to know her sister's friends better and keep them from noticing the changeover, Gina made every effort to interact with them. The sisters continued to argue and struggled to find common ground. Sunny's constant threats to evict her sister were the primary point of contention, but she simply gave up and bottled up her resentment since she had nowhere else to go. After yet another scandal, on August 18, 1996, Gina had been drinking when she walked through the apartment, took all the money she could find, and went to the casino, while her sister and a neighbor went somewhere else. The property was in disarray, and the money was gone when Sunny and Helena got home. They could no longer stand Gina's pranks and went to the police as soon as they understood what had transpired. That same evening, the girl was taken into custody in the casino. She was convicted and sentenced to 6 months in prison. However, after 2 months, the terms of her incarceration were loosened, allowing her to go for work 6 hours a day, but having to return to the prison at night. After 2 weeks of compliance, she made the decision to flee in order to finish her scheme, a cunning one. After being set free, Gina returned to Orange County by hitchhiking. The hunt for her was not a full-time job because she was not a dangerous criminal. Gina had to spend the night in a homeless shelter in a highly underprivileged area since she had no money. She wanted to replace her sister and kill her as quickly as possible, but she couldn't do it by herself, and she couldn't afford to hire a hitman. Then, after meeting 2 local adolescents in the same problematic neighborhood, Gina recruited them. They were identified as Joni Sirrett and Archie Bryant, his friend. In the event that they were successful, the girl agreed to give them each $100, 0 cents. The men made extensive preparations for the crime, purchased duct tape and rope, and even obtained a gun, albeit unloaded, that they could use to threaten people. After borrowing funds from friends, Gina hired a used Ford Mustang on November 15, 1996, with the intention of traveling to her sister's home with her accomplices. Everything was to take place on Wednesday, November 20, in the afternoon, when Sunny would undoubtedly be home by herself, based on her sister's estimates, as well as to do reconnaissance. The invaders also purchased a pack of magazines so that Johnny, posing as a salesperson, could inspect the apartment and see who was inside. The strategy appeared to be perfect. Each of the 3 criminals understood what they were supposed to do, and their roles were scripted, but all of a sudden, everything went wrong. A failed assassination attempt, to be exact. When a Mustang arrived to Sonny's apartment building at midday on the scheduled day, two men got out. While Johnny carried the magazines to the victim's apartment, Archie quietly moved to the side. Sonny answered the door when he knocked, but she didn't bother to knock and just slammed it in his face, claiming she didn't want anything. Johnny returned to his assistants, filled them in on everything, and they went over the plan's specifics again. Because the girl had opened the door without calling anyone, nobody was suspicious that she might not have been home alone. The young guys returned to the apartment after concluding their discussion of the subtleties and retrieved the rifle, duct tape, and rope from the car. When Johnny called the apartment again at around 1, Archie was standing a short distance away, ready to kick down the door when Sonny opened it. But by that time, Sonny had already gone to shower because she had a crucial meeting to attend. When the bell rang, her neighbor, who was seated in front of the TV in the living room, refused to even open the door. However, the unexpected guest persisted, so after a few minutes, Smith gave up and made his way to the door. Without any fanfare, the males kicked out the door as soon as the latch clicked and it started to open, knocking the girl on the ground before realizing that it was not Sonny in front of them and brandishing a revolver. After duct taping Helena's mouth shut and tying her up, Johnny rushed to Gina to ask her how to handle the problem and whether to allow the witness to remain alive. A bank card in Sonny's name was on the dresser when he left. Sonny, who was still in the restroom at the moment, heard a sound and warily peered out. After concluding that the house had been broken into, she went back to the bathroom, picked up the cell phone in the corridor, and began phoning the emergency services. She only had time to inform them about the armed robbery and provide the address. The friends anticipated being tortured to discover where the money and valuables were in the house, or being abused when Archie grabbed a terrified Sonny by the hair, tied her up with rope, taped her mouth shut, and threw her on the floor next to a bound Helena when the connection was abruptly cut off and the room door swung open with a powerful kick. But the police showed up a few minutes later. When the cops got to the residence, Johnny and Gina were still in the Mustang. A few minutes after the initial 3 police officers rushed past them, a second vehicle arrived to assist. Every force was hurried to the scene because it was a hostage situation. The intruder sitting in the car heard the number of the apartment radioed by a passing police officer. Gina shouted that she was Sonny as she exited the vehicle. Law enforcement officer Han glanced at her, but he couldn't make out what that meant. He requested that she rush to the location, where his colleagues had already disarmed the assailant and freed the hostages. The policeman was astonished and confused when he walked into the flat. The same girl he had just rushed past on the street was sitting in front of him, weeping and terrified. The policeman briefly questioned whether what was happening was genuine when he inquired her name, and she replied that it was Sonny Han. Since the same person could not be in 2 locations at once, he believed he was going insane. The Ford Mustang carrying the girl and her accomplice, the good twin and the bad twin, had already vanished when the man who had told his colleague that he needed to check something leaped back into the yard. Gina knew the attempt had failed when she heard the radio announce the apartment number and saw the cops coming. Then, in a desperate move, she jumped out of the car and called herself by her sister's name. By claiming that the true offender was now in her flat, the girl attempted to appear like a victim, but the rushed officer ignored her and merely requested her to wait. Gina, of course, didn't wait. She and Johnny went to the closest ATM and used her sister's stolen card to withdraw a couple $1,000s. The crooks then hurried to the Mexican border, but not before they had to swap their car for a less noticeable one at the car dealership. Gina used her sister's name when introducing herself, but she accidentally wrote her own name on the form. The staff found this extremely odd and requested her to wait while the formalities were completed. The management was then notified and the police were contacted. Gina insisted that Sonny was her and that the other sister was impersonating her even after she was jailed. Even after fingerprints were used to determine each girl's identity, they both continued to identify themselves as Sonny during the inquiry and in court. The Han sisters appeared to be ordinary good and bad twins at first, but a closer look at their past showed that this was not the case at all. Sonny had a successful and happy life, while Gina struggled with addictions, was frequently in problems, and had multiple criminal records. Sonny lost her primary motivation, though, when the sisters' paths parted and they ceased their ceaseless rivalry. She enrolled at a prominent university, But her academic performance declined in the second year, and she was unable to maintain her scholarship to pay for her education. She carefully concealed the fact that she was working as a dancer in a nearby city's nightclub from her boyfriend and friends. Sunny made an effort to keep up the appearance of an ideal existence, but in actuality, she was no longer leading one. Gina and her lesser accomplices were accused of conspiring to kill Sunny Han throughout the trial and punishment. Additionally, the girl was charged with attempting to pass for her twin sister, whose she even used while introducing herself at the hearing. Overall, the process was both intriguing and unsettling since the sisters, who were experiencing the same emotions, started crying, had panic attacks, and, during one session, passed out all at once. Gina stated that she merely intended to remove her sister's possessions from her apartment and had no intention of killing her. Johnny and Archie were meant to assist her with that, but instead they chose to act like gangsters and frighten Sunny and her neighbor. A bit too much, though. The defendants argued that since the rifle was unloaded, the girls would not have actually been harmed. A year after the attempted murder, on November 20, 1997, the court rendered its decision. Gina had a history of many convictions, had fled from jail, and was wanted at the time of this offense, all of which the jury considered. Given all of this, Gina Han received a 26-year prison term after being found guilty on all counts. In the case's aftermath and cultural reflection, her accomplices, Archie Bryant and Jonia Sirat, were sentenced to 14 and 8 years respectively. After serving 21 years, Gina was released in May 2018 after her lawyer's appeal was approved by a California state commission. It's important to note that Sunny supported her in her parole case because her sister was able to pardon her. After Gina gained her freedom, she moved into her mother's home and now looks after her. The Khan sisters' story received extensive media coverage, was featured in several prominent talk show episodes, and served as the inspiration for several documentaries and feature films. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Detectives had been having a hard time solving cases involving John or Jane Doe victims for years. These victims could only be identified by looking through missing people databases for a match, or by a family member recognizing the victim. However, they now have a new tool at their disposal thanks to developments in DNA technology, which is enabling them to solve crimes that had been unsolved for years. Families are finally getting the closure they've long sought over their missing loved ones, while victims who had been anonymous and unrecognized for decades are finally getting their identities back. We'll examine 2 John Doe cases today where the victims were ultimately identified. After decades, the victims in both of these crimes were eventually identified in 2023 through the use of genetic genealogy, a groundbreaking new DNA technology. Let's get started on these situations right away. With a population of more than 640,000, Bucks County, the 4th most populated county in Pennsylvania, is the subject of our first case today. The city of Doylestown serves as its county seat. Its southeastern boundary is the Delaware River, and its entire size is 622 square miles. In 1986, a startling discovery was made here, close to the river. It appeared to be a calm Sunday morning in Buckingham Township, Bucks County, Pennsylvania, on June 15, 1986. After their late Saturday evenings out, most individuals slept in the morning because the weekend was coming to an end. Others sought comfort in their pastimes. A Buckingham Township fisherman chose to spend his morning fishing by the Delaware River, which was his favorite activity. Armed with his equipment, he left home in hopes of enjoying a leisurely day of fishing in the Delaware River. He could not have been prepared for what he was about to learn. He was planning to capture something completely different on the riverbanks instead of fish. When he got to the river, he was strolling along the bank close to the Mooresville boat ramp, trying to find a suitable place to set up shop, when he saw something white protruding from the vegetation at the riverside. He approached curiously to see what it was, and when he saw it was a human skull, he flinched in disbelief. He searched the area, but he was unable to uncover any more bones or remnants strewn around the head. He first considered calling the police because he knew he had to do something, but he didn't know how long it would take them to arrive. so he decided to handle things himself. He picked up the skull and brought it to the Buckingham Township Police Department so they could look into it. Upon receiving the skull, the Buckingham Township Police Department was unsure of how to proceed with their investigation. Investigators were unable to identify the unidentified individual or even try to characterize any physical traits they might have had because of the skull's state and the fact that no further remains were discovered. They could tell by looking at the skull that it belonged to a white person, but they were unable to identify the victim's age or sex other than the fact that they had been under 70. They had no additional clues as to who this person might be, thus they had very little information to work with, which made the inquiry nearly impossible. There was no way to know if the skull belonged to any of the people they examined, so they looked through missing persons cases at the time to see if any of them matched the little information they had. The probe eventually became chilly since there was so little to work with. The skull was kept as evidence because it was the only hint investigators had, and no funeral was held because only a skull and no other bones were discovered. They believed at the time that the skull will be useful in the future due to scientific advancements. The victim was labeled as unknown, and the case was closed because there were no further leads to pursue. Bucks County detectives acquired possession of the skull in October 2019, 33 years after it was first found near the Delaware River while investigating a homicide case, but they later turned it over to the Bucks County Coroner's Office. The skull was added to the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System, NamUs, database by the Coroner's Office later that year, with the ID up 62,362. Sadly, no one came forward because the victims' data were still insufficient to assist someone identify them. They hoped that maybe it might help trigger the recollection of someone who had been looking for their missing loved one for years. Even with scientific advances since the first discovery, all that was known at this time was that the skull belonged to a Caucasian guy who had been under 70 years old. Despite the fact that NamUs was updated with this information, the case ultimately stagnated for 3 more years. The skull was then taken from the Bucks County Coroner's Office by Bucks County investigators in September 2022, 36 years after it was first discovered. A groundbreaking new DNA testing technique known as genetic genealogy has been used in recent years to solve several cold cases from around the nation. It identified potential relatives to DNA profiles that had been unidentifiable for years using family trees and DNA testing. Detectives in Bucks County were optimistic that this incredible new technology would help them make a breakthrough in the John Doe case they had been pursuing for more than 35 years. Because they had so little information, they had all but given up on ever solving this case. But, after 36 years, they suddenly thought they would have a chance, because to genetic genealogy, Othram, a Texas-based company that specializes in forensic genealogical testing, received the skull. The money required to analyze the skull was provided by AudioChuck, a podcasting company that produces several true crime podcasts, because forensic testing is a costly procedure. After the money was obtained, thanks to AudioChuck's assistance and kindness, Othram's forensic detectives began to work. To create a thorough DNA profile, they first created a viable DNA extract from the skull and then employed forensic-grade genome sequencing in order to determine whether there were any matches in their databases that would point them in the direction of John Doe's surviving relatives. In 2022, their in-house genealogy team next compared this profile to other profiles in their system. They were directed to a 49-year-old Florida resident whose DNA partially matched the profile they had created from the skull after a few short weeks of waiting for results. Othram experts thought this woman might be the daughter of John Doe, who had stayed anonymous for years based on the match percentage. They gave the police in Bucks County these clues, and on January 4, 2023, they proceeded to interview the woman to find out if her father had been missing for more than 30 years. The detectives learned from the woman, whose identity was kept secret, that her father had indeed disappeared when she was just 11 years old. A parent-child relationship between their individual samples was established by a follow-up test that compared the woman's complete DNA results with the profile Othram had created. When detectives ultimately managed to identify the John Doe, they discovered that Richard Thomas Alt had been his identity. The year 1954 saw the birth of Richard Thomas Alt in Trenton, New Jersey. Although not much is known about his early years, he lived his entire childhood in Trenton, where he was lavished with affection by both of his parents. As an adult, he stayed close to his parents and frequently spent time with them because they resided in the same city. He met Lori Sudman, a young secretary, maybe in his late 20s, and fell in love with her right away. They became romantically involved quite fast, and they were still together when Richard vanished. In the spirit of celebration, Richard visited his parents on Christmas 1984, the last time he was ever seen alive. They enjoyed a great day together, and his parents were unaware that this would be their final chance to see their cherished son. They started to worry more and more over the course of the following few days because Richard had not contacted them in any way, which was highly unusual. They attempted to phone him but received no answer. Additionally, they were unable to contact his girlfriend Lori when they attempted to call her to ask whether she was aware of his whereabouts. They finally called the police to report him missing in January 1985. A description of Richard was distributed to the public, and a missing persons report was created. He was 5'10" and weighed 140 pounds, according to it. He was a white male with blue eyes and strawberry blonde hair that was medium to long. In the hopes that someone who had seen Richard would come forward, the description was made public. However, nobody did. Lori, his girlfriend, was also reported missing at the time, but no one was able to locate her either. Tragically, Lori Sudman's body was discovered floating on the water 3 months later, on April 20, 1985, by 2 men fishing from a boat in Trenton's marina on the Delaware River. Since her fingerprints were in the system and she had previously been arrested on a drug charge, they were able to identify her using fingerprint analysis when they called the police. Her death was never investigated, and it is still an unsolved homicide. However, at the time, authorities believed that Richard's abduction and her death were both the result of foul play. The circumstances behind Richard's and Lori's deaths are still unknown, and his skull was found more than a year later, but took more than 30 years to identify. Authorities in Bucks County concluded their inquiry into Richard's death and disappearance after he was recognized in 2023, since there was no proof that a crime had been committed in the county. The Mercer County Police Department, which has authority over the case, is currently conducting the investigation into his and Lori's deaths. They have requested that anyone come forward if they have any information that could aid in the investigation. I can't even imagine wondering and worrying about a lost family member for even a day, let alone for 37 years, said Matthew D. Weintraub, the district attorney for Bucks County, in a statement to the media. Mr. Alt's family no longer has to wait. He notably commended Othram, stating that the issue could not have been resolved without their technological expertise. I'm just glad that we could give them some peace of mind with this identification and the eventual return of his remains to his family, he said. In cases like this that have seemed hopeless for so long, he thinks that genetic genealogy and the knowledge of organizations like Othram will continue to yield results. Our second example involves Lolita, a tiny community of just over 800 people tucked away in the center of Humboldt County in Northern California. Beautiful forests and undulating hills encircle Lolita, offering a charming setting for outdoor pursuits including hiking, fishing, and camping. However, a horrifying discovery was made here in this picturesque location in 1998. A Loleta resident and his son were in a boat searching for driftwood on the Eel River on March 27, 1998. As they made their way through the twists and turns of the river, they noticed something odd close to Cock Robin Island. As they drew closer, they saw what looked to be human remains, but at first they thought it was simply another piece of wood stuck in the branches of a neighboring tree. When they were discovered, they were appalled and hurried to the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office to notify the authorities. This awful day, which would never be forgotten and would always be a part of this small town's history, left the residents of Loleta horrified and devastated. The sheriff's deputies were quick to react after learning the news. Unaware that this case would follow them for a very long time, they rushed to the Eel River via jet boat. Their worst fears came true when they eventually reached the spot where the locals had reported the discovery. There, a man's body was discovered in a state of advanced decay and only partially clothed. Despite his state of decay, the deputies were able to identify him as a white adult male, but they were clueless about his identity and how he entered the river. Even the most experienced deputies were surprised by the condition of the body, and the deputies were shocked by what they were witnessing. Immediately after removing the body from the water, they carefully examined the garments, in the hopes of discovering a sliver of information that would have helped them identify the deceased. They were unhappy, though, to discover that there was no personal belongings or identification of any kind, basically nothing that would have helped identify the victim. After being removed from the scene, the body was sent to the coroner's office for further examination. The autopsy's results were disappointing, but they gave the police a starting point. The coroner's report stated that the person's cause of death was drowning, and the autopsy revealed that he had been in the water for a month prior to his finding. Additionally, they were able to learn some basic details about the man, such as the fact that he was an adult white male, 5 feet 10 inches tall, weighed roughly 170 pounds, and was probably between 35 and 45 years old. But when they looked through the database, they couldn't find any Northern California missing persons that fit this description. In light of this, they launched an inquiry to identify the unidentified guy, and he was given the name of Humboldt County John Doe. Detectives felt a feeling of urgency as they tried to unravel the mystery surrounding the man they had found in the river before they could determine what transpired prior to his death. They realized they needed to find out who he was. They were certain that someone out there was missing a loved one, and they were determined to find out who this person had been, in the hopes that someone might remember to file a missing persons report and provide fresh information in the case. The investigators worked hard to make the man's description public. Weeks passed, but they were still unsuccessful despite their best efforts. Nevertheless, they clung to the hope that a single clue might take them to the solution, and they followed up on every lead to the best of their abilities. There was at last some optimism for the police when, later in 1998, the California Department of Justice found one latent fingerprint on the body. This was then examined using the automated latent print system. The investigators hoped that this would provide the necessary break in the investigation. When the findings showed that there were no matches in the system, their dreams were once more crushed. Nevertheless, the investigations gathered the man's DNA profile and entered it into several databases, such as the California Missing Persons DNA Database and the National Unidentified Persons DNA Index. Once more, they looked through the databases for any sign of a match, but they were unable to find anything. Since inquiries into missing persons cannot be concluded, the case remained open over the years. No profile matches were ever found over time, despite the DNA profile being regularly compared to profiles from other human remains and missing persons in the combined index system, CODIS. The case was unsolved for 25 long years, despite the fact that the investigation was still ongoing. There was no fresh information or leads for the detectives to pursue, thus the case remained inactive. The sheriff's office teamed up with Othram, a Texas-based forensic genealogy firm, in December 2022. By using cutting-edge forensic DNA testing, the collaboration aimed to identify the man. After submitting a sample of the man's DNA to the lab, the team of experts began closely and methodically analyzing it. They developed a thorough DNA profile of the man using a state-of-the-art technique called forensic-grade genome sequencing. Their genealogy team used forensic genetic genealogy to provide leads for investigations after acquiring the profile. By analyzing a DNA profile's genetic composition and comparing it to the other profiles already in the system, this novel technology created family profiles by fusing DNA testing with conventional genealogical techniques. Researchers can ascertain the percentage of matches and whether the profile they are testing for has any biological relationships inside the system. They identified the Humboldt County John Doe using this technique. In mid-February 2023, Othram eventually provided the authorities with the testing results after months of excruciating waiting. The research conducted by the lab indicated that there was a high probability that the Humboldt County John Doe was related to a woman called Cheryl, who was residing in Missouri at the time. Othram said Cheryl was probably the sister of John Doe of Humboldt County. After contacting Cheryl, the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office detectives discovered that she did in fact have a brother named Jeffrey Todd Sydow, who had been missing for a long time. After all these years, Cheryl was taken aback when investigators finally contacted her regarding her missing brother. She informed the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office detectives that she had been looking for Jeffrey for years and had all but given up on ever learning his fate when they traveled to Missouri to interview her. Additionally, Cheryl informed investigators that Jeffrey was born in 1963 and would have been 35 years old when his body was discovered in 1998. She informed them, however, that they had not seen or spoken to him since the mid-1990s, and and that the last time she or any family member had spoken with him was several years prior. She informed them that, for reasons that none of them knew, he had ceased to speak to her and the rest of their family. She had attempted to contact him but had never received a reply. For this reason, she and her entire family believed that Jeffrey had chosen to leave their life on purpose, which is why they had never filed a missing persons report for him. It would seem that Cheryl's information and Othram's DNA test would have been sufficient proof for the police to end the investigation, but they were determined to look elsewhere and definitively establish his identity. They accomplished this by obtaining Jeffrey's fingerprints and comparing them to a latent fingerprint that they had successfully removed from the body they discovered in the Eel River so many years prior. The fingerprints were a perfect match, proving that their efforts had been worthwhile. After 24 years, they were finally certain that Jeffrey Todd Sedow was the real John Doe from Humboldt County. The Humboldt County Sheriff's Office is currently coordinating with his family to ensure that his remains are returned to them so that he can be buried with his other departed loved ones now that his identity has been verified. She commended the detectives for their commitment to her brother's case and ensuring that it was handled after all these years, as she had been unaware of his whereabouts and fate for decades. The California Department of Justice DNA Lab and Othram were commended by the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office for their exceptional efforts and support in resolving this case and giving the Sedow family some closure regarding their missing loved one. Despite their success, the Sheriff's Office is still curious about what transpired with Jeffrey in his last days. We encourage anyone who knows anything about his last known whereabouts or activities before he passed away to come forward and report it. And that concludes it, people. We hope you had a great time with us today and learned how these two John Doe's identities were ultimately discovered in 2023 thanks to genetic genealogy. We anticipate that more and more of these cases that have lain unsolved for years will soon be resolved because to these technological developments. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. 11 years old, 9-year-old Kiana Davis, Kiara Phillips, age 7, Carrie Ellie McDonald, age 5. When this 2-story duplex caught fire due to arson, Kiani Welch perished. Known as Indiana's Garden Spot, the sleepy community in Carroll County was always tranquil until November 21, 2016, when 4 little sisters lost their lives in a devastating fire. What caused the fire to start? Was it set on purpose? Or was it an accident? We'll learn the specifics of this tragic situation today. Galen Rose was thrilled to have begun a new, higher-paying job. She aspired to provide the greatest life possible for her girls. At the ages of 11, 9, 7, and 5, her existence revolved around her daughters, Kiana Davis, Kiara Phillips, Carrie L. McDonald, and Kiani Welch. The girls were brimming with enthusiasm. For her daughters, Galen envisioned a life of limitless chances, but she passed up many of them. She didn't want her daughters to grow up as dull as she had. When she was just 12, her father, Tracy Rose, was imprisoned for narcotics offenses. Even still, this was insufficient because she didn't have him until 2011 when he returned to her life. Tracy relocated to Flora and encouraged Galen to accompany him because he loved her and his grandchildren so much. Despite her initial reluctance, she had missed her father terribly. She thought about his offer for weeks before she and the daughters followed her father to Flora. For her and her young daughters, Flora represented a new beginning. Before finding a large apartment, Galen spent 8 months living with her father and the girls. The monthly rent for the 2-story duplex was $500.00. For her and the girls, this was a welcome change. The street was surrounded with trees, and the duplex had a front porch, and they quickly adapted. Outside, the girls would frequently play together. They made new friends in the area and were amiable to everyone. Since they didn't have a dog of their own, they played with the neighbors. In addition, the 4 sisters enjoyed dancing, playing sports, and spending time with their families. They were cheerleaders for the Lafayette Diamonds. The Saturday before the fire, they had just participated in a cheering competition, and Kiana had a basketball game on Sunday. Kiana devoted numerous hours each week to basketball since she liked the game. Like Galen, Tracy thought she would be a basketball star. He accompanied her to games and applauded from the stands. Galen was incredibly proud of her daughters. She put in a lot of overtime at a gas station in order to make ends meet. Galen was as serene and upbeat as her girls. She spoke courteously to clients and had a smile on her face behind the desk. Because she encouraged them, particularly during Tuesday cheer sessions, the girls occasionally referred to her as their coach. Her favorite part of the week was seeing them perform. Rose went to the grocery shop with her girls on the afternoon of November 21, 2016. The girls chose their favorite snacks, so it was one of those thrilling outings. It was already evening when they arrived at their house. Around 10 o'clock at night, Rose put them to bed after preparing dinner. As they curled up under their blankets, the girls echoed, "Good night." Rose said that she was thankful for her small family. The weary mother of 4 made her way to her room. After a few minutes, there was complete quiet and everyone was sound asleep. Nobody could have predicted the next course of events. Tracy was getting ready to leave town the Friday before the fire. When he went to see his grandkids, he requested them to assist him with packing. The girls who called him Papa didn't want him to go, so they asked him to stay with them for a while. It was unusual that they asked him to cancel his trip, but he didn't make much of it, so he left anyway. A few hours later, he woke up to a call from Galen, who said that his granddaughters were dead. How did it happen? Galen was sound asleep when she heard screams coming from her daughter's bedroom, and she jumped out of bed as soon as she heard them. The flames were spreading quickly as the screams continued from their bedroom upstairs, and she tried to reach them, but the extreme heat prevented her from doing so. She was unable to speak or breathe, and the flames pushed her back from the staircase. At that point, she realized that she was saving them and that alone was not an option, so she fled the house to get assistance from neighbors. When the first 911 call came in at 3:30 a.m., neighbors gathered around the house to help the 4 girls while their injured mother watched helplessly. The screams became softer as time went on, and when the Carroll County Sheriff's deputy Drew Yoder, he too suffered from severe smoke inhalation. Later, Galen was airlifted to Eskenazi's burn center, where she was burned all over and had smoke in her throat. When Yoder arrived, he asked Galen where the children were, and she pointed to their room upstairs. The girls shared a bedroom on the 2nd floor, and Yoder immediately called the county to send medics. Coughing, he attempted to climb a narrow, smoke-filled stairway, but the climb was difficult and impossible. Galen desperately steered Yoder from outside, telling him to keep climbing until he reached the girl's bedroom, but the smoke overpowered him. A few seconds later, he left the building, moaning and breathing heavily, and he hurried to the Flora Fire Department, which was on its way. Deputy Yoder and Officer Dissinger, wearing air packs, prepared to crawl on their hands and knees to the front door as the fire department edged closer. Unfortunately, the flames came towards the cops from the back of the house. Firefighters arrived to rescue the officers and 3 of the girls, and CPR was started on the girls right away in the hopes that they would be saved. Yoder yelled at them to get the fire equipment moving. While firefighters fought the fire inside the house and the medical team attempted to save the lives of the girls outside, the 4th girl was taken out of the house, and while the fire raged through the house, all 4 sisters died at the scene, with Yoder and Dissinger being airlifted to the hospital after suffering injuries. The speed at which the flames spread throughout the building shocked the neighbors, and Flora, a town barely larger than a square mile, was plunged into a state of grief, suspicion, and fear, as everyone wondered if the fire was started on purpose. The investigation began right away after rumors circulated throughout the town, and after determining that the fire originated in the kitchen, the Indiana State Fire Marshal changed the cause of the fire to arson 2 months later, after finding accelerants all over the house. Investigators refused to discuss the type of accelerants they found, and days later, the state police issued a contradicting report, which raised more questions. Further investigation revealed that accelerants were only found in one part of the house, indicating that the fire started in one location. The Indiana Fire Marshal's fire investigator assigned to the Floor House fire resigned, adding insult to injury. Investigator Dennis Randall did not provide an explanation for his resignation, but this move was suspicious. The private investigator's email to state police confirmed the concerns of many, saying in part, that the press release statement regarding accelerants being found in multiple locations is absolutely not based on any evidence discovered at the scene during the investigation, and the investigator, Dennis Randall, was not performing a proper origin and cause investigation based on the current procedures of NFPA 921, 2016 edition to express that opinion. Josh Ayers, Randall's boss prior to his resignation, was also Galen's landlord and president of the Floratown Council. The resignation is bad news for Galen and her family, who think it will hinder the investigation and leave many questions unanswered. For example, could Randy's resignation hurt the chances of locking someone up for arson? It would be hard for a new investigator to take on the case with the same zeal. Will the small-town politics impede justice? The answer is not yet known, but if Galen's suspicions are correct, it would be another devastating blow to the case. It's been over 8 years since the incident, and there's no justice. They're focused on finding the arsonist. Doug Carter maintains that the fire was intentionally started and that someone who knew the family committed it. Carter also disclosed that detectives have traveled to Ohio, Kentucky, Illinois, and California for investigation. There is no justice, which leaves much to be desired, considering that the Delphi murders received more attention. Remember how Abby Williams and Libby German were killed on February 13, 2017? The police swung into action and arrested the suspect. Since then, Richard Allen has been arrested and sentenced to 130 years in prison. The arson case, ironically, is still unsolved. Police claim it is unfair to compare the two cases, saying that while they have over 80 tips regarding the homicide, they have very little information about the arson case. Is that the case, or are they concealing something? When reporters asked to speak with Deputy Yoder, the officer who was hospitalized following the fire, Carroll County Sheriff Toby Leesonby refused. Additionally, Leesonby declined to speak with Flora Fire Chief Todd Trent. When reporters contacted the lead investigator, he declined to comment. However, State Police Superintendent Doe Carter made a mysterious statement regarding the Flora investigation, saying, "There are a couple of pieces that we need, and those that know what those pieces are know what I mean, so I'll leave it at that." Why are the police keeping quiet? Is there something they're not telling the public while Flora residents wait for the police? It is unclear what her alleged drug use has to do with the investigation, but Galen's involvement in the fire is at the top of the list of rumors that have been circulating around town. Did the girl's mother intentionally set the house on fire? Here are the startling facts. On July 19, 2019, the Indiana State Police wrote to Galen Rose, stating that they wanted to talk about the fire and, as if that wasn't enough, that they offered her immunity over her alleged illegal drug activity. She maintains her innocence, and investigators have not named her as a suspect despite the fact that the letter was written 5 years ago. The police later expressed frustration over her lack of availability to speak to investigators, stating that she spoke to them 3 weeks after the fire with nothing concrete to further the case. When journalists attempted to clarify the offer for immunity, the Carroll County Prosecutor's Office declined to comment. They would not speak to anyone until after the investigation. Investigators also have another reason to suspect Galen. Documents filed as part of the investigation showed that on August 6, 2016, a policy was written for the house the girls lived in, with liability coverage of $392,882.00 and effective September 15 of that year. The documents included a home appraisal dated September 10, which was valued at $45.00. Policies are sometimes written based on a verbal conversation with the property owner, and the timing of the policy and the fire raises serious red flags. Was this a case of insurance fraud? Was the policy created to cash in like a lottery ticket? As the rumors persisted, Galen added a twist to the case. On August 25, 2022, she filed a federal lawsuit against her landlord Josh Ayers, his business partner Troy Helderman, and their company Birch Tree Holdings. Faith Alvarez, Galen's lawyer, told the court that there were no working smoke detectors outside each bedroom when she rented the apartment, despite Indiana law requiring them to be installed. She expressed urgent concerns to her landlord about the missing smoke detectors and the malfunctioning electrical outlets, but he did nothing to address the issue. According to the complaint, firefighters discovered one smoke detector without batteries, According to the lawsuit, Birch Tree Holdings and 2 landlords were to blame for the absence of functional fire detectors. To solve the mystery, Galen hired former ATF fire investigator Mike Vergon, who worked as a certified investigator for more than 15 years before launching his own firm. Before publishing his report, Vergon visited the house 3 times in 6 months and found 1 smoke detector without a battery. Determined to find the truth, Vergon combed through fire debris in the backyard but was unable to find any more smoke detectors, paid close attention to the kitchen, connecting the back porch, and then inspected the kitchen appliances. The most important information in the fire investigation came from a witness, Adam Ayers, a neighbor and one of the first responders on the morning of the fire, who was there minutes before the police arrived. Ayers told Vergon that he attempted to reach the stairway to the bedroom where the 4 girls slept, but smoke drove him back. His conclusions were unambiguous. The fire was not caused by an electrical malfunction. However, he detailed a 2-inch wide flame path from the back porch to the kitchen before he left the house. Only Ayers saw the ribbon of fire, and he assisted Vergon in concluding that it was a set fire, though Vergon acknowledged that the fire's purpose was not to harm the children. Following a series of back and forths, on September 6, 2023, both parties came to a settlement, which Josh Ayers' lawyer Jonathan Bond confirmed was reached, though the specifics are confidential. Both parties also agreed to demolish the building at 103 East Columbia Street. Flora residents gathered for a prayer vigil at the church across the street from the home the day after the fire, and after prayers, dozens of people dropped roses at the fire's side. Their cheer squad was also present, and they brought stuffed animals, balloons, and posters to honor the sisters. Allie Sheets, the cheerleading coach, accompanied her students to the vigil, recalling that the girls never stopped smiling and that she couldn't recall a moment when they weren't happy. All 4 of the girls were always helpful, joyful, and respectful. Jen Brobst, a librarian at Carroll Elementary, where the girls went to school, described the incident as surreal and said she still can't believe they're gone. She said the library became a counseling center days after they died. Liz Brobst, Kiana's friend and a Girl Scout, said she remembers Kiana for her positive attitude and happy spirit. Flora. Neighbors and residents also shared in their grief. For example, Fox, their next-door neighbor, experienced breathing difficulties following the fire. Her brother became ill, and her husband had to cancel work. The 27-year-old woman, who lived a few steps away from the house, witnessed smoke leaving the house and heard the girls and their mothers scream uncontrollably, which was the most heartbreaking thing she had ever heard. That night, Fox and her husband hurried out of their apartment, initially perplexed but later realizing it was smoke. Cassandra Hammond, whose business is across the street from the fire outbreak, was also impacted by the incident. It remains a sad reminder of what the girls went through that night, and Cassandra hopes the police find out the truth and that the girls will get justice. Then, all of a sudden, flames engulfed the house, leaving the couple helpless. Her brother thought about running into the house to help, but he gave way to emergency personnel. Eve Gibson, another Flora resident, buried her face in her hands and sobbed uncontrollably. Speaking about the investigation, she said that the town was wondering who might have started the fire and that a family member might have done it. The Flora community fears that the killer is among them. What if he targets another Floratown home? The welcoming community has a bench with the names and ages of the 6 girls engraved on it, and each year they get together to place flowers on the porch in remembrance. Galen claims she has been robbed, and she still calls on the public to help get justice for her babies. Authorities made a heartfelt plea to the community, asking them to provide vital information that could lead to the prosecution of suspects. We need people talking to people and people listening to other people and then reporting it appropriately. Police are offering a reward of up to $5,000, 0 cents for information that leads to an arrest, and citizens can contribute to the reward fund by sending a check to the Indiana Department of Homeland Security, making sure the memo line reads, Flora Fire Reward. Galen Rose has since moved to California to recover, but that doesn't mean the girls are forgotten. Do you think the girls were involved in an accident? Or were arson victims? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon.